Chapter 1. The Snowy Night. In the city of Jubai, the sky was draped in clouds, devoid of moonlight and stars. A heavy snowfall descended earlier than in previous years. The biting cold rendered every household tightly shut. Shadows flitted through the silent streets. Suddenly, three figures emerged ahead, blocking the path of a pursued woman. Upon noticing the obstruction, the woman did not halt her flight. Instead, she accelerated forward. A flash of cold steel glinted, and the three assailants fell. Clutching her abdomen, the woman turned a corner. The shadowy figure trailing her vaulted over the bodies of its fallen comrades, intensifying the chase. Dark blood seeped between her fingers, dripping onto the pristine snow. Watching the crimson droplets fall from her wound, she leapt onto a rooftop at the next turn. A small courtyard emerged. An iron rack sat atop a stove, laden with noodles and slices of meat, while a kettle warmed by the fire and a pair of chopsticks deftly turned the food. The owner of these chopsticks, a youth seated in a wheelchair, was wrapped in a small blanket. The door stood wide open, revealing the snowy landscape of the yard. To admire the snow on a snowy night, savoring meat and tea, what a true delight, he mused. Alas, I am all alone. How I wish for a companion to share this with. The youth sighed wistfully. Suddenly, a figure descended into the courtyard. The boy maneuvered his wheelchair closer. Flipping the figure over, an astonishingly beautiful face came into view. The youth looked skyward. I desire immortality, unmatched prowess, and the fulfillment of my every wish. Before he could finish his incantation, two figures in black descended into the courtyard. With gleaming long knives in hand, these two were no mere common thieves. The boy raised an eyebrow. Do you believe me if I claim to be blind? Seeing the boy in a wheelchair, the black-clad figures dismissed him as a mere cripple, though tonight's events must not be revealed to any bystanders. Noticing their silence, the boys sighed as they advanced with their blades drawn. It seems there are no serendipitous encounters like those with a fairy maiden in this world. He grasped a small peachwood sword, meant to ward off evil, which hung beside his wheelchair. If the black-clad figures were not professionally trained, they might have laughed at the boy's futile resistance. Determined to end the boy swiftly and mercifully, they prepared to strike. The youth raised the peachwood sword and swung it forward. Clang, the long knife clattered to the ground. The nearest black-clad figure fell to his knees, hands clasped in prayer. This scene perplexed the other assailant, who questioned, "What are you doing?" No response came. His companion remained on his knees, hands still together. He reached out to shove the kneeling figure, who collapsed stiffly to the ground. Maintaining his posture, the chill ran down the spine of the black-clad man as he met the gaze of the youth in the wheelchair. Again, the boy lifted the peachwood sword and swung it, causing the long knife to fall once more, and the black figure knelt in prayer, collapsing again. With his other hand, the boy shot forth a silver needle. Under ordinary circumstances, the black-clad man might have evaded it, but now, like his predecessor, he remained rigid, kneeling as if a statue. The young boy approached the figure. Clad in black, that he extended his left index finger, which transformed like a living entity into a gaping maw, swallowing the black-clad individual whole. After consuming one figure of African descent, the insatiable mouth elongated from the base of the finger, devouring another fallen figure. Following this, a crimson tongue emerged, licking its lips before reverting to the form of a finger. A surge of energy coursed through the boy, leaving him invigorated. This is far superior to feasting on animals. Only consumes corpses. The finger provide the minor energy feedback to the host. 100 unarmed white blade reception LV 199199999, a growth type ability. Swing the sword 100 times to gain a modicum of experience. Artistic needle can freeze a creature in a moment of eternal beauty. After completing these actions, the boy turned his gaze to the woman sprawled in the courtyard. A wheelchair materialized, sprouting two wooden arms that lifted her into the room. Non-aggression, a versatile and valuable tool. Observing the grievous wound on the woman's abdomen, he could see a portion of her intestines, oozing with blackened blood. The boy furrowed his brow. Such a severe injury, compounded by poisoning, was alarming. He unfurled a piece of white cloth onto his hand, then retrieved a gourd. Upon opening it, a pungent aroma wafted through the room, reminiscent of pickled vegetables left to ferment in filth. From the gourd, he poured a black pill onto the cloth, intensifying the sour scent. and hastily placed it into the woman's mouth. Detoxification condition. Consume foul substances, the more rancid, the greater the effect. He then proceeded to cut open the fabric covering her front, adhering to a principle of modesty by only focusing on the injured area, avoiding any upward glance, especially since a cloth obscured the rest. He performed a rudimentary bandaging. Now, it depends on your fate, he murmured before returning to the fire, noting that the meat had become charred. What a waste. The boy's name was Xiao Zifeng, a transgressor who had arrived in this realm as an infant, rescued from a river by an elderly carpenter who had likely found him after he had drowned. The old man had passed away years ago. Xiao Zifeng inherited his craft, becoming a carpenter himself, endowed with modern thinking and creativity, allowing him to create practical and whimsical contraptions, leading to a reasonably comfortable life. That he had not arrived empty-handed. He possessed a system, albeit a somewhat troublesome one, allowing him to sign in only once a year. Each sign-in granted him peculiar skills or items. His reliance on a wheelchair stemmed from his last sign-in, which bestowed upon him the skill of floating 1 centimeter above the ground. Initially, he believed this ability held potential for development, recalling experiences from a novel he'd read, envisioning a gliding motion akin to skiing. However, he ultimately collided with a rock, resulting in a fractured leg. The fantastical elements in novels served merely for amusement. They were ill-suited for imitation or rigorous exploration. In the past, Xiao Zifeng had harbored aspirations of leveraging his knowledge of ancient poetry from a previous life to secure a position within the bureaucratic realm, envisioning a gradual ascent to the pinnacle of power, ultimately becoming a figure of authority beneath whom countless others would serve. However, one fateful evening, when he witnessed an individual soaring through the sky while treading upon a serpent, he relinquished this ambition if there were those capable of flight. What need was there for officialdom? Throughout the years, Xiao Zifeng found no avenues to engage with the extraordinary aspects of this world. Despite the passage of time, the system had yet to furnish him with any cultivation techniques. It merely provided skills and miscellaneous items. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the woman resting upon the bed. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Chapter 2. A Change of Life. The following morning, Zhao Xuanlu awoke to find herself in an unfamiliar setting. With great effort, she rose, pulling back the covers to discover her upper garment was partially unfastened, though her undergarments remained intact. Beside her bed lay a set of men's clothing, indicating that her rescuer had no ulterior motives. From the cord at her waist, she retrieved a small vial, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. The pain within her body diminished significantly. The wound that appeared grave was, in truth, not fatal. Her weakness stemmed from the poison coursing through her veins. Yet now, it seemed the toxin had been alleviated. As Zhao Zhenla's pallid complexion improved, she rose from the bed, surveying the strange chamber. It was adorned with numerous wooden implements, knives, swords, and spears, along with various items she could not comprehend. Turning her gaze to the clothing nearby, Zhao Xuanlu changed her attire. Outside in the courtyard, a series of calls echoed. She dragged herself to the door, where she beheld a young man seated in a wheelchair, wielding a peachwood sword and striking at the air with remarkable velocity. Is he practicing swordplay? Zhao Xuanlu mused, noting the absence of any aura emanating from him. The sword was merely an ordinary piece of peach wood, incapable of even slaying a chicken. Xiao Zifeng swiftly completed his remaining strokes. Awake, he remarked. Zhao Xuanlu responded softly, acknowledging him. Although she was clad in coarse fabric, it did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it lent her an unconventional charm. Some individuals are merely enhanced by finery, while others possess an allure that persists even when draped in simplicity. Zhao Xuanlu recalled that she had not entirely evaded the 2 pursuers from the previous night. Thus, they should be able to locate her now. Meanwhile, Xiao Zifeng remained oblivious to her thoughts and politely suggested, "The porridge is nearly ready. Would you care for some?" Zhao Xuanlu nodded in assent. Xiao Zifeng maneuvered the wheelchair into the house and lifted the lid from the pot perched over the flames. The delightful aroma wafted through the air. Their breakfast consisted of 2 bowls of meat porridge and a dish of pickled vegetables. They sat across from one another, and as they neared the end of their meal, the aloof Zhao Xuanlu spoke first. "Your act of saving me may cause you trouble. That I understand," Xiao Zifeng replied after swallowing the pickled vegetables. I, too, have my desires. I wish to witness the facets of this world that ordinary people have never seen. Zhao Xuanlu pondered this statement and then looked up. Being an ordinary person has its merits. Everyone, positioned differently, often yearns for what lies beyond their own realm after living a mundane life for so long. One inevitably seeks a bit of excitement. In his previous life, Xiao Zifeng had always been an ordinary individual. His life story laid bare and predictable. Had it not been for the sudden onset of a grave illness, his future would have been equally straightforward. There were no peaks, no valleys, no remarkable events, and no significant regrets. His existence was as stagnant as a still pond. Now, granted a second chance at life, Xiao Zifeng yearned for a more extraordinary existence. Saving this unfamiliar woman before him would mark the first step in shattering his placid life. Good advice is hard to come by. Since it is thus, it also makes it easier for her to repay this kindness. My name is Zhao Xuanlu. Xiao Zifeng. They exchanged names, a form of self-introduction. Extend your hand. Xiao Zifeng complied. Zhao Xuanlu placed her hand on his wrist, resembling an experienced physician taking a pulse. As she sensed his physical condition, the depth of his vitality astounded her. His robust life force was comparable to that of martial artists from the Eight Realms. For an ordinary person to possess such vigorous energy was unprecedented in her experience. Even those born with innate strength typically had vitality only akin to martial artists of the Nine Realms. How could such an extraordinary case exist? As she examined his meridians, Zhao Xuanlu furrowed her brow. Only one of the 8 meridians was open, indicating a poor aptitude. Such a condition was not insurmountable for cultivation, but progress would be exceedingly slow and arduous. The optimal path would be to become a martial artist, utilizing his vitality to open the meridians. However, given his disability, that path was fraught with challenges. What troubles you? Xiao Zifeng inquired, noticing her fluctuating expressions of surprise and concern. One piece of bad news and one piece of good news. The bad news first. Anyone wishing to cultivate must rely on the flow of vital energy through the 8 meridians, but 7 of yours are blocked. Only one is open, making future cultivation exceedingly difficult. And the good news? The good news is that your vitality is exceptionally robust. You can pursue the path of a martial artist, opening the meridians through your life force. However, your leg disability makes this route quite challenging. Zhao Xuanlu shook her head, her expression tinged with regret. Then, to her astonishment, Xiao Zifeng stood up right before Ares. He stood up. Zhao Xuanlu was taken aback. You're not disabled. I was, but no longer. I had broken my leg previously and was confined to a wheelchair, yet my legs healed, and I simply preferred the comfort of sitting. After a long silence, Zhao Xuanlu remarked, I sense you are ill-suited for cultivation. Regardless of my aptitude, there must be a way. I believe my fate lies in my own hands, not in the hands of destiny. Xiao Zifeng was still trying to grasp the situation. What I mean is, with your laziness, you aren't fit for cultivation. You're trying to argue with me. Not. Allow me to explain. It wasn't that I lacked opportunities before. Now that I have one, I shall certainly be diligent. Zhao Xuanlu felt a twinge of pain in her abdomen had it not been for this person saving her life. She truly wished to pierce him through with a sword. On the path of cultivation, there exist 4 distinct paths: the warrior, the swordsman, the sorcerer, and the goom master. The warrior cultivates the body, his vitality and blood essence profound, breaking through all barriers with unwavering determination. The swordsman trains with the sword, venerating it above all. With a single strike, he can sever the throat, wielding formidable killing power. The sorcerer observes celestial phenomena, divining fortunes and misfortunes, mastering esoteric arts, shrouded in mystery. The Goo Master cultivates poisons and the dead, commanding beasts and employing toxins, striking unseen. The realms of the cultivation path are divided into 9 levels, with 9 representing the beginning and 1 the pinnacle. Zhao Xianluo explained to Xiao Zifeng. I aspire to be a swordsman, Zhao Xianluo remarked, casting Xiao Zifeng a disdainful glance. Were it not for her profound vitality, even with Xiao Zifeng's innate talent, the path of the warrior would be fraught with difficulties. Did you indeed cure the poison afflicting me? Indeed. What did you use to counter it? The poison that Zhao Xianluo had encountered the previous night was no ordinary substance. It was a toxin unleashed by a Goom master of the Seventh Realm, a poison often meticulously concocted and unique, exceedingly difficult to dispel. Typically, one could only expel such toxins through a strength surpassing that of the poisoner. Xiao Zifeng, an ordinary individual, certainly lacks such power. I use my family's heirloom, the 9-turn revitalizing pill, Xiao Zifeng declared, his expression calm and breath steady. Chapter 3. The Path of Cultivation under the fervent insistence of Xiao Zifeng. Zhao Xianluo has decided to modify the martial arts she intended to teach him from barehanded techniques to swordsmanship. She is currently engrossed in transcribing the teachings with pen and paper. Although it is often said that martial artists are merely brutish individuals who rely solely on their fists, there are indeed those among them who practice with weapons. Is there a distinction between a sword-wielding martial artist and a true swordsman? It seems that possessing a sword might grant one the right to claim the title of swordsman. However, the disparity between a swordsman and a martial artist who wields a sword is considerable. To become a true swordsman, one must first possess a spiritual sword, one that is nourished by blood, and keep it concealed upon their person. Zhao Xianluo extended her hand, and a long, 8-sided sword emerged from her palm. With a firm grip, the sword retracted back into her hand. By the way, if you intend to embark on the path of cultivation, you must prepare an array of medicinal herbs to condition your body. What herbs do you need? Write them down, please. After a short while, she began listing 50-year-old wild ginseng, over 30 years of reishi mushrooms, 60-year-old ishowu, less than 6 months of young flower deer blood, and 10-year-old black leaf snakeskin. With each name she uttered, Xiao Zifeng's voice rose in intensity. Why the commotion? Given your inherent lack of talent, coupled with your somewhat advanced age, you have missed the prime years for cultivation. To step onto the path of cultivation, these herbs are indispensable. You must practice daily, and after each session, you should soak in these herbal baths. A single set of herbs will suffice for your cultivation for a month. With your potential, if you exert yourself diligently, you should be able to advance into the 9th realm within a decade. Xiao Zifeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. While his work as a carpenter afforded him a decent income, sufficient for regular meals, the exorbitant prices of these herbs posed a significant challenge. He recalled the time he had broken his leg and witnessed the price of 50-year-old wild ginseng prescribed by the doctor. It was outrageous, and he had wondered who would be foolish enough to buy such an expensive item. And now here he was. As for the remark about his age, Xiao Zifeng understood that martial arts are best practiced from a young age, as one can adapt their training to suit their developing body. Regarding the 10-year time frame, he turned to Zhao Xianluo and inquired, "Isn't that period rather lengthy? Had it not been for your vigorous blood and energy, that duration could extend to 50 years. If your talent were merely ordinary, there would be no room for leniency," she explained. Xiao Zifeng slumped in his wheelchair like a defeated dog. Realizing that with these medicinal herbs, he would likely have to deplete his entire fortune to afford just one or two. As a thought struck him, he asked Zhao Xianluo, "How long can a cultivator expect to live?" "It depends on the circumstances. Some unfortunate souls may find themselves cut down in their teens or 20s. I meant lifespan," he clarified. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Xianluo responded, "If one cultivates to the 1st realm, they should live for 2 to 3 centuries. Those who practice the art of Gu may live even longer, while martial artists and spellcasters tend to have the shortest lifespans, often not reaching the end of their natural lives." "Why do martial artists and spellcasters have shorter lifespans?" Xiao Zifeng questioned, as one of his motivations for pursuing cultivation was to extend his life. Warriors must rigorously train their bodies and hone their skills. Without timely adjustments, they are prone to sustaining hidden injuries. Sorcerers, primarily through divination, often risk exposing celestial secrets that may rebound upon them. I have bestowed upon you both sword techniques and medicinal formulas, thus repaying the life debt I owe you. Henceforth, adhere to my written instructions. Although it may consume considerable time, it will ultimately lead you onto the path of cultivation. After Zhao Xuanlu uttered these words, she rose to depart. "Your injuries are not yet healed. Are you truly leaving now?" Xiao Zifeng inquired, astonished, as such grave wounds necessitate proper rest. "Though I am uncertain of the reasons. The pursuers from last night failed to locate you here. Perhaps it is a stroke of luck. However, it is only a matter of time before they come knocking. Each moment I linger here poses a lethal threat to you." Zhao Xuanlu exited without a backward glance, and as she was about to step into the courtyard, Xiao Zifeng interjected, "You may remain a while longer. I have already dispatched those who sought your life last night." Zhao Xuanlu turned back, a smile gracing her lips, sunlight illuminating her face, clearly expressing disbelief. The pursuers from the previous night comprised warriors from the 7 realms and 8 realms. For them, eliminating an ordinary individual is as effortless as slaying a chicken. Xiao Zifeng opened a nearby cabinet and retrieved 2 long blades, which he cast to the ground with a clang. Where are they after an entire night? Luo Feng seethed, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the kneeling subordinate before him. 1 Gu master and 1 warrior from the 7 realms, along with 6 from the 8 realms. Not only did you fail to return with anyone, but 2 warriors from the 8 realms perished overnight, and the Gu master is also dead, with 2 warriors missing. She has been poisoned by Gu and will not survive much longer. Do I care whether she lives or dies? What I demand is that letter, whether living or dead. I must see it returned. Otherwise, not only will you suffer the consequences, but I may not survive either. Dispatch more men to locate it. Luo Feng grasped his subordinate's throat, their foreheads nearly touching as he delivered this ultimatum. The subordinate's forehead was lined with veins. Yet he dared not pry Luo Feng's hand away, struggling to breathe. Only after Luo Feng released him did he scramble away, as if granted a reprieve. Once his subordinate had departed, Luo Feng sat alone in the hall. If the letter could not be found promptly, he would be forced to act preemptively, burying the letter along with the entire city. Zhao Xuanlu lay resting in bed, glancing at the 2 blades propped against the wall. She could not fathom how an ordinary person could have slain 2 warriors. Even if Xiao Zifeng possessed robust vitality and innate strength, how could he possibly surpass seasoned warriors who had undergone rigorous training? She had encountered these warriors before. They were not mere novices in cultivation, but ruthless individuals who had shed blood and taken lives. It perplexed her how they could have been vanquished by an ordinary man. Zhao Xuanlu remained bewildered, having asked Xiao Zifeng, who provided a response that was both evasive and yet, in its own way, conclusive. I dare to rescue you, for I possess my own sources of confidence. Were this an ordinary individual, a stranger who had fallen into one's courtyard, would they choose to extend their assistance? To aid another is not merely a fleeting impulse of compassion. One must also contemplate the potential repercussions of such an act. Otherwise, this momentary emergence of benevolence may lead one into irretrievable peril. At this juncture, Zhao Xian began to genuinely believe that the poison coursing through her veins had been alleviated by Xiao Zifeng. Chapter 4. He is the carpenter. Xiao Zifeng arrived at the market in his wheelchair. The snow that had accumulated overnight was cleared away by the early risers in the neighborhood, allowing him to navigate the bustling market with ease. The atmosphere was lively, with throngs of people milling about. On this occasion, Xiao Zifeng did not purchase much. He acquired only a pair of couplets and some pastries. As for other food and supplies, he had stocked up well before this outing, ensuring that his provisions would last longer through the winter. Pushing his wheelchair, he approached a small courtyard with an open gate, from which wafted the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. With deft maneuvering, he managed to glide over the threshold. Despite the absence of a wooden ramp that could facilitate his passage, as this was not his home. Inside the courtyard, an elderly man reclined in a chair, engrossed in a book, while several racks displayed various herbs basking in the sun. Hearing the commotion, the old man initially assumed a patient had arrived and prepared to rise, only to settle back down upon recognizing Xiao Zifeng. Oldly, what is the matter? A guest has arrived, and you don't even bother to welcome me. Lying there like that? Xiao Zifeng chided lightly. Haha. When others come to my place, I certainly treat them with courtesy. But you? I'm surprised I haven't kicked you out yet, Oldly replied with a touch of bitterness. This rascal had broken his leg under Oldly's care. Yet due to his laziness, he had taken to the wheelchair and refused to walk again. Moreover, this clever lad had fashioned a wheelchair that was far more convenient than the typical ones. Even after his leg had healed, he continued to sit in the wheelchair daily, leading the neighbors to suspect that his leg had not truly recovered and to question Oldly's competence in treating him. Oldly had even asked Xiao Zifeng to clarify his condition, but how did that scoundrel respond? He proclaimed to everyone that his leg was fine while remaining seated, stubbornly refusing to stand and take a few steps. If you claim your leg is healed, then stand up and walk. Yet, this boy simply wooed and oblige. Who would believe such a tale? It felt as though he was being coerced into silence. Were it not for his acquaintance with the boy's father, he might have sought to take matters into his own hands. I have come to purchase medicine, Xiao Zifeng stated. We have nothing but subpar remedies here, devoid of any healing properties. You should seek elsewhere. Do not come looking for me, Oldly pouted like a petulant child. I would prefer to go elsewhere. But the prices are exorbitant. Yours are the most affordable, Xiao Zifeng murmured. You insufferable wretch. Oldly erupted in anger, tossing his book at Xiao Zifeng. The latter caught it effortlessly. Doctorly, the medical texts say that anger harms the spleen, liver, kidneys, and heart. You should smile more and embrace joy, Xiao Zifeng teased. If you weren't here, I would find great delight all day long, Old Li grumbled, his annoyance subsiding slightly. What do you need? After speaking, he poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle on a nearby small table. I need some healing ointment, along with the items listed on this prescription. Xiao Zifeng presented the prescription to Old Li, who, upon seeing the initial ingredients, spat out his tea in surprise. Are you here to take advantage of me? Old Li's expression shifted from anger to solemnity as he continued to examine the prescription. Where did this recipe originate? Noticing the change in Old Li's demeanor and his inquiry, Xiao Zifeng voiced his suspicions. Do you understand the purpose of this prescription? Your words cast doubt upon my capabilities as a seasoned physician. I have traversed more bridges than you have walked roads, yet it is merely my laziness that has kept me from revealing my knowledge. Old Li remarked. Such audacious words can only be uttered by this young lad before me, and yet he speaks a semblance of truth. After exchanging glances with Xiao Zifeng for some time, he still refrained from answering the previous question. But are you truly certain? Some matters cannot be achieved solely through diligence, while you possess a modicum of cleverness. This endeavor requires innate talent. Xiao Zifeng nodded resolutely. Old Li sighed and retreated to his chamber, returning with several medicinal doses, a small vial, and another prescription. Do not use the previous prescription any longer. Although its effects are commendable, your financial means will not sustain it for long. Instead, utilize this one of mine. While its efficacy may be slightly diminished, it will suffice for your needs and is reasonably priced, 3 taels of silver in total. As Xiao Zifeng gazed at the elderly man before him, he recognized the complexity of his character. Yet, throughout the years, Old Li had never divulged much to him. No amount of persistence on Xiao Zifeng's part had yielded results. Unexpectedly, this obstinate old man had finally relented today. Xiao Zifeng reached out to accept the medicine. Do not invest too much in this. Live an honest life, for you lack the requisite talent, Old Li advised once more. Xiao Zifeng handed over 3 taels of silver, murmuring his thanks before departing. He had always harbored a rebellious spirit. On his way back, Xiao Zifeng observed members of the Black Tiger Gang collecting protection fees. Unlike other malicious extortionists, the Black Tiger Gang genuinely provided services in exchange for their fees. Though they operated casinos and engaged in usury, they maintained a measure of restraint. While they might exploit their clients to some extent, they would never drive anyone to the brink of despair. In the eyes of the local residents, they were regarded as benefactors, simply by comparison to their more ruthless counterparts. Taidan, Xiao Zifeng called out to a wiry, shifty-eyed individual. Brother Feng, what brings you here? Taidan turned, his smile somewhat obsequious. Isn't it customary for you to collect protection fees on fixed days? If I recall correctly, there should still be a few days left. Why the advance? I'm uncertain whether I should disclose this. My position is humble, and confidentiality is paramount in this matter, Taidan replied, his eyes darting about cautiously. Noticing Taidan's discomfort, Xiao Zifeng decided not to press further. Forget it. I shall inquire with Erhu instead. All right, in the tea house ahead. Would you like me to assist you there? No need, I can manage on my own. Inside the tea house, Erhu noticed Xiao Zifeng arriving and promptly approached to offer his assistance in pushing the wheelchair. Brother Feng, what brings you here? It's quite chilly outside, especially after the recent snowfall. I hope you don't catch a cold. He wheeled Xiao Zifeng inside and generously poured him a cup of hot tea. It's nothing much. Just a bit curious about why you've advanced the collection of protection fees. Erhu signaled for his subordinates to step back. The Golden Blade Gang has issued a bounty, asking us to locate a woman, alive or dead. The reward is 1,000 taels, and even for mere information, it's worth 100 taels. However, should any gang fail to report, Erhu gestured across his throat with his hand. At that moment, Xiao Zifeng understood. The collection of protection fees was merely a fade. The true intent was to search for someone. This Golden Blade Gang is quite audacious. They are the most formidable gang in Beijing. Unlike our petty squabbles, they engage in substantial enterprises, and with a mere flick of a finger, they could extinguish us. In light of this, exercise caution, as some money is not easily acquired. I am well aware of that. After their conversation, Erhu pushed Xiao Zifeng away. At this moment, a newcomer to the gang inquired of the nearby Godan, why does the boss treat a cripple so well? Do you remember our first gang rule? One must not provoke the carpenter from Laobuan Street. Any violator will have their legs broken and be expelled from the gang. He is that carpenter. Chapter 5. The fiery trees and silver flowers. As they traversed halfway, Xiao Zifeng dismissed Erhu from accompanying him further. Erhu, Watching the distance grow between himself and Xiao Zifeng's wheelchair, noticed the several large bundles of medicine, including a small bottle labeled with the words Golden Wound Ointment. Deep down, he was aware that Xiao Zifeng's legs had indeed healed. His gaze fell upon the two imprints on the ground, and his thoughts drifted back to a night several years prior. Back then, the streets were not under the dominion of the Black Tiger Gang, but rather a nefarious group known as the Evil Leopard Gang. This gang terrorized the populace, extorting money and forcing people into selling their children. Many sought to report their grievances to the authorities, yet the government was not a sanctuary for the common man. Those who ventured to seek justice often found themselves with broken limbs by nightfall, an ominous threat, a stern warning. Then, one fateful night, the principal members of the Evil Leopard Gang vanished without a trace. Indeed, they simply disappeared. There were no signs of struggle, and not a single possession was stolen from their homes. A dozen living beings simply ceased to exist overnight, leaving behind no evidence or clues. The notion that they left the city under the cover of darkness was absurd. The gates were barred at night. The defense of the city was not entrusted to the corrupt officials but to the soldiers stationed there. And the opening of the city gates was the responsibility of certain commanders, positions far beyond the reach of a mere small-time gang like the Evil Leopard Gang. On that very night, Era witnessed Xiao Zifeng exiting the lair of the gang's leader. At the time, he was oblivious, assuming Xiao Zifeng had merely gone to deliver a gift. Days later, news broke of the gang member's mysterious disappearance, sending a chill through Eru's spine. When Xiao Zifeng departed, he bore nothing with him, casting doubt on the speculations of abduction, assassination, or disposal of bodies. As an eyewitness, Eru pondered the implications more deeply. Taidong, come here. Era beckoned. Brother, what is it? Taidong scampered over eagerly. I have matters to attend to. I leave this place in your capable hands. Do a good job, understood? Era patted Taidong on the shoulder. Brother, what urgent task requires your personal attention? Shall I assist you? Upon hearing this, Era's expression darkened, and he delivered a swift kick to Taidong's rear, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. I'm off to Chuanxiang Tower, and I need your help there. Taidong's eyes sparkled with mischief. I've heard rumors of a new group of girls from the south, known as the Yangzhou Slim Horses. They were said to be quite alluring. The two exchanged knowing glances, sharing an understanding that only men could grasp. Rest assured, I shall manage things well here, Taidong assured, watching Era's retreating figure until he vanished from sight. Hey, you there, come here. I need assistance. This is Golden Wound Ointment, Zhao Xuanlu remarked, gazing at the medicine bottle before her. She had already consumed a healing elixir far superior to this ordinary folk remedy. Nonetheless, she did not reject Xiao Zifeng's kindness. By the way, what do you do? A killer. Otherwise, I wouldn't be pursued. No wonder. It seems I must prepare to make my escape. What is the matter? Zhao Xian, filled with confusion, inquired, didn't the assailants from last night meet their demise? The city's most formidable gang was dispatching individuals to seek you out, even offering a reward of 1,000 taels, regardless of whether you were alive or dead. What? 1,000 taels? I could toil for an entire year and not earn such a sum. Which gang is this? The Golden Knife Gang. I have never accepted a commission against this gang. Xiao Zifeng sensed something amiss and pressed further. You hold no enmity with this gang? None whatsoever. Then this becomes intriguing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Brother Hu, burdened with his pack, wandered the world. He glanced back at the city that had been his home for nearly a decade, reflecting on the myriad of past events and the alluring figure of a woman at the Spring Fragrance Pavilion. The Golden Knife Gang, a dominant force in the city, was not to be trifled with, nor could he afford to offend them. Xiao Zifeng, resembling a sage from a dramatic script, was also beyond his reach. The allure of 1,000 taels was tempting, yet he deemed his life far more precious. After years of traversing the martial world, he had ascended to the leadership of a gang by virtue of self-awareness and prudence. One must act within their capabilities. Those who recklessly strive for grandiosity often find themselves 6 feet under, with grass towering overhead. He waved farewell to the city, a final goodbye. As he walked along the road, he spotted a familiar figure ahead. Eru, he called tentatively. Taidan. Who? Startled by the sudden shout, Taidan turned anxiously. Brother Hu, it's you. How did you end up behind me? Tear-filled eyes met Brother Hu's gaze, who also pondered this perplexity. He had set off first, yet Taidan had somehow appeared in front of him. Why have you left the city? Brother Hu, did you not also depart? Upon uttering this, Taidan thought to himself, does he truly believe I am foolish? Who would venture to the Spring Fragrance Pavilion in broad daylight? Brother Hu scratched his head in embarrassment. Shall we travel together? It would be advantageous to look out for one another. Then let us proceed together. Alas, it is a pity for those brothers left behind. Brother Hu sighed. There is no other choice, Brother Hu. If everyone fled, the Golden Knife Gang would swiftly notice the anomaly, and at that point, escape would be impossible. They have no regard for reason. Surely, not all can perish. Someone must survive. Brother Hu acquiesced to this logic. Better to live, even in hardship, than to die. Perhaps in the future, I can offer some paper offerings for those brothers. With that, the two men shouldered their burdens and embarked on a new journey. As night fell on the sparsely populated Laoguan Street, a large group gathered around a solitary courtyard. In recent years, it had been rumored that the feng shui of Laoguan Street was unfavorable, often accompanied by the wails of malevolent spirits, prompting many to vacate the area. Save for those within the courtyard. Master Wu, this is the place, spoke a young man in his 20s, addressing a bearded figure with a scarred face with utmost respect. You have done well. I shall ensure the reward is burned for you. The young man's eyes sparkled with greed, mirrored by the expressions of the dozen or so individuals behind him. As the words faded, the martial artist abruptly drew his blade. The man's perspective shifted, and he beheld his own form, devoid of a neck. The group of over a dozen individuals who had accompanied him to share in the spoils met a swift and brutal fate at the hands of the disciples of the martial hall. These individuals, consumed by avarice, confusion, doubt, and fear, were transformed into cold corpses. The woman was indeed merciless, having slain those who guided them. The martial hall master murmured, thus attributing a notorious title to the deaths of these individuals. Subsequently, he led his men over the wall into the courtyard. They had scarcely taken a few steps when a sharp crack echoed. One of them appeared to have stepped on something. In a swift motion, 3 were impaled against the wall by wooden spears. It was a trap. Before he could finish his thought, another person, startled, retreated, unknowingly triggering a blinding explosion that enveloped all who had entered the courtyard in an intense heat. The sound was akin to thunder, rousing nearly half of the city from slumber. At that moment, Old Guan Street shone as brightly as day. Xiao Zifeng, pushing a wheelchair, murmured softly, saltpeter, sugar, and charcoal. A spectacle of fire and silver. Zhao Xianluo, seated in the wheelchair, gazed at the distant explosion, swallowing hard. The tremendous noise rendered her unable to discern what Xiao Zifeng was uttering. All she wished to know was the identity of the reclusive master who had come to her rescue, for such a presence surely required martial prowess. She lifted her gaze to Xiao Zifeng, pondering whether he might be an ancient sorcerer, a trickster delighting in her plight. Among practitioners, only sorcerers could conjure such celestial phenomena from afar. She attributed the explosive event to a manifestation of terrestrial fire. No, it was merely the application of some common techniques. He replied, common techniques? A sense of profound confusion swirled within Zhao Xianluo. Was it truly possible for an ordinary person to wield such power? Could she still return to a life of mediocrity? Chapter 6, The Carpenter's Demise. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Dr. Lee, I know you're inside. Open the door. A brusque voice accompanied the creaking of the door. What is all this noise? Is there something urgent, Dr. Lee? Or is it just Old Lee coming to bother me? Old Lee swung the door wide, revealing the handsome visage of Xiao Zifeng, alongside a woman seated in a wheelchair. Her abdomen conspicuously rounded. You've truly gotten that girl with child, haven't you? This isn't a matter for me. You ought to consult Granny Wang instead. Just head left down this street. Continue straight, take a right, and at the third fork, turn left. Just keep going until you arrive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanlu quietly retrieved the bundle she had been cradling in her arms. These were the items Xiao Zifeng had prepared before departing: a carving knife, a wooden sword, a gourd, and some silver coins. Old Lee chuckled awkwardly twice. Ah, it's pitch black outside. I can't see a thing. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Come inside and let us discuss this. Xiao Zifeng guided Zhao Xuanlu into the room, and Old Lee shut the door behind them. As they walked side by side, Old Lee inquired, What brings you here so late at night? My home is no longer safe, so I have come to seek refuge with you. Your home? How could that be? Old Lee, initially bewildered, suddenly recalled the commotion he had heard moments earlier. That noise was caused by you, wasn't it? Xiao Zifeng nodded. Old Lee couldn't help but scrutinize him anew. He had always regarded this lad as an ordinary person, but now he sensed there were deeper secrets at play. The earlier disturbances, coupled with the distant glow of flames he had spotted while opening the door, suggested that Xiao Zifeng was embroiled in something significant. Earlier, he had heard the ruckus inside, yet he refrained from peering outside. After all, If true masters were engaged in battle, a mere commoner's gaze might go unnoticed, but for him, it was a different matter entirely. With a yawn, Oldly declared, I have a spare room. You can sleep there. Ziefeng knows which one it is. Just one room? Why not share it with me? Share? Absolutely not. Why would I squeeze in with such a lovely young lady when you could? Have you developed a fondness for men? Don't be ridiculous. She is a patient, and she is injured. Then just be gentle, Oldly replied nonchalantly. Zhao Xuanlu felt as though she had stumbled into a den of thieves. Was it too late to leave? After he spoke, Oldly turned to return to his main room for sleep. However, before entering, he glanced back and added, if you wish to postpone having children for a while. There's a blue bottle atop the medicine cabinet in the guest room. It's for women. There's also a red bottle nearby. Should you wish to indulge in something more entertaining, both men and women can partake. With that, he shut the door, leaving Xiao Ziefeng in a state of utter bewilderment. Revenge. Blatant revenge. This old man seemed to have it out for him. The elderly gentleman, in the twilight of his years, finds his faculties somewhat diminished. Zhao Xuanlu merely nodded in response. She was acutely aware of Xiao Ziefeng's intentions. On that fateful night, had he possessed any lecherous designs, he could have easily taken advantage of her while tending to her wounds. Even if she were to awaken the following day, she would find herself unable to voice her concerns. Upon entering the chamber, Xiao Ziefeng ignited the hearth. Zhao Xuanlu surveyed the modest room, which contained but a solitary bed. You should rest on the bed, he suggested. And what about you? She inquired. I have my ways, he replied. Zhao Xuanlu, recognizing the gravity of her situation, refrained from further protest. Such polite exchanges felt overly formal under the circumstances. She approached the bedside, while Xiao Ziefeng manipulated some object, adjusting the chair's backrest to a horizontal position and extending the seat cushion forward. Thus, a rudimentary single bed materialized. Xiao Ziefeng settled down beside the fire, fully clothed, and Zhao Xuanlu lay down calmly on the bed, though the events of the night would ensure her slumber would not come easily. At the headquarters of the Golden Blade Gang, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. 5 individuals sat in attendance, 4 of their gazes fixed upon the one in the prominent seat. Luo remained with his eyes closed. He had heard the thunderous sound and was now awaiting news. 2 men carried a member of the church into the hall, their expressions fraught with anxiety. One, slightly bolder, reported, aside from the martial hall master, the others are dead. In that moment, Luo opened his eyes, a tempest of rage brewing within him. The more composed he appeared, the more tumultuous his anger surged. The martial hall master, a master of the 6 realms, now lay in such a pitiful state, charred and labored in breath. Who did this? He demanded. We didn't see anyone. As soon as we entered, we fell into a trap, and then flames erupted. It happened so swiftly, we had no time to react after uttering these words. The martial hall master lapsed into unconsciousness once more. Luo waved his hand, and the 2 men took him away. Following this revelation, an extended silence ensued. No one dared to speak first. The woman they had initially pursued was merely a swordsman of the 7 realms, and now, a warrior of the 6 realms had met such a fate without even glimpsing their adversary. Prior to their nocturnal venture, they had inquired about the household, learning it belonged to a carpenter, a simple man born and raised in Jubei City. At this juncture, one among the 5 finally spoke. Perhaps yet the final words remained unvoiced. They could not rely on the authorities for assistance. That letter had been a contingency plan devised by the 5 of them, but it could also serve as their death warrant. Inviting the government's involvement would be perilous. Now, they were left wondering where the assailants had vanished to, and it dawned upon them that they might not be able to defeat these foes. The resounding echoes of the celestial thunder and the pitiful visage of Master Wu unmistakably conveyed to them that they had provoked the ire of an individual far beyond their capacity to confront. In an instant, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament. Let us communicate with the northern barbarians. The other 4 exchanged glances, filled with doubt and hesitation. If they lingered any longer, once that message leaked, their demise would be inevitable. Given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that the woman had survived, and the carpenter, or perhaps someone behind him, was under some form of protection, thereby endangering the entire city in their downfall. The 4 shared a resolute glance, steeling their resolve. Let us proceed. In the ensuing days, rumors circulated that malevolent spirits haunted Old Guan Street, invoking divine retribution, cleansing evil, and unleashing celestial forces, leading to the carpenter, who had resided there for over a decade, suffering this unforeseen calamity. The Golden Blade Gang executed their deeds with chilling precision, leaving behind a charred corpse, indistinguishable in gender, which the authorities hastily covered with a shroud, providing a cursory conclusion. Meanwhile, in the abode of Old Li, as Xiao Zifeng practiced his swordplay, he learned of his own demise. He exhibited no outward signs of emotion or psychological disturbance. Such an outcome had been anticipated. Zhao Xinluo and Old Li sat in the courtyard, sipping tea, observing Xiao Zifeng's relentless training. Curiously, Zhao Xianluo pondered why Xiao Zifeng insisted on practicing sword swings before mastering the techniques she had imparted. Do you know, Dr. Li? Zhao Xuanluo's injuries had significantly improved following Dr. Li's meticulous rewrapping and treatment. How could I possibly know? This lad has always been rather eccentric, spouting nonsensical phrases and engaging in bizarre antics since childhood. Chapter 7. The Unexpected Kneeling. What nonsensical words are these? Pray, share them with me. Zhao Xuanlu's interest was piqued. After all, idleness was a burden, and indulging in gossip was a splendid way to pass the time. This young lad, in his youth, wielded a wooden sword, proclaiming that he would one day be the master of the sword, able to compel even the celestial beings to kneel before him. He even penned a poem, Zhao Ku, adorned in silken cords, with a frosty woohook reflecting the light. A silver saddle atop a white steed, swift as a shooting star in flight. 10 paces to slay a man, no trace left for 1,000 miles. When the deed is done, I brush off my robes, concealing my name and self in exile. Leisurely sipping wine at Shieling, my sword resting across my knee. Hearing it felt rather pleasing. Although Old Li was a physician and had perused medical texts, he held little interest in the refined pursuits of scholars. He merely recognized that the poem was commendable, yet he could not ascertain its true merit. After reciting the verses, Zhao Xuanlu paused, savoring the lines. 10 paces to slay a man, no trace left for 1,000 miles. When the deed is done, I brush off my robes, concealing my name and self. The youthful bravado, sword in hand, daring to act boldly. A youth cherished freedom, galloping across the heavens. Aspiring to be a chivalrous hero, loyal and righteous, indifferent to fame and profit, driven solely by the spirit of knighthood within. Is this the life you wish to pursue? Zhao Xuanlu gazed at the young man, tirelessly wielding his sword in the yard. She recalled her own spirited escape from home, filled with such fervor. She envisioned herself as a champion of justice, robbing the rich to aid the poor. After vanquishing a band of highwaymen, she believed herself a virtuous soul, having performed a good deed. Yet, upon assaulting their lair, she found only the old, the young, and women, not a bandit in sight, but mere villagers stripped of their lands, their homes, burdened by heavy taxes, retreating into the depths of the mountains with their loved ones. They resorted to thievery to provide for their families. Being a hero is not as simple as it seems. In the capital of the great Zhou, the emperor, aged and ailing, expended vast wealth in search of the elixir of immortality. Concurrently, the 7 princes flocked to the capital, even the second prince, who had long been engaged in battles at the northern frontier, returned with his victorious army to receive the emperor's accolades, while publicly proclaiming the reunion for the new year. Whispers among officials speculated that the emperor, having sought eternal life for years with no success, was aware that his days were numbered and sought to select a suitable heir among his 7 sons. Opinions varied widely, but one certainty remained. The winds of change were stirring in the capital, at the Qi prince's residence, the abode of the 4th prince. As he listened to the reports from his shadow guards, the jade disc in his hand crumbled to dust. My father's health is declining. I do not wish for any wild rumors to reach his ears and disturb his rest. After those barbarians have acted, ensure the matter is resolved. The shadow guard clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Yes, the Golden Knife Gang, a modest faction under his control, served as his eyes and ears for gathering intelligence along the northern borders. Unexpectedly, some unwarranted thoughts began to emerge. However, perhaps it is for the best. Let them fulfill their final purpose. Oh, second brother, it would be wise for you to return to the borders and resume your role as a general. The 4th prince's gaze was icy, muttering to himself. Days passed, and Xiao Zifeng finally ceased his daily sword practice. 100 unarmed blade reception LV20099999. This skill can be activated on all selected targets in front of him. After extensive training, he had finally elevated this skill to level 2. For Xiao Zifeng, singular control was still insufficient in this world. It was only upon transforming it into crowd control that he felt a modicum of security. He recalled how the system had initially granted him this skill, and he had requested it be altered to require opponents to kneel. Even though it was still 100 unarmed blade reception, he believed that compelling others to kneel would enhance his own grandeur. Why have you forsaken sword practice this morning? Old Li, with a pipe dangling from his mouth, emerged from his chamber. I have reached the pinnacle of my abilities, rendering me invincible. Should I draw my sword, those who confront me shall undoubtedly kneel. Old Li cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Zifeng, realizing how apt his name was. It seemed he had been struck by a fit of folly from the very start of the day, having trained for such a brief period. He dared to act so arrogantly. It appeared necessary to give this young man a dose of reality, lest he venture into the world unaware of his own mortality. Oh, is that so? Old Li retreated to his room, retrieving a long sword and tossing it directly to Xiao Zifeng. Although Xiao Zifeng was unfamiliar with the name of this sword, he recognized the sheath. It was crafted by his father. Here, I present you with an opportunity. Compel me to kneel. Are you certain? At your age, I fear you might injure your joints. Just draw your sword and cease the prattle. Old Li thought it imperative to ensure this young man experienced the harshness of reality. Merely brandishing a sword would not render him invincible. Bang! A pair of knees forcefully met the blue stone floor, while a pipe was ruthlessly discarded. As Zhao Xuanlu stepped out of her room, she was greeted by this spectacle. Old Li, with hands clasped, kneeling before Xiao Zifeng. Confused, Old Li could not fathom why this was happening. In an instant, his body betrayed him, yielding to the compulsion to kneel before Xiao Zifeng. Having traversed the world, he had encountered all manner of peculiarities. He had subdued demons in the mountains, confronted ghosts in graveyards, battled sea serpents, and walked among immortals in the cities. Yet, with all his years of experience, he was utterly bewildered by the current events. Is this customary in your realm? Do elders kneel to juniors during the new year? Zhao Xuanlu's words shattered the awkward silence. Old Li promptly rose and shut the door. The force of the closing door sent a gust of wind that tousled Xiao Zifeng's hair. What has transpired? Zhao Xuanlu directed her gaze towards Xiao Zifeng and inquired. Oh, you didn't send him a red envelope, and now he's sulking. A roar, reminiscent of a mighty lion's fury, echoed from within the room. Xiao Zifeng shrugged his shoulders, displaying an air of helplessness. I did advise you, yet you refused to heed my counsel, insisting I draw my sword. Now you find yourself in an awkward predicament. And you blame me? These thoughts lingered in his mind, unspoken. He feared that Old Li might struggle to catch his breath and succumb. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We shall proceed to the kitchen and prepare some food. Xiao Zifeng prepared to sheath his sword. Zhao Xuanlu's attention was drawn to the long sword in Xiao Zifeng's hand, which shimmered with a cerulean light under the sun's rays. The azure scale sword. How do you recognize this blade? Of course, I am familiar with it. It ranks as the 65th on the esteemed list of renowned swords. Legend has it that it was forged from 36 of the hardest scales of a flood dragon, emitting a blue luminescence. It is said that the blade does not stain with blood when it takes a life. Where did you acquire such a legendary sword? Xiao Zifeng gestured towards the room where Old Li resided. Chapter 8. Comfort and Peace. Sharpening the blades as night fell, Old Li, having confined himself to his room all day, finally ventured outside. Tonight marked the celebration of the new year. Xiao Zifeng, contemplating the evening's festivities, resolved to refrain from engaging in any unpleasantness. Zhao Xuanlu also sensed that something was amiss, and thus, the events of that morning remained unspoken among them. The trio gathered around a table adorned with a hot pot, a dish not of Xiao Zifeng's invention, but rather a culinary staple of this world. The table was laden with an array of familiar ingredients, including precious cuts of beef and lamb. It could be said that the fare was on par with that of a prosperous household. In ordinary families, one might find meat dumplings or braised pork prepared for this evening, as even those with modest means would manage to serve some form of meat. A reward for a year of hard labor and a hopeful gesture towards the coming year. In the Great Zhou, the country was aglow with festive decorations, the populace rejoicing in celebration. In the North Barbarians' territory, a formidable army of 100,000 stood poised amidst the biting winds and snow. This season was traditionally one of peace, with winter's chill and scarce provisions hindering military action. Under normal circumstances, these North Barbarians would be at home, cherishing their families like the citizens of the Great Zhou. However, this time was different. The food reserves meant for winter had been sacrificed to sustain this vast army, placing the hopes of the North Barbarians squarely upon their shoulders. General Toguchuo surveyed his legions, an endless sea of soldiers before him. Their kin awaited the triumphant return of this grand army. Should they falter, countless lives would be lost to the rigors of winter. Yet, should they prevail, their people could, like the majority, escape the harshness of cold and the threat of beasts, no longer suffering from hunger and frost. Now, they waited, anticipating the midnight hour of the Great Zhou's new year, the moment when vigilance would wane. In the imperial capital of the Great Zhou, the emperor hosted a banquet for his ministers with all the princes in attendance. The fourth prince, Li Mingrue, raised his goblet. Observing the officials currying favor with the second prince, Li Mingzhan, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. He understood their motivations. His elder brother, having fought on the frontiers for years and wielding military power, held a considerable advantage in the impending struggle for the throne. These officials were merely securing their alliances ahead of time. Who wouldn't he desire a share of the dragon's merits? After tonight, it would be difficult for the second prince to remain in the capital. At the northern pass, the foremost stronghold of the Great Zhou, countless attempts had been made to keep the North barbarians at bay. This evening, the number of soldiers guarding the pass was notably diminished. During the festive season, who would dare launch an attack? A soldier on duty couldn't suppress a murmur of longing for a drink. At that moment, a comrade beside him proffered a water flask. "Thank you, but I am not thirsty." His companion winked at him. "You'll know once you take a sip." The individual, filled with skepticism, lifted the water flask and took a sip. The rich flavor erupted within as the scalding liquid was swallowed, sending a wave of warmth surging outward, dispelling the chill. "It's you after all, sneaking in some liquor," he remarked as he took the flask. During the New Year festivities, it's simply unsatisfying not to indulge a little. "Thank you, my brother. Next time, the drinks are on me." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp arrow pierced through the skull of his comrade across from him, blood and viscous matter splattering upon him. Life slipped away quietly, and before he could mourn, he bellowed, "Enemy attack." No sooner had he uttered those words than another arrow pierced him as well. A torrent surged toward the northern pass. The entire scenario unfolded with alarming suddenness. There was no time for preparation. After years of conflict with these barbarians, they had rarely launched an assault during winter, a tacit understanding between both sides. The harsh winter months were traditionally a time for recuperation, and it was utterly unexpected for the enemy to strike at this juncture. Moreover, a significant portion of their soldiers had been taken back to the imperial capital by the second prince for commendation. Reinforcements to fill the void had yet to arrive, as everyone wished for their soldiers to enjoy the New Year celebrations. The commander tasked with defending the northern pass could hardly have anticipated that the northern barbarians would exploit this window of opportunity. Rushing to the battlements, he gazed down at the densely packed throng below. A chill of dread washed over him. Such a vast army had never been witnessed since his appointment. Throughout years of warfare with the northern barbarians, when had they ever dispatched such a formidable force? Now, due to the enemy's sudden onslaught, they had already breached the gates. A cadre of northern soldiers, shields raised, braved the rain of arrows, shielding their comrades as they charged the gates. Pour the oil. Suddenly, a figure leaped atop the wall, directly attacking the highest-ranking officer at the northern pass. The commander drew his sword in defense, but the blade shattered, and he fell as well. "3 realms powerful," were the final words of the commander. Below, the gates of the northern pass were breached. This formidable stronghold, standing for centuries on the northern frontier, had been overtaken for the first time by the northern barbarians. Once inside the city, the invaders unleashed a frenzied slaughter and plunder. Tables laden with feasts were overturned. Lifeless parents clutched their children, pierced by long swords, vanishing into the inferno. Civilians fleeing on the streets fell amidst the cacophony of wails. In an instant, a city once filled with familial reunions transformed into an unbounded hell. The roaring flames instilled greater terror in the mythical beast of the new year than in years past. After swiftly ravaging this city, the army pressed onward to the next, seizing the moment before word could spread, while the subjects of the Great Zhou remained immersed in a tranquil atmosphere. This band of northern barbarians, sharpening their blades, arrived at the next city. The once esteemed northern pass, hailed as the greatest stronghold of the Great Zhou, fell in an instant. How long could the other cities hold out? In the span of a single night, 3 key strongholds in the northern frontier of the Great Zhou had succumbed. The northern barbarians' army has entered a brief period of respite. However, this is merely a temporary pause, designed to ensure that the forces maintain their vigor for battle. Only then can they proceed to obliterate the next city. With defenses laid bare, they can seize more resources, allowing their kin to thrive. But alas, I desire more. Teguchuoer stood amidst the swirling snow, gazing at the letter in his hand, and laughed maniacally. It seemed as though he could envision, after this winter, receiving the adulation and praise of the northern barbarian people upon the lands of the Great Zhou. Chapter 9. The intriguing thoughts of 3 as midnight approached. The system's notification chimed. Check-in time has arrived. Would the host like to check in now? Xiao Zifeng responded inwardly. Check in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. 100 no damage hit within 100 meters. Any object thrown within a 100-meter range will hit the enemy, but will not cause any harm. Xiao Zifeng silently sipped his drink. Haha. Indeed, this wretched system is hardly capable of granting impressive skills. A 100 no damage hit. What use is that? Am I to throw dung at someone during a brawl? It may not inflict physical harm, but it would certainly leave a psychological scar. The real issue is that once I enter the martial world, while others hurl flying daggers, I would be the only one tossing dung. Regardless of victory or defeat, it would be a disgrace. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that if I do hit someone, their anger level would soar to 100. This accursed system. Suddenly, Xiao Zifeng had a flash of inspiration regarding the 100 no damage hit. He recalled the 2 items he had previously checked in. How to describe these 2 items? They possess some special effects, but strictly speaking, they did not cause harm. If combined, this could be an extraordinary skill. Zhao Xianluo, observing Xiao Zifeng drinking nearby, suddenly wore a sinister smile and discreetly shifted her position, moving a bit further away from him. After a hearty meal and drinks, the group retired to their rooms for sleep. Once Xiao Zifeng confirmed that Zhao Xianluo was asleep, he stealthily rose, cautiously opened the door, and gently closed it behind him. At that moment, Zhao Xianluo, who had her eyes shut, opened them. Xiao Zifeng made his way to old Li's chicken coop, gazing at the dozen or so chickens confined within. Summoning a needle out of thin air, he selected a large rooster and aimed the needle skyward before launching it. The needle, propelled into the air, suddenly veered at a sharp angle and struck the chosen rooster. The proud comb of the rooster shrank, its vibrant plumage became as plain as a hen's, and its long, colorful tail transformed into a short black one. Xiao Zifeng picked up the chicken to examine it. Indeed, it had turned into a hen. Yin-yang needle can reverse yin and yang. Duration, 30 days. Next came the second item. Little rooster, do you understand how arduous it is for your beloved hens to bear offspring? Today, allow me to administer a needle so you may experience their toil. Become pregnant, rooster. He launched another needle towards the second large rooster. Meanwhile, hiding behind a wall, Zhao Xianluo covered her mouth in terror. She had witnessed Xiao Zifeng holding a chicken and attempting to make it pregnant. No wonder Xiao Zifeng remained composed in her presence, showing no signs of desire while tending to her injuries, even in the same room. Initially, she thought him to possess gentlemanly virtues. Now she comprehended that he was merely. Zhao Xianluo felt that the world was far too frightening and hurried back to her room. Xiao Zifeng proceeded to experiment with the second needle. The pregnancy injection, a remarkable creation by a great healer, was designed to allow males to experience the sensations of childbirth. This intricate concoction, taking 3 decades to develop, promises a complete gestational experience within 30 days. Upon administering it, one's abdomen gradually expands day by day, accompanied by the common symptoms of pregnancy, including morning sickness, culminating in a day of labor on the 30th day. However, no actual child is born. Instead, a mere ordinary needle is expelled. This effect is exclusive to humans. The implications for animals remain uncertain. After conducting the experiment, the ruffian named Tai Dan exhibited significant behavioral changes, becoming noticeably more cautious and restrained rather than arrogant. Reflecting on the experiment, Xiao Zifeng considered whether to seek another individual for further testing, for the sake of accuracy. Meanwhile, Old Li, abruptly awakened from his slumber, felt a sudden chill, an instinctual sense that someone intended him harm. Xiao Zifeng, deciding against troubling Old Li, who had graciously offered him shelter, resolved to find another scoundrel outside for his experiment. Once the chill dissipated, Old Li, unable to resume sleep, contemplated a stroll in the courtyard. As he opened the door, he fortuitously spotted Xiao Zifeng entering the room, prompting memories of the day's peculiar events. He pondered if the young man intended to practice his swordsmanship on him. In a distant location outside Jianghu City, the leader of the Luo gang and 4 hall masters stood lined up. Their eyes appeared clouded, and something unseen writhed beneath their skin. The martial hall master, regrettably, had not survived until the new year and was hastily buried, fortunate in a sense, spared from enduring such torment. "Where is that letter now?" inquired a gaunt, disheveled elder of Luo Feng, who stood before him. "It remains in the possession of a female assassin and a carpenter named Xiao Zifeng. They have not left the city." Luo Feng's response was stiff and unyielding. "Very well, let us grant you a swift end," the elder declared, as the unknown writhing beneath the skin of the 5 intensified. Soon, their remaining consciousness began to fade, extinguishing the last flicker of awareness within them. As the elder gazed upon Jianghu City, a sense of regret washed over him, lamenting the countless corpses that would inevitably follow. He moved slowly into the darkness, the soulless bodies trailing behind him. On the following morning, old Li observed Xiao Zifeng diligently practicing his swordplay. Haven't you already mastered the sword? He queried. Why continue to practice? I seek further refinement, Xiao Zifeng responded earnestly. Ah, I see, old Li replied, feigning nonchalance as he approached Xiao Zifeng, cautiously inquiring further. How does one practice this sword? Simply by wielding it repeatedly. Xiao Zifeng replied without a moment's hesitation. Is there no trick to it? After all this time training, have you discovered any secrets? Old Li pondered for a moment and realized that, indeed, there seemed to be no particular trick. Yet, something felt amiss. He had contemplated for an entire day and still could not grasp the peculiar sword technique. How could an ordinary person compel him to kneel with a single strike? He sensed there was undoubtedly some underlying issue, and the notion of Xiao Zifeng being a reclusive master was utterly absurd. Having watched this lad grow up, he knew precisely what Xiao Zifeng was like. But upon reflection, doubts crept in. From where could that boy have acquired such an enigmatic swordsmanship? Perhaps this. If you share even a hint of your secret, I shall offer you a pill that can expedite your ascension to the 9th realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zifeng's interest was piqued. After all, his secret was quite simple. Just keep swinging the sword. He had been practicing the so-called 1,000 forgings and 100 refinements sword technique given to him by Zhao Xuanlu, which would take a decade to reach the 9th realm. If he wished to ascend to a higher level thereafter, who knows how long that might take. To be prudent, Xiao Zifeng still inquired about certain matters. There wouldn't be any adverse effects, would there? Perhaps it could affect my foundation, for instance. With your talent, do you even have a foundation? Old Li's soul questioned. Chapter 10. Clearing the Golden Blade Gang. Xiao Zifeng's expression darkened. It was merely a jest. Why take offense? Rest assured, my elixir bears no side effects. It fortifies the foundation, opens the meridians, and enhances one's aptitude. His tone mirrored that of a street vendor peddling miraculous pills, lacking substantial credibility. How about this? Relinquish the Qinglin sword to me, and I shall divulge the secret. Xiao Zifeng adopted the demeanor of a shrewd merchant. Old Li, known for his fiery temper, retorted, why not let me warm your bed instead? At that moment, Zhao Xuanlu quietly passed by, casting a peculiar glance at the two before swiftly retreating to the kitchen. Xiao Zifeng felt, at that instant, that his reputation had been tarnished by the old man. The way the girl looked at him was anything but appropriate. I can't even speak properly without being mistaken for a pervert, he exclaimed in frustration. You come here demanding the Qinglin sword. Why not aim for the heavens? The exchange between the elder and the young man was one of fierce glares. Eventually, Xiao Zifeng conceded. Lend me the Qinglin sword for a while, and after I test the effects of the elixir, I will share the secret with you. Agreed. Old Li readily accepted. Xiao Zifeng felt he had undervalued his offer, but upon reflection, he realized it was a no-risk deal. No one else could master it. Thus, both the elder and the young man cheerfully made their way to the kitchen, each believing they had come out ahead. At the dining table, Xiao Zifeng suddenly inquired, Xuanlu, how's your injury? Almost healed, she replied. Old Li's medical skills are truly exceptional. Initially, after consuming the healing elixir, it would have taken me over a month to recover. Thanks to his treatment, I was well in less than half a month. Will it affect your combat abilities? Not at all. Then let us go pay New Year's greetings. Meanwhile, at the Golden Blade Gang's hideout, a man and a woman had surrounded over 10 individuals. Around them lay the bodies of several women, strewn haphazardly. The expressions of those 10 or so were filled with sheer terror. The woman appeared like a deity of death, wielding a sword with an ease that rendered her foes defenseless. As for the man, he was a malevolent specter, a demon of sorts, who unleashed needles in every direction. Any brother struck by his barrage transformed into a woman. Yes, transformed into a woman. Can you imagine? Battling alongside your comrades, only to find that mid-fight, one of them has changed into a voluptuous maiden with alluring eyes. Now, these 10 individuals were filled with hatred for their former leader. They recognized the pair. Having seen their portraits, the leader had instructed them to closely monitor the duo's movements, particularly at the city gates. The realization dawned upon them. This was why their leader had fled in advance. This is no human. Our leader has brought us to ruin. Xiao Zifeng produced a needle, revealing a smile he deemed benevolent. I ask, you answer. Should anyone fail to respond, I shall have them experience the sensation of motherhood. Upon hearing this, a dozen individuals instinctively clenched their thighs and wrapped their arms around themselves, resembling naive maidens on the verge of being preyed upon by a nefarious uncle. Their eyes glistening with tears and terror, Zhao Xuanlu unconsciously distanced herself. Xiao Zifeng was exceedingly unnerving. Noticing the reactions of the crowd, Xiao Zifeng sensed they had misinterpreted his words. What I mean is not to transform you into women so that you may conceive, but rather to have you experience pregnancy while still being men. The horror intensified exponentially. The group of over 10 individuals ceased protecting their chests and instead moved their hands to shield their lower regions. Xiao Zifeng remained silent, his stillness deafening. Brother, feel free to inquire. We shall answer fully and candidly. The sincerity in their voices was palpable, as they feared that Xiao Zifeng might change his mind and compel them to truly experience pregnancy, although his intended purpose had been achieved. Xiao Zifeng felt his reputation had been irrevocably tarnished. Where has your leader gone? Zhao Xuanlu began to question. Upon hearing her inquiry, someone immediately volunteered an answer. Yesterday, the leader and the 4 hall masters departed from Jubiqing. As for their destination, we are unaware. They merely instructed us to remain at the city gate, watching to see if you two would leave the city, and nothing more. Why are they pursuing me? A sudden silence fell over the group. Observing the situation, Xiao Zifeng inquired, does no one know? The silver needle in his hand gleamed ominously. Since no one possesses the answer, aside from the one who spoke earlier, let the others experience the sensation of pregnancy. Ah, please, no. At that moment, one individual cautiously raised his hand, akin to a savior in the eyes of the crowd. As the others looked upon him with eager anticipation, he was their beacon of hope, the only one present who had not shielded his lower regions. Zhao Xuanlu pointed her sword at him. Speak. While serving the hall masters, I inadvertently overheard a conversation. Upon hearing the term serve, several individuals grasped the significance. It was no wonder this lad had risen so swiftly in rank within the gang and garnered the favor of the hall masters through such means. A thief infiltrated the gang and stole a letter. It seems that the thief was subsequently slain by you, but the letter has since vanished, leading them to believe you took it. As Zhao Xuanlu fell into contemplation, Xiao Zifeng recalled having killed a thief previously. After dispatching him, she had thoroughly searched his belongings, retaining only the valuables and incinerating everything else. Noticing Zhao Xuanlu still deep in thought, Xiao Zifeng flicked a needle into the air, skillfully striking its target, and pulled the individual forward. He awaited Zhao Xuanlu to conclude her reflections. With a swift stroke of her sword, she eliminated the remaining dozen or so individuals. Just as she intended to finish off that one selected by Xiao Zifeng, he intervened, declaring, let this one be. I shall keep him for future utility. Later, Oldly, upon seeing the two returning from their New Year's visit, was taken aback by the presence of a man accompanying them. The more he scrutinized the man's features, the more perplexed he became. Where did this individual come from? He inquired. He's a captive from the Golden Blade Gang, they replied. You truly vanquished the Golden Blade Gang? I recall they had quite a few formidable experts among them. When we arrived, their leader and key members had already fled. There were no notable experts left. After inquiring further, Oldly turned his attention to the peculiar man beside him. The strange countenance left him utterly baffled, prompting him to grasp the man's wrist and take his pulse. His expression shifted to one of gravity, laced with uncertainty and suspicion. The man, seized and bewildered, dared not resist or move. He was unaware of why he still drew breath, yet living was preferable to death. The old man appeared to be a physician, and his solemn demeanor raised the unsettling possibility that the man might be afflicted with an incurable ailment. Chapter 11. Rendering the flesh unsavory, the man inquired cautiously, Doctor, have I contracted some terminal illness? Oldly, with an expression rich in nuance, shook his head. No. Then why did you shake your head? Oh. It was merely a moment of doubt regarding my medical skills. That shouldn't be the case. How could a man exhibit such a pulse? At this juncture, Xiao Zifeng interjected softly, your medical skills are impeccable. It is merely a sign of pregnancy. Oldly inquired, how do you know? I caused his condition. Surely I would know. The old man released his grip from the man's wrist, exclaiming, alas, the world is in decline. Zhao Xuanlu, at this point, felt no desire to comment further. After all, if one could change their gender, then it was hardly outlandish for a man to conceive. She now comprehended the effects of Xiao Zifeng's earlier intervention. Ever since returning, she had maintained her distance from him, fearing the possibility of transforming into a male. Zhao Xuanlu recounted the entire sequence of events to Oldly. After hearing her tale, he instinctively took a few steps back. Who wouldn't be alarmed by such occurrences? A single needle prick could transform a man into a woman, and with another, a man could become pregnant. The man brought back by Xiao Zifeng stood rooted in place, as if struck by lightning. He was with child, yet had not even fathered a child with any woman, only to find himself made pregnant by another man. No wonder his captors spared his life. His hands instinctively pressed against his abdomen, For within him lay Xiao Zifeng's progeny, the very child that had preserved his existence. Grateful to the child, he thought, you have saved your father. That doesn't quite fit, but in any case, you have preserved my life. Now that he was pregnant, he thought, then let it be done. Xiao Zifeng's voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed, let us eliminate them. You beast! You beast! The man protested. There is still your flesh and blood within him. Even a tiger would not consume its young. How could you seek to slay them both? You heartless wretch. Xiao Zifeng mused that old Li should not play the role of a divine physician but should take to the stage, for he acted not with skill, but with sheer emotion. Growing weary of the charade, Xiao Zifeng produced a needle in his hand and aimed it at the man, piercing him and rendering him a rigid statue. After all, the experiment had reached its conclusion. Such scum need not be spared. One day later, a battle-scarred soldier rode upon an equally injured warhorse. We must hurry. We must hurry. A dozen soldiers raced towards various fortresses. He was now the last survivor. He had to convey the message, to alert the next city, to prepare the great Zhou for what lay ahead. At the northern city gate, Sun Ping, the highest-ranking city defense commander, arrived to commend the soldiers on their watch. Even during the festive season, they toiled to guard the city, and as their leader, he felt compelled to acknowledge their efforts. Standing atop the battlements, gazing at the vast expanse of snow-covered plains, he perceived a semblance of tranquility. Yet within Sun Ping's heart lingered an inexplicable sense of unease. Suddenly, a dark spot appeared on the Grand Avenue. Sun Ping squinted to discern it. And the spot grew larger. It was a soldier mounted on a warhorse. The city guard's residence was summoned, and the gate captain along with the urban management officials were convened. The urgency of the city lord's summons left them wondering what could possibly be the matter. Zhang Xianqing, a portly official, clasped his hands and inquired, what is this pressing issue that requires our presence? The northern barbarians have sent an army of 100,000. The north town has already fallen, came the grave response. Silence enveloped the room as Zhang Xianqing chuckled nervously. Surely, the city lord is jesting. When have the northern barbarians ever engaged us in winter, let alone dispatched such a vast force? If I were not somewhat versed in military affairs, I would truly be alarmed. Besides, the North Town Pass is our great show's foremost stronghold. It cannot be breached so easily. Sun Ping maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, I am not jesting. Earlier today, I personally received a soldier who fled from the North Town Pass. He was a trusted aide of General Wang Yongjun, the commander of the garrison. The intelligence he provided is indisputable. The smile on Zhang Xuanqing's face faltered. No one in attendance dared to speak. At that moment, another official suggested, with only a few thousand soldiers to defend, we cannot hold the city. We should conserve our strength and retreat to the rear fortifications, gathering our forces to mount a defense. Sun Ping shook his head resolutely. And what of the citizens of this city? If we abandon them, who will protect them? Zhang Xianqing adjusted his posture and spoke slowly, but if we remain, we cannot safeguard the people of North Town either. We would merely perish alongside them. It would be wiser to retreat and seek vengeance when the opportunity arises. I have made my decision. I will remain with the city. Zhang Xianqing and some other officials attempted to persuade him further. Of course, if you choose to leave, please do so. I shall not impede your departure. With that, Sun Ping's words left no room for further argument, and they ceased their attempts. After all, whether others chose to stay or go was of little consequence to them. Their primary concern was the fear of being compelled by Sun Ping to remain behind. Since they were allowed to depart, there was no need for further persuasion. After all, it is difficult to dissuade the resolute. Thus, Sun Ping and the other city defenders began to fortify their defenses, while Zhang Xianqing and his cohort hurriedly packed their belongings and mounted their carriages to leave the city. Sun Ping stood at the city gate, watching them flee as if escaping a plague. A mocking smile crept onto his lips. With an army of 100,000 advancing, did they truly believe the outside world was safe? At this moment, uncertainty reigned, with marauding northern barbarians lurking about. Will we not impede their passage? The gate captain inquired. Impeded what? Since we have resolved to stay and fight to the last, let those lacking conviction depart. It will ease our burden. These officials may lord over the weak, but when battle commences, they will likely be the first to cry for surrender. Keeping them here would only undermine morale. If they were to rebel at a critical moment, what chance would we have? By the way, have the 20 or so messengers been dispatched? Yes, my lord, they have already been sent out. Sun Ping was acutely aware of the futility of holding his ground, yet he could not abandon the lives of those within the city. Simultaneously, he aimed to prolong their defense for as long as possible. A formidable army of 100,000 was advancing, and it was evident, even to the most simplistic of minds, that their intentions extended far beyond merely seizing a few border towns. He glanced towards his rear, where more than 20 messengers awaited. They were the bearers of vital information destined for the command center. He did not expect all 20 to succeed. He only needed one to relay the message. Such a transmission would afford them the necessary time to prepare, allowing the court to hastily dispatch reinforcements. At this moment, Sun Ping envisioned turning the city of Jubai into an indigestible morsel for the northern barbarians, one that, even if swallowed, would induce revulsion and compel them to expel it. Chapter 12. Mediocre Talent. Resort to elixirs. Xiao Zifeng gazed at the pink pill before him, uncertainty lacing his voice as he inquired, "Are you certain this will enable me to successfully break through to the ninth realm?" His skepticism was understandable. After all, Oldley was hardly a respectable figure, and one could only wonder if he had mistakenly presented him with some peculiar aphrodisiac instead. "Fear not, it is perfectly fine," Oldley assured him. "This pill is known as the boundary-breaking elixir. Each individual may consume only one throughout their lifetime, and it is effective solely for practitioners of the lower three realms. However, its effects are remarkable, possessing the ability to refine one's essence and marrow, and it bears no adverse side effects. The sole drawback lies in its difficult concoction and exorbitant cost, rendering it exceedingly rare. Were it not for your fortuitous encounter with me, you might never have come across one in your lifetime." Oldley spoke with a tone of pride. Zhao Xuanlu silently observed from the sidelines, refraining from uttering a word. She had tasted this elixir before, and its nuances were not for outsiders to know. After consuming it, you should attempt to mobilize your vital energy to assist in channeling your meridians. How do I mobilize this vital energy? How do I extract it? You will understand once you have ingested the elixir and ascended to the ninth realm, Oldley replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zifeng settled his mind, took the pill in one swift motion, and assumed a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to attune himself to the experience. 10 seconds passed, 20 seconds, 60 seconds. Xiao Zifeng opened his eyes, looking up at Oldley. "Why do I feel nothing? What kind of sensation are you expecting? Do you think this is a magical elixir that will grant you immortality upon mere ingestion? Its effects will commence after half an hour." Xiao Zifeng shouted. "Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Oldley retorted. "Did you even ask? You swallowed the pill and immediately closed your eyes. I was curious how you expected the effects to manifest so quickly." Xiao Zifeng remained silent. Half an hour later, the sensation arrived. Xiao Zifeng, who had been sipping tea in the courtyard, rushed back indoors and sat cross-legged. A wave of warmth emanated from his dantian, spreading throughout his entire body. Xiao Zifeng's heart raced with excitement. He was on the verge of transcending ordinary existence, ready to embark on the path of cultivation. As Master Han once said, "With mediocre talent, one must resort to elixirs. Who can endure a decade of practice?" There was nothing quite as exhilarating as consuming elixirs. "Come on, let the effects be even more intense." A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed from the room. Xiao Zifeng felt as if his bones were being shattered. His pain receptors mercilessly prodded one by one. "Oldley, you scoundrel. This is what you call no side effects? How can it hurt so much?" All the elegant words were disregarded by Oldley, except for one, to which he responded, "Ah, my dear lad, every man endures such moments. Simply bear it, and it shall pass. With your youth, can you not withstand this slight discomfort? Endure, and it shall pass. Once the ordeal is over, you shall experience the exhilarating sensation of enhanced strength." Though these words were meant to console, Xiao Zifeng could discern the uncontainable mirth within them. "I shall endure." A fresh wave of sweet words flowed forth. Rather than becoming incensed, Oldley chuckled with considerable delight. Xiao Zifeng's body expelled dark impurities incessantly. After enduring a torturous ordeal, he felt himself levitating, as if he could see his deceased father beckoning to him. In a fleeting glimpse, he perceived a crimson aura. Realizing this must be the vital essence Oldley had spoken of, Xiao Zifeng understood that he could not visually perceive his own vitality. Instead, he merely sensed it intuitively, attributing a form to the crimson aura in his mind. Having transcended to the ninth realm, Xiao Zifeng sensed not only vital essence, but also another force, primordial energy. This energy coursed through his meridians, yet only a single pathway was unobstructed, while the remaining 7 were blocked. He comprehended that this represented the 8 meridians. Thus, he began to mobilize the surging vital essence to clear the meridians. In the courtyard, Zhao Xianluo and Oldley sensed a shift and turned their gazes toward the room. Oldley had previously noticed that, at some point, Xiao Zifeng's vital essence had begun to amplify, even rivaling that of novice martial artists. However, at this moment, As he perceived the palpable surge of vital essence, Old Li felt a sense of overwhelming astonishment. The vital essence of a 7th realm martial artist. Was this something a mere human could possess? Perhaps he had consumed a millennium's worth of ginseng. Zhao Xinluo, attuned to the resounding vitality, found herself incapable of discerning its magnitude due to her lower realm. She could only ascertain that it had increased compared to before. Without knowing the specifics, this fellow might very well transcend to the 8th realm. Confusion etched across Zhao Xuanluo's face. Was that elixir you modified? Given the equivalent of a 7th realm martial artist's vital essence, coupled with the residual potency of the breaking realm pill, it should suffice for a breakthrough to the 8th realm. Zhao Xuanluo's wide eyes mirrored her profound puzzlement. Hadn't his vital essence only just? His vital essence was indeed on the rise. Zhao Xianluo had always believed that Xiao Zifeng's vitality was innate. She was taken aback to discover it was a result of his own growth. Yet, how could his vital essence flourish without having embarked on the path of cultivation? When she recalled Xiao Zifeng's formidable needle technique, capable of altering one's gender, she had nearly fled in terror, leaving a multitude of corpses behind. One must remember that the Golden Blade Gang comprised not only ordinary individuals, but also some who had ventured into cultivation, albeit of lower realms. Their vital essence was undoubtedly superior to that of common folk. The bodies strewn across the ground numbered nearly 100. The young lady must learn to adapt. One cannot regard him as an ordinary person. Zhao Xianluo nodded in agreement. Indeed. Who among ordinary people would resort to stabbing others with needles to alter their gender or induce pregnancy? Within the confines of the room, the tumultuous surge of Xiao Zifeng's vital energy was overwhelming and abundant. A mere blockage in the meridians was hardly capable of withstanding the onslaught of this potent force, which effortlessly cleared the obstruction. Xiao Zifeng sensed the oppressive weight dissipating, leaving him in a state of exhilaration, while the circulation of his vital energy accelerated significantly. Concurrently, the ceiling he had reached after consuming the boundary-breaking pill vanished, unveiling new potential for advancement. Seizing the opportunity, he harnessed the vital energy and blood force within him to push through new thresholds. After a fierce struggle, the exhilarating sensation characteristic of breaking boundaries washed over him entirely. Chapter 13. I can wander far, but not in this manner as day transitioned into night. The first act of Xiao Zifeng upon leaving his chamber was not to share his joy, but rather to lift a large bucket of water and pour the hot water from the kettle beside the fire into it. After a refreshing cleanse, he emerged into the courtyard, invigorated. Haha, I have transcended 2 realms. I'm a genius. Zhao Xiaoluo and Old Li exchanged exasperated glances, fully aware of Xiao Zifeng's lackluster talent. Had it been another person, with such vigor and the aid of a realm-breaking elixir, transcending 3 realms might not have been beyond possibility. Observing the calm demeanor of the two, Xiao Zifeng inquired, "Aren't you surprised? I have transcended 2 realms." "Oh, how impressive you are," Old Li replied with an air of extreme insincerity. At that moment, Xiao Zifeng felt as though he had swallowed a fly, realizing he had foolishly sought to share his triumph with Old Li. However, Old Li's expression suddenly turned grave. "Let me inform you of something. The northern barbarians have launched an attack, reportedly with an army of 100,000. The defense of Jubiai City is unlikely to hold. Prepare to flee." "What is happening?" Xiao Zifeng asked, alarmed. "The specifics are unclear, but I know that the first stronghold of the Great Zhou, Zhenbaiguan, has already fallen. Soon, that vast army will reach here. We must make preparations." The elation Xiao Zifeng had felt from his recent achievement vanished without a trace. Old Li's earlier perfunctory praise had already diminished his joy by half, and this disheartening news extinguished the remainder. "Is this news reliable?" he inquired. "The soldiers are forcing the residents around the city walls towards the center, and starting tonight, no one is allowed to enter or exit the city. They have even distributed surplus weapons from the armory to the populace. Do you think this news is false?" Old Li countered. Seeing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Zifeng surmised it was likely true. The distribution of weapons to the citizens could only imply one of 2 scenarios. Either they were preparing to defend against an imminent threat, or the city's leaders were inciting rebellion due to dire conditions. However, such a rebellion seemed implausible. Jubiai City had not yet reached a state of such desperation, as most residents still had enough to eat. Nevertheless, "You two need not worry excessively. Old man, I still possess some abilities, and it should not be too difficult for you both to escape. Can you truly contend with an army of 100,000? Xiao Zifeng questioned Old Li, aware that he was no ordinary man, after all. Old Li had previously displayed prowess with the Qinglin sword, suggesting he might have been a formidable figure in the martial world. Had this been a purely martial arts realm? Xiao Zifeng might not have posed such a question. However, this world, while appearing martial, was in truth fantastical, and the pinnacle of combat strength was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, he felt compelled to ask, "What? Do you even comprehend the gravity of what you are saying? What monumental feats have I, Old Li, accomplished to warrant such lofty expectations from you? 100,000 troops are not merely 100,000 chickens." Old Li was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Zifeng's remarks. He acknowledged his own prowess and admitted that he was indeed a skilled individual in the martial world. Zhao Xuanlu was equally astonished, pondering why Xiao Zifeng would entertain such notions. Could it be that Old Li was a practitioner of the transcendent realm, often referred to as an immortal, known to single-handedly withstand the onslaught of 100,000 soldiers? However, this remained merely a legend, as no historical records had yet been discovered documenting a battle between an immortal and such a vast army. Xiao Zifeng expressed his disappointment, stating, "I had thought you were a hidden, unparalleled master of the mundane world. Is that not the case?" Old Li retorted, "Do you harbor some grand misconceptions about practitioners? Moreover, your understanding of 100,000 soldiers is quite flawed. You must realize that most soldiers are trained in martial arts. And while it is true that the majority are unlikely to become practitioners, many leaders are indeed practitioners. Furthermore, when an army of this magnitude moves, there are invariably high-level practitioners accompanying them to prevent any attempts on the lives of senior generals during their rest. It is quite possible that a high-ranking general is, in fact, one of those high-level practitioners. Additionally, the formation of such a vast army is formidable. Aside from practitioners of the transcendent realm, few could withstand a direct confrontation. It is already commendable that Old Li can lead us to safety." Zhao Xuanlu interjected with an explanation, but Old Li felt a twinge of discontent. The girl had changed her address from Dr. Li to Old Li, signaling a shift in their dynamic. Had she truly healed and then turned against him? "Is that so?" Xiao Zifeng remarked with a hint of regret. "Stop lamenting and gather your belongings. I will escort you out of the city tonight," Old Li declared, giving Xiao Zifeng a reassuring pat on the shoulder before retreating to pack his things. Zhao Xuanlu also exited the courtyard to prepare a change of clothes. That night, no snow fell, and the moonlight cascaded through the clouds, illuminating Xiao Zifeng. He had lived in Jubiai City for over a decade, where his carpenter father was laid to rest. Leaving, he had contemplated departing Jubiai City to wander the world with a sword. But he did not wish to leave in such a manner. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Zifeng returned indoors. Upon entering, he found Zhao Xuanlu already ready, needing only to prepare a single change of clothing since she arrived with nothing but the attire on her back. Xiao Zifeng gathered his gourd, wooden sword, and carving knife. The gourd and sword were gifts from his father during his childhood, while the carving knife had belonged to his father and now passed into his hands. Once adorned with these cherished items, Xiao Zifeng approached the wheelchair. Placing his hand upon it, the wheelchair underwent a transformation, morphing into a wooden box that could be strapped to his back in less than a breath's time. After finishing his packing, he stepped into the courtyard, where Old Li was nearly ready as well. "Since that is the case, let us depart," Old Li said, leading Zhao Xuanlu outside. However, after taking a few steps, they halted. Xiao Zifeng had not followed. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up," Zhao Xuanlu urged. "Please, go ahead without me," Xiao Zifeng replied. "What do you intend to do? I have just explained to you that an army of 100,000 cannot be halted by the strength of a single individual. Remaining here would only lead to your demise. You have only recently embarked on the path of cultivation. Your life holds vast possibilities. The world is so expansive. Do you not wish to explore it? Do you not desire a different way of living?" In response to Zhao Xuanlu's counsel, Xiao Zifeng merely smiled. "This is my home. I may leave or wander afar, but I shall never be driven away. Young man, consider this carefully. Your peculiar abilities may prove effective against an individual, yet faced with an army of 100,000, you would be trampled into oblivion by the surging tide of humanity. Old Li, my father remains here, and I wish for him to live in peace. Do not worry, I will give it a try. If I fail, I have ways to escape." Old Li sighed helplessly, then tossed his Qinglin sword to Xiao Zifeng. "This sword is entrusted to you. If you manage to return alive, bring it back to the imperial capital. If you do not return, I shall slay whoever possesses it." When Old Li spoke these words, he seemed less like an elderly man basking in the sun and more like a deity of death. Xiao Zifeng could not help but smile knowingly. "Very well." Zhao Xianluo approached Xiao Zifeng, took his hand, and placed a small vial into it. This is a healing potion. I hope you will not need it. I will await your return in the imperial capital. Gazing into the eyes of the woman before him, their gazes met without romantic sentiment. In Zhao Xuanlua's eyes was only the hope for her friend's safety. In Xiao Zifeng's eyes was a reassuring response to that hope. Chapter 14. The mysterious strongman. Upon a mountain summit lies a grave. Etched upon the smooth tombstone is the inscription, Grave of Xiao Zifeng. This unassuming carpenter, devoid of scholarly pursuits, had, in his twilight years, fortuitously taken in a child whom he perceived as a divine blessing. In order to bestow a name upon the boy, he ventured to the local scholar's abode, carrying with him a few pieces of meat, beseeching the learned man for a suitable name. Given that the child was born in the year of the tiger, the old carpenter harbored hopes that the boy would achieve greatness in the future. The scholar named him Zifeng, signifying son of the wind. As the saying goes, clouds arise from dragons, winds from tigers. The character Z is often appended to names as a mark of respect for a senior in a particular domain, reflecting the carpenter's aspirations for his son to excel along a chosen path. Elated, the old carpenter departed from the scholar's home, joyfully murmuring the name to himself while playfully engaging with the infant cradled in his arms. Years later, as the old carpenter faced his impending demise, an inexplicable compulsion led him to reveal to Xiao Zifeng the truth of his origins, a secret long kept, now spoken in the twilight of his life. Perhaps it was a desire not to carry this secret into the grave, or a wish for Xiao Zifeng to avoid a lonely existence like his own, to have some hope for the future or to seek out his true family. Xiao Zifeng poured a cup of rice wine for the old carpenter and another for himself. Though he typically abstained from alcohol, this sweet rice wine was an exception, its mild flavor offering a pleasant respite, unlike harsher spirits that burned the throat. Father, after this visit, I may not return for quite some time. If there is indeed a next life, may you be reborn in my world. Surely, there will be another life. After all, I exist. Life in my realm is bound to be more favorable than this one. While I may not promise great wealth, having fish and meat at every meal is certainly achievable. Moreover, your industrious nature would allow you to find work easily, ensuring a comfortable life. In his youth, Xiao Zifeng often listened to the old carpenter recount tales of his past. The carpenter had once taken a wife, had children, and even a brother. Yet, during the years of famine, he had been the sole survivor of his family. In that world of his, solitude would not be his companion. With a smile, Xiao Zifeng gazed down from the mountaintop, where the entirety of Jibiqing lay within his view. This location was intentionally chosen, should the old man wish to reminisce. He could behold the city without traversing mountains and valleys. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight graced the mountain's peak. In an instant, a mask appeared in Xiao Zifeng's hand, its simple design of black and white, adorned with intricate patterns. Donning the mask, he was suddenly cloaked in a flowing black robe, exuding an indescribable aura of strength. Mask of the Strong Man, a mask that grants the wearer the appearance of a powerful figure, accompanied by the effective whispers of the strong. It does not enhance any offensive capabilities. As he removed the non-offensive weapon from his back, its wooden form transformed into a magnificent wooden phoenix. Within the city, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the populace, as numerous residents congregated in the heart of the northern city. The pathways leading to the city center were laced with an array of traps, poised to spring into action should the gates be breached. Simultaneously, the citizens residing near the city walls were evacuated, and the houses in proximity were prepared with flammable oil. When the northern barbarians breached the city, these oils would be ignited, and the inhabitants alongside the soldiers would engage in a final, desperate struggle. The residents understood that surrender was not an option. Having lived in the northern frontier for many years, they were acutely aware of the barbarians' cruel nature. To the ordinary people, they held no value whatsoever. To perish on the battlefield would be a merciful end, while capitulation would lead only to ceaseless torment. It could be said that the majority within the city were prepared for death. Tension gripped everyone. Sun Ping busied himself on the city wall, aware that the northern horde was approaching. As the sun set, a torrent appeared on the horizon, sending tremors through the ground. Sun Ping gazed upon the seemingly endless tide. They had arrived. 100,000 northern barbarians stood at the city gates. In the midst of this frigid winter, beads of sweat adorned Sun Ping's palms. The adversary did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, a group of northern warriors approached the city gates, accompanied by individuals clad in the garb of the great Zhou officials. Among them was Zhang Xuanqing, who had fled the day before. No longer bearing his former dignity, his hair disheveled and face marked by terror, he was nudged forward by the northern warriors towards the gates. Sun Qingshou, it is I? He managed to force a smile, and shouted towards Sun Ping atop the gates. The northern barbarians have promised that should you surrender, you will retain your position as city guard, along with a bounty of jewels and beautiful women. Sun Qingshuo, you can't possibly hold against thousands of soldiers an arrow sword from the city wall, piercing through Zhang Xuanqing's neck. Blood gushed forth, and he was rendered mute. This arrow had decisively signaled their stance. Toguchuo turned to a young man beside him and remarked, I told you, they will not surrender. Such tactics will prove ineffective against them. When we campaign further south, you may try this approach, but it will not work here in the northern frontier. Aside from officials summoned from other regions, the commanders, soldiers, and common folk here are predominantly those who would rather die than yield. The highest honor one can show to these people is to exterminate them completely. Standing nearby, clad in white armor and possessing a refined countenance, Jinano respectfully replied, I underestimated the situation. Observing the young man's newfound understanding, Toguchuo prepared to launch the assault. What fortuitous timing, to encounter 100,000 troops upon exiting the pass. It feels like a trial by sword. A voice, brimming with arrogance and disdain for the massive army, resonated through the air. Moreover, the peculiar utterance resonated for all present to hear, encompassing the entire populace of Jubiqing. An elder concealed within the ranks of the military lifted his head. Though the voice was soft, it reached the ears of every individual, indicating an extraordinary power at play. A colossal bird emerged in the sky, gradually descending. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the onlookers discerned that this magnificent creature was entirely crafted from wood. Perched upon this wooden avian was a figure shrouded in a black cloak, adorned with a mask. With the appearance of the shadowy presence, a wave of terrifying aura surged forth, mysterious and formidable. This was the initial impression that struck all who beheld the figure. The elder, hidden among the troops, gazed at the cloaked individual, recognizing their formidable strength, yet unable to penetrate the veil of their true realm. Chapter 15. The sword immortal kneels suddenly. A figure burst forth from the ranks of 100,000 soldiers, launching itself towards the enigmatic powerhouse in the sky with astonishing speed, leaving everyone unable to react in time. In the face of this unexpected assault, the mysterious figure did not flinch. The piercing light of the sword aimed directly at the figure's neck. As the blade flashed by, the mysterious figure remained unfazed, concealed among the troops, manipulating the golden corpse of an elder. With keen eyes, he noticed that this strike had failed to even graze the edge of the opponent's garment. It is worth noting that this golden corpse was forged from the body of a swordsman from the Three Realms, and the elder had expended countless rare resources to ensure that the golden corpse could match its former strength and life. Yet, it could not even tear the opponent's clothing. What kind of formidable being is this? Is that all? The elder, refusing to accept defeat, once again commanded the golden corpse to charge at the mysterious figure. Then, an unforeseen event transpired. The mysterious figure extended his left index finger, and the golden corpse of the Three Realms swordsman was suddenly engulfed by a monstrous apparition conjured from that very finger. In an instant, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Togutter was astounded. That golden corpse was crafted by the Grand Priest, impervious to blades and bullets, and indomitable in strength. Yet, it was obliterated in the blink of an eye. This master, for some unknown reason, sought to impede us. I have stated from the outset that I intend to practice my swordsmanship on your 100,000 troops. Togutter's countenance darkened. I acknowledge your formidable prowess, but to contend against an army of this magnitude single-handedly is rather presumptuous, is it not? Presumptuous? One must possess the means to be presumptuous. And I happen to possess them. Very well. Form ranks. At that moment, the 100,000 troops coalesced as one, an overwhelming force rising skyward, magnificent and unparalleled. The mysterious figure regarded this collective might as inconsequential, murmuring to himself, I began my sword training at the age of 10, wielding divine weapons, unmatched in my realm. By 20, I comprehended the ultimate essence of swordsmanship. I am the sword, and the sword is me, a unity of man and blade. Henceforth, I forsook divine weapons, opting instead for a wooden sword. After 40, I became invincible in the world and subsequently concealed myself among mortals, dedicating centuries to cultivation and discovering a new sword technique. The sword immortal kneels. With this sword, mortals must kneel, emperors must kneel, and even immortals must kneel. Thus, the name of this sword. If even one among your 100,000 troops can withstand my strike without kneeling, I shall serve you, northern barbarians, for a decade. If not, you, the commander, must kneel before me and bow 3 times, and your army shall then retreat. I am here to witness your sword technique. Togutter proclaimed with bravado. for he could not believe that anyone in this world could wield such power with a single sword strike. He trusted in his army and in himself. Having spent half his life on the battlefield, he had encountered countless heroes and had seen numerous masters fall beneath his troops. He did not believe that this mysterious figure, who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, could compel him to kneel with a mere sword. Sun Ping rested his hands upon the city wall, and the sudden emergence of this enigmatic powerhouse instilled in him a flicker of hope. Yet, the arrogant words that followed extinguished that glimmer. In the realm, it is said that only a singular formidable entity possesses the capability to withstand an army of 100,000. However, such tales remain mere folklore, with no one having borne witness to their truth, and none daring to assert that a solitary master from that realm could compel an entire legion to kneel with a single stroke. In the hearts of all present, this was an utterly impossible feat. Sun Ping's heart, once ablaze with hope, plummeted once more into despair. At that moment, the mysterious figure drew forth a wooden sword and began to swing it. Sun Ping, resigned, closed his eyes to the heavens, believing his fate was sealed. Suddenly, an unparalleled tremor jolted him back to reality, compelling his eyes to open wide. What he beheld was an image unlike any he had witnessed in his life, one he would never forget. The vast army of 100,000, whether standing or previously mounted, now found themselves kneeling upon the ground, hands clasped in reverence. It resembled a ceremonial tribute to the mysterious figure hovering above. The astonishing tremor he had felt was, in fact, the collective act of kneeling by these countless warriors. The commanding officers and soldiers defending Beibei City stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. The kneeling legion was momentarily at a loss, staring blankly at their comrades, all uniformly bowing to the earth. An indescribable force morphed into a pervasive fear, sweeping through the ranks, for this power was beyond human capability. This was divinity. Kneeling upon the ground, Tagudar struggled to comprehend how he had dismounted his steed and found himself in such a position, as it had all transpired in an instant. He turned to glance behind him, only to see the mass of soldiers who had followed him, now all kneeling as well. Words failed him. Understanding eluded him. The opponent had indeed accomplished the impossible, forcing an entire army to bow with a single strike. Meanwhile, an elder concealed within the ranks, the high priest of the northern barbarians and a two-realm sorcerer, had experienced phenomena beyond the grasp of ordinary men. Often, he regarded himself with disdain for the common folk, viewing himself as a deity and them as mere insects. Even when faced with other practitioners, he felt invincible, believing that no one could bring him to such a state. When the mysterious figure proclaimed that a single strike would bring them to their knees, he anticipated an oppressive force emanating from the sword. Yet, no pressure was exerted. At the moment the sword was swung, his body slipped from his control. In that instant, regardless of how he struggled or resisted, he could not reclaim dominion over his own form. It was only when his hands came together and his knees touched the ground that his body returned to his command. At that moment, the worldview he had cultivated over 100 years began to crumble. What manner of swordplay was this? How could it compel a two-realm powerhouse's body to relinquish control? Had the intent of that strike been to induce his own demise rather than mere submission? Could he have withstood it? The answer was a resounding no. Tagudar struggled to rise, and gradually, other soldiers began to stand, albeit hesitantly. Yet, at that moment, some soldiers fell to their knees in worship. "O Divine One, please forgive us." They believed that the bloodshed they had wrought along their journey had incited the wrath of the divine, resulting in their punishment. The actions of this small faction stirred uncertainty among the others, causing some who had stood to kneel once more in reverence. Tagudar glanced back at his troops, realizing that their spirits had been shattered at this moment, their morale utterly diminished. Did he ever contemplate retracting his commitment? He was acutely aware that they had invested a measurable effort to prepare for this day. Yet, could he bear the cost of such a retraction? If their adversary could compel his 100,000 soldiers to kneel with a mere sword stroke, could he not also summon death upon them with a single thrust? Tagudar dared not gamble. Should he lose, his army would be obliterated, and the northern barbarians would become mere prey for slaughter. A glimmer of enigmatic power flickered in the eyes of the mysterious strong man, and a calm voice resonated. It is time to fulfill the promise. Tagudar understood the nature of this promise. This time, he had to kneel willingly. Once more, he lowered himself after having just risen. With profound humility, he bowed deeply 3 times before this formidable being until he straightened up, blood trickling from his scalp to the tip of his nose, falling to the ground. Laden with immense pressure and humiliation, Tagudar uttered the command, "Withdraw the troops." The soldiers on the city walls witnessed this spectacle, embracing one another in jubilant celebration. Meanwhile, the mysterious strong man, aboard a wooden phoenix, soared upward, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 16. This person's skills surpassed mine high above the clouds. Xiao Zifeng removed his mask, his back already drenched in sweat. As he made his entrance, he activated his formidable defensive skill, primarily to guard against any potential ambush. Fortunately, he did so, as an assassination attempt was launched upon his arrival, leaving him no time to react. Had he not activated the skill, he would have met his demise at that moment. However, after the assailant's strike failed, a powerful urge surged through his left index finger, a desire to consume his opponent. Without hesitation, he unleashed his skill. He had merely 5 minutes to eliminate his adversary. Should the opponent persist, once the time elapsed, he would likely find himself meeting his father. Upon devouring that foe, he felt his vitality surge significantly. This skill was only effective on corpses, indicating that his opponent was not among the living. It was highly probable that the assailant was a practitioner of corpse manipulation. Now, there was no time to ponder further. Gazing down at the city of Jianghu, where he had resided for 16 years, he declared, "Farewell, the martial world, here I come." Taoxiang Town. In the span of a day and night, he had spent half the time soaring through the sky and the other half traversing the ground to rest. Flying high was undeniably magnificent, yet the cold was equally biting. Thankfully, as a martial artist of the 8 realms, his robust vitality offered him protection. Had it been an ordinary person, they likely would have turned into a popsicle. Xiao Zifeng also realized something crucial. He had no idea which direction the capital of the Great Zhou was located. Thus, he sought a place to rest, hoping to find someone who could guide him or perhaps procure a map. Upon entering the quaint town, he was immediately drawn to a general store, particularly to a distinctive dark moon ornament hanging beneath its eaves. Zhao Xuanlu had once advised him that if one found themselves short on funds while traversing the martial world, there were several ways to remedy the situation. One of those methods was to seek out the Great Zhou's largest assassin organization, the Wuyue Pavilion. The Wuyue Pavilion employed an outer assassin system, allowing various martial artists to accept bounties and earn rewards. They established numerous temporary outposts, each adorned with a unique dark moon ornament. Xiao Zifeng stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, and a scruffy middle-aged man slumped over a table, exuding an unmistakable odor of alcohol. He rapped lightly on the table. The middle-aged man yawned and lifted his head, gazing at the unexpectedly arrived young man. "What do you wish to purchase? Choose as you like. Prices are clearly marked. I would like a map of the Great Zhou. On the shelf, take it yourself. 20 coins. After uttering this, the middle-aged man prepared to recline back onto the table. "I would also like to take on a bounty." Hearing this, the middle-aged man began to scrutinize the young man standing before him earnestly. He appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit with a matching cloak draped over his shoulders, a sword box strapped to his back, and a gourd hanging at his waist. Resembling a character straight from a tale of chivalry. It is likely that once again, a child has learned some martial arts and now wishes to embark on a journey of righteousness. Which school do they belong to? What level of mastery do they possess? A martial practitioner, perhaps from the 8 realms. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man could not help but glance at him twice. At such an age and level of skill, if attained through self-discovery and cultivation, it would indeed signify brilliance. Conversely, if he has a mentor, his background may be quite remarkable. There are 3 introductory tasks. The first task involves a practitioner of the 8 or 9 realms, a flower thief, with a bounty of 150 taels. The second task is to assassinate the county magistrate of Chishui Town, with a reward of 200 taels. The third task entails a creature known as Yufa lurking in the nearby mountains, resembling a blend of monkey and leopard, which has killed many residents gathering firewood and herbs. Also with a bounty of 200 taels. Is the local government not addressing this third task? Xiao Zifeng inquired, perplexed. The middle-aged man scoffed at the question. Address it? Of course, they have. A bounty of 400 taels was proclaimed, and within 2 days, the culprit was apprehended. Xiao Zifeng fell silent. If someone claims to have slain Jufu, and the local officials acknowledge this, then the beast is indeed dead. Consequently, the 400 taels naturally find their way into the hands of this so-called hero. Whether or not they offer a tribute to the officials remains unknown to outsiders. Observing Xiao Zifeng's lack of further inquiries, the middle-aged man noted his contemplative demeanor. It appeared he was not an ignorant youth, but rather one who grasped the implications of his words. These 3 tasks serve as initiation challenges. Accomplishing any one of them will designate you as an outer assassin of the Wuyue Pavilion. From that point onwards, a plethora of tasks will be available for your selection. How does one provide proof? Simply bring the heads of the targets to any Wuyue Pavilion outpost. Understood. After uttering this phrase, Xiao Zifeng placed 20 coins on the table and departed. In truth, the money he carried was sufficient to sustain him on a long journey to the imperial capital. However, he aspired to a better quality of life and sought to prepare for his future cultivation. He understood the necessity of being wealthy in martial prowess while remaining impoverished in literary pursuits. He needed to continue his training, which would inevitably require funds for medicinal herbs. And he was notably deficient in martial skills. He could only perform the 1,000-tempered sword technique taught by Zhao Xuanlu, and even that was not yet mastered. The road ahead is laden with challenges. After a night's rest, Xiao Zifeng set forth on foot according to the map, striving to minimize the use of his non-combative techniques for the remainder of his journey. The mysterious master of the wooden phoenix from Beiju City would soon gain renown. If he were to frequently employ the phoenix form, it would be easy to reveal his true identity. Throughout the journey, Xiao Zifeng remained diligent, often practicing sword swings with a wooden sword. 100 hand-to-hand combat LV 200030999999. It would take 100 sword swings to accumulate a modicum of experience. He aimed to max out this skill. Once perfected, it would become a lethal move against non-human entities. Monsters incapable of clasping their hands together were unworthy adversaries. The thought alone was exhilarating. In the depths of the forest, a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon him. A monstrous maw dripped with drool, evoking a sense of insatiable hunger. A voice, ethereal and childlike, echoed softly amidst the dense foliage, devoid of any charming chimes, replaced instead by an indescribable eeriness. As night descended, it became evident that despite the swift passage of time, having traversed the day, I had yet to reach the next town. However, luck favored Xiao Zifeng, for he stumbled upon a dilapidated temple. Once a fire was kindled within its confines, footsteps soon approached. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and as robust as a bear, entered the temple. The man surveyed the interior, noting only the solitary fire. Why is there merely a fire and no one else? Suddenly, a voice emerged beside him. Goodness! The imposing figure, startled like a young girl, jumped in surprise. Why do you frighten me so suddenly? I did not. I have been standing here all along, Xiao Zifeng replied, feigning innocence. The man mumbled, somewhat sheepishly. I must have overlooked you. While I say this, my thoughts tell a different tale. From the moment I entered this temple, I scanned every nook and cranny. Either this person possesses the ability to become invisible, rendering me unable to see him, or he is exceptionally skilled, having stealthily approached me while I was distracted. As for invisibility, such powers belong to the tales of flower-picking rogues. In reality, such abilities are implausible. Thus, it must be the latter. This individual's prowess surpasses my own. Chapter 17. The battle within the ruined temple. Xiao Zifeng said little more and resumed his position beside the fire. After a moment's hesitation, the man approached to speak. I am Wang Fuguwei. May I ask your esteemed name? How dare you? Wang Fuguwei stammered, in this desolate wilderness, within a dilapidated temple, how can you discern whether I am man, ghost, demon, or spirit? I recall a legend of a sorcery that, by taking a strand of a person's hair and inscribing their name upon a puppet, could claim their life from afar. Xiao Zifeng articulated each word deliberately, the flickering flames casting half his face in light and the other half in shadow. My dear sir, you jest. Wang Fuguwei laughed nervously, attempting to dispel the eerie atmosphere. Those who fell victim to supernatural forces often believed such tales to be mere folly. However, as Wang Fuguwei pondered this, he recalled the stories he had read, and his smile faltered. After being rebuffed by Xiao Zifeng, he fell into silence. The stillness was soon broken by the sound of footsteps. At that moment, Xiao Zifeng's left index finger twitched slightly, and a smirk played upon his lips. Intriguing. A pair of newcomers entered, the lady clad in a crimson robe, her face concealed by a veil, and the gentleman dressed in a green garment, his appearance rather handsome save for the heavy bags under his eyes, giving him a somewhat haggard look. Seeing the man's condition, Wang Fuguwei couldn't help but click his tongue. Drought makes one robust, while flood leaves one frail. Xiao Zifeng cast a sidelong glance at Wang Fuguwei, confirming his suspicion that he was indeed a novice, one who had never handled a bamboo pipe. Sometimes, even the robust could appear feeble. Upon entering the temple, the man kindled a fire in another area of the ruin, tossing an inconspicuous stick into the flames. No words were exchanged, no conversation initiated. The seemingly simple-minded Wang Fuguwei did not start his own fire, but instead leaned towards Xiao Zifeng's, believing that having spoken, they were acquainted. Sharing a fire was not too much to ask. Xiao Zifeng generously said nothing in protest. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness enveloped them. Both Xiao Zifeng and Wang Fuguwei began to doze off. Xiao Zifeng lowered his head, almost toppling into the fire. Startled, he shook himself awake. Yet the heaviness of sleep remained. His bedtime was earlier than in his previous life, but still late compared to others of this era. The nocturnal nature persisted within him. And given the earlier danger, why did he feel such overwhelming fatigue? Something was amiss. Feigning drowsiness, Xiao Zifeng prepared to lie down, discreetly concealing the act of opening his gourd while the others were distracted, swallowing a pill hastily. However, the pill had a rather pungent taste. And even with a touch of sugar, he longed to gulp it down quickly. Wang Fugue, heavily laden with sleep, grimaced at a foul odor, mumbling, "Who passed gas? It reeks." As they awaited the two to succumb to slumber, a creaking sound echoed. A few raggedly dressed women, moving awkwardly and possessing peculiar forms, entered the ruined temple, their voices barely audible, rasping softly. Before the figures approached Xiao Zifeng and his companions, they opened their gaping mouths, which were infested with maggots, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a flash of azure light illuminated the scene, and several decayed heads rolled away. During the fray, Xiao Zifeng managed to slip a pill into Wang Fugue's mouth. A sinister laughter echoed through the air. At that moment, Wang Fugue finally regained consciousness. "Who fed me excrement? Why does it smell so foul?" he exclaimed, noticing the rotting corpses strewn about. "What is happening?" he questioned. "What else could it be? We are haunted." Xiao Zifeng responded nonchalantly, though he kept his sword raised, ready for action. The eerie laughter resounded once more. Wang Fugue clenched his fists, his aura of vitality surging forth. Xiao Zifeng thought to himself, he is a martial artist. Only laughter filled the air, while the figures remained elusive. Suddenly, Xiao Zifeng pivoted and lunged at the couple before him with his sword. At that moment, a strange creature, previously concealed in the shadows, sprang forth. Its arms were adorned with patterns, resembling both a monkey and a leopard. The woman in the red robe also rose, launching an attack on Xiao Zifeng, creating a pincer movement against him. With great force, Xiao Zifeng swung his sword in a circular motion. The woman, confident in her ability to defend with her hands, found her limbs severed instead. The creature, sensing a grave threat, retreated from its sudden aggression and hid to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zifeng pursued relentlessly, striking again with his sword. The man who lay on the ground ceased pretending to be dead, rising swiftly to retreat alongside the woman. Wang Fugue, now reacting, unleashed a powerful punch that struck the ground where the creature had been, causing cracks to form, revealing the extraordinary might behind that blow. Seeing that the creature was occupied, Xiao Zifeng took advantage of Wang Fugue's distraction. He drew his wooden sword and advanced. Just as the couple was about to rise, they suddenly knelt, their hands clasped together in prayer. As they attempted to stand, Xiao Zifeng delivered a vertical strike, cleaving the woman in two, her green blood spraying forth. With a swift flick of his wrist, he impaled the man against a pillar of the dilapidated temple. As Xiao Zifeng moved closer, the man released a cloud of purple powder. Ignoring the powder, Xiao Zifeng delivered a powerful kick to the man's calf, shattering it into fragments and exposing the bone. He followed with another kick to the opposite leg, then severed both of the man's hands. The man succumbed to agonizing cries of pain. After completing his grim task, Xiao Zifeng rejoined the battle on the other side, where the creature he faced was none other than the infamous Jufu, for whom a bounty had been placed in Taoxiang town. Sensing the imminent danger, Jufu ceased its struggle and made a break for the exit. Xiao Zifeng immediately pursued. Swinging his sword, the creature knelt on the ground, and just as it attempted to rise and flee once more, Xiao Zifeng launched a dart, pinning the creature in place. When Wang Fugue chased after them, he only saw the monster standing still, preparing to flee. After completing his task, Xiao Zifeng returned to the dilapidated temple. Observing Xiao Zifeng's apparent carelessness, Wang Fugue, a seasoned veteran, felt compelled to take precautionary measures. He struck the monster with a punch, then withdrew his hand, cradling it while silently screaming in anguish. Xiao Zifeng remained indifferent to this. Any creature pierced by the artistic needle would become exceedingly resilient, even with an axe. He had been unable to inflict harm before, despite claiming he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. His vigorous vitality and immense strength were unparalleled by ordinary individuals. The fact that he could not damage such a hardened being was telling. Xiao Zifeng approached the man, whose limbs were incapacitated and writhing in pain on the ground. He carelessly touched the man's face, peeling away a layer of skin. It was the infamous flower thief, the one with a bounty on his head. Now, 2 out of 3 bounties had been fulfilled. The flower thief, rolling on the ground, could not fathom how his predicament had been discovered, nor how the young man had managed to neutralize his poison so swiftly. He could not comprehend how this seemingly youthful individual possessed the strength of a warrior from the 6 realms. His iron corpse, An instrument akin to bronze skin and iron bones was notoriously difficult to injure. Not even a warrior from the Seven Realms would dare assert they could slay his iron corpse with a single strike. Though Xiao Zifeng's prowess was said to be of the 8 realms, his vitality, having previously consumed a golden corpse, had already ascended to the middle 3 realms. Thus, his strength surpassed that of the lesser warriors. Coupled with the divine weapon, the Qinglin sword, this mere iron corpse was as easily dispatched as slicing through vegetables. However, these truths were entirely beyond the comprehension of the flower thief. Xiao Zifeng grasped the man's neck and stated, "You will answer my questions." Chapter 18. Why shrink back? Seize the opportunity. Do you know who I am? Do you realize for whom I am working? The flower thief shouted frantically, hoping to intimidate Xiao Zifeng with his words. I do not know. Then you. Xiao Zifeng pressed the blade of his sword against the thief's lips. But it seems you have overlooked one thing. We are in the wilderness, and I can dispose of your corpse without a trace. No matter how powerful your connections may be, who will know it was I who did it? Do you not understand the principle of silencing witnesses? The blade slid slightly forward, causing a cut to form on the thief's mouth. Despite being incapacitated, the flower thief still clung to life. His motto was that a miserable existence was preferable to a peaceful death. At that moment, Wang Fuguwei returned to the temple. Why did you attack us? He inquired. Curiosity etched on his face. I intended to use the person beside you as practice for my corpse manipulation. Jianghu wishes to consume you. What a predicament, he thought. Becoming someone else's sustenance. The flower thief had previously believed that with the combined strength of himself, the iron corpse, and Jianghu, they could easily deal with these two. But he was mistaken. By the way, you mentioned your connections. Who are they? The magistrate of Qingshui town. Xiao Zifeng's expression turned to one of puzzlement upon hearing this. A magistrate wields a modicum of power, yet does that authority hold sway over martial artists? While he might intimidate ordinary folk, provoking martial practitioners could lead to his demise. Wang Fuguwei interjected. The magistrate of Qingshui town is named Zhang Qingkai. The current leader of the Sanjin sect is his uncle, a swordsman of the 6 realms and a formidable presence within the 3 realms. The sect boasts nearly a dozen practitioners at the 8th and 9th realms. Even though the magistrate has committed numerous acts that incite public outrage, few martial artists dare to confront him. Some Navi practitioners, wishing to act heroically, have met with disastrous fates. Wang Fuguwei spoke with a hint of regret as he recounted these tales. And what a Jianghu! That is a pet raised by the magistrate. Sometimes employed to claim bounties or, more reasonably, to eliminate certain individuals. Xiao Zifeng, puzzled, questioned why such a powerful figure would require a pet to assist in carrying out killings. Wang Fuguwei, sensing Xiao Zifeng's confusion, leaned in closer, whispering, "The Sanjin sect is a prestigious righteous faction." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zifeng grasped the implication. A prestigious sect must maintain their reputation, often justifying their actions as punishing the wicked and upholding justice. If faced with an unsavory target, they would act ruthlessly, but they must never tarnish their noble faade. However, he remained perplexed about the flower thief's purpose. Lifting the thief's chin with his sword, Xiao Zifeng calmly inquired, I am now curious. With a powerful backing and willing hands to carry out the dirty work, what is your role? The county magistrate, with an affinity for married women, indeed embodies a certain will that persists across ages and realms. With this understanding, Xiao Zifeng felt prepared to send this fellow on his way. The flower thief discerned Xiao Zifeng's intentions and pleaded, No, I possess considerable wealth. If you spare my life, I shall reward you handsomely. Even at this juncture, the instinct for survival remained strong. Xiao Zifeng could not help but reflect, Very well, speak, and I shall agree to let you live. The money is not with me. You must accompany me to retrieve it. The thief's insistence on bringing him along raised suspicions. Who could know if traps awaited to ensnare him? Wagering his life for uncertain riches seemed ill-advised. Perhaps it was best to end it here. I can reveal the location, but you must swear not to kill me. Agreed. I swear that if I slay you, my martial path shall be severed henceforth. The treasure lies concealed beneath the bed in a house on Huangtu Street in Qingshui town, where 2 willow trees stand. Upon revealing the hiding place, Xiao Zifeng lowered the sword he had poised at the thief's neck, placing it instead into Wang Fuguwei's hands. It is time to rid the world of this menace. Remember, you promised not to kill me. The flower thief shrieked in despair. What does my oath have to do with Wang Fuguwei? Xiao Zifeng said, patting Wang Fuguwei on the shoulder. In an instant, the thief's life was extinguished. Wang Fuguwei, unyielding towards those who sought to preserve their own lives, showed no mercy. Xiao Zifeng then tore the thief's garments to wrap his head, instructing Wang Fuguwei to act, for the oath held no relevance in this matter. It was imperative that Wang Fuguwei participated to prevent any chance of the thief revealing their encounter. Reflecting on the events of the night, the flower thief's actions unfolded in a calculated manner. First, poison was administered, followed by the dispatch of a corpse to ascertain the depth of the affliction. Then, Zhu Fu would bide his time, drawing attention while the iron corpse lay in wait for a surprise assault. Had it not been for the prior knowledge that one among them was a corpse and the deduction that the other must be the poisoner, coupled with Xiao Zifeng's own ability to counteract toxins, the night might have ended differently. However, the county magistrate's formidable connections raised questions about the bounty, which was set at the same rate as Zhu Fu's. What were the intentions of those who placed the reward? Should he intervene? Completing a single introductory task sufficed. Yet, with his current capabilities, a surprise attack could very well be within reach. What was this hesitation? Was he the goal to forge a new path? This was not the previous life. He had already lived in mediocrity and fear. Now, having ventured into the world as a hero, to falter at such a juncture seemed counterproductive. It would be wiser to retreat to the northern city and hide away. After all, he had already dispatched the pets and subordinates of this thief. One more would not tip the scales. A clearer world might not be such a bad outcome after all. Wang Fuguwei, as you traverse the martial world, what are your aspirations? I have come forth to recruit disciples. Oh, is your sect in such dire need of members? What is the name of your sect? The Hercules Fist Gang. Xiao Zifeng. I cannot fathom why other sects find it so easy to attract followers. Yet when I venture out, I am met with accusations of deceit. What motivated you to pursue martial arts? To avoid being bullied. In my village, I was often labeled a harbinger of misfortune, believed to have brought about my parents' demise. The children of my age would frequently torment me. Thus, I resolved that by mastering martial arts, I would no longer be the target of their cruelty. However, I later discovered that after honing my skills, those who wished to bully me only multiplied. Where do you intend to go next? I have yet to decide. My master instructed me to return with 2 disciples this time. I shall see where the journey takes me. How about this? Accompany me to Qishui town, where I can collect the bounties for these 2 ruffians. Hasn't the bounty in Qingshui town already been claimed? I refer to the bounty on the assassins. You contributed significantly. It was you who restrained the father, and you ultimately vanquished the flower thief. You deserve at least half of the reward. Very well, I shall accompany you. By the way, elder brother, what is your name? Xiao Zifeng, and I must clarify that I am not your senior. Your prowess surpasses mine. I wish to address you as elder, but you appear too youthful, hence I shall refer to you as elder brother. Xiao Zifeng chuckled lightly. Call me as you wish. Chapter 19. The deities frolicking in the mortal realm, the Three Swords sect. In a dimly lit chamber, the air reverberated with piercing screams. How disgraceful! What kind of esteemed sect is this? Their hearts are darker than mine. Clad in coarse garments, Iron Egg spat disdainfully. They have remarkably acute hearing. With a dry straw clenched between his teeth, Erhu grumbled. After departing from Jubei City, the 2 realized the paramount importance of strength. Upon hearing tales of the Three Swords sect near Qingshui town, they hastened to seek apprenticeship. They offered a sum of money to the recruiter, only to be relegated to the status of outer disciples, with promises that hard work would eventually earn them a place among the inner disciples. Such nonsense. Outer disciples, let alone practicing martial arts, were relegated to menial and laborious tasks. Just days ago, they were forced to transport a female corpse, whose ghastly appearance still haunted Erhu, making it difficult for him to eat. Is this truly the work of humans? This sect is nothing but a den of perversion in his eyes. Brother Hu, perhaps we should escape. This place is akin to a lair of demons. Yesterday, Shaolu was strung up for breaking a bowl and is still hanging there. Though he has not perished, his suffering surpasses death. Moreover, given their cruel practices, I sense retribution is inevitable, and I dread being implicated. Shaolu had arrived here even before them as an outer disciple. They needed to devise a long-term plan, with no choice but to flee Jubei City. They found themselves free as birds in the sky. In this region, officials were in collusion with the Three Swords sect, and fleeing would be construed as betrayal of the sect. Thus, they could not hastily gather their belongings and flee as they did in Jubei City. Otherwise, they risked capture midway. Just as they prepared to move to another location with their cleaning tools, a figure obstructed their path. They looked up to see Xiao Zifeng. Panic set in. The mere presence of Xiao Zifeng indicated much. Brother Feng, we haven't divulged any secrets. Erhu exclaimed. Iron Egg chimed in. Indeed. This is not our doing. I know you've kept silent. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be standing here. After all, no one could survive the explosive aftermath of my idle pursuits. At this juncture, Xiao Zifeng abruptly shifted his tone. Yet, I never expected you to join this sect. Upon hearing this, Erhu immediately grasped the implication. Retribution had come for these individuals, but he must not let himself be ensnared. We've only just joined. We are ineligible to partake in many affairs. Our days consist of cleaning and menial tasks, Iron Egg interjected. Indeed, Brother Feng, I assure you. There are no virtuous souls within this sect. Previously, I only dared to observe widows bathing. Erhu shot Iron Egg an incredulous glance. In Jubei City, had you dared to indulge in such scandalous antics, the grass on your grave would surely be as tall as you. Thus, I have only been here for a few days, becoming somewhat familiar with my surroundings. If you wish to deal with them, I shall lead the way. We arrived at the house we had just left. Inside, there were more than a dozen women, scantily clad, confined within iron cages. Most bore vacant expressions. Their faces devoid of life, as if their souls had been forcibly extracted. The sound of anguish cries emanated from a large bed in the center of the room. The sight upon the bed was utterly distressing. A man wore a lascivious grin, reveling in his satisfaction, when suddenly darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the bed. A garment was draped over the woman's body, a token of dignity bestowed by Xiao Zifeng. Kill me, was the woman's first utterance upon seeing Xiao Zifeng. There were no pleas for mercy, no complaints, and no bitterness, only a singular desire for death. Xiao Zifeng refrained from striking her, instead unbinding her restraints. He then dragged the utterly naked man outside. The humiliation you inflicted upon them, I shall ensure you experience it in turn. With a resounding thud, his head collided with a pillar, extinguishing a life. Gazing at the soulless bodies within the cages, he realized he could save their physical forms. Yet their spirits remained beyond redemption. A disciple, returning from his martial training, entered his quarters only to discover a scantily clad stranger upon his bed. How considerate. New merchandise delivered so swiftly, he thought, hastily shedding his own garments and approaching her. To his astonishment, she had yet to be defiled. The disciple was overjoyed, while the woman, amidst the tumult, gradually regained consciousness. He recalled she was supposed to be indulging in her own pleasures. As she awoke, she found herself pinned beneath her junior disciple, a surge of inexplicable feelings washing over her. Realization struck, and her gaze turned to one of terror. She attempted to resist, but found herself utterly devoid of energy. She yearned to scream, yet no coherent words could escape her lips, her voice silenced by poison. The despair enveloping her mirrored that of the women she had witnessed being violated. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in different chambers, unbeknownst to anyone that these unfamiliar women were. In fact, their own brothers in arms. Arrow and Tied-In clasped their hands together, incessantly murmuring, in this lifetime, let us be good people, let us be good people. Let us be good people. Xiao Zifeng's machinations threatened to shatter their moral compass. They had envisioned countless scenarios regarding how he might punish these individuals. Yet their imaginations proved woefully inadequate. This method of punishment was beyond their wildest dreams, something even the most audacious storytellers would hesitate to recount. With what could only be described as divine intervention, their very genders were altered. Was this truly the retribution for wrongdoing? Henceforth, both vowed to become the most steadfast guardians of righteousness. Eru, observing Xiao Zifeng leaning against a tree, noted how the outer disciples passed him by, treating him as if he were invisible, as though he were a specter in their midst. I merely greeted the two of them. Tied-In remained oblivious to this fact. Era felt as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, akin to a tale where a celestial being stands before you, visible to your eyes but concealed from others. Previously, Eru had regarded Xiao Zifeng as a formidable practitioner. However, it now appeared that his earlier conjectures had significantly underestimated him. Could it be that he is a divine entity come to frolic among mortals? Chapter 20. The Cleansing of the Three-Sword Sect and the Submission of Bounties. At this moment, Tied-In was abruptly plunged into a segment of his past he would rather forget. He recalled a day when the sun shone brightly and the air was pleasantly warm. On that day, he inexplicably felt nauseous and had an insatiable craving for sour and spicy foods. His mind was in turmoil, leading him to believe he was afflicted with a severe illness. Seeking a physician, he was met with the shocking revelation that he was pregnant. Enraged, he overturned the physician's stall. How could a man of his stature, standing 6 feet tall, possibly be with child? Yet, the undeniable truth was that his abdomen began to swell day by day. Initially, he could attribute it to weight gain, but as his belly grew rounder, self-deception became impossible. He returned to the physician in search of abortifacients, but to no avail. A month later, he faced the impending moment of childbirth, 1 whole month. He endured an entire day of excruciating pain, only to expel a single needle. It was essential to understand that he had been prepared to embrace motherhood. Yet all he brought forth was a needle. His mental state shattered. He felt as though the divine was toying with him. From that day forward, he approached life with a newfound caution. Now, reflecting upon the capabilities of Xiao Zifeng to alter one's gender, he pondered. Glancing at the time, Xiao Zifeng deemed it an opportune moment to address matters of the second phase. He traversed the corridors, methodically kicking down doors. With a flourish of his wooden sword, he sent artistic needles flying. His left index finger consumed the energy, executing a flawless combination of moves that rendered him invincible. At last, he arrived at the largest and most opulent chamber within the sect, the room of Jianghu, the sect leader. It was worth noting that he had already thrown 3 objects into this old man's room. As he approached the door, he was met with a thunderous roar. "Do not disturb me at this moment. Be gone." Jianghu's furious bellow did not deter the intruders outside. They continued to draw nearer. Realizing something was amiss, Jianghu reflected that his disciples, upon hearing such a shout, should have fled in terror by now. Even if there were pressing matters to report, they would have announced their presence loudly after his outburst. Hastily suppressing his instinct to retaliate, he donned a robe and, with a flick of his right hand, sent a long sword soaring toward the entrance. Xiao Zifeng brandished the Qinglin sword to parry the attack. The swords collided with tremendous force, causing him to stagger back 2 or 3 steps. The swordsmanship of the 6 realms far surpassed that of the lower realms practitioners. Their sheer power eclipsed that of the lesser beings. As the clash reverberated, Jianghu emerged from within, sword in hand. Observing the vacant expression on his opponent's face, Xiao Zifeng quipped, "Is it refreshing?" Jianghu, taken aback, replied with uncertainty, "Those 3 women, did you arrange for them?" "Indeed," Xiao Zifeng confirmed, causing Jianghu's heart to race. He swiftly channeled his vital energy, attempting to expel any potential poison. "I am not so despicable as to poison you. What does your esteemed self mean?" Jianghu found himself at a loss regarding Xiao Zifeng. Despite his youthful appearance, the latter had effortlessly withstood Jianghu's full-force strike. "Do you not find them somewhat familiar?" Jianghu listened intently, reflecting carefully. Indeed, there were certain similarities to his disciples. "You have captured the womenfolk of my disciples. How ruthless! Yet, this tactic is futile against me. They would not dare to rebel for the sake of a few women." Xiao Zifeng clapped his hands together. "Your imagination is quite vivid, but it still falls short. Moreover, cease your attempts to engage me in conversation to buy time. Your disciples are no longer coming. What have you done to them?" Xiao Zifeng's eyes glinted dangerously as his hand reached for the wooden sword at his back. "You'll find out soon enough." Jianghu advanced with his sword. Since his disciples could not arrive, he would take the initiative. Just as he approached within a meter of Xiao Zifeng, he suddenly knelt down. Before Jianghu could comprehend the situation, the Qinglin sword pierced his heart, and Xiao Zifeng twisted the blade. The heart was utterly destroyed, leaving Jianghu with no chance of survival. He collapsed face down in the dirt. In battles among practitioners, victory or defeat is often determined in an instant. A moment Xiao Zifeng could easily create. As blood poured from his mouth, he asked in disbelief, "What kind of sword technique is this?" After wandering the martial world for half a lifetime, he had never encountered a technique that compelled one to kneel at the mere swing of a sword. "The immortals kneel. What realm do you hail from?" The brevity of their encounter left Jianghu unable to gauge Xiao Zifeng's true strength. "The 8 realms." Upon hearing this, Jianghu's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Zifeng did not continue to enlighten him. In an instant, a once proud head was severed from its body. That night, Zhang Chenkai awoke with a start. He had experienced a nightmare, one in which the countless souls of those he had wronged sought vengeance upon him, first. He was drenched in sweat and suddenly felt parched. He turned on the bedside lamp and then noticed someone sitting at the table. On the table lay 3 severed heads, that of the flower thief, his father, and Jianghu. This revelation sent him reeling back onto his bed. His greatest support had vanished, yet he was unwilling to meet his demise. His mind raced as he sought a way to save himself. I am a government official. You cannot kill me, for that would be to oppose the entire Zhou dynasty." Without listening to his desperate pleas, Xiao Zifeng casually sheathed his sword. The heads were wrapped up, the bodies vanished, leaving only the bloodstains scattered around the room as witnesses to the recent events. Xiao Zifeng considered himself rather merciful for bringing the heads for a final farewell. Holding 4 severed heads, Xiao Zifeng made his way to the Wuyue Pavilion branch in Qishui town. He knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "Come back tomorrow. We've already closed." A voice, old and hoarse, replied. Upon hearing the request for a bounty submission, An elderly woman opened the door, saying, "Come in." Xiao Zifeng tossed the heads onto the table. The old woman unwrapped the parcel and, confronted by the bloody heads, examined them with the scrutiny of a fair merchant. The flower thief, lifting the head of the figure. "Oh, why is this head so remarkably hard?" The old woman picked up the head and squeezed it with her hand, surprisingly leaving no trace. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. "This is not a fake," Xiao Zifeng explained. "I know, I am merely curious. How did you make his head so hard? Does it have anything to do with the bounty submission? It does not matter. If you prefer not to disclose, so be it." He produced the third head, Zhang Chenkai. Upon seeing this head, the old woman inquired, "Do you know his background?" "I do." She couldn't help but regard this young man with newfound respect. He was audacious. After presenting 3 heads, he revealed a 4th. Upon viewing this head, the astonishment in the old woman's eyes multiplied several times over. "Impressive. A warrior from the 8 realms has actually slain a swordsman from the 6 realms. You, young one, possess some skill. Can this head be exchanged for money?" "Indeed. It is worth 10,000 taels of silver. This bounty has been posted for quite some time, and I never expected you to fulfill it." At that moment, Xiao Zifeng contemplated in his heart. He had amassed considerable wealth from the 3 Swords sect. Although he had distributed a significant portion, he still retained a substantial amount. Moreover, from the bounty, he would need to share half of the reward from the first 2 heads with Wang Fuguwei, while the remainder would be entirely his own profit. Chapter 21. The Tremor of the Great Zhou within a quaint inn. Wang Fuguwei and his companions awaited the return of Xiao Zifeng. "Wang Ge, are you also a practitioner?" one inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. "Does your sect still accept new disciples?" Wang Fuguwei's eyes sparkled at this inquiry. It was fortuitous that he could bring back 2 individuals to fulfill his obligations. Although they were somewhat older, his master had not imposed any stringent requirements in this regard. Furthermore, since these 2 were brought by Xiao Zifeng, it would also serve to establish a connection with this esteemed elder, truly a dual benefit. Eru, harboring his own calculations, felt reassured by Wang Fuguwei's association with Xiao Zifeng, believing that his integrity would be beyond reproach. He thought that perhaps this could further solidify his bond with Brother Feng. After embarking on his martial journey, he vowed to reform his character. Aspiring to be a noble hero rather than a villain, for becoming a rogue could lead one to dire consequences. "Of course we accept you. Might I inquire if you would be willing to join our sect?" Titan asked eagerly. "If we join your sect, will we be able to become inner disciples?" "What do you mean by inner disciples?" "Our sect does not distinguish between inner and outer disciples," Wang Fuguwei clarified. Era questioned further, "So, upon joining the sect, we can learn martial arts?" "Absolutely," Wang Fuguwei responded with palpable excitement. Recalling his own initiation into the sect, he remembered his master teaching him without delay. He thought to himself how splendid it was that this sect placed such trust in him without any trials. Yet, after his training commenced, he realized that such trust was merely a guise, a trap. The mighty fist forbade any romantic pursuits or the release of one's essence until one had mastered the 6 realms. Within the sect, the disciples had limbs that rivaled the girth of others' thighs, and even the dogs within the sect boasted pronounced muscles. "I assure you, once you join our sect, our master will personally lead you in the initiation ceremony and impart martial skills unto you. Brother, please take us back to the sect," Eru exclaimed with heartfelt sincerity, clasping his fists and kneeling on one knee. Titan mimicked his actions, calling out, "Brother." Wang Fuguwei assisted his 2 junior brothers to their feet. "No need to rush. Let us return to the sect first." At that moment, Xiao Zifeng leapt through the window and beheld this scene. "Are you forming a brotherhood here?" Wang Fuguwei helped Eru and Tidan rise. "I have become fast friends with these 2 brothers. They wish to join our sect," he explained. Xiao Zifeng thought this was fortuitous. These 2 aspired to cultivate their skills while Wang Fuguwei was recruiting disciples, a perfect match. "Here, take these silver notes," Xiao Zifeng said, producing several banknotes and handing them to Wang Fuguwei. As for Eru and Tidan, they had also acquired some wealth during their time at the Sanjian sect. Xiao Zifeng, considering the women from the Sanjian sect who wished to continue their lives, provided them with a sum of money. He did not deter those who sought to end their lives. Everyone has their own choices. While he possessed a degree of compassion, he was neither a saint nor a perfect being. He could only do what was within his capacity. Subsequently, Wang Fuguwei and his companions prepared to return to their sect, while Xiao Zifeng was bound for the imperial capital, though their paths were aligned for the time being. The 4 journeyed together for a while. In the imperial capital of the Great Zhou, during the morning court session, a dispatch of utmost urgency arrived. Emperor Li Jianghu of the Great Zhou gazed upon the contents of the report, his expression shifting through various emotions. After reading, his aged eyes ignited with fury. Yet, he maintained the composure befitting a sovereign, entrusting the eunuch beside him to read the report aloud. On the eve of the new year, an army of 100,000 from the northern barbarians breached the northern fort. The moment these words were spoken, the court was enveloped in shock. The fourth prince, Li Mingrue, was particularly taken aback upon hearing of the formidable force, inwardly questioning, why 100,000 troops? He had indeed leaked numerous pieces of information to the northern barbarians, but his intent was solely to incite conflict in the northern frontier and to have the second prince reassigned from the capital. He was not foolish enough to relinquish his homeland so readily. The intelligence he provided was certainly insufficient for the northern barbarians to embark on such a grand gamble, unless they had discerned something or received additional information from elsewhere. At this moment, the second prince immediately sought permission. "Father, I shall lead troops to intercept them at once." "No need," came the reply. "The army has already retreated." This announcement left the assembly in stunned silence once more. Even the least astute of the martial generals comprehended that the deployment of 100,000 troops must have a significant purpose. It was inconceivable that they would simply withdraw. The second prince voiced the collective confusion. Why? A mysterious strongman compelled the army to retreat with but a single sword, Emperor Jianghu declared, his gaze laden with deep apprehension. This revelation stirred whispers among the courtiers, who had heard tales of formidable practitioners. Yet none had ever encountered a figure capable of repelling such a vast army with mere swordsmanship. This notion shattered their preconceived notions of the martial world, for they believed no individual, regardless of strength, could rival a military force. The army's formation was an unparalleled tool to subdue such martial experts. A cacophony of discussions ensued. What angered Li Jianwu was not the advance of the northern barbarians, but rather the identity of the informant who dared to amalgamate such a formidable force for an offensive at this critical juncture. "Silence," commanded the eunuch, brandishing his whip to quell the murmurs. Two matters required immediate attention. The first was to dispatch troops to reclaim the cities seized by the northern barbarians. The second was to bestow rewards upon the enigmatic strongman. This morning's court session concluded amid discussions of these two matters. However, the senior officials understood there was a third issue that the emperor had not voiced. Who had leaked this information? The emergence of 100,000 troops could not have been spontaneous. It necessitated preparation, especially at such a sensitive moment. With the northern frontier linked to the widely favored second prince, this situation was brewing with intrigue as the court navigated its own convoluted currents. When this news reached the populace, the most fervent speculation surrounded the identity of this mysterious strongman, the one who, with a mere sword, had caused 100,000 soldiers to kneel and retreat, garnering the adulation of countless martial artists. There are even discussions about whether it could be one of the renowned strongmen of the contemporary martial world. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning struck. An elderly Taoist, his visage charred, garments tattered, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appeared with a look of utter astonishment. Who is this enigmatic powerhouse? And what is their origin? The calculations that led to this immense backlash from the heavens are beyond comprehension. If anyone were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The so-called foremost practitioner of the great Zhou, the diviner Emo Daily, who even the emperor sought for guidance, finds himself in such disarray. Simultaneously, the illustrious list of the world's finest swords in the martial realm underwent a significant update, with every renowned blade dropping one rank. This shift occurred because the top position was claimed by an unknown wooden sword. Chapter 22. The establishment of the Hahuan sect on the verdant mountains. The heavy snow has melted away, revealing the lush green leaves of the boxwood trees basking in sunlight. At the mountainside, a few dwellings are nestled. In front of these abodes hangs a sign suspended between two trees, inscribed with the words Mighty Fist Gang. Within the kitchen, three robust men, reminiscent of dragons and tigers, indulge in a hearty meal from wooden buckets. Zhao Dali, the venerable leader of the Mighty Fist Gang, a muscular elder in his 60s, finds himself lacking his usual appetite, having only consumed half a bucket before setting down his spoon. The sect's membership has dwindled, aside from the twins, Delay and Erlei, whom he had rescued in their youth. There is also Wang Fuguwei, whom he had painstakingly persuaded to ascend the mountain a few years prior. Recently, he had dispatched that lad down the mountain to recruit disciples, harboring little hope for success, merely wishing for a stroke of luck in finding another promising youth. Suddenly, faint voices of conversation reached his ears, one of which seemed to belong to his disciple. Turning towards the so-called entrance, He indeed spotted his disciple ascending the mountain accompanied by 3 individuals. Among them, 2 appeared somewhat older, likely relatives of the boy clad in black. The sight of the youth, adorned in black attire, with a sword scabbard on his back and a gourd slung at his side, struck Zhao Dali. The boy moved with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Exuding an air of confidence reminiscent of Zhao's own youthful days, a clear indication of a promising cultivator. Delay, Erlei, your junior brother has returned. Upon hearing this, Delay and Erlei lifted their heads from their meal, eager to greet their returning comrade. Just as Erlei stood up, he took another bite of rice before hastily following Delay's lead. Meanwhile, Xiao Zifeng and his companions halted before the sign. The simplicity of the surroundings left them momentarily bewildered. Why are you standing at the entrance? Come in, Wang Fuguei urged, puzzled by their hesitance. Is this truly the entrance? The trio questioned silently, unsure if they had taken a wrong turn. Suddenly, an elderly man, towering at nearly 6 feet, emerged to greet them with a broad smile. His demeanor exuding warmth. Welcome back. It's wonderful to see you. His grip on Xiao Zifeng's hand was firm, as if fearing he might slip away. Master, this is my friend, and these 2 are my junior brothers, Wang Fuguei quickly clarified upon noticing his master's apparent misunderstanding. Zhao Dali's smile faltered, realization dawning upon him that these 2 newcomers were older than Wang Fuguei, leaving him incredulous at the notion of them being his junior brothers. Did I not teach you that martial arts must be practiced from a young age? Despite the torrent of thought swirling within him, he refrained from voicing his discontent, maintaining a faade of composure. Meanwhile, a sinister figure, a practitioner of dark arts, concealed a wound where his arm had been severed. His gaze fixed intently on the elder before him. Ever since the assassin woman and the elder had departed from Jubiai City, he had shadowed them. Today, he intended to probe their capabilities with a simple test of strength. Unbeknownst to many, the seemingly unassuming elder, with a single stroke of his sword, annihilated all the iron corpses dispatched by his adversary, even uncovering their hidden lair. Had he not evaded swiftly, that strike would have severed more than just his arm. Who are you? He inquired, for such a formidable figure could not possibly be an obscure individual. The old man, wiping his blade, replied, I am merely an inconspicuous physician. Should you seek a name of repute, I was once dubbed by the martial world as the ghost sword, Liemo Kwang. The dark poison gasped at the utterance of this name. Did you not perish in that battle? He questioned incredulously. Do you believe the rumors that circulate in the martial realm? I simply refrain from frequent appearances. Yet some have taken it upon themselves to spread tales of my demise, the elder chuckled. Who sent you? Suddenly, a violet mist erupted. Dark poison fled into the distance. The old man did not pursue him. Instead, he unleashed a single strike. A beam of azure light cleaved through the air, splitting the purple mist in twain. And dark poison, akin to a bird felled mid-flight, fell in 2. Zhao Xianluo hurried to the elder's side. Little girl, it seems they hold you in high regard, sending a Gu master from the 5 realms to eliminate you. Zhao Xianluo began to comprehend the reason for their pursuit, akin to the Gold Knife Gang in Jubicheng. It pertained to a letter, which she regrettably had deemed worthless and incinerated. We must return to the imperial capital. By the way, what does your family do in the capital? My father serves as the prime minister. No wonder, the elder mused thoughtfully. They seek to kill me not because your father is a prime minister, but because I previously dispatched a small thief who possessed a letter, which I foolishly burned, believing it to be of no consequence. They are after that letter. Zhao Xianluo, realizing the elder's misunderstanding, sought to clarify. Did you not inspect the contents of that letter? Zhao Xianluo shook her head. I did not. Typically, such thieves carry letters filled with lewd and lascivious content. So I instinctively assumed this one was no different. Then the troubles that lie ahead for you may be considerable. I am aware, she replied. But do not worry. On our journey to the imperial capital, I shall safeguard you. No one shall lay a finger on you. I just wonder how he is faring now. Rest assured, that lad is quite clever. He will not perish so easily. Let us proceed onwards to a nearby town where we can find refuge. Dear friends, have you heard the news? What news? You are yet uninformed. Just days ago, the northern barbarians amassed an army of 100,000, breaching the northern pass. The northern barbarians are upon us. A wave of gasps surged through the crowd. The messenger from the martial world, however, raised a hand to quell their panic. Fear not, for the northern barbarians have retreated. Why? It is simply because, as the northern barbarians approached Jubicheng with their vast army, a mysterious and unparalleled swordsman emerged, wielding his sword amidst the ranks of the 100,000 northern barbarians. With a single stroke of the sword, An astonishing sight unfolded as the vast army of the northern barbarians knelt in reverence, a technique aptly named the immortals kneel. This extraordinary display compelled even celestial beings to bow down. Meanwhile, Zhao Xianluo and the elderly Li were profoundly shaken by this spectacle. He had truly succeeded. Zhao Xianluo was convinced that it was his doing, having heard of the immortals kneel from his own lips. In contrast, old Li believed it was the work of Xiao Zifeng, based solely on one reason: he had knelt before it. To his astonishment, this technique turned out to be a collective skill, capable of bringing an entire army of 100,000 to their knees. When they encountered him in the imperial capital, he must be persuaded to teach them. The elixirs could not be wasted. As night fell at the Hercules Fist sect, the sect leader prepared a feast for the guests, serving several portions of cured meat and slaughtering 2 chickens. Throughout the meal, he incessantly poured out his woes to Xiao Zifeng, with the singular aim of enticing him to join the Hercules Fist sect. Xiao Zifeng, however, was well aware that such lavish hospitality from a sect in such ruin must harbor ulterior motives, and thus he contemplated offering a suggestion to the sect leader. "What are your criteria for accepting disciples?" he inquired. "Male and of youthful age," the leader replied, while Eru and Tiden felt somewhat slighted by the answer. "It is preferable to have those who are still pure, as due to our sect's martial arts, even those who are not pure can practice, albeit at a significantly slower pace." "Is that so?" Xiao Zifeng mused. "Have you ever considered changing the name of your sect?" "Change the name? To what? For instance, you could rename it the Hehuan sect." Zhao Dali lowered his voice. "Are you referring to that Hehuan sect from the tales?" Xiao Zifeng nodded. Just then, Wang Fugui approached, having taken away the storybook, revealing that even the master was reading it. Zhao Dali struck Wang Fugui on the head with a fist, knocking him straight to the ground. "What? I, a person of high moral standing, would never indulge in such trivialities. I merely wish to understand how the younger generation thinks, occasionally conducting a study, so do not presume my thoughts align with yours." After chastising his little disciple, the old master resumed his conversation with Xiao Zifeng. "But why? That name lacks propriety." "Old master, allow me to elaborate. Once you rename it the Hehuan sect, recruiting disciples will become effortless. You need only mention the sect's name. Nothing more is required. For those who understand the name will comprehend its significance." "Oh." The old master displayed an expression of realization. "Moreover, I can assure you that the disciples who come will undoubtedly be robust young men, the kind that embodies strength and vigor." Xiao Zifeng raised an eyebrow at the master, who returned a knowing smile. "But what if they arrive at the sect and are dismayed by its humble appearance? What then?" "Simple. Have them sign a contract. Inform them that should they wish to leave, they must first recruit 5 more disciples before they can depart." "Isn't that rather unsavory?" Zhao Dali hesitated. "Old master, I understand your kind heart, but if you continue to speak of propriety, your legacy will be lost. Moreover, the 2 newly recruited disciples you have acquired are indeed individuals of remarkable talent in this regard, and you may delegate some responsibilities to them. Although Eru and Tiden have previously been involved in dubious activities, they possess a modicum of conscience, albeit limited. They are well versed in the arts of deception and trickery." Zhao Dali pondered deeply. The following day, after bidding farewell to the others, Xiao Zifeng departed. Zhao Dali then unveiled a new plaque inscribed with the characters for Hehuan sect. From that moment onward, the wheels of fate began to turn quietly, giving rise to a formidable sect within the martial world, attracting an ever-increasing throng of individuals drawn to the brawny members of the Hehuan sect. Chapter 23. I have become the villain on the 3rd day after receiving the battle report from the northern frontier. The imperial court of the Great Show established a title for the enigmatic powerhouse of the north, the Sword God. This title, distinct from that of the Sword Immortal, carries an implicit connotation of superiority. Across the 9 realms, there are fewer than a handful of swordsmen who can rightfully claim the title of Sword Immortal. Yet now, with the emergence of the Sword God, some acknowledge their swordsmanship falls short of such divine prowess, while others are eager to test their skills against this formidable opponent. The path of cultivation is relentless. If one wishes to convince me of their superiority, they must first subdue me. Old Li, upon learning of this title, silently prayed, uncertain whether for Xiao Zifeng or for those sword immortals aspiring to challenge the mysterious powerhouse. His mind conjured several vivid scenarios, one where atop a lofty peak, the enigmatic figure is swiftly vanquished, another where, before the battle even commences, the challenger kneels in supplication. There were even visions of the mysterious powerhouse's demise, with the challengers either left in a state of confusion or transformed entirely. Though Xiao Zifeng is merely an 8th-tier martial artist, his formidable reputation instills a certain trepidation, even in those like Old Li, who once stood on the cusp of becoming a sword immortal. The Three-Sword Sect, once a prominent faction in Qingshui town, now lies in disarray, its treasures pillaged by the villagers from the foothills. When the 3 disciples of the Jingyi alliance arrived, they found some villagers still dismantling the sect structures. El Shisheng, accompanied by his 2 disciples, had come to inform the Three-Sword Sect of the upcoming 5-yearly election held by the Jingyi alliance, which would determine the recruitment of new disciples and the ranking of the sects within the alliance. Upon witnessing the sect's dismal state, El Shisheng seized a villager involved in the demolition, brandishing his sword menacingly at the man's throat. What transpired here? The villager, terrified, fell to his knees, trembling. I'm not sure, great hero. I merely heard from those outer disciples who fled the Three-Sword Sect that the leaders and inner disciples have all vanished. We thought to salvage some timber for repairs. Surely that is not a capital offense? I require more than just that. Are there any other pertinent details? El Shisheng's eyes were frigid, causing the villager's spine to chill as his mind raced. There are rumors that when we arrived, many rooms were drenched in blood. Also, it is said that a young man was distributing wealth at the Three-Sword Sect a few days prior. What did he look like? The villager hesitated. I truly do not know. I only heard it from others. You might inquire with those who escaped the sect. After listening, El Shisheng sheathed his sword. Let us go. The villager, feeling a weight lifted, fled without a backward glance. Brother, this is likely the work of demonic sects, especially since the magistrate of Qingshui town has also gone missing. Allah, do not jump to conclusions. Lu Shisheng had previously heard some unfavorable rumors about the Three-Sword Sect. Upon their arrival here, they learned of the county magistrate of Qingshui town going missing. The bloodstains found within the house suggested that a calamitous event had likely occurred. They decided to seek out those who had departed from the Three-Sword Sect to create a portrait of the young man in question and report it for further deliberation. As for pursuing the young man, such folly was ill-advised. Although he considered himself to be of noble lineage, looking down upon smaller sects like the Three-Sword Sect, he was acutely aware of the prowess of its leader, a swordsman of the 6th realm. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the means by which the Three-Sword Sect's leader and all its members had been slain, the capability to eliminate a swordsman of that caliber should not be underestimated. One may possess pride, but it is imperative to maintain self-awareness. Let us proceed to inform the next sect, which I believe is called the Hercules Fist Gang. Senior brother, Ali interjected, must we notify such a sect? I recall it being a lowly faction, comprising merely 4 individuals, and they may very well be expelled from the Jingyi alliance this time. With a serious tone, Lu Shisheng responded, we represent the Grand Alliance, and while we may carry ourselves with a touch of arrogance when visiting these lesser factions, we must exercise caution in our words. 5 years ago, there was an individual who spoke as you do and met his demise at the hands of someone of equal standing. The Grand Alliance did not utter a single word in his defense. We are the face of the Grand Alliance, after all. This seemingly insignificant sect harbors a forgotten elder who has returned to accept a disciple, and that elder is none other than the Qingshan Sword Immortal. Remember, the martial world is not solely about combat. It is also about human relationships and propriety. It is often wise to tread carefully in our discourse. Ali listened, outwardly acquiescing, yet internally dismissed the notion, attributing it merely to luck. How many could claim such fortune as to be mentored by a sword immortal? As a messenger of the Grand Alliance, akin to an imperial envoy, he had been treated with utmost respect throughout his journey. Upon arriving at the Hercules Fist Gang, they gazed at the sign hanging between 2 trees. Another disciple, a Jing, incredulously questioned his senior brother. Brother, have we arrived at the right place? Is this it? I remember this location. It was the same 2 trees and these very houses. The senior brother, equally astonished, stared at the sign before them. Just then, a burly elder appeared before them. The envoy has arrived. Please come in. Lu Shisheng promptly declined. No need. What is the meaning of this? Pointing at the sign above. Oh, we merely changed the sect's name. We consulted a fortune teller who claimed that this name aligns with my destiny, ensuring the sect's future prosperity. Lu Shisheng retorted. Did you upend the fortune teller's stall or seduce his wife for this name to be in harmony with your destiny? One day, you may encounter a chivalrous individual who could bring ruin to your sect. However, this bears no relation to Lu Shisheng. On June 6th, the grand election of the Jingyi Alliance will take place. Do remember to participate. Furthermore, Lu Shisheng produced a portrait. Have you seen this person? Zhao Dali hesitated for less than a second. I have not. It is obvious that his apprentice has returned with a considerable sum of money, and the two newly inducted disciples have also contributed significantly. He is well aware of the source of this wealth, as the saying goes. A short hand holds the longer hand, and a soft mouth consumes the softer. It would be unthinkable to betray someone who has provided for him. Moreover, considering that the Three-Sword sect is notorious for its misdeeds, one might regard this as a service to the people. Speaking out would serve no benefit to himself. So let it be said that whoever has seen him has seen him. He certainly has not. In this desolate wilderness, devoid of witnesses, he could adamantly deny having seen anything, and there would be no repercussions for him. Has this person committed some crime? He has slaughtered the Three-Sword sect, and it is likely that before long, the Alliance will issue a bounty for his capture, offering considerable rewards. Very well, should I receive any news of him, I shall promptly report it to the Alliance. With that, Lu Shishing departed with his two junior disciples. Ali inquired, "Brother, will you not collect travel expenses?" This was a small privilege of their messenger, allowing them to receive tributes from local sects, an unwritten rule of sorts. Given their poverty, lacking even a grand entrance, one might wonder how much profit could be extracted. It would be prudent to hasten to the next sect to save time. Meanwhile, the Jingyi Alliance received the report and the portrait, swiftly issuing a bounty. However, due to the youth of the target, they assessed that he likely lacked substantial strength. Speculating that he must have employed some treacherous means to eliminate members of the Three-Sword sect, they suspected he was merely a low-ranking member. As such a large sect would require more than one individual to manage the aftermath of so many bodies, it was possible that a larger gang was involved, potentially linked to the demonic sect. On the other hand, Xiao Zifeng gazed at the bounty notice he had extracted from a corpse. Good heavens, I have become the villain. Chapter 24. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, Jianghu Village. A group of emaciated villagers, swayed by the words of a witch, prepared to cast a girl into a lake covered with thin ice. This village is not engaged in the cultivation of grains. Instead, they cultivate fragrant wood, which fetches a handsome price, as the emperor uses it as fuel to concoct elixirs of immortality. However, last year, an inexplicable pestilence ravaged their fragrant wood, leaving the villagers bereft of income and unable to purchase food, resulting in many appearing gaunt and haggard. Moreover, having just celebrated the new year, the village was soon beset by an epidemic. Initially, it affected a slothful villager who, upon seeking the physician's aid, only resulted in the doctor succumbing to the same illness and perishing. Now, the only doctor in the village was dead, and the epidemic began to spread, instilling fear among the villagers. When faced with calamities beyond human control, coupled with the ignorance of the masses, they often attribute their misfortunes to supernatural forces. The young girl, named Alu, had been abandoned by her father at a tender age. Her mother was among the first victims of the epidemic. Without any support, the little girl became the prime candidate for a sacrificial offering to the river god. Amidst the crowd, a small boy tugged at his father's sleeve. "Why must we bind Sister Lulu?" The father gently stroked the child's head, explaining, "This is to send Sister Lulu to plead with the river god on our behalf, to ensure favorable weather and restore health to the villagers." "Is that so? Then I too shall seek the river god's favor to heal mother." The child's innocent eyes sparkled like a clear stream, reflecting his father's fleeting guilt. The father tenderly reassured him, "You need not go. Sister Lulu will go alone. Too many people might displease the river god." "Very well. I hope Sister Lulu can also plead for mother. When she returns, I shall give her the candy I have hidden." "Oh, Lulu, do not blame us. This is for the village's sake," the villagers thought, most of them harboring such sentiments. Alu bore red spots on her face and her breathing was labored. Having been in close proximity to her ailing mother, how could she escape the contagion? Observing this, the villagers, who were usually mild-mannered, recalled the tales they had heard from adults about sacrificing to the river god, which entailed submerging a person in the river. Parents would not easily part with their children for such a rite. In a clearing, a peculiar witch danced energetically, performing a sacrificial ritual. As she finally paused, panting, she looked up at the sky, noting it was time. Two sturdy farmers, swathed in thick clothing, lifted the pole to which Alu was bound. Amidst the villagers' prayers, Alu was cast into the icy waters of the lake. The thin ice shattered, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped her. She felt the frigid grasp of the water and longed to struggle, but her hands and feet were tightly bound, rendering her efforts futile. She could only await her descent to the lake's depths in silence, hoping her mother would wait for her, so that in the next life, she could still be her daughter. Suddenly, a delicate hand emerged from the water, reaching down to lift Alu. Alu was pulled back to the surface. coughing violently as she expelled copious amounts of icy water. Strangely, the ropes that had bound her snapped as she emerged, wiping the water from her eyes. She finally beheld her savior. At the first glance of this person, Ailu recalled a character taught to her by a scholar in the village, Beauty. The one who rescued her was a stunning older sister, more enchanting than the village's young brides. The villagers, meanwhile, were hurriedly prostrating themselves, having witnessed the mysterious woman descend from the heavens just as they cast Ailu into the frozen lake. Now, she stood upon the water's surface, undoubtedly a celestial being. May the river goddess bless us. The goddess paid no heed to the kneeling villagers, focusing instead on the little girl in her embrace. In a gentle tone, she inquired, "Are you feeling better?" "I am," Ailu replied, her gaze somewhat dazed. "Sister, are you a fairy?" Upon noticing the red blotches on Ailu's face, the goddess produced a black pill that emitted a foul odor. "Take this. It will cure your ailment." Despite its unpleasant scent, Ailu obediently opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. Almost instantaneously, the redness on her face began to fade before the villagers' astonished eyes, leading them to believe salvation had arrived in the form of the river goddess. However, the goddess rebuked them sternly. "I am the celestial goddess of the 9 heavens, a divine entity of the heavenly order. How dare you mortals perform bloody rituals to the wicked spirits of the mountains in my name? What punishment do you deserve?" Her words instilled fear and confusion among the villagers, prompting them to kneel in repentance. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. It was the witch who made us do it. In an instant, the villagers found a scapegoat, hurling insults and stones at the witch as if absolving themselves of responsibility. "You are guilty, yet you are not blameless." A needle shot forth towards the witch, who stood there begging for mercy, becoming frozen in place. Subsequently, a crimson flower with 10 petals appeared on the villagers' arms. "For such heinous sins, your punishment is to be turned into statues for eternity, and you shall forfeit 10 years of your lifespan." The goddess continued, "If you wish to reclaim these 10 years, you must perform good deeds and accumulate virtue." Upon hearing this, the villagers intensified their pleas for mercy, cries of despair echoing around them. The celestial goddess of the 9 heavens paid no attention to their supplications as she walked step by step from the river onto dry land. "Who is the village chief?" The chief, quick to respond, emerged from the crowd, elated. "I am the village chief," he said, a middle-aged man, newly appointed after the previous chief succumbed to an epidemic. "Prepare a room for me. I shall reside here for a time." The chief hastily agreed, for this confirmed his suspicions. In this village, the finest dwelling belongs to the village chief, who hastily vacated his home. Outside, a throng of people gathered, anxiously awaiting his emergence. "Chief, this goddess is utterly unreasonable. She has already decreed a deduction from our lifespan upon her arrival." The chief shot a disapproving glance at the speaker. "Are you foolish? We committed an offense, and the goddess has taken a decade from our lives. What does this signify?" "It signifies that we still possess 10 years of life to spare." "Chief, are you suggesting?" The chief refrained from further speech, merely nodding in affirmation. Consequently, the crowd dispersed joyfully, repeatedly murmuring, "There is hope! There is hope!" Within the confines of the house, Ailu had already succumbed to a deep slumber. The orchid finger of the celestial goddess, unnoticed until now, was released. The visage of Xiao Zifeng emerged distinctly. The beauty of the orchid finger. Once you raise your orchid finger, you become the most beautiful maiden in the room. The mystical patterns, these will manifest upon one's body according to their innermost thoughts, yet cause no harm. Recently pursued by the Jingyi alliance, she had donned a disguise while venturing outdoors. Initially, her intention was merely to rescue the little girl and depart. However, upon reflection, she pondered the fate of such a child after rescue. This child was utterly alone, devoid of kin or support, a solitary wanderer. One cannot traverse the realm while accompanied by a child, can they? Chapter 25, The Punishment of the Goddess, attracting the attention of the authorities. Xiao Zifeng's side. Perhaps establishing a cult and allowing this child to become a saintess would be a solution. She need not perform any duties. She could merely serve as a talisman, ensuring that someone would look after her. The following day, Ailu awoke, her gaze immediately falling upon an exquisitely beautiful face. "You're awake. Come, have something to eat." On the table lay a bowl of stewed meat, boiled eggs, and flatbread, meager provisions cobbled together by the villagers. Ailu swallowed at the sight of the food, having not tasted flatbread in what felt like an eternity, let alone meat. Approaching the table, she felt a twinge of trepidation as she glanced at the fairy sister. "Don't worry, eat up. It's all fine," she was reassured. With permission granted, Ailu eagerly grasped a piece of flatbread and began devouring it voraciously. Observing her gluttonous display, Xiao Zifeng pondered the silver coins jingling in his pocket. Establishing a cult would require significant funds up front. After all, the villagers could hardly contribute, for if they possessed wealth, they would not be in such dire straits. Once Lu had satiated her hunger, Xiao Zifeng presented her with a ladle. Take this. You'll distribute the medicine to the villagers later. He assigned her this task to alleviate her inner anxiety, knowing that she would ultimately need to administer the water herself, as others would not yield the desired effects. Then, Lu witnessed the delicate fairy sister effortlessly lift a large water jar, filled to the brim with water, though it emitted a rather unpleasant odor. Upon opening the door, the village chief awaited outside. Chief, please gather the villagers. I have medicine to distribute for the epidemic. Upon hearing this, the chief left with a beaming smile, and within the span of a mere incense sticks burning, the villagers arrived, each holding a container. Amidst the bustling crowd, the chief organized them into a queue, one by one. Xiao Zifeng instructed the chief, who promptly restored order. The water in the jar was dark and foul-smelling, yet no one voiced their concerns, despite harboring some doubts. Upon witnessing a sickly individual take a sip of the water, only to instantly regain vitality and witness the disappearance of their rashes, all skepticism evaporated. Regardless of the water's appearance or odor, if it could save lives, it was deemed divine. As Xiao Zifeng distributed the water, each person received only a mouthful. Remarkably, within half a day, the villagers' ailments had vanished. Once all was accomplished, Xiao Zifeng summoned the chief, presenting him with a stack of banknotes. Here are 30,000 taels. Use this to procure grain and seeds for the village. The remainder shall be allocated for the construction of a temple. I suspect other villages may also be afflicted by the epidemic. Spread the word, inviting those in need to come here. The chief struggled to retract his greedy gaze. Such a sum was beyond his experience. He had never even heard of such wealth. This money was ample enough to purchase a grand residence in the city, ensuring a life of prosperity. Despite the fervent desires that surged within, they were swiftly subdued by him. After all, this was money bestowed by a celestial being. Should this fortune be squandered, one might find themselves oblivious to their own demise. Moreover, aligning oneself with the divine promised a future replete with prosperity. Upon receiving the funds, the village chief inquired, "O divine lady of the 9 heavens, as we embark on the construction of the temple, what shall it be named?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zifeng replied, "It shall be called the Temple of the Divine, and our sect shall be known as the 9 Heavens Sect." With ample resources and followers, the news rapidly spread. The construction of the temple in Jianghu village commenced with great urgency. Each day, individuals flocked to the village, predominantly the afflicted seeking remedies for their ailments. This epidemic, as Xiao Zifeng had anticipated, was not confined to a single village but had permeated the entirety of Xuanzhou. A smaller contingent came, drawn by tales of the Divine Lady, eager to catch a glimpse of her beauty. While many ordinary souls came merely to observe, a number of martial artists harbored more ambitious intentions. As Xiao Zifeng completed her healing and prepared to depart, 2 individuals obstructed her path. The devoted followers surrounding her could not allow such audacity to go unchallenged. They rushed forward to expel the intruders, but within moments, 4 or 5 of them lay incapacitated on the ground. The 2 assailants were practitioners of the martial arts, though their true strength remained uncertain. Out of a sense of mercy for their ignorance, Xiao Zifeng decreed, "For your transgressions, you shall serve as my handmaidens for a month." "Brother, is this divine lady truly foolish?" one of them remarked, only to witness his brother metamorphose into a woman. His voice, too, transformed into a high-pitched tone. "Ah!" They both screamed in terror. The 2 martial artists, having presumed themselves enlightened by their training, had come to dismiss the divine lady as a mere charlatan. However, upon witnessing her extraordinary beauty, they entertained nefarious thoughts, believing that exposing her ruse would grant them leverage. Little did they anticipate that a mere glance would lead to their transformation. As they noticed their altered appearances, disbelief coursed through them. They instinctively began to explore their bodies, first touching their now fuller and softer chests, gradually descending further. Their masculine forms had vanished. This was no illusion. The only sensation they registered was as if they had been pricked by something. In that moment, panic ensued, and the arrogance typically associated with their martial prowess evaporated, leading them to kneel. "Divine sister, we were wrong," they implored in unison. "You harbored such wicked thoughts, desiring femininity. Thus, I shall grant you this transformation and subject you to a month of trials. During this period, you shall assist in maintaining order within the village. Should there be any misconduct or harassment, the consequences will extend beyond mere transformation. However, if you exhibit exemplary behavior, you may return to your original forms." The two individuals incessantly bowed their heads. I am determined to undergo a profound transformation and start anew. As for the villagers previously subjected to punishment, particularly the men, they felt a chill run down their spines. The thought of having their lifespans curtailed by 10 years, transforming them into women for that duration, was indeed terrifying. Moreover, the prospect of receiving an even graver punishment for a month of poor performance was beyond their wildest imaginings. Xiao Zifeng sought to distance himself from everyone, immediately yielding the path with utmost respect, his head bowed in reverence to the goddess. The two warriors promptly followed suit, showing their respect as they trailed behind him. It could only be said that they had unwittingly stumbled into a precarious situation. Amidst the annoyance of their transformation into women, they now faced additional troubles that would render them female as well, bringing them a certain relief. Since they were to serve as my maidens, I shall bestow upon you both names, Xiao Zifeng declared, pointing to the elder of the two. You shall be called Xiao Hong. Then, indicating the younger, you shall be named Xiao Lu. Thus, the unnamed warriors were given their new identities, and they dared not resist. They wielded strength, while their adversary wielded magic. They were simply not on the same playing field. Meanwhile, in another village, the elder Hu Sitsai was troubled by the sight of patients strewn about. He stroked his beard repeatedly, for this outbreak was unlike any he had encountered before. Infected individuals succumbed to the illness within a mere 4 to 5 days, or at most, a fortnight. The contagion was alarmingly potent. Previously, the village had 2 physicians, both of whom had perished from the disease. Only he remained, a practitioner whose body had been refined and fortified, rendering him immune to the infection. Even now, he had devised a formula that exhibited some therapeutic efficacy, yet he remained beset by worry. The formula was difficult to disseminate, relying heavily on rare herbs that common folk could scarcely afford. Even if he were to deplete his own wealth, it would barely suffice to save a handful of lives. He contemplated simplifying the formula, but that would severely diminish its potency, if not render it entirely ineffective. Just then, a young man rushed back, holding a bowl with great enthusiasm. Mother, you have been saved. He offered the last remnants of murky water to an elderly woman. Miraculously, upon consumption, all her symptoms vanished. Hu Sitsai's eyes widened in astonishment. What sort of medicine was this, taking effect so swiftly? It was as if the remedy had activated the moment it reached her stomach. Even an antidote for poisoning would not act this quickly. He was bewildered and profoundly shaken. Approaching the young man, he inquired, "Might I see the bowl from which you drew this water?" "Certainly, Dr. Hu," the young man replied. He dipped his hand into the residue and brought it to his mouth. Hu Sitsai furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with perplexity, for he discerned no medicinal flavor from the liquid. Could it be an elixir of which he had never heard? "Where did you acquire this miraculous potion?" "From Jianghu village. There was a divine maiden bestowing a miraculous water. The maiden was extraordinarily beautiful, said to have descended from the heavens, a claim I find credible, for I have never encountered such exquisite beauty among mortals." The latter part of the tale was dismissed by Hu Sitsai, as the villagers were simple and unworldly, having rarely ventured beyond their fields, thus lacking exposure to any enchanting beauties. It is likely that upon encountering someone slightly more attractive, they would deem her a celestial being. Nonetheless, this elixir proved effective against plagues, prompting him to seek counsel from her. After arranging the essential matters for his disciples, he departed, though he appeared to walk slowly. Each stride covered nearly 10 meters. As for Jianghu village, Xiao Zifeng observed the construction of the temple. Due to financial constraints, it could not be grandiose. The design included only 2 habitable houses and a shrine for worship. The idol dedicated to him was sculpted from stone. With several artisans he had previously healed voluntarily undertaking this task. Other villagers involved in the construction were compensated with provisions, ensuring that their labor was not in vain. Meanwhile, those who did not participate were occupied with clearing land and reclaiming fields, repurposing the land once used for planting fragrant wood for agriculture. Villagers engaged in these efforts were also provided with food and seeds. In essence, the aim was to invigorate the once stagnant village. Recently, the number of individuals seeking treatment had surged, and many chose to settle here. This was a positive development, as it increased the population and brought in funds from those with modest means. The village could now sustain itself without relying solely on Xiao Zifeng's financial contributions. After all, they were in the presence of a living deity, far superior to the false ones to whom donations were typically made. During this period, Xiao Zifeng established fundamental rules and regulations for the village, along with a series of health ordinances to prevent another outbreak of disease. Any ruffians intent on causing trouble were effectively managed by Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu. Should they encounter someone they could not handle, Xiao Zifeng would intervene. However, such a situation had yet to arise. Alu had been designated as the saintess, no longer required to engage in labor, merely serving as a symbol of good fortune. Those wishing to pay homage to the divine maiden would seek her blessings, a process as simple as sprinkling a few drops of water on their heads. As she moved about the village, there was no longer a throng of people surrounding her. As she had previously instructed the village chief to ensure that villagers did not crowd around her every time she stepped out, the overwhelming attention had made her feel uneasy. Though passers-by still stole glances, as humanity is invariably drawn to beauty, regardless of age or gender. Now, she contemplated that once the temple was completed and the religious framework established to allow for autonomous operation, she would relinquish her responsibilities to others and discreetly depart. Otherwise, she would be feigning femininity daily, and she fears that she may truly lose her grasp on her own gender in the future. Particularly when she gazes into the mirror each day, beholding her exquisite visage and graceful, alluring figure, she finds herself becoming almost indifferent to ordinary beautiful women. The system has endowed her with an immensely powerful skill. When it claims she is the most beautiful, it is undeniably true, an unparalleled beauty that eclipses all others. The governor of Jianghu is currently in a state of utter disarray. In just a week, several areas have been afflicted by an epidemic. And although he has dispatched troops to quarantine these locales, the spread of disease has not been halted. The human instinct for survival is astonishingly potent. The authorities have confined the populace without sending physicians to provide care, and some have come to realize the grim reality. They are being left to perish in place, including those who have not contracted the illness. This course of action effectively condemns an entire village to death. Inevitably, some individuals will risk everything to escape. The governor is acutely aware that if the epidemic is not contained, the issue will transcend the mere preservation of his official hat. He may find himself in jeopardy of losing his very head along with it. Reports from various regions yield no positive news, only the emergence of new outbreak sites. My lord, good news has arrived. A servant rushed into the grand hall in a state of agitation. In the midst of such turmoil, it is remarkable that there should be any good news at all. What chaos is this? Speak slowly. Despite being overwhelmed, Governor Hida maintains his composure before others. There is someone capable of curing the disease. What? Hida, striding forward with urgency, grasped the servant's garment. Clarify immediately. Where? Who? In Jianghu village. It is said that there is a goddess known as the Nine Heavens Galaxy Maiden. With just a sip of her divine water, the illness vanishes instantaneously. Is that so? Absolutely true, my lord. Not long ago, we dispatched troops to quarantine another village where the epidemic had emerged, and when we arrived, the villagers had already recovered. Initially, we suspected false reports, but upon further inquiry, we learned that a goddess in Jianghu village possesses miraculous water that can eradicate the disease. Dispatch someone to investigate the veracity of this claim at once. No, I shall go personally. Chapter 26. The Imaginings of Husutsai. The servant stepped forth to dissuade him. My lord, it may not be prudent for you to venture there. It is a region plagued by disease. Should you inadvertently contract the ailment upon hearing these words? He found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Indeed, he had only heard whispers of the so-called goddess capable of curing maladies, never having witnessed her miracles himself. Should a misfortune befall him on this journey, the consequences would be dire. He resolved to send the county magistrate in charge of Jianghu village to ascertain the truth of the matter. If the rumors proved accurate, he would ensure the acquisition of the remedy. Thus, Husutsai arrived at Jianghu village. A lengthy queue stretched before him, composed of individuals afflicted with a rash and suffering from the disease. This line was cordoned off, flanked by rudimentary wooden barriers. Others, their faces shrouded in cloth, were maintaining order amidst the scene. As he entered the village, he observed numerous construction sites, where prosperous merchants were erecting structures. Venturing deeper, he noted the village was remarkably clean, with most households cloaked in fabric as they stepped outside. Following the queue, he arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. A woman wielding a ladle was distributing medicinal concoctions to the gathering. Upon glimpsing her visage, he understood why the young man was so enamored with the goddess's beauty. After traversing the world for many years, having encountered many who were lauded as ethereal beauties, he had never beheld anyone as exquisite as this woman. While others may be dubbed goddesses in flattery, to refer to her as such was a mere truth. However, his gaze soon shifted towards a basin filled with dark, foul-smelling water. The stark contrast between the woman and the noxious liquid struck him. Drawing upon his extensive pharmacological experience, he could not discern any medicinal properties within its stench. It resembled the scent of something decayed and fermented. Yet, every individual who had consumed this tainted water found their ailments miraculously alleviated. He even took a moment to pause a couple of patients who had recently ingested the liquid, checking their pulses. Indeed, their heart rates had stabilized, and their ailments had vanished entirely. This phenomenon bewildered him, yet he refrained from seeking immediate answers. There remained a long line of desperate souls awaiting salvation. His curiosity could wait until he had fulfilled his observations. Continuing his exploration of the village, he wandered to a bustling area still under construction. A sign adorned with the characters for temple indicated the site. A modest main hall for worship had been completed, accommodating only 4 or 5 individuals at a time. Those who came to pay their respects were directed towards a portrait of the woman who had previously dispensed water to the crowd. The artist's skill was commendable. Although the painting did not fully capture her beauty, it conveyed her essence with remarkable fidelity. Inside the main hall, a young girl awaited. After their prayers, visitors approached her, hands clasped in supplication, as they awaited her to dip a twig in water to bestow blessings upon them. Outside, there exists a benevolent donation box, accompanied by a wooden board that enumerates the total contributions received yesterday and delineates their intended uses. Such transparency is a rarity among many temples. The board provides a general overview of where the funds are allocated: constructing schools within the village, cultivating uncultivated land, manufacturing agricultural tools, and disbursing wages to villagers who partake in building houses. However, there are certain terms that elude his understanding, such as welfare home and nursing home. Curiosity piqued. He approached a villager to inquire, "May I ask what the welfare home and nursing home are for?" The villager, upon hearing the question, responded, "You must be a newcomer to our village." "Indeed," Husitsai replied, "I have come here today, drawn by tales of the goddess." The villager continued, "The welfare home and nursing home were established by the goddess in response to the recent plague. Many families have lost loved ones, and those unfortunate enough to have lost their capable young adults are left with only the elderly and children. The goddess, witnessing this plight, could not stand idly by. Hence the creation of these homes to provide shelter for the elderly and children." Upon hearing this, Husitsai murmured to himself, "The elderly deserve care, and the young deserve support." He then generously deposited all the money he had into the donation box before moving on to another location. A chorus of melodious reading voices drew Husitsai's attention. Following the sound, he discovered a schoolhouse filled with dozens of children, diligently engaged in their studies under the guidance of a teacher. None of the children were clad in silken garments. Instead, they wore simple linen clothes, some adorned with multiple patches, while others sported outfits several sizes too large. In the villages he had traversed before, children like these rarely had the opportunity to attend school. It is essential to recognize that education is a privilege not afforded to all, without a certain level of affluence. Families cannot provide their children with the chance to learn and read. In his past experiences, children like these would have been deprived of such opportunities. At that moment, a figure approached from behind, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. "What are you observing, esteemed elder?" Xiao Zifeng had noticed the elder while attending to the water and, with a mere glance, discerned that this elder was no ordinary individual. Although the village was kept impeccably clean, traversing these grounds without a trace of dirt on one's shoes would require a unique ability, akin to floating an inch above the ground. The elder's prowess was evident, suggesting formidable strength. Once again, he beheld the goddess, who remained as enchanting as ever. "Greetings, I am Husitsai, a physician from another village." He pondered. Why do these reclusive sages often take on the role of doctors? Yet, upon further reflection, having such enlightened individuals in the medical field likely minimizes the chances of disputes. After all, angering someone of their caliber could lead them to revert to their original, formidable pursuits. "Greetings, Mr. Hu." The two conversed as they walked. "I observed that the medicinal waters you distribute contain no herbal ingredients, thus the healing of the people relies not on the water, but on you. Am I correct?" "Indeed. It has been discovered, yet it was within Xiao Zifeng's expectations. The creations he has made can easily be discerned by those with exceptional medical skills." "It is somewhat true." Husitsai, despite his youth, solemnly bowed to Xiao Zifeng after receiving this affirmative answer. Xiao Zifeng hastily assisted the elderly gentleman to his feet. "Why should you go to such lengths?" the old man expressed, his face adorned with admiration. Practitioners can rely on their own vital energy to expel toxins from others, or sorcerers may employ secret methods. Additionally, Those who master poisons can utilize their own toxic abilities to counteract poison in others. However, such practices invariably incur personal costs, particularly when so many individuals seek aid daily. The old man held great respect for the divine maiden's noble intent. As he journeyed through this village, witnessing its myriad transformations, he observed the villagers flourishing. The merits accrued did not line the pockets of a single individual but were reinvested into the community. Initially, he suspected that the divine maiden was merely a figure of some cult, striving for popularity and power. Yet, after witnessing the events that unfolded in the village, he now believes she truly deserves the title of divine maiden. With the elderly provided for and the young cared for, she selflessly endures personal sacrifices solely to assist others. For such a person, he could only harbor boundless admiration, as he considered himself virtuous for many years, yet could never reach such heights of altruism. Chapter 27. Conflict with the county magistrate. Xiao Zifeng pondered. How could he possibly explain such a situation? Since others had provided a reasonable explanation, he decided to adopt it. Moreover, there was a certain exhilaration in putting on an act. I do all of this without qualms, following my whims and desires, Hu Sitsai remarked. What a splendid notion of acting on one's whim and desire. If all the people in the world were as the divine maiden, then the ideal of great harmony would no longer be a distant dream. Observing the extraordinary demeanor of the old gentleman, Xiao Zifeng surmised that he must also be a practitioner of the arts. A mere trifling figure among the three realms is hardly noteworthy. The old gentleman humbly retorted, "You flatter me. A practitioner of the three realms is indeed a rare existence throughout the entire Great Zhou. It is said that practitioners can observe celestial phenomena and predict the future. Might you also offer me a reading? The divine maiden appears to have an interest in divination, and I shall boldly attempt to read for her, though I wonder what aspect she wishes to inquire about." Xiao Zifeng contemplated for a moment. "The fortunes and misfortunes that await me in the coming year." "Very well." Hu Sitsai was just about to calculate, when suddenly he halted. An inexplicable force from the heavens warned him that should he proceed with his calculation, the outcome could be dire. The smile faded from his lips as he gazed upwards. Sensing a sharp sword poised above him, should he dare to proceed, that sword would surely descend. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Xiao Zifeng noticed the change in Hu Sitsai's expression. It seemed that his fate was indeed difficult to ascertain. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. In the eyes of this realm or the cosmos, he, as a traveler from another world, was an anomaly. It was only natural that his fate would be hard to decipher. Perhaps it is best not to proceed with the reading. Hu Sitsai regarded the exquisite countenance of the divine maiden, recognizing her foresight. There are indeed certain aspects of my fate that are challenging to interpret. My request for your reading was merely to validate a conjecture I hold within. Ah, I see. Hu Sitsai stroked his beard thoughtfully. As they continued their journey, the two engaged in extensive discourse about the nation, politics, and the common people. Xiao Zifeng's thoughts were invariably influenced by his past life, especially upon entering this feudal society. Many forms of education were ineffective for him. Certain ideologies were difficult to accept. In his previous era, while the path ahead may not have been the best, when viewed from that time, it was undoubtedly the most favorable. This world, still steeped in antiquity, held many concepts that he could neither accept nor learn from. Thus he remained unassimilated by this realm. Hu Sitsai was astounded by the insights Xiao Zifeng revealed in their conversation. Xiao Zifeng, however, recognized the need to temper his expressions. Some thoughts were ill-suited for the current context of the world. Many matters must be approached gradually, as the lessons learned from undue haste could be profoundly painful. As their exchange continued, the day waned, and Hu Sitsai settled in the village, where the village had arranged for his accommodations. It was known that he was a person of significance to the divine maiden, and thus he was to be treated with utmost hospitality. Upon returning, Xiao Zifeng contemplated how he might entice Hu Sitsai onto the proverbial pirate ship. Through today's observation of actions and demeanor, though she is a practitioner of the three realms, her personality resembles that of the amiable oldly, showing genuine concern for ordinary people. This quality is indeed rare. Possessing formidable strength alongside a compassionate heart is a treasure in this world, even if she were to abscond in the future. The Nine Heavens sect would still have someone capable of overseeing matters. Currently, she no longer shares a room with A Lul, opting instead for solitary living. By day, she exudes an ethereal aura as a celestial maiden, but by night, she reverts to the guise of a rough and rugged man. Were she in modern times, one might speculate that she would excel in telecommunications fraud. On the following day, a cacophony erupted at the entrance. demanding that the so-called celestial maiden surrender the prescription capable of curing the plague. Do not block the path, otherwise I shall arrest you all for obstructing official business. The boisterous voices outside roused Xiao Zifeng from sleep. With a delicate gesture, she impatiently opened the door. A rotund man clad in the attire of a county magistrate, flanked by a group of soldiers, swaggered toward the entrance, only to be obstructed by a throng of villagers. In times past, these villagers would not have dared to stand their ground, but the words of the celestial maiden now held more weight than an imperial edict. For the emperor had not come to their aid, it was the maiden who had healed them, allowing them to continue living and transforming their village into a flourishing community. As they beheld the celestial maiden emerge, the villagers instinctively parted to give her passage. Meanwhile, the so-called magistrate, upon seeing her, displayed a lascivious expression, his lecherous gaze roving over Xiao Zifeng's form. Had it not been for a reminder from one of his subordinates, he might have remained transfixed in a daze. "You must be the celestial maiden," he leered. "I have heard you possess a prescription for curing the plague, for the sake of the people of Xuanzhou. I must trouble you to accompany me. This is an order from the governor of Xuanzhou." His lascivious gaze never left Xiao Zifeng, a striking figure indeed, far surpassing the allure of common courtesans. Being a man, he could discern her thoughts from her expression, and Xiao Zifeng, unyielding, replied in a calm tone. "The governor's order pertains to the lives of an entire region. Do you, as a county magistrate, possess the capability to bear such responsibility? Have the governor come to discuss this matter with me in detail?" At this, the corpulent magistrate's facade faltered. "How dare you? I am the magistrate of Wanning County. What responsibility could I not shoulder? I advise you to know your place and promptly bring forth the prescription, or else." Xiao Zifeng was rendered speechless, pondering whether this man had purchased his position. The surrounding villagers, witnessing the magistrate's disrespectful tone towards the celestial maiden, began to draw their weapons, preparing for confrontation. At that moment, a masked figure emerged from behind the magistrate. Upon noticing that the individual was a practitioner, Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu quickly stepped forward, ready to subdue the newcomer. However, within moments of engagement, both were swiftly brought to the ground, as the other villagers yearned to rush forward to offer their assistance. A long sword materialized in the hands of an enigmatic swordsman. With a single swing, he inflicted no harm upon the villagers. Striking at ordinary folk was not the conduct befitting a cultivator. The masked man grew increasingly agitated. The ability to effortlessly neutralize his attack suggested that the newcomer was no ordinary individual. Husi emerged slowly from the crowd, exuding an invisible aura of pressure that targeted the masked man alone, rendering him immobile. It was akin to a timid herbivore in the natural world, confronted by a formidable predator. With each deliberate step closer, the masked man's knees buckled, ultimately forcing him to kneel upon the ground, struggling to maintain his stance. Chapter 28. The governor of Xuanzhou arrives. The swordsman is subdued. As for the additional officials brought by the county magistrate, they have long been overwhelmed by the multitude of villagers. Now, the corpulent county magistrate finds himself utterly isolated. Xiao Zifeng cannot fathom the magistrate's line of thought. How could a mere county magistrate bear the weight of such a significant matter? The governor of Xuanzhou entrusted this considerable affair to him without discussion or verification, only to arrive and, upon seeing a beautiful maiden, desire to take her away. Should anything go awry in this process, the blame would inevitably rest upon the shoulders of this county magistrate. Xiao Zifeng's previous words could be interpreted as a clear indication to find a way to summon the higher-ups for coordination, even if the leader did not come. Direct communication should be established to ensure that the entire situation appeared to be under the leader's control. Yet, this magistrate only contemplated taking the girl, and his intentions were all too apparent. Xiao Zifeng admits that he occasionally harbors similar desires and impulses, but he does not think with such a narrow perspective. He even considered resorting to force, unaware that he was on someone else's turf. Did he truly believe that as a county magistrate, he had dominion over the entire region? Xiao Zifeng was also aware that his efforts to combat the epidemic would likely attract the attention of the authorities. But he did not anticipate that such a fool would be sent to confront him. Before the county magistrate, fear compelled him to retreat. He stumbled on a stone and fell to the ground. A needle of yin and yang pierced the head of the pig. The same admonition echoed. This matter cannot be resolved solely by your hand. Summon the governor of Xuanzhou to save yourself. At the divine maiden's behest, the magistrate and his entourage were expelled. Observing the magistrate's clumsy escape, Xiao Zifeng remarked that if he remained oblivious to the situation, he would deserve his fate. In the face of an epidemic, the death of a county magistrate could easily be attributed to the illness. Should the epidemic spread uncontrollably? It would not merely be a matter for Jianghu. Other regions could also be affected. As the magistrate fled halfway, he contemplated returning to summon more individuals for revenge against the villagers. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a startled cry from one of his officials. The officials who had accompanied him stood in stunned silence, staring at the magistrate, sensing something amiss in the peculiar expressions of those around him. The magistrate realized that something was wrong. He had only uttered 3 words when he discerned the truth. His voice had changed, taking on a feminine quality. Looking at his hands, they remained plump, yet he felt as though something had vanished from his lower body. Upon reaching the riverbank, a corpulent woman's reflection emerged on the water's surface. The magistrate was rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, he recalled the divine maiden's words. "Hurry, go find the governor." Hu Sitao approached Xiao Zifeng. "Could you give me a needle like yours?" "What?" Xiao Zifeng was filled with confusion, questioning whether he had misheard. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu were equally incredulous, pondering whether this was truly the realm of the strong. Dare to confront all that instills fear. Just as you have pricked the county magistrate with that needle, could you perhaps administer a dose to me as well? Xiao Zifeng remained silent, her large eyes fixed intently on Hu Sitao, awaiting his next words. "I wish to conduct an examination. Then you may study Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu." After uttering this, Xiao Zifeng waved her hand dismissively and departed, leaving Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu in a state of disarray amidst the wind. Before the elderly figure, resistance seemed futile. Merely the weight of his presence was enough to render the swordsman incapable of lifting his head. What resistance could they possibly muster? Xiao Hong, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, turned her face away and whispered, "This is my first experience. I beg you to show some mercy." Xiao Lu gazed at her elder brother in astonishment. "Brother, you cannot simply submit to fate. In just over 20 days, we can revert to our former selves. You must maintain your composure as a man." Xiao Hong delivered a light punch to Xiao Lu's head. "I was referring to being studied for the first time. Where did your mind wander?" Hu Sitao, unfazed by their exchange, merely smiled as he observed the antics of the two. "Rest assured, it is merely a simple examination." In a room, Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu lay on separate beds. Hu Sitao collected a small sample of blood from each. There was no presence of poison or any signs of sorcery. Their bodies appeared unblemished, as if they had been born female. No traces of change were evident. Remarkable. Hu Sitao could only marvel at the astonishing events that had transpired over the past 2 days, all stemming from a single individual. Were he younger, he would have fervently pursued the goddess, for she always brought forth unexpected wonders. At the Jianghu governor's office, he confronted the transformed county magistrate of Wanning. In a fit of rage, he hurled a teacup at the magistrate's face. "Is this how you conduct your affairs?" The magistrate, bloodied and bruised, dared not retaliate, maintaining a forced smile as he repeatedly bowed and apologized. Once Hu Sitao's anger had subsided somewhat, he inquired, "What is the situation in Jianghu village?" "A significant influx of afflicted individuals is reported heading there, yet the villagers have seldom encountered any cases of contagious illness. Most of the sick are outsiders. This suggests that the rumors of the goddess's ability to heal plagues may indeed hold truth. It seems I must make a visit." He had already reported the matter to the court, as it was imperative. Such occurrences cannot remain concealed indefinitely. If he failed to report it, someone else would undoubtedly do so. It is known that the emperor is growing increasingly aged, persistently seeking the elixir of immortality. Yet he has yet to uncover any significant path. In recent years, his behavior has become more tyrannical, and the mortality rate among officials has been steadily rising. Some have met their demise through their own reckless actions, falling victim to the hands of rogue warriors, while the majority have been eliminated by the emperor's own decree. In the presence of a ruler akin to a tiger, one must be wary. Should they find themselves displeased, their time is nigh. As for the likes of the county magistrate of Wanning, his background is well known. With relatives serving in the court and a modicum of wealth, he maneuvered his way into such a position. Frankly, had it not been for his connections, he would have already desired this man's demise. Wanning County is the epicenter of banditry in the entire Jianghu, and he knows precisely how it arose. His frustration grows with each passing moment. "Get out of my sight." At Jianghu village, an opulent carriage arrived, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers. Behind them trailed several carts laden with goods. In this fantastical realm, common folk may quake before such high-ranking officials. However, among certain practitioners of the martial world, particularly the formidable ones, the thought of assassinating him would not be met with trepidation. They are not to be trifled with. If pushed too far, they could easily resort to regicide. This is precisely why he holds the magistrate of Wanning in such contempt. Just because one possesses a modicum of power does not grant them the right to act without restraint. Sooner or later, they will meet a fate they cannot foresee. Faced with such an esteemed official, the village chief stepped forward to extend a warm welcome, for these visitors were not like the previous magistrate who came to seize. He greeted the surrounding villagers with amiability, devoid of any airs of authority. I must trouble you, esteemed chief, to inquire about the goddess. I have heard much of her renown, but have yet to behold her visage. I have come out of admiration, as well as to discuss certain matters. The governor's respectful demeanor compelled the chief to reciprocate with humility. He understood well that, without the goddess, he would not even have the privilege to meet such a high-ranking official. Your Excellency, the goddess is currently attending to the sick and is thus unable to join you. It may take some time before she can meet. Not a problem, not a problem. The healing of the ill takes precedence, and I shall wait. I have brought a modest gift for the goddess. I hope she will accept it. Such kindness is unwarranted. Once the goddess has concluded her duties, she may receive it herself. The chief dared not accept the gift under the goddess's name, for this was not a request directed at him, but rather one made of the goddess. The afternoon passed, and Hidetsai formally sought an audience with the goddess. Upon arriving at a modest dwelling, and before he could step inside, he encountered an elderly gentleman also seeking an audience. Utterly astonished, Hidetsai exclaimed a name. Husitsai, one of the top 10 practitioners in the dojo, a master of the 3 realms. The magnitude of this revelation left him in awe. He never expected to find him within the Jiotian sect. Thus, he must reassess his views on this faction. Are you also here to see the goddess? The village chief inquired. Indeed, I have a matter to discuss. And this gentleman beside me is Governor He of Jianghu. As the introduction of Mr. who was about to commence, he cheerfully interrupted, stating that he had the fortunate opportunity to meet Mr. Who briefly, thus he was somewhat acquainted. Indeed, Mr. who was no ordinary individual, the village chief mused to himself. With this in mind, he decided to enter alongside Hida. For it was better to comply with the request than to decline. Once the two had entered, the village chief remained outside the dwelling, waiting. One could assert that among so many, his ascension to the role of village chief was not without justification. Upon encountering the divine maiden, the governor of Jianghu was genuinely taken aback by her extraordinary beauty. It was a marvel that such exquisite grace existed in the mortal realm. He began to comprehend the county magistrate of wanting sentiments. However, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. Greetings, divine maiden. I am Hida, the governor of Jianghu. Please take a seat. A plain voice resonated. Hida politely settled at a small table. I am aware of your purpose for coming, and I must inform you that you may abandon any thoughts of a prescription, Xiao Zifeng stated directly. The governor of Jianghu found himself in a predicament upon hearing these words, as this was precisely the reason for his visit. Husitsai interjected to clarify. The remedy for the plague is not derived from any conventional medicine. It is entirely a form of the divine maiden's secret technique that alleviates their afflictions. Thus, it is not a matter of refusal, but rather the absence of a prescription altogether. Of course, if you harbor doubts, you may have the remaining potion in the jar examined. This left the governor of Jianghu momentarily at a loss. With Husitsai's testimony, his skepticism waned. For the esteemed status of the divine maiden rendered deception unnecessary. It must be understood that this matter pertained to the fate of an entire region. Even if the divine maiden possessed formidable abilities, could her secret technique truly save all the people of the province? In response to his inner doubts, the divine maiden provided him with a reassuring answer. Although there is no prescription, I can assist in the healing process. However, I require you, Lord He, to gather the afflicted individuals. They need not all congregate in one location. It suffices to assemble them at various sites for focused treatment. Xiao Zifeng was somewhat uncertain regarding the efficacy of her detoxifying capabilities. Theoretically, anything foul that she released would have a detoxifying effect. Yet the duration of this effect eluded him. She had previously tested it, and the time varied considerably, lasting up to 2 days at most, while in some instances, it was ineffective in less than an hour. Due to this unpredictability, she insisted on overseeing the distribution herself. Upon hearing this, Husitsai could not help but voice his concerns. Is this truly feasible? The resources needed for an entire province are considerable. Xiao Zifeng offered him a reassuring smile. It will be fine. In that moment, Husitsai perceived that the divine maiden's compassion for humanity was not a mere sentiment of pity, but rather a profound expression of comfort and kindness. It did not evoke a sense of psychological burden. Instead, it imparted an inexplicable sense of clarity and ease. Your noble intentions are commendable. I shall attend to this matter immediately, and furthermore, I will do my utmost to facilitate the endeavors of the Jiotian sect in Jianghu, actively promoting its cause. Rather than viewing this as he lending assistance, it was more akin to him grasping onto a significant opportunity. The secret art capable of healing an entire province is indeed formidable. The expenditure required for the sorcerers to practice this art is considerable. Even if this particular method demands relatively less, it is essential to recognize that the lives of the people in a province are at stake. The prowess of the divine maiden is evident, undoubtedly surpassing that of Husutsai. Furthermore, her act of salvation has garnered the unwavering support of the populace for the Jotian sect in Xuanzhou. Even without his backing, it is destined to flourish immensely in the future. He has discerned this truth. After meticulously addressing the intricacies of treatment and emphasizing the necessary precautions during the patient concentration process, including disinfection and cleanliness, he took his leave. Upon returning, he promptly issued relevant decrees, setting the entire Xuanzhou into motion. His enthusiasm was palpable with the successful eradication of the epidemic. He would undoubtedly be mentioned in the annals of history. This achievement is significant, for throughout history, epidemics have erupted, and no dynasty has resolved them at such a modest cost. Most often, those afflicted were left to languish in one place until death claimed them. Under his governance, however, they were afforded the chance of recovery. Concurrently, he submitted another missive to the court, asserting his capability to resolve this epidemic. Chapter 29. The radiance of the divine maiden shines upon Xuanzhou. A considerable number of citizens afflicted by a contagion were gathered together. Officials from various regions coordinated their efforts, directly carrying away those too ill to walk. On the soil of Xuanzhou, a massive migration of people ensued. Historically, the populace has endured hardships with resignation, mostly following the directives of the authorities to designated gathering spots. However, a small fraction harbored different intentions. The young man, Axin, concealed himself and his mother within a pile of grass, waiting for the patrolling officials to pass. Once the coast was clear, he swiftly shouldered his mother and fled. He sought to escape the town and find a doctor to save her. Axin, why must you put yourself through this? Let those officials take me for treatment. His weary mother implored, her heart aching for her son and fearing the punishment he might incur should he be captured by the authorities. Mother, I have told you before. The government cannot be trusted. They would never take you for treatment. Their rhetoric about the divine maiden and centralized care for the epidemic is nothing but empty promises. He was deeply skeptical, having witnessed the fate of a village once plagued by disease. During a delivery, he was unable to enter as the entire area was sealed off by soldiers. He recalled a woman, her face ravaged by sores, attempting to escape only to be struck down by an arrow and subsequently dragged away to be burned. The remnants of charred wood nearby were evidence that this was not the first such occurrence. It was then that he grasped the government's true approach to handling the epidemic, either to quarantine the village and let nature take its course or to eliminate all those infected. At the village's edge, guarded by sentinels, he managed to carry his mother over a low wall into an adjacent courtyard, then out into the open. The commotion disturbed the household within, and an occupant emerged wielding a kitchen knife, shouting, "Help! We are being robbed." The outcry startled many, and as Axin hastily exited the village, he quickly sought refuge in a nearby thicket. After a long and arduous journey, he finally reached the town, determined to secure treatment for his mother. Yet, before he could enter, he spotted soldiers escorting a group of infected individuals. Despair washed over him as he realized the town was also conducting searches for the afflicted. However, after a moment, he regained his resolve. If the town offered no refuge, he would venture to the city. If that too proved fruitless, he would seek out the reclusive country doctors. He refused to believe he could not find a physician capable of healing his mother. As he traveled, he repeatedly encountered soldiers escorting the sick, each time concealing himself at a distance. To him, those poor souls seemed destined for death. His mother's concern for him grew, as his feet became blistered from the journey. Yet, her own strength was sapped by the ravages of the disease and her advancing age, leaving her unable to offer assistance. Gradually, red spots began to appear on Axin's face. Axin, relinquish your mother. You must seek a physician on your own. She has lived a substantial part of her life already. Not enough, not enough. Axin was as stubborn as a young calf. Ultimately, illness and exhaustion overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse on the road. His mother had long since succumbed to slumber once more. Even as he lay on the ground, he persisted in crawling with all his might. In a moment of delirium, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and a stunningly beautiful woman clad in resplendent attire appeared before him. Am I to die? Not yet. You are quite fortunate to have encountered me, the woman replied. She then forcefully placed 2 dark and foul-smelling pills into the mouths of both him and his mother. After completing this act, the woman rose to her feet. The reputation of your government is rather lacking. I believe the governor of he should strengthen this aspect. The elder behind her nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, once the divine maiden has treated those afflicted, even the skeptics will come to believe. Soon after, individuals arrived to lift Axin and his mother onto a carriage. The effects were swift. The symptoms of their ailments vanished, yet the fatigue from their arduous journey kept them lying down. Xiao Zifeng, under the guidance of the governor of Jianghu, proceeded to the next destination. In recent days, they traveled tirelessly, sleeping within the confines of the carriage. The drivers changed daily. Fortunately, he did possess some training. Otherwise, given the intensity of the journey, he would surely be exhausted. Throughout this trek, he dared not voice any complaints, especially since the divine maiden and Husitsai had hardly rested. Husitsai had been quietly observing the divine maiden, having noticed, at some point, the emergence of mysterious golden floral patterns on her hands. With each successive treatment of the afflicted, these golden patterns became increasingly pronounced and extended. Initially, they were only visible on her arms, but now he observed them on her wrists as well. This led him to harbor some unsettling suspicions. Upon reaching the next assembly point, gazing down at the throngs plagued by pain, numbness, despair, and a resignation to death, Xiao Zifeng felt compelled to lament the state of this era. It was utterly abysmal, having dwelled in this world for over a decade. Each encounter with its dark side left him disheartened. Fortunately, he now possessed the means to provide aid. Otherwise, he would only be able to dispense futile pity. Thus began another day of repetition. Several large vats of foul-smelling, murky water had been prepared, as per Hida's prior instructions to local officials, who believed it essential for her to perform some secretive technique. Facing the throng of people, she grasped 2 ladles and commenced the day as healing. Initially, the crowd doubted the efficacy of her actions until the first individual, hesitantly, drank the murky water. The masses began to stir, eager to surge forward in hopes of partaking in the divine liquid. Thankfully, a contingent of soldiers was present to maintain order. Otherwise, a disastrous stampede could have ensued. As the number of distributions has increased in recent days, the pace has accelerated correspondingly. However, it took an entire day to attend to the needs of those here. After each healing, the people would spontaneously kneel on the ground, fervently bowing their heads to the goddess. The deities they typically worshipped in temples never offered them salvation. Yet now the goddess stood before them, bestowing holy water and preserving their lives. Initially, Xiao Zifeng would urge them to rise. But now her sole desire is to hasten to the next location. For even if she permitted them to stand, it would serve no purpose. As she journeyed, those whom she had saved began to honor her with altars in their homes. With all this accomplished, she could prepare for her well-deserved departure. Chapter 30. The Ascension of the Divine Maiden. A month later, this place became the final gathering point, destined to be the most populous location. As word spread among the populace that the Divine Maiden was indeed real, many who had previously doubted the authorities instinctively flocked to this last refuge. They reasoned that venturing to other assembly points might result in missing the Divine Maiden entirely, as the journey could prove unpredictable. Thus, the final gathering point emerged as the safest option. Consequently, it was here that all newly discovered individuals afflicted by the contagion were congregated. Along the way, Husitsai hesitated several times to voice his inquiries, but ultimately refrained. He yearned for the Divine Maiden to pause. The golden threads that had begun to encircle her neck were now creeping toward her visage. These strands did not mar her beauty. Rather, they enhanced her sanctity, rendering her even more divine in appearance. Yet, to Husitsai, this exquisite transformation bore a different connotation. He contemplated urging the Divine Maiden to halt, but the hopeful gazes of the throng surrounding them weighed heavily on his heart. After considerable reflection, he resolved to prioritize his companion over the multitude. Xiao Zifeng understood his unspoken sentiments. Shaking his head, he exhibited a blend of anticipation, relief, and a profound weariness. In his heart, he wished to finish this endeavor swiftly, longing for the day when he would no longer need to don the guise of a woman. Husitsai wrestled internally, torn by the plight of the afflicted citizens. Was there hope for the Divine Maiden? Would she return to Jianghu village? He shook his head, coming to a realization. Departing from the cart, he approached the governor's vehicle. Engaging in a brief conversation before the group resumed their journey toward the final gathering point, with a few individuals taking their leave. Meanwhile, in Jianghu village, the village chief received news from a trusted envoy of the governor, prompting him to follow with a lull. His expression was solemn, silence enveloping him, though the corners of his eyes glistened with unshed tears. On the other side, the the divine maiden finally arrived. Observing the bustling gathering point, she noted the multitude present, which far surpassed the previous assembly. Supplies were plentiful, and the healing efforts unfolded over 2 days and nights. For this duration, the divine maiden remained sleepless. During her ministrations, both Hida and Husutsai distinctly noticed the golden threads extending to her face. Hida, a man seasoned in the treacherous waters of governance, where ambition often eclipsed morality, found himself moved in that moment. He realized that such individuals truly existed in this world, capable of such selflessness. Throughout his career, he had encountered many people. He had witnessed altruism and valor, and had met those who professed self-sacrifice. He recalled interrogating a robber who claimed to act for justice and righteousness. In that instance, he had granted the man a chance to pursue his ideals, allowing 9 of his equally righteous companions to escape. The condition was that with each step taken, one must plunge a dagger into him. Naturally, at any moment, one could cry out to spare him, thus granting him a reprieve. Yet, after 9 daggers had been driven into him, he would bleed out and meet his demise. Initially, his adversary clung to a sense of chivalry. The first dagger, the second dagger, the third dagger. It was from the third dagger onwards that he perceived the terror in his opponent's eyes. Then came the fourth dagger, and he began to struggle. Pain served as a reminder, blood flowed forth, and the encroaching chill of his body warned him that if he persisted, death would soon be upon him, drawing ever closer. The fifth dagger, the sixth dagger. He surrendered. Thus, whenever he encountered those who sacrificed themselves for others, he deemed them ignorant. Having never truly confronted the fear of death in that fateful moment of its gradual approach, he believed that no one in this world could endure such torment. And now, this individual had emerged, willingly inching towards death for the sake of others. At last, after tending to everyone, the goddess bore a profound weariness upon her countenance. When Husutsai intended to pulse check and treat her, she firmly declined. Please find me a place to rest for a while. The finest room within the gathering point was cleared for her, and therein she took a respite. This rest extended for a full 2 days and nights. Meanwhile, the individuals she had rescued lingered, with even more gathering outside the point. The door creaked open, and Husutsai and others waited expectantly. The goddess emerged, her face radiant and her spirit invigorated, though the golden threads upon her visage showed no sign of fading. Husutsai, the seasoned physician, wore a somewhat rigid smile. He had witnessed such circumstances many times before. I wish to eat something. This was her first utterance upon opening the door. Hida immediately instructed others to bring forth the meal. For these past days, provisions had been prepared daily for the goddess, with breakfast, lunch, and dinner meticulously arranged to the highest standards. After feasting, the goddess sought to take a stroll, with Husutsai trailing behind. I recall asking you if you were interested in becoming the leader of the Jiaotian sect. You mentioned you would consider it. May I have your response now? For many years, Husutsai had lived freely, abstaining from joining any sect or organization, even eschewing nominal affiliations. Yet now, I have made my decision. I accept. A radiant smile graced the goddess's face. Please take good care of Alil. I shall treat him as my own granddaughter, Husutsai promised. Now, allow me to walk alone for a while. Husutsai nodded, watching as the goddess ventured into the distance, his gaze unwavering. When she reached a sufficiently remote location, devoid of any presence within 100 meters, a colossal golden beam of light descended. An ineffable sacred portal opened amidst the clouds. The goddess's form floated in midair, transformed into shimmering specks of golden light, as if disintegrating. Countless points of light soared towards that celestial gate nestled within the clouds. Husutsai stood on the ground, gazing in at the miraculous sight that left the world speechless, rendered mute, and choked with emotion as he witnessed her departure. The onlookers, moved by the spectacle, collectively knelt in reverence, their voices rising in unison to honor the divine maiden's ascension to the heavens. Hida was among those who bowed in worship. Meanwhile, the young man Xin, accompanied by his mother, also joined the kneeling throng, placing his faith solely in his own convictions rather than in deities. His heart swelling with an unparalleled sense of devotion in that moment. At last, Elu arrived, only to be met with this poignant scene. Sister Goddess, he cried out, his voice laced with sorrow, yearning to call her back. The village chief, too, was moved to tears. In the 18th year of the Great Zhou dynasty, the divine maiden descended upon Junshou, establishing the 9 heavens, dispelling plagues, and saving humanity. Thereafter, her form scattered, and her soul returned to the heavens. Chapter 31. A generous offering. Gazing at the skills that had vanished from his skill bar, Xiao Zifeng wore an expression of remarkable calm. He now possessed 2 vests, The journey through the martial world continued unabated. The fervor surrounding the sword god had yet to dissipate, and the divine maiden remained a topic of great interest among the populace. The ascension ceremony was exceedingly grand, with the colossal celestial gate towering amidst the clouds. Even from 10 miles away, it was visible to all. Countless witnesses beheld this extraordinary event. The divine maiden single-handedly rescued the citizens of Jianghu, ascending to the heavens in a display of unparalleled heroism. A fervent wave of seekers of immortality swept through the martial world, stirring even the interest of the emperor. However, the Jianghu sect possessed no knowledge of cultivation methods. The divine maiden had never imparted such teachings, focusing solely on healing the sick. Moreover, with Hu Sitao stationed as guardian, even those in pursuit dared not provoke the Jianghu sect. In truth, when the emperor first heard of the divine maiden, he harbored doubts and suspicions towards her. Thus, during the month that she spent healing the people, he remained silent. Yet, after her ascension, he conferred honors upon her posthumously, constructing a golden effigy and establishing a temple in her name. Jianghu village. No, perhaps it ought to be referred to as Jianghu town. An abundance of those saved by the divine maiden had gathered here, transforming it into the stronghold of the Jianghu sect, with Hu Sitao as its leader. Alu became his disciple. Those who had once witnessed the divine maiden's punishment now stood tall, the 10-petaled flower in their hands becoming a symbol of their allegiance. At the sight of the divine maiden's ascension, a magnificent statue was erected, her visage adorned with golden threads, exuding grace and sanctity. In contrast, the statue in Jianghu village was immaculate, her lips curving into a faint, almost imperceptible smile, endearing her to all. At the Zhao Manor, Zhao Xianluo and Old Li were ensconced in a small courtyard, exchanging wide-eyed glances. They had been discussing the recently celebrated divine maiden when Old Li, almost as if possessed, remarked, "Why hasn't Xiao Zifeng arrived at the imperial capital yet? Could he be masquerading as the divine maiden?" They exchanged contemplative looks, lost in thought. Logically, given the time that had passed, Xiao Zifeng should have long since reached the capital. Not to mention, they had practically deduced that the sword god was indeed him. If the sword god rode upon a wooden phoenix, he should have arrived even swifter than they. Moreover, Xiao Zifeng possessed a unique needle technique capable of altering a man's gender. What if he were to inadvertently administer a needle to himself? Rumors had circulated that the divine maiden could change others' genders. Most crucially, Zhao Xianluo recalled a time she had inquired about how Xiao Zifeng had cured her poison. He had mentioned the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill, and now, upon reflection, she felt he had deliberately evaded her question. There were many elements at play. Old Li was the first to voice his skepticism. Xiao Zifeng has never demonstrated such abilities, he posited. He possesses a flying wooden phoenix, but we remain oblivious to its capabilities. Old Li remarked, indeed, that young man possesses an array of peculiar abilities. Some of these powers, if he chooses to remain silent, others would not dare to inquire. He can alter one's gender, induce pregnancy, and compel submission. Not to mention the tremendous uproar he caused in Jubai City previously. It would not be surprising if he had the means to diminish one's lifespan as well. There are individuals in the capital selling portraits and sculptures of celestial maidens. Zhao Xuanlu added, although Xiao Zifeng has the capability to change one's gender, the alterations in appearance are minimal. Most adjustments are merely to align with the desired gender. Thus, this can serve as a distinguishing factor. Consequently, the two procured 2 portraits. There exist 2 types of celestial maiden portraits, one adorned with golden floral patterns on the face, and the other devoid of such embellishments. As they gazed upon the breathtaking beauty captured in the portraits, it became evident that it bore no resemblance to Xiao Zifeng. While his looks cannot be deemed exceptionally handsome, he could be described as moderately attractive. Were he to transform into a woman, it would certainly not result in such a visage. We may be overthinking this, Old Li mused while sipping his tea. This leaves us with another question. Why has he not arrived yet? Zhao Xuanlu inquired once more. That lad seldom ventures beyond Jubai City. He is likely indulging in leisurely pursuits along the journey. Ah, youth and its penchant for playfulness, Old Li provided a rationale. On a rural path, a boy clad in black swung a wooden sword, practicing as he walked. 100 unarmed against armed LV201263 99999 can activate this skill against all selected individuals ahead. Skill upgrade LV3. Can slay creatures incapable of clasping their hands together with a single strike, though he had yet to encounter any particularly formidable non-human entities. Xiao Zifeng deemed it prudent to elevate this skill to its maximum level. Even in a mundane martial arts world, one would expect to encounter a giant eagle or a long serpent. Moreover, in this realm, creatures such as zombies and ghouls abound. It is entirely possible that he might one day encounter a dragon or something equally awe-inspiring. Thus, enhancing this skill to its fullest capacity was a wise precaution. Senior sister, you brought me out to roam the martial world, yet I have not eaten for an entire day. Complained a charming girl with an oval face to the taller woman beside her. Do not fret, do not fret. I have heard that bandits in this area are abducting people. If we locate them, we can claim a bounty from the authorities. Once we secure the reward, I shall take you to an inn for sumptuous meat-filled buns, roasted chicken, delicate wontons, and braised tofu. Luo Yi wiped away the drool threatening to escape her lips. You said the same yesterday, retorted the girl, frustration evident in her tone. Why is your divination so inaccurate? We are clearly in this vicinity, yet how can we not find them? Luo Yi lamented, regretting her decision to accompany her senior sister on this journey. She had once believed that venturing into the martial world would be invigorating, but now she found herself burdened by the thought of finances. Martial wanderers ought to travel with a sword and a gentle breeze, embracing the path of righteousness. Enduring hardships and roaming far and wide with sword in hand exemplifies the spirit of chivalry. Yet here she was, barely surviving on the meager offerings of the northwest wind. At that moment, a young boy clad in black brandished a wooden sword as he walked past the two. Luo Yi noticed the black-clad youth tugging insistently at Sihong's hand. Senior sister, look at that person. Do not bother me. I am in the midst of calculations. Sihong retorted, shaking off her junior's grip. Just now, as he walked by, that person seemed to be the one currently wanted by the Jingyi Alliance. Upon hearing this, Sihong retrieved several wanted posters and selected one. The poster contained a description, a black-clad youth whose strength is suspected to be at the 9th or 8th realm. Believed to be affiliated with the demon sect, he, along with a group of nefarious individuals, has annihilated the entire Three-Sword sect through treachery, employing poison and other insidious methods. His crimes are heinous, with a bounty of 5,000 taels of silver. This bounty had garnered fervent interest among many in the martial world, for the target was weak while the reward was substantial. However, more than a month had passed without a trace of him. Senior sister, it's him. We have a meal in store. It's confirmed. Let us follow him. Sihong was brimming with confidence, being at the 7th realm while her junior was at the 8th. Moreover, among the disciples of their sect, they were considered formidable. Capturing such a treacherous individual would be a trivial matter. It felt as though heaven had delivered 5,000 taels of silver to them. Xiao Zifeng had walked part way when he suddenly turned around. The two young women were whistling at the roadside weeds. In the wilderness, two young maidens dressed in exquisite silk and satin garments clearly hailed from distinguished backgrounds, yet they lacked any accompanying bodyguards. They were undoubtedly practitioners. Indeed, they seem a bit foolish. Xiao Zifeng took a couple more steps forward before glancing back. The two women hurriedly halted, pretending to be nonchalant, fiddling with their hands. Xiao Zifeng stood still, and the two women remained stationary, creating a rather awkward atmosphere, even averting their gazes. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zifeng made a swift escape, sprinting forward. Upon seeing the 5,000 taels of silver slip away, the two women quickly pursued him. Although Xiao Zifeng had not practiced any lightness skills, his robust vitality and strength allowed him to perform extraordinary feats. Each powerful push off the ground propelled him a great distance. Gradually, he distanced himself from the two women, vanishing from their sight. Phew. Luo Yi paused to catch her breath. That little thief runs so fast. Yet Sihong spoke confidently. No need to panic. Let me calculate. Standing still, she concentrated for a long time but was unable to glean any insights. At the Tianyin sect, ominous thunderclouds loomed overhead, flashing with lightning, casting a brightness akin to daylight even amidst the darkness. The sect leader and elders stood on high alert. Tianji, the sect leader, gazed at the terrifying thunderclouds. Unable to suppress a gulp, the Tianyin sect was a reclusive order. Even when disciples ventured out, they never disclosed any sect information and rarely entangled themselves with outsiders. Why had they attracted such a great calamity? Yet, Tianji had no time for further contemplation. All disciples and elders activated the sect's grand formation, joining forces to resist. A colossal thunderbolt descended, striking the sect's grand formation directly. Cracks manifested across the array, followed by a second strike. The formation shattered, sending disciples reeling, some spitting blood, while many fainted on the spot. Only the sect leader and a few elders remained, straining to endure the calamity. They were not prepared for a potential third strike. As the thunderclouds began to dissipate, the sect leader wiped the blood trickling from his mouth and nose, his voice laced with fury as he bellowed, "Investigate immediately." Who outside has woven such a grave karma? The only scenario that could provoke such a tempest was if a disciple, too weak to bear the consequences of their actions, had engaged in profound karmic entanglements, thus implicating the entire sect. It was a case of misfortune striking from the heavens while one remained sheltered at home. Should a third thunderbolt descend, the Tianyin sect would face annihilation. Even in the afterlife, he would be at a loss on how to justify the calamity to the ancestors. If he discovered the culprit behind this upheaval, he vowed to flay their skin. The rules for conduct outside the Tianyin sect were as clear as day. 1. Act discreetly in the world. 2. Never disclose the sect's secrets. 3. Avoid provoking those with heavy karmic ties. In Jianghu village, looking up at the village name, Xiao Zifeng felt a sense of hesitation. For reasons unknown, the village instilled a discomfort within him, though he could not articulate why. As dusk approached, he realized that if he did not find shelter soon, he would have to endure the night in the woods. Reluctantly, he decided to enter the village, dismissing any thoughts of ghosts. Upon entering, several chatty matrons at the village entrance greeted him with unexpected warmth. "Oh my, where did this young man come from? Are you here to find a sweetheart in our village?" they quipped, playfully inspecting him. Xiao Zifeng crossed his arms, stating, "I am merely passing through, seeking a place to rest for the night." Hearing this, the matrons grew even more enthusiastic, tugging at his arms and clothing. "Come to my house, it's lovely." "No. Come to my house, I have a new home." Just as the matrons were embroiled in a lively debate, a ragged, slightly deranged old man suddenly emerged from nowhere. He shoved Xiao Zifeng away from the grasp of the matrons, pushing him as if to expel him from the village. "Get lost. Outsiders are not welcome here. Hurry and leave." Xiao Zifeng did not resist or retaliate. After all, this was their village, filled with innocent villagers. Any exertion on his part could send the frail old man tumbling to the ground. The elderly are fragile and cannot be harmed. However, the matrons watching this scene could no longer tolerate it. Two of them stepped forward to escort the deranged old man away. Another approached Xiao Zifeng to offer comfort. "Young man, were you frightened? This old fellow once had a granddaughter, but she was abducted by some traffickers, and since then, he has been mad, distrusting outsiders. However, there is no need for concern. The kind matron warmly welcomes you. Come, you seek shelter, do you not? She will escort you to examine the accommodations." This time, as she grasped Xiao Zifeng's hand, he offered no resistance. He merely observed the elderly man being led away. In his childhood, while playing by the river, he had been similarly addressed by a familiar neighbor, with a fierce expression and a booming voice. Yet, his intent was solely to keep him away from the water's edge. Meanwhile, Sihong and Luo Yi, after a fruitless search, fortuitously arrived at Jianghu village. Upon entering, they, much like Xiao Zifeng, were met with the villagers' warm hospitality. The moment they expressed their hunger, the villagers presented them with a bountiful array of food. Luo Yi's cheeks swelled with delight. There were no masters down the mountain. And contrary to the ominous tales they had heard, everyone was exceedingly warm-hearted and compassionate. Sihong remarked, "Indeed, this world is filled with good people." Yet, as Xiao Zifeng gazed at the sumptuous feast prepared by the matron, roasted chicken, large pork knuckles, stir-fried bacon with winter bamboo shoots, accompanied by scallion pancakes, he could not help but feel his appetite stir. However, once the matron departed, he merely cast a glance at the spread before him. From his pocket, he retrieved a dry, hard, unleavened flatbread and began to gnaw on it. How intriguing, he mused. In his previous life, such delicacies were a rarity. In this world and this era, even ordinary folk could extend such generous hospitality. The disparity across regions is indeed substantial. Chapter 32. The night's disturbance. As darkness enveloped the village, the once lively sounds faded into silence. The children's laughter ceased, the chatter of the elder women dwindled, and even the barking of dogs vanished. It was as if an unseen force had muted the world at the very moment nightfall descended. The eerie stillness sent a chill of foreboding through Sihong. "Lo Yi, have you noticed how abruptly quiet it has become? Isn't it natural for it to be quiet now that night has fallen?" Lo Yi replied, rubbing her full belly, feeling quite sated from the day's meal. "Oh." She yawned. "I'm off to sleep now, senior sister. You should rest early too." With that, she climbed onto her bed and drifted into a deep slumber. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within Sihong, though its origin eluded her comprehension. After much contemplation, she concluded it might stem from the absence of coins in her pocket. They would need to devise a means of survival once they departed from the village. As fatigue overcame her, she too succumbed to sleep. A crimson mist began to pervade the village, and the tightly shut doors of each home swung open unexpectedly, revealing hundreds of shadowy figures in the streets. Eerie whispers filled the air as a procession of stiffened figures advanced with deliberate slowness. The sound of heavy objects striking the ground resonated, weaving a bizarre yet harmonious symphony with the murmurs. Si-Hong found herself ensnared within a peculiar labyrinth, relentlessly pursued by a blood-red apparition that shadowed her every move. No matter how she ran, it felt as though she were trapped in a loop, the figure unyieldingly in pursuit. The haunting voice echoed behind her, repeating, "For everyone. For everyone." Exhausted from fleeing, Si-Hong grappled with her identity and the reason for her presence in this strange place. Who was she? Why was she here? What was chasing her? Gradually, a realization dawned upon her. She shouldn't be here. She had been sleeping in her room. Yes, this was a dream. Awakening. She found herself inexplicably at the door. Suddenly, a sensation of something encroaching from behind sent shivers down her spine. Turning, she beheld Lo-Yi. Her blood-red eyes wide with confusion, trailing closely behind her. The sight of Lo-Yi in such a state alarmed Si-Hong. She recognized the manipulation at play. With a swift motion, she summoned a blade of azure light, directing it toward Lo-Yi's forehead, but it bore no effect. At that moment, a sharp pain twisted in her abdomen, and her limbs felt heavy and weak. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed ominously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Si-Hong understood that their current predicament was likely tied to the food provided by the village. The door must not be opened. Yet, to her horror, Lo-Yi moved towards the door, intent on answering the knock. Summoning her last reserves of strength, Si-Hong lunged at Lo-Yi, tackling her to the ground. The door must not be opened. As she subdued Lo-Yi, the door creaked open, and moonlight spilled into the room. The fervent matron of the day wore a rigid smile upon her face, her eyes a ghastly shade of crimson. "Come along, little girl," she beckoned. Terror gripped the girl. Si-Hong, who yearned to rise and flee, yet was firmly held down by Lo-Yi. Behind the matron stood a multitude of villagers, all sporting grotesque smiles and blood-red eyes, rendering the darkness around them all the more horrifying. Si-Hong wished to resist, glancing at her junior sister. She felt a pang of compassion, yet her body lacked the strength to comply. The poison these villagers had administered was formidable, even for her. A sorceress of the Seven Realms, her sister had transformed into this dreadful state. Meanwhile, a knock echoed upon Xiao Zifeng's door, yet silence reigned. Unlike Si-Hong's entrance, this door appeared to be barricaded from within. A throng of villagers charged, ultimately breaking through the door. The untouched feast upon the table had grotesquely morphed. Roasted chicken became a plump rat, a pork knuckle transformed into an unrecognizable animal's leg bone. Stir-fried bamboo shoots turned into nameless moths, and scallion pancakes became the hide of an unknown creature. The room, however, was devoid of life. Suddenly, a wooden block fell, striking one villager on the head, and in an instant, the entire structure collapsed, burying the intruding villagers beneath the rubble. Those outside observed the scene with an unsettling calm, devoid of any intention to unearth their buried compatriots. A group of villagers bound Si-Hong and escorted her to the village shrine, with Lo-Yi willingly trailing among them. Inside the shrine, ancestral tablets lay in disarray, some shattered upon the floor, neglected by all. They pried open a section of the floor, and a matron, along with Lo-Yi, escorted Si-Hong into the darkness. As she approached the opening, a foul stench assaulted her senses. The trio descended into a hidden chamber, where a small crimson pool lay, and a middle-aged monk sat with a little girl submerged within the sanguine waters. The monk emitted a faint golden glow, valiantly resisting the encroaching bloodlust, though golden blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. The little girl opened her eyes, revealing a terrifying visage that Si-Hong had never anticipated from one so young. "Monk, if you consume them both, you shall be utterly defeated. Benefactor, the sea of suffering knows no bounds. Turn back to the shore, relinquish your burdens." The words echoed, "Release, release." The girl began to descend into madness, proclaiming that their family had claimed the village's fortune, dividing their wealth and feasting upon their flesh. She raged that by consuming their blood and meat, the villagers believed themselves immune to all ailments. "The roads and bridges in the village were funded by my father, who selflessly distributed grain during famines to aid the villagers in their time of need. But do you know how those whom I called uncle and aunt, grandfather and grandmother treated me? How they treated my family? Those women proclaimed that my mother was a demon, striking and berating her. Meanwhile, those loathsome men, one after another, rushed into my mother's chamber, and in her torment, she succumbed to the humiliation. My father sought to resist, but was brutally slain by them. They wielded knives and sharp implements, frenziedly lunging at me. As I beheld my own body being torn asunder, they drank my blood and devoured my flesh. And now you urge me to let go. Your words flow so lightly. When I seek vengeance, you suddenly emerge, intent on saving them. Yet, why did you not come to rescue me in the first place? All of this could have been avoided had I arrived sooner. If you so desire, I shall orchestrate a grand ceremony, guiding you and your parents to a blissful afterlife, ensuring a fortunate rebirth. Ha ha, the little girl laughed with reckless abandon. You, monk, are quite amusing. I have labored to reach this point. And you wish to send me to a state of bliss. Why not extend that mercy to those wretches instead? At this juncture, you still shield them. Were it not for this monk's abrupt intervention, protecting the villagers and confining her here, she would have long since attained her full power. However, he cannot protect those outsiders. Indeed, compared to these two women, his true desire lies in that man. From the moment he entered the village, she sensed the richness of his vitality, comparable to that of the monk before her, albeit seemingly less potent. It is a pity he managed to escape. Had she consumed him, she could have not only shattered the monk's constraints, but also ascended to greater heights of power. A round of applause erupted. Well, I believe I understand. May I propose a matter, little one? Xiao Zifeng suddenly appeared. The little girl was taken aback in her previous perception. His life force had vanished from the village. How could he possibly reappear here? Xiao Zifeng had not intended to come. The situation was undeniably peculiar. Unlike anything he had encountered before, this was evidently beyond his control. Fleeing seemed the wisest course. Yet, with the village enveloped in crimson mist, he found himself unable to escape. With no alternatives, having resolved that he could not eliminate the problem, he decided to confront those who caused it. Thus, he trailed the villagers to this very spot, only to witness such a scene unfold. What are we discussing? The little girl inquired. As the villagers above the ancestral hall began to quietly enter a hidden passage, we're considering allowing you and these villagers to depart. I assure you the little girl's words were abruptly interrupted. Pardon the interruption, but it appears you have misunderstood. I have no intention of rescuing these villagers. Simply allow us outsiders to leave. Naturally, as compensation for depriving you of a grand feast, I believe it would be rather unsatisfactory to merely repay you in kind. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Revenge operates on a similar principle. When one has been wronged, the desire arises to repay that injury manifold. I could impart some methods of retribution to you. As for saving those villagers, it is but a jest. They have brought their own demise upon themselves. Xiao Zifeng intervenes only when he can no longer bear witness to certain events. As seen with the Three Swords sect and the incident in Jianghu village, one is steeped in grave sins, accompanied by a substantial bounty, while the other is driven by sheer fervor to rescue a young girl, inadvertently saving an entire province in the process. This reflects his benevolence. Yet it also signifies him bearing the consequences of his actions. However, the actions of the villagers in Jianghu village fall outside the realm of his concern. At this juncture, the monk spoke up. One must never aid the wicked in their tyranny. Aid the wicked? A cadre of minor demons has harmed the innocent, and those innocents have transformed into formidable avengers, returning to exact vengeance upon these lesser demons. Faced with a greater evil, these minor demons become the oppressed. Should I then come to their rescue? No, they remain inherently malevolent. As the Buddha teaches, good begets good, and evil begets evil. The consequences of their actions have led to their current misfortunes, and they must bear the burden of their own deeds. This is the law of cause and effect. When the retribution for the wicked arrives, your attempts to shield them from calamity will only exacerbate the evil, failing to propagate kindness. The malefactor's transgressions will not go unpunished. They will only amplify the wickedness. Master, your heart is noble, yet perhaps a tad excessive in its compassion. Xiao Zifeng's final remarks stem from his realization that the disheveled old man who urged him to leave at the village entrance was indeed a result of the monk's intervention. He finds himself constrained, limited in what he can do. Kindness is admirable, yet it may be overly abundant. Were he to encounter such a situation, he would generously permit the young girl to exact her revenge, should she wish to eliminate a few more individuals to refine her skills afterward. Xiao Zifeng might even consider guiding her towards redemption. The monk remained silent. Was he mistaken? The young girl, upon hearing these words, felt she had found a kindred spirit, far superior to the loquacious monk. Thus, she resolved not to devour Xiao Zifeng, but rather to recruit him as her subordinate. Observing the dark throng at the entrance, Xiao Zifeng sighed. You still wish to pursue me? The girl shook her head. No, I shall not consume you. However, I require you as my follower. But have you contemplated a question? My appearance before you signifies my unwavering confidence. Are you certain you can subdue me? Suddenly, the controlled Luo Yi appeared behind Xiao Zifeng. Without even a glance, Xiao Zifeng swept her away with the flat of his sword. The vigor he possessed was not merely an enticing sight to these creatures. It endowed him with strength surpassing that of an 8 realms martial artist. The young girl commanded the villagers to charge at him. With a deft flick of his sword, the blade of the Qinglin sword gracefully sliced through the bodies of those villagers. Initially, he harbored a measure of trepidation regarding the formidable strength of the shadowy figures behind the scenes. However, the balance of power now lay between the young girl and the monk, rendering them incapable of taking action against him. The villagers under her control posed no real threat to him. Moreover, he had no intention of sparing these villagers. From the fragmented snippets he had gathered earlier, he gleaned a sense of their situation. Blood stained the dimly lit chamber, flowing across the ground and pooling into a basin of crimson. Do not slay the villagers, for it will only augment the ghostly maiden's power. The monk's golden aura began to wane further, while the blood pool thickened ominously. At that moment, the villagers beside Si Hong were preparing to thrust her into the blood pool. Xiao Zifeng swiftly deflected the assailant's strike with his sword and untied Si Hong's bindings. Let us act together. I am poisoned and lack the strength to fight. Xiao Zifeng produced his specially concocted 9-turn revitalizing pill and placed it in Si Hong's mouth. What vile substance have you given me? It reeks. It is the 9-turn revitalizing pill. Do not feign death, quickly assist in subduing those villagers. Detoxification cannot be so suddenly. Si Hong realized the pain in her abdomen had dissipated and her limbs regained their vigor. The effects of the medicine were astonishingly swift. As for her sister, who had been flung away earlier, there was no time to attend to her now. Had her sister not possessed a modicum of strength, she would be in agony or, like her sister, under control. Give my sister one as well. She is also poisoned. You mean the one I tossed away just now? Yes. Was she not afflicted by that girl's spell? I surmise her secret technique operates in conjunction with this poison. Xiao Zifeng swiftly intercepted another attack from Luo Yi, shoving the 9-turn revitalizing pill into her mouth before discarding her aside. He then turned back to confront the villagers, opting not to kill them but to shatter their bones in their hands and legs. The ghostly maiden, witnessing this scene, seized the opportunity to absorb the spilled blood, further augmenting her strength while simultaneously suppressing the monk before her. She could scarcely fathom that Xiao Zifeng possessed such formidable power. The blood of ordinary mortals was indeed inferior to that of cultivators. Had she merely cast down that one cultivator earlier, she could have completely subdued the monk and freed herself from his constraints. Chapter 33, The Spectral Maiden's Escape. Learning the finger techniques. Luo Yi, aching all over, struggled to rise, having just broken free from her constraints. In a moment of confusion, she beheld her senior sister and Wu Qianyong mercilessly assaulting the innocent villagers. These villagers are good people. Why are you attacking them? She thought, realizing they were under control and urgently calling for assistance. Coming to her senses, Luo Yi employed a secret technique to join the fray, but instead of incapacitating the villagers as Xiao Zifeng had done, she merely bound them with her arts. Taking advantage of the villagers' predicament, Si Hong turned to confront the spectral maiden, aiming to capture the ringleader first. Just as she launched an attack, the blood pool erupted violently. The spectral maiden emerged from the pool, and with a single strike, sent Si Hong crashing against the stone wall, blood gushing from her mouth. Xiao Zifeng observed the spectral maiden, noting that she possessed only her upper body, while her lower half was a swirling mass of crimson. The monk, too, had been forced out of the blood pool, his aura weak and his protective golden light shattered. How unfortunate, he thought, to be compelled to harm my own cultivation. I only needed to consume a few more practitioners of the 8 or 9 realms to achieve the pinnacle of my blood soul, allowing me to break through the monk's limitations unscathed and devour him to enhance my prowess. Now, in this weakened state, even if I consume these individuals, I may not fully recover. While Xiao Zifeng appeared robust, as a mere warrior of the 8 realms, no matter how vigorous his lifeblood, it was improbable for him to reach the mid-3 realms. At most, he was equivalent to a warrior of the 7 realms. The spectral maiden was the first to attack Xiao Zifeng. He swung his sword, astonishingly passing through her form. She retaliated with a palm strike to his chest, a metallic sweetness flooding his senses. Are you an idiot? Luo Yi exclaimed incredulously. You, a mere warrior, are battling a spectral entity without harnessing your lifeblood? Did your master never impart this fundamental knowledge? I was not taught, Xiao Zifeng replied, blood spilling from his mouth. Wiping his lips, he felt his lifeblood surge forth. This immense power caused the spectral maiden to salivate uncontrollably. I had initially considered making you my subordinate, but now I regret it. A delicacy like you is far too precious to waste on servitude. With that, she lunged again at Xiao Zifeng, her eyes brimming with hunger. Suddenly, a golden swastika struck her from behind, a searing sensation causing smoke to rise from her back, dulling the blood mass beneath her. The monk struggled to form a difficult seal. "Run," he urged. "You wish for death, old monk? I shall grant you your wish," Luo Yi exclaimed, dragging her senior sister to flee. Just as she prepared to call for Wu Qianliang to join them, Xiao Zifeng's lifeblood surged, and his azure-scaled sword emitted a resonant dragon's roar. As the spectral maiden turned to attack the old monk, she suddenly sensed an unparalleled danger. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Xiao Zifeng enveloped in lifeblood, the azure-scaled sword radiating power. He swung it forth, unleashing a torrent of azure dragon energy towards her as she strained to lift herself. The dragon's breath struck her upper body directly. Under this terrifying assault, his torso was shattered, leaving only his head to flee. Without daring to linger, had that previous strike been aimed slightly higher, it would have resulted in utter annihilation. Xiao Zifeng, disregarding his dignity, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The Qinglin's sword lay beside him, bearing the scars of its first brutal encounter in all its years of existence. Initially, he sensed something amiss in the village, assuming it might only involve kidnapping or underhanded dealings, never anticipating the presence of malevolent spirits. Fortunately, Old Li had left some contingency measures on the Qinglin sword. Otherwise, he would have been forced to resort to his singular devastating skill. Yet, that skill was one he wished to avoid using unless absolutely necessary, for its activation would spell doom for everyone here, save for himself. Simultaneously, a cacophony of wails erupted as the villagers were released from their control. However, none emerged from the battle unscathed. Numerous individuals suffered severed limbs, some reduced to mere halves of their former selves. The sight of the blood-soaked ground instilled terror in the hearts of many. Some villagers, spotting the monk, suddenly cried out, "Monk, what is happening? Were you not supposed to help us exorcise these ghosts? How could you let us end up like this? What are you doing? You cannot even capture a ghost. You must have colluded with that female specter to bring us harm." They were convinced he conspired with the ghost. Otherwise, how could they have awakened here? "My leg. That accursed monk." Countless curses and accusations rained down upon him, with some even including Xiao Zifeng and his companions as accomplices, suspecting them to be spirits themselves. Some villagers picked up stones to hurl at them. Luo Yi observed this scene with incredulity. How could those who appeared so amiable and warm during the day now wear such faces of resentment and malice? Unfazed, Xiao Zifeng rose to his feet, as stones were thrown in his direction. With a swift, effortless stroke of his sword, he severed the head of the assailant. An immediate silence enveloped the crowd, stunned into stillness. As the realization dawned, those present began to scramble toward the exit, with the uninjured villagers trampling over their wounded brethren in their haste. The injured seized the legs of those attempting to flee, causing them to fall. Thus, a chaotic scene unfolded, with those at the back pulling forward those in front. All driven by a singular principle, it mattered not how fast one could run, but that there must always be someone behind to ensure their escape. Xiao Zifeng approached the monk, gesturing toward the horrific scene at the exit. "While you were suppressing the female ghost, you should have been able to protect them. Which implies that at the outset, your strength was at least comparable to hers. Yet, you hesitated, concerned for these villagers. No, you were worried about those demons, resulting in the stalemate we face now. And this is the consequence of your indecision." The monk, deeply pained, closed his eyes, in gratitude for the monk's earlier assistance. Xiao Zifeng carried him out. Approaching the exit, the villagers either scrambled forward in a frenzy or took refuge to the sides. Luo Yi followed closely behind with her senior sister. Once the throng had passed, the villagers cautiously began to crawl toward the exit once again. Xiao Zifeng, feeling no inclination to slay the remaining villagers, considered the village's remoteness. None of the villagers were unscathed, and there was little sustenance to be found. Having lost the support of practitioners, he left them to continue their existence in such a desolate hamlet. What future awaited them? Xiao Zifeng could somewhat envision that this punishment was far worse than death. Luo Yi, on several occasions, attempted to speak but hesitated. The dying Hong carried on her back, sensed her unspoken words. "Do not utter a sound, they are unworthy." Although Luo Yi was unaware of the exact events that had transpired, she had faith in her senior sister. The monk, resting on Xiao Zifeng's back, continuously murmured incantations. Xiao Zifeng discerned some fragments of what seemed to be Buddhist scriptures, though he could not identify their source. As they emerged, the first rays of dawn illuminated the village. This place appeared far less pristine and radiant than the previous day, instead revealing a state of decay and disarray. The tranquil and harmonious village of yesterday was no more. After fleeing the ancestral hall, some villagers succumbed to infections and fevers, while others sought to escape the village in search of survival, only to be devoured by beasts or perish from wounds and hunger along the way. As for those who remained, lacking food, they resorted to seeking alternative sustenance. The village transformed into a vessel for breeding misfortune, culminating in the last survivor collapsing among the corpses. But that was a tale for another time. Once outside, the monk had regained some strength and could walk unaided. I am Hui Ci from Xiangming Temple. I thank you for your life-saving grace, young hero. It is my pleasure. I am Xiao Zifeng. I see you wield the Azure Scale Sword, which must be the fabled legacy of the ghost sword Liemo Kuang. It would be wise to wield it sparingly to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Xiao Zifeng mused, so the old man is named Liemo Kuang. What a boastful name. He replied nonchalantly, if others recognized this sword, would they dare to trouble me, fearing the vengeance of its master? You jest, young hero. The ghost sword perished in battle against the sword immortal of Green Mountain. It is unlikely to become a specter after being slain by such a formidable opponent. Hui Ci assumed Xiao Zifeng was merely jesting. Those I've known for over a decade are ghosts. How could I be unaware? At that moment, Luo Yi addressed her senior sister. Shall we still pursue the 5,000 taels of silver? If not for her injuries rendering her too weak. The dying Hong would have certainly given her junior sister a sharp reprimand for even contemplating the silver reward. Xiao Zifeng turned to look at Luo Yi. Have you lost your mind? Even now, you still desire my bounty. My mind remains intact, yet my finances are in shambles, Luo Yi stated candidly. Si Hong shielded her face with one hand, believing that this gesture might prevent her features from collapsing. Xiao Zifeng inquired, why would your master permit you to venture into the world? He sensed a profound lack of intellect in these individuals. My master did not consent, came the response. Xiao Zifeng remarked, it is truly a miracle that you two have survived this long. The martial world is perilous. A realm not meant for your inexperienced hands. You should return at once. I wish I could, but I lack the fare. Si Hong could no longer contain her frustration and covered her junior sister's mouth with her hand. You may disregard your dignity, but I still hold mine dear. Xiao Zifeng produced a banknote worth 20 taels of silver and handed it over. Grasping the note, Luo Yi exclaimed joyfully, now we have fare. Thank you. You are truly a good person. Good person card 1, he mused, but I hardly consider myself one. It was merely an act of convenience. Si Hong, not as Navi as her junior sister, turned to Xiao Zifeng and said, we will remember this kindness. I am Si Hong, and should you ever require assistance, you may find me in the 10-Mile Mountains. Luo Yi introduced herself as well. I am Luo Yi. Our masters possess remarkable divination skills. And if you seek me in the future, I may be able to offer you a reading. Forget it. The fate of my life is beyond your comprehension. He doubted that even the most skilled diviners of the 3 realms could unravel his destiny, let alone 2 young girls. Si Hong contemplated attempting a reading in front of Xiao Zifeng, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Recalling her previous failures in divination, it seemed futile. At Tianyan's sect. As Tian Gz was recuperating, he suddenly felt a jolt of anxiety, which promptly faded. Could someone be plotting against me? He pondered aloud. Subsequently, the group prepared to part ways, with Hui Ci accompanying Xiao Zifeng back to the imperial capital of Xiangming Temple. Just as they were about to leave, Si Hong abruptly asked, why did you slaughter the 3-sword sect? They disgust me far more than those villagers, Xiao Zifeng replied. Si Hong believed him. Someone who would return to a shrine to save others could not possibly be malevolent. Luo Yi also trusted him. For anyone who offered her 20 taels of silver could not be a bad person. On the road, Hui Ci inquired, monk, how's your injury? It is manageable. As long as I refrain from exerting myself. It requires prolonged recuperation, but the blood poison within me poses a slight complication. A slight complication was an understatement. The poison was akin to a festering sore, exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that he would make any significant progress in his cultivation in the future. However, Hui Ci accepted this reality. It was a consequence of his own choices, and he must bear the repercussions. As Xiao Zifeng had said, it was merely a price for his overabundance of kindness. I have antidotes for the poison, Xiao Zifeng offered, but Hui Ci smiled and declined his generous gesture. I do not suffer from poisoning as recently as the likes of Si Hong, rather. It is a deep-seated affliction accumulated over the years. The toxins within me are profound, and no ordinary antidote can remedy them. Hence, I truly appreciate your kindness, Sir Xiao. Without hesitation, Xiao Zifeng placed the medicinal pill into Hussie's mouth. An overwhelming stench engulfed her senses, rendering the pill's taste intolerably repugnant. Hussie felt the urge to expel it. Do not vomit, for it would be a tremendous waste. This 9 Revolution soul-restoring pill is crafted from exceedingly rare herbs. Upon hearing this, Hussie swallowed the pill. After doing so, she cautiously channeled her energy to sense any changes. The blood poison had vanished. Grateful, Hussie bowed deeply to Xiao Zifeng. Such an extraordinary remedy must be of considerable value, and this assistance felt akin to a rebirth in her martial journey. Coupled with the life-saving favor he had previously bestowed upon her, she found herself in a debt of gratitude that weighed heavily upon her. This great kindness I cannot repay. Should the need arise, even at the cost of my life, I would not hesitate to assist you. Do you practice any sword techniques? Xiao Zifeng inquired. The forged blade swordplay taught by Zhao Xuanlu focuses primarily on a few fundamental moves: thrusts, slashes, and strikes. In typical skirmishes, they lack any remarkable effects. Unlike the monk or Si Hong, who exude brilliance with their strikes, I merely unleashed a surge of dragon energy with the azure scale sword this time. However, who would reveal their trump cards so frivolously? That is not my style. Yet, I do possess a unique finger technique that yields effects somewhat akin to swordplay. Would you be interested in learning? Just call me Zifeng. There's no need for sir. Pray, elaborate on this finger technique. Chapter 34. Ascension to Immortality. The diamond finger, once perfected, strikes like the wind, shattering solid stone and severing metal with ease. After demonstrating this technique, Hussie casually flicked his finger toward a stone by the roadside, shattering it into fragments. Xiao Zifeng's eyes sparkled with admiration. This technique was indeed impressive. As they continued on their journey, he sought Hussie's guidance. Meanwhile, Luo Yi supported Si Hong as they made their way to Shirley Mountain. When we return, my father surely won't punish me, will he? She inquired. Absolutely. A male voice responded. Upon hearing this familiar tone, Luo Yi froze, lifting her gaze towards its source. Tianjizi hovered in midair, flanked by several elders. Observing the weakened aura of his daughter and her direct disciple, both evidently injured, Tianjizi's eyes reflected both anger and concern. 2 elder women stepped forward, guiding Luo Yi and Si Hong away. Upon returning to the sect, Tianjizi and the Grand Elder channeled their energy to heal the two. Fortunately, although they had sustained injuries, their foundations remained intact, sparing them from any lasting ailments. As they awaited their awakening, Tianjizi spoke gently. Si Hong, what did you secretly foretell when you descended the mountain? His daughter, lacking the necessary skills for such divination, could not have done so. It was Si Hong who possessed that talent. The matters at hand involved 3 predictions, one concerning a route, another regarding the bandits who would abduct them, and the third about the location of the man who would rescue them in their moment of peril. After contemplating for a while, Tianjizi urged, now, recount your experiences, particularly that of the man who saved you. Si Hong began her narration, with Luo Yi providing supplementary details. When recounting her divination concerning Xiao Zifeng, a blank void had appeared, yielding no insights, prompting her to attempt a second reading. Tianjizi furrowed his brow deeply. Noticing her master's troubled demeanor, Si Hong cautiously inquired, what troubles you, master? Nothing of great concern, he replied, merely a sentiment of gratitude for life. Please, continue. She then recounted the events involving the village specter and how Xiao Zifeng had come to their aid. Upon hearing this, Tianjizi contemplated expelling them from the sect for entangling themselves in such grave karmic consequences. I even promised him that once I mastered divination, I would aid him with a reading, Luo Yi remarked, her tone eerily calm. Tianjizi inhaled sharply, resolutely deciding that he would never allow his daughter to pursue this path. Father, what is the matter? Luo Yi asked as he gently stroked her head. I have merely made up my mind, he replied. What decision have you made? She pressed. With a gentle demeanor, Tianjizi declared, I will absolutely not permit you to study divination. Luo Yi felt as though struck by lightning. Once her father had spoken, no one would dare teach her. Tianjizi then turned to Si Hong, stating, from this point forward, you shall never perform divination for that Xiao Zifeng again, nor should you do so for anyone lightly. Understood, master, Si Hong replied respectfully. Please, you may retire for now. After the two departed, the Grand Elder Long Shui appeared. Approaching a century in age, her visage resembled that of a 20-year-old maiden. You have heard everything, haven't you? Indeed. Upon hearing the matter, Long Shui felt a heavy weight upon her head. It was astonishing that a martial artist from the 8 realms could be entangled in such profound causality. The turmoil this individual would inevitably precipitate would be far from trivial. Once, an ancestor of the Tianyin sect encountered a person destined for greatness in that era. Consequently, the ancestor endeavored to secure a more expansive future for the sect. The outcome was nearly catastrophic, with the entire sect on the brink of obliteration, serving merely as a catalyst for the ambitions of that fated individual. Thus, the Tianyin sect retreated into obscurity, cautiously plotting its resurgence. To associate with someone of such consequential fate is akin to gambling. Success would elevate them to unimaginable heights, while failure could lead to utter annihilation. Their very ashes scattered to the winds. Tianjizi was enveloped in profound sorrow, merely by deducing his own standing. He had inadvertently entangled his entire sect in this web of causality, despite having yet to ascertain anything definitive. This predicament was akin to stepping into a casino, where a heavily fortified pot awaited. Should one choose to bet, it would not suffice to wager a mere trifle and expect an all-or-nothing outcome. The dilemma lay in the uncertainty of whether the pot contained dice or tiles. It is vital to comprehend that investing in a person of destiny often leads to calamity. Tianjizi felt overwhelmed. At that moment, Long Shui proposed, "Master, why not consult the oracle?" Tianjizi glanced at her askance. "Your divination skills aren't vastly inferior to mine. Why don't you take the lead?" Long Shui retorted, "My strength is somewhat lacking, and I fear I may not withstand the backlash." "It must be you, senior brother, with your formidable prowess." Tianjizi, akin to one chastising a nefarious wrongdoer, remarked, "What kind of reasoning is this? Are you speaking sensibly? You cannot bear the backlash, yet you wish for me to take on the burden." With hands raised in exasperation, Long Shui replied, "What are we to do? One is your cherished disciple, and the other your beloved daughter. They are already entangled in this fate. Could you truly harden your heart to cast them out from the sect? Even if you did, it would only mitigate the effects of this causality." Suddenly, Tianjizi drew his sword, gazing at its blade with a sinister expression. "Perhaps I should eliminate him to sever the causality." Long Shui rolled her eyes in irritation. "If you proceed this way, I fear your demise will be swift. To endure such immense backlash without even grasping the full scope of the situation, are you certain you can vanquish such a person? To follow the natural order is to be mortal. To defy it is to be immortal. My fate lies in my own hands, not in those of the heavens," Tianjizi declared, wielding his sword with grandeur. Long Shui applauded from the side. "Then go ahead. If you perish, I shall assume the role of sect leader, and I will care for your daughter." Tianjizi felt a surge of despondence. "What more can I do? I cannot allow the Tianyin sect to perish under my watch." "Perhaps we should give it a try?" Long Shui suggested. "After all, the threads of causality have already been woven. Although the ancestral master once aided the fated one, leading the sect to the brink of annihilation, it was ultimately through this destined individual that the sect was restored. The audacious thrive while the timid perish. For years, the sect has been timid, and we cannot remain hidden forever. Thus, let us forge a legacy for future generations." "Am I still in time to become one of those future generations?" Tianjizi suddenly inquired. Long Shui clutched the sect leader's collar, shaking him fervently. "You are the leader, the one who guides us on our path. How can you be so lacking in ambition?" "Nonsense. Had I not been devoid of ambition, the previous leader would never have chosen me," Tianjizi replied with a dismissive attitude. "What about the fervor you just expressed about taking control of your own fate?" "I merely uttered it for fun. It doesn't require much effort," Tianjizi shrugged. Long Shui let go. "So, according to your philosophy, you intend to go with the flow and disregard everything?" "More or less, but not entirely. I may not be able to account for that fellow, but I can certainly keep track of my own disciple, and you can keep track of Luoyi." "Ah, that makes sense." Long Shui realized that Tianjizi, being closely related to Luoyi, could not account for her, but he could for the deceased Hong. "Let us proceed then." Tianjizi and Long Shui sat cross-legged and commenced their divination. After a round of divination, both had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. They then opened their eyes to gaze at one another, both filled with unparalleled astonishment. In unison, they proclaimed, ascending to immortality. Chapter 35. The past. In a serene courtyard nestled on a mountainside, a middle-aged man, Zhou Sui Fan, the second sword immortal of the great Zhou, was pouring tea for an elderly gentleman, none other than Old Li. Zhou Sui Fan remarked, "I never imagined that after all these years, you would finally be willing to return to the imperial capital." Old Li, calmly savoring his tea, responded, "What compelled you to challenge him in the first place? Had you dared to challenge me, you would have already ascended to the rank of sword immortal by now. To attain the esteemed title of sword immortal, a swordsman must not only reach a certain level of mastery, but also challenge an existing sword immortal. Only by drawing a tie or achieving victory can one be recognized as a sword immortal by the world. Liu Kuang in his time had dared to confront the most formidable sword immortal acknowledged throughout the martial world, the Green Mountain Sword Immortal, Chuchanga. Following that fateful battle, only the Green Mountain Sword Immortal returned to the imperial capital, while the ghost sword vanished without a trace, leading to rampant speculation in the martial realm that he had met his demise. Such a contest for the title of Sword Immortal demands an all-out effort. There is no room for leniency. At that time, Liu Kuang's prowess was undeniable. He was, without a doubt, on the cusp of becoming a Sword Immortal. He could have challenged any Sword Immortal from various nations, each of whom bore a significant chance of being bested, yet he chose to confront Chuchanga, the Green Mountain Sword Immortal. Even Zhou Suifan had to concede that he was no match for Chuchanga, the universally acknowledged strongest swordsman. Old Li set down his teacup, saying, "You did not summon me merely to discuss these trivial matters, did you?" Zhou Suifan took a sip of his tea to moisten his throat and replied, "I have heard you returned from Jubiai City." Upon hearing this, Old Li immediately grasped that Zhou Suifan was inquiring about the sword deity of Jubiai City. "Indeed. What of it?" Zhou Suifan continued. "You must have heard of that sword deity, Haven Tiu?" Old Li nodded affirmatively. Not only had he heard of him, but he had also once used the renowned sword that now ranks first in the world to spank him. What of his abilities? Old Li squinted at Zhou Suifan, sensing his concerns, and remarked, "Why not seek him out for a duel and find out for yourself?" Zhou Suifan subtly implied, "You understand that my inquiry goes beyond that." 10,000 troops knelt before him. When the army set forth, the northern barbarians would undoubtedly dispatch skilled warriors to protect their generals. Yet, the outcome was that all 10,000 troops succumbed. You must grasp the implications. Or perhaps you have grown timid. Zhou Suifan stated flatly, "To challenge someone, one must possess knowledge. Otherwise, approaching them without clarity seems disrespectful." "Am I a coward?" Old Li's eyes glimmered with disdain as he retorted, "You are no coward. Yet when you once challenged a sword immortal, you selected the weakest among them." Zhou Suifan defended himself. Was that out of cowardice? "He was merely the closest to me. Why should I seek the distant?" Indeed, Old Li dismissed the topic with a wave. A person from the great Zhou venturing into the territory of great Yin to break through and spending considerable time consolidating his realm, only to challenge someone. He dubbed it proximity. But it was an audacious lack of shame. "It is quite audacious of you to speak so, and I hold you in contempt." Naturally, Old Li would refrain from divulging excessive information about Xiao Zifeng. He merely stated in a matter-of-fact manner, "If you wish to challenge me, I shall not impede your endeavor. But be prepared. Should you fail to withstand that strike, you will forfeit your dignity." Zhou Suifan was well aware of this reality, and it was precisely this knowledge that left him in a quandary about whether to seek a contest with the other party. To engage with another swordsman, should he lose, it would merely be a loss, perhaps even a tale worth recounting. However, to challenge the sword god, one could lose, but kneeling would transform him into a subject of ridicule, a topic of gossip over tea and meals. The narrative would circulate. A certain swordsman challenged the sword god and ended up kneeling. Such a tale would be utterly humiliating. Yet, upon hearing tales of the sword god's enigmatic swordplay, he found himself increasingly restless. The exchanges among swordsmen could indeed be of immense benefit to both parties, for the insights gleaned from the techniques and swordsmanship were invaluable. Zhou Suifan inquired further, "Having spent so long there, did you ever engage him in battle?" "Never," came the unequivocal response, delivered with such certainty and without a hint of hesitation. This was an answer Old Li had rehearsed countless times in his mind, forming a response that had become almost instinctual. Regardless of who asked, the answer remained the same. There was no battle, no kneeling involved. Was that a contest? No. It was merely morning exercise, a playful tussle between elder and junior. What sword god? He was only familiar with a young man named Xiao Zifeng, an unremarkable warrior from the 8 realms. Kneeling was an impossibility for him. He, Ghost Sword Li Kuang, had lived a defiant life, proud and unyielding. Upon hearing Old Li's unwavering reply, Zhou Suifan discerned nothing amiss and chose to believe him. "Very well, I shall wait a while longer. Eventually, some swordsmen will be unable to resist the temptation to challenge him. I shall observe the outcome before making my decision. I still wish to preserve my face." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Suifan queried, "What do you plan to do in the future?" "As for me, I shall remain in the imperial capital for a spell longer, to fulfill the unfinished business of my past," Old Li replied, gazing at the scenery beyond the courtyard. Your current realm has diminished to the third realm, while he is said to have advanced halfway into the first realm. And he may well have crossed into it by now. To be candid, I see little chance of your victory. Oldly, currently at the third realm, could breach into the second realm at any moment, but it was a matter of desire. He awaited an opportunity, a chance for a simultaneous breakthrough in swordsmanship and realm. He anticipated that Xiao Zifeng would provide that opportunity. The essential sword technique that leads to a swordsman's prostration had yet to be revealed to him. Yet he believed he could glean the breakthrough he sought from it. What he lacked was that crucial element. Once he completed that, it was not certain that he would lose. After all, in years gone by, he had been but a hair's breadth away from victory. After all these years, he yearned to try once more. It was the singular regret he harbored in his heart, and he would not find peace until he had settled it. Chapter 36. The imperial capital. Xiao Zifeng and Husi finally arrived at the imperial capital. Upon entering, Xiao Zifeng felt an inexplicable pressure that caused him discomfort. What was happening? Why did he feel as though something was weighing down on him? Hearing this, Husi explained, in the imperial capital, there exists a large formation known as the Dragon Emperor's Heavenly Pressure Array. It exerts a form of suppression on practitioners. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, the array will detect intense fluctuations and retaliate. Thus, it is advisable for cultivators to remain discreet within the imperial capital. Xiao Zifeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, so practitioners are not permitted to act recklessly in the capital. Husi inquired further. Xiao Benefactor, you mentioned searching for your friend. Where does your friend reside? Xiao Zifeng pondered briefly before responding. The largest Zhao residence in the capital. Husi, having visited the imperial capital several times, recognized that the largest Zhao residence was none other than the Prime Minister's mansion. As they traversed the bustling streets, Xiao Zifeng paid little attention to the vibrant surroundings until they brushed past a group of people. He remained indifferent, while the leader of the group, none other than the fourth Prince Li Mingrui of the Great Zhou, was taken aback. It was well known that Zhao Xuanlu had come to the capital, and, upon discovering her identity as the Prime Minister's daughter, Li Mingrui's mood had been dismal, especially since his assassination attempt had failed during this time. Now that she had returned to the Prime Minister's residence, his chances of taking action against her were even more diminished. After all, she was the daughter of the Prime Minister, a prominent figure in the court. If he dared to act, not only would his father notice, but his brothers would also be aware, and success was far from guaranteed. Accompanying Zhao Xuanlu was an elderly man of unclear identity, but possessing formidable strength. The loss of a meticulously cultivated Gu master from the fifth realm weighed heavily on him. The situation in Jubiai City remained peaceful, indicating that the carpenter was still alive. He had dispatched people to locate the carpenter, and the last news he received was a bounty issued by the Jianghu Alliance. However, more than a month had passed without any further information about the carpenter. Now, with the carpenter appearing in the imperial capital, capturing him would be advantageous. Li Mingrui had gathered through various channels that Prime Minister Zhao had shown no signs of concern. It was important to note that Prime Minister Zhao was not aligned with his faction, but supported his second brother. If that letter were in Zhao Xuanlu's possession, it was likely now in the hands of his second brother, who should currently be imprisoned. After all, such a near-catastrophic event for the Great Zhou would be intolerable to his father. This suggested that the letter was likely with the carpenter. Furthermore, if he were to act against the carpenter now, it could be justified, as the carpenter was still wanted by the Jianghu Alliance. He could claim to be punishing evil and upholding justice. After all, he dared not act against the Prime Minister, but this novice cultivator carpenter posed no such threat. As Xiao Zifeng and Husi continued on their way, a group of individuals suddenly obstructed their path. Xiao Zifeng squinted, sensing that the situation was far from simple. At this moment, Husi stepped forward, introducing himself. I hail from the Xiaoming Temple, and my Dharma name is Husi. May I inquire as to why you are obstructing my path? Xiao Zifeng cast a glance at Husi, aware that in the imperial city, one must exercise caution and prioritize self-preservation over bravado. Upon hearing that he was a monk from Xiaoming Temple, the assailants hesitated. One of them stepped forward and declared, "This man is a wanted criminal of the Jianghu Alliance, a nefarious disciple of the demonic sect." Husi pressed his palms together and replied, "Esteemed sir, one must speak with evidence. My friend here is of noble character, a chivalrous soul. How could he possibly be?" Xiao Zifeng discreetly tugged at Husi's sleeve, but Husi shook him off and continued, "Do not worry, Xiao. I shall seek justice for you against such slander." The assailants offered no rebuttal and produced a wanted poster from their robes, prominently displaying Xiao Zifeng's likeness. Husi scrutinized the image, noting the signature and seal. It It was indeed the work of the Jianghu alliance. The authenticity of the bounty was indisputable. Just as Husi turned to consult Xiao Zifeng, he realized that the latter had already sprinted several paces ahead. The pursuers quickly followed in hot pursuit. In the midst of the chase, Xiao Zifeng reached a corner where he could momentarily elude their gaze, then came to a sudden halt. Employing his ability to remain utterly still, the pursuers, failing to notice him, continued their search elsewhere. Husi hurried after him. Xiao Zifeng suddenly appeared, seizing Husi, who nearly struck him before recognizing his companion and pausing, exclaiming, "Xiao, you are impressive. You managed to shake them off so swiftly." Xiao Zifeng urged Husi to run. "We will separate shortly and regroup at the Zhao residence. If anyone inquires, just claim you do not know me and that we happen to enter the city together." Husi earnestly questioned, "Could there be a misunderstanding, Xiao? Shangming Temple holds some influence in the martial world. Perhaps I should clarify your situation?" Xiao Zifeng scoffed dismissively. "There is no need for clarification. Aside from not being a disciple of the demonic sect, I indeed committed the acts described." Husi was taken aback, but soon his resolve solidified, recalling the conversation he had overheard with the female benefactor before her departure. "Why did you slaughter the Sanjian sect? They disgust me even more than those villagers." While Xiao Zifeng's methods were indeed ruthless, Husi understood that fundamentally he was a kind-hearted individual. Otherwise, he would not have returned to the ancestral hall to save them when escape was within his grasp. The two then parted ways. Whenever Xiao Zifeng sensed he was being followed, he would stop at a corner and activate his ability, leading the watchers to lose track of him if they dared to blink. In a dilapidated house, Xiao Zifeng captured a relatively weaker individual. Initially, the captive displayed bravado, vowing he would rather die than submit. With a flick of his sword, Xiao Zifeng fashioned several slender wooden spikes, carefully inserting them into the crevices of the captive's fingernails. "Who sent you?" The other party remained silent. Xiao Zifeng, seizing a wooden board, forcefully drove a slender wooden splinter into the gap of his fingernail. The splinter penetrated completely, eliciting agonizing screams from the individual, who eventually gasped out, "I came for the bounty." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zifeng could only administer a merciful strike, pondering the absurdity of so many watching him for a mere reward. If it had been just a few individuals, he could have chalked it up to a coincidental encounter. However, the sudden influx of seekers raised alarm bells in his mind. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Zifeng remarked, "It seems you will not divulge any information even if I were to kill you." His expression then darkened ominously. "In that case, I shall have no choice but to take your life and seek out one of your accomplices, hoping to extract information regarding your family. Perhaps that might yield some insight." After all, while he might not dare to reveal the identities of those pulling the strings behind the scenes, would he hesitate to trade the life of his family for his own? The man, upon hearing these words, was filled with dread. If the first person captured had not been him, but he were the second, he would certainly be compelled to disclose information about his accomplices' families in exchange for his own survival. Would he act? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative, after all. The fate of others bore no consequence to him. He feared not for his own life. Even if he perished, at least his family would remain unharmed. Yet now, if he remained silent, the adversary would surely extract the information from others. He could not afford to gamble, nor could he take such risks. For if he were to be so ruthless towards himself, how could he expect mercy from anyone else? Chapter 37, a grievance that even the Yellow River cannot wash away, I spoke. The man ultimately opted to respond. Within the abandoned dwelling, only a solitary corpse remained. This was his own decision. However, there was one aspect that compelled Xiao Zifeng to strike down anyone who dared to follow him. Understanding his intentions, Xiao Zifeng acquiesced. After all, as a resolute individual, severed from others and bearing wounds, it was difficult not to provoke suspicion, particularly as he endeavored to implicate others in his own demise. Wiping the blood from his sword, Xiao Zifeng murmured to himself, "How intriguing. I have caught the attention of the royal family." This individual revealed that the mastermind behind their machinations was the fourth prince. Contemplating his recent arrival in the imperial capital, Xiao Zifeng discerned that he could not have incurred enmity with such a figure. Reflecting on his past actions, he reasoned that his identity as the sword god was unlikely to be uncovered, and with the divine maiden having ascended, there was no reason for suspicion to fall upon him. The three-sword sect seemed a tenuous link to the fourth prince, yet one could not be too certain. What if it was indeed a faction under his command? Let us proceed step by step outside the Zhao residence. Xiao Zifeng and Husi found themselves halted by the guards. With her hands clasped in prayer, Husi implored, "Xiao Shizhu, do you possess another means to contact your friend? You should wait by that tea stall while I enter and summon her." Xiao Zifeng glanced at the adjacent wall and replied. Pussy interjected. It would be ill-advised to intrude upon a private domicile, particularly one of such significance. This is not the conduct befitting a righteous individual. Xiao Zifeng gestured to his own face, stating, I am currently a wanted man, branded with the label of a demonic sect. Pussy remained at a loss for words. Despite her profound understanding of Buddhist teachings, she found herself unsure of how to address Xiao Zifeng in this moment. Now a fugitive, Xiao Zifeng wished to avoid any ostentatious displays at the Zhao residence that could lead to complications. It was prudent to stealthily infiltrate and locate Zhao Xuanlu. He sought a secluded wall, listening intently for any sounds from the opposite side. Once assured of silence, he effortlessly scaled the wall. Pussy observed Xiao Zifeng's fluid movements with a mixture of admiration and concern, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. After ascertaining the coast was clear, she prepared to follow suit, executing her actions with remarkable finesse, revealing her seasoned aptitude. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual, Pussy mused silently to herself. Meanwhile, utilizing the skill known as 123 Wooden Man, Xiao Zifeng traversed the Zhao residence as if it were uninhabited. Even when a few servants happened to catch a glimpse of him, they would pause momentarily at a corner, only to conclude that they had merely imagined the sight. Standing aside, he overheard two maidens conversing. Miss has resumed her martial training. She had only paused for 2 years, and now she is unable to suppress her enthusiasm. Enough of this chatter. This matter is beyond our purview. Go prepare the medicinal cuisine and herbal bath for the young lady. Xiao Zifeng listened intently to their conversation, striving to capture any pertinent information. He found himself somewhat perplexed. The young lady practicing martial arts should be Zhao Xianluo, yet she had ceased for 2 years. This meant that her time at the Zhao residence did not align with his assumptions. After all, he was unaware of how many wives and concubines the Prime Minister Zhao had, nor the number of daughters. What if he made an error in his identification? Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he decided to take a look and confirm. Zhao Xianluo was in her courtyard, freely wielding her sword techniques. Her training attire clung closely to her figure, complementing her fierce swordplay, akin to a thorny rose that deterred onlookers. Each stroke of the sword exuded a captivating sense of lethal beauty. Suddenly, applause erupted. Who could it be? Zhao Xianluo inquired, positioning her sword defensively before her. Once she discerned the identity of her visitor, she sheathed her sword and smiled, saying, You have arrived. I was beginning to think you had perished on the way. Xiao Zifeng replied somewhat ambiguously. A few incidents occurred along the journey, causing a slight delay. Zhao Xianluo invited him into her chamber to take a seat. Pouring him a cup of tea as she asked, Where have you been? Why did it take you so long? It has been nearly 2 months. Xiao Zifeng took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Let us not dwell on that. Your home is quite difficult to enter. I had to scale the wall to gain access. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanluo's expression became serious. I informed the steward of your impending arrival. How could you have been obstructed? Then, with a tone of astonishment, she queried, And how did you manage to infiltrate? We have so many skilled guards in our household. At that moment, the elderly steward was making his rounds. Approaching the door, he overheard 2 guards engaged in conversation. Who do these ruffians think they are? Trying to meet our young lady? She hasn't stepped outside in ages. How could they possibly know her? One guard remarked. Indeed, they must be foolishly attempting to curry favor. Thinking their looks could win her over, the other added. Just then, a shadow loomed behind the two. They turned to find the elderly steward standing there, and immediately bowed their heads, speaking respectfully, Steward Qian. His countenance was grim, and his tone unfriendly as he said, I recall instructing that anyone wishing to see someone in the residence must first report to me. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards immediately knelt, one of them attempting to defend himself. Steward Qian, I observed that individual appeared weary from travel. Surely he is just a wanderer. A resounding slap echoed as the guard fell to the ground, a large red mark blooming on his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, leaving him dazed and disoriented. In the Zhao residence, you are to perform the tasks assigned to you without overstepping your bounds or making self-righteous decisions. You will face punishment for your insolence, and you will accompany me to locate the intruder, the steward commanded, pointing at the punished guard and then at the other still kneeling. Upon exiting the Zhao residence, I began to survey the surroundings and eventually discovered Hussy at a nearby tea stall. Steward Qian greeted her with utmost politeness, saying, Greetings, esteemed master. The folks at the manor have been thoughtless and have inadvertently offended you. Hussy, noticing the efficiency of the young master, replied, Not at all. It is only natural that there would be some unfamiliarity on my first visit. After exchanging pleasantries, Steward Qian inquired, What of the other young master? Hussy, with her shining bald head, appeared quite perplexed. You mean to say you are unaware? Xiao Zifeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, let us not dwell on such trifles. Zhao Xuanlu, with a hint of suspicion, remarked, I am seriously beginning to doubt you. Your prolonged absence makes me wonder if you have taken to a life of debauchery. During this time, Old Li had regaled him with tales of Xiao Zifeng's past exploits, such as clandestinely scaling the walls of widows. Xiao Zifeng sensed that something was amiss. Had Old Li spread falsehoods about me? It is crucial to clarify that if I were indeed a rogue, one must consider that we once found ourselves alone in a room, with you in a rather disheveled state. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a regal woman who covered her mouth with her hand. Seeing the pair seated at a table, Zhao Xuanlu, having just finished her martial practice, was flushed with sweat and embarrassment. Their proximity during conversation, coupled with what she had inadvertently overheard upon entering alone in a room, and disheveled clothing, prompted her to hastily retreat and shut the door. From behind it, the woman's voice called out, Luo'er, I apologize for the intrusion. Please, continue. With an air of excitement, she hurriedly departed. Zhao Xuanlu. Xiao Zifeng. Chapter 38. Meeting uncle at a friend's house with a radiant smile, Ernyang arrived at another courtyard, brimming with excitement. Su Shi, the mother of Zhao Xianluo, and the esteemed Zhao Qingxiang, Zhao Yingtian, were seated opposite each other, savoring tea and appreciating the scenery. My dear sister, I have delightful news. Luo has awakened to her feelings and has taken a boy home, she announced. The reactions of the two were markedly different. Su Shi's initial response was one of joy. She understood her daughter's character well. After all, Luo had quietly left the Zhao residence 2 years prior to embark on her own adventures of chivalry. Given her spirited nature, Su Shi had harbored concerns that Luo might face a solitary existence. She was indifferent to the boy's status, as supporting an ordinary individual would be a simple matter for their family, provided that Luo was willing. Moreover, she had faith in Luo's discernment. It was rare for anyone to capture her interest. In stark contrast, Zhao Yingtian's expression was grave. He noted that Luo had not ventured out today, nor had any visitors arrived at the manor. This could only imply that the boy had infiltrated the premises, and he sensed that this individual possessed considerable strength. After dismissing the two women, a figure clad in servant attire emerged from the shadows. Has anything unusual occurred at the manor today? He inquired. The servant bowed low, responding, no anomalies detected. Is it known that a man has appeared in Luo's vicinity? Zhao Yingtian pressed. The servant lowered his head further, replying, I am unaware. Gather all the guards. I must confront this individual. The current imperial capital is rife with unrest, with several princes eyeing the throne and their respective factions in support. At such a critical juncture, the sudden arrival of this person raises concerns. Just as he was about to take action, the old steward approached him, whispering a few words. Subsequently, Zhao Yingtian, accompanied by the steward and Hussy, proceeded to Zhao Xuanluo's residence. Meanwhile, Xiao Zifeng spoke earnestly, by the way. I may need to take refuge here for a few days. Zhao Xianluo inquired, is it the pursuit of the Jingyi alliance? Xiao Zifeng shook his head. It is not solely that. For reasons unknown, the fourth prince is also searching for me. Zhao Xianluo, taken aback, speculated, you haven't altered his gender, have you? Xiao Zifeng remained silent. Not dissuaded, Zhao Xianluo continued, did you cause him to conceive? Xiao Zifeng could not contain himself, exclaiming, what do you take me for? Am I the sort who carelessly causes others to become pregnant? The door swung open once more, revealing Zhao Yingtian with an unfriendly demeanor, while Hussy appeared somewhat embarrassed. The volume of Xiao Zifeng's outburst had carried outside. Feeling quite anxious, Xiao Zifeng found himself in a precarious situation, having scaled the wall to enter his friend's house, only to be confronted by the father of a girl. Zhao Yingtian had intended to listen to the conversation between the two but, upon hearing those words, could no longer restrain himself and pushed the door wide open, fearing that the young man intended to engage in inappropriate conduct with his daughter. Upon seeing her father, the old steward, and the monk following closely behind, Zhao Xianluo exclaimed, Father, you've arrived. This is my friend I mentioned to you before. Zhao Yingtian, ever the statesman, quickly shifted his expression. Is this your friend? Ah, quite handsome indeed, he remarked with a smile, offering compliments. Xiao Zifeng felt that the compliments were rather misplaced. Yet he recognized his own shortcomings and replied with utmost courtesy, Greetings, esteemed elder. I would appreciate it if you could kindly bring my friend into the estate as well. Zhao Yingtian responded with a humble tone, My daughter had instructed previously, but alas, those servants acted thoughtlessly and caused a disturbance. I hope you will not take offense." Xiao Zifeng promptly returned the sentiment. "Not at all. It is our eagerness that has caused the haste. May I inquire your esteemed name?" With respectful demeanor, he introduced himself. "I am Xiao Zifeng, yet to reach the age of 30, and I have yet to take on a courtesy name." Zhao Tian then suggested, "Since you have befriended my daughter, how about I bestow upon you the name Zifeng?" "That would be most agreeable," Xiao Zifeng replied, and after exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Zhao Tian departed with the old steward. Zhao Tian inquired about the strength of Xiao Zifeng. The old steward pondered for a moment before responding on the surface. "He appears to be at the 8th realm, yet his vitality is exceptionally robust, suggesting he does not possess the demeanor typical of an 8th realm martial artist. Thus, he must be concealing his true level." The old steward hesitated slightly. "That seems to be the case." Zhao Tian chuckled. "It is the first time I have seen you so uncertain. His realm appears seamless and complete. If he is indeed employing some method of concealment, I can only say that his skills are remarkable. Moreover, he seems to be around 15 or 16 years old. To reach such a high level at this age is truly a sign of extraordinary talent. As for that monk, I observed he is at the 5th realm and appears to carry some injuries." Zhao Tian's early departure was prompted by the sword resting upon the table, Li Maquang's accompanying sword. Before such a master, even the Zhao family must extend their respect. A swordsman of this caliber would not casually lend their accompanying sword. The least they could do is to entrust it to a direct disciple. Additionally, given Li Maquang's escort of Zhao Xianluo, they ought to show some consideration. Furthermore, based on his daughter's account, it was this young man who saved her life. Most importantly, Zhao Tian felt reassured by the fact that the young man appeared to be inexperienced, not a seasoned veteran capable of causing significant upheaval. With the monk present as a mere distraction, it was unlikely that any untoward actions would occur. However, after a moment's contemplation, Zhao Tian suddenly commanded, "Investigate whether this individual had any conflicts upon entering the city, or if he was being followed. Since the onset of the pursuit in Jianghu City, his daughter had been relentlessly hunted. Had it not been for Li Maquang, their fates would have been dire." It was also crucial to note that during the initial pursuit, his daughter had unwittingly mentioned that this young man seemed to be targeted as well. His daughter's swift return was due to Li Maquang's protection. While this young man took nearly 2 months to reach the imperial capital, undoubtedly, numerous events must have transpired in that time, and those pursuing him were likely many. Jianghu City was the turning point of the great Zhou's fate, and it was troubling that such matters arose within its walls. It is rather unfortunate that his own daughter has become the target of a Gu master from the 5 realms due to a mere letter. Some occurrences are simply too coincidental, compelling him to ponder deeply. Zhao Tian cast a profound gaze towards the direction of the imperial palace. That position is coveted by many. And amidst the fratricidal strife, deceit, and mutual destruction, he remains indifferent. Should anyone dare to harm his daughter, they shall never occupy that esteemed seat, even in death. Chapter 39. A visit with friends. What are you all doing? With so many of you, not a single person has been captured. The 4th prince, Li Mingrui, erupted in fury. The porcelain within the room lay shattered, while tables and chairs were overturned and broken. Before him knelt a group of individuals, bloodied yet silent, not daring to voice a word of complaint. "Explain to me the situation clearly," he demanded. Yuan Miao, clad in alluring attire, approached to report. "Although this individual appears to possess the strength of the 8 realms, we suspect he is concealing his true capabilities. During the pursuit, the moment he slipped from our sight, we could no longer track him. His agility is unprecedented, and his lightness of foot is remarkable. We found no trace of his passage." Upon hearing this, Li Mingrui felt the urge to destroy something once more, only to find nothing within reach. The intelligence gathered from Zhu Biqing indicated that this man was merely an unremarkable carpenter. How had he transformed into a concealed master? Was he surrounded by fools? Such crucial information had been misjudged. Previously, he had speculated that the letter might not be in Zhao Xian's possession, but rather with that carpenter. Now, with the carpenter's disappearance, it was evident he must have gone to seek Zhao Xian, calming his inner rage. Li Mingrui contemplated before issuing orders, disclosed the matter of Xiao Zifeng's concealment in the Zhao residence to the Jingyi alliance. It is best to assert that he has kidnapped the young lady of the Zhao family to threaten the chancellor, and ensure that the inspectorate inadvertently learns of this news. Having given these instructions, Li Mingrui hastened to depart. Once in his carriage, he commanded his servants, "Proceed to the residence of Chancellor Liu." At the Li residence, Chancellor Liu listened intently to the fourth prince's account. You must assist me with this matter, urged the fourth prince. Your highness need not worry. I shall undoubtedly lend my aid, for we are in the same boat, and I cannot escape this situation either, Chancellor Liu replied. He stroked his beard thoughtfully before continuing. These two individuals hail from Jubicheng, correct? Indeed. The fourth prince was well aware of whom he referred to. Chancellor Xiao supported the second prince. Only two individuals possessed the clearest knowledge of when the second prince would withdraw from Zhenbaiguan and the disposition of the troops there, the emperor himself and the second prince. Others could only speculate based on their limited insights. Would the northern barbarians dare to mobilize their forces without understanding these circumstances? Certainly not, the fourth prince replied. Comprehending the implication, Chancellor Liu's gaze grew increasingly sinister. If that is the case, why couldn't this be the work of the second prince himself? With the emperor gravely ill, using this method to eliminate rivals is not without possibility. At this moment, the fourth prince grasped the entirety of the situation. Thank you, Li No. Chancellor Li. When I ascend to that position in the future, you will undoubtedly be a key minister in the court, second only to the sovereign. Chancellor Liu clasped his hands in salute, stating, I shall await your highness's favorable news. After all, there is ample room for maneuver here. Xiao Zifeng's identity is inherently dubious, and the timing of their return is exceedingly coincidental. As for that letter, it serves as evidence of his second brother's treachery against his kin, given that he had prepared everything for the forgery. However, the fourth prince now hesitated. Liu, the chancellor, immediately discerned what concerned the fourth son. Regarding the ghost sword, he had heard whispers in the martial world. His return to the imperial capital was not merely to escort Zhao Xuanlu. If he truly possessed the arrogance attributed to him in the rumors, he would undoubtedly seek out the sword once more. Moreover, how much could he truly intervene in matters of the court? While conversing with Zhao Xuanlu, Xiao Zifeng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. I sense that there are always schemers wishing to harm me. His audacious declaration left Husi and Zhao Xuanlu astonished. Zhao Xuanlu, somewhat less surprised, had a degree of familiarity with Xiao Zifeng's eccentricities. He often spoke in riddles, and at times. She wondered if his father had miscommunicated the word for madness. Husi, however, immediately interjected. Such reckless proclamations of exterminating 9 clans should not be uttered lightly. Xiao. Such titles must not be frivolously employed. It speaks of slaughtering entire lineages. I am the sole member of my family. Where would the 9 clans come from? I do not even have a teacher, Xiao Zifeng retorted nonchalantly. Husi clasped her hands together and murmured, Ba. Those unburdened by ties are indeed formidable. Zhao Xuanlu, more straightforwardly, remarked, in the future, if you are to speak such words in public, please refrain from claiming acquaintance with me. We must not jeopardize our life of luxury. Xiao Zifeng clutched his heart dramatically, his countenance filled with sorrow. Who was it that rescued you in your time of peril? Who braved the dangers to lead you away when a multitude sought your life? This is hardly a justification for your rebellion against me and my family. Zhao Xuanlu rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, I am well fed and content. Why would I conspire for rebellion? Only a fool would aspire to such a position. Zhao Xuanlu was left speechless, thinking, you truly possess no understanding of the supreme authority. Xiao Zifeng countered, it is not a lack of understanding. Rather, it is an acute awareness. Do you genuinely believe that position is so easily attained? If one were a tyrant or a foolish ruler, they might indeed be overthrown by the masses. Yet, to be a wise sovereign entails managing an overwhelming array of affairs, leaving scant time for enjoyment. You must also bear the weight of all the pressures inherent to that position, contend with the intrigues of your ministers, and remain vigilant against those closest to you, including your own offspring, for among them may lurk a usurper. The title of solitary sovereign is not an exaggeration, but a stark reality. The emperor's heart must be one of balance, control over all matters, and a healthy skepticism towards all. Hui Xi swallowed hard, aware that although Shangming Temple held a certain status, it was insufficient to warrant such arrogance. The nation was not to be trifled with. The might of its army and the vast resources cultivated by the strength of its prominent figures were formidable. Thus, when venturing beyond familiar confines and in the presence of the emperor, he understood the necessity of showing respect. These sentiments were ones he dared not voice. Otherwise, Shangming Temple could hardly guarantee his safety. Moreover, to deliberate on the intricacies of imperial machinations within the residence of a chancellor was fraught with risk. Zhao Xuanlu looked on with a hint of confusion, remarking, your words suggest you have once been an emperor. I have not. I merely speak casually, Xiao Zifeng replied, dismissively waving his hand. At that moment, A servant gently rapped on the door. "Miss, it is time for dinner." "Ah, we've talked late into the night. By the way, where's Oldley?" "I haven't seen him at all." Xiao Zifeng suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit, which was to return a sword, only to find its owner absent. "He seems to have gone to meet a friend," Zhao Xuanlu responded. Chapter 40. The Breakthrough of Old Li as if summoned. Old Li descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in the courtyard, standing like an ethereal sage. "Old Li." Xiao Zifeng had only begun to greet him when Old Li seized his hand and soared into the distance. Hui Xi barely had time to acknowledge this venerable figure of the martial world. "It is time for you to fulfill your promise," Xiao Zifeng declared, drawing forth his sword. "You, old man, brandishing a sword, and venturing into this desolate wilderness." Old Li accepted the sword, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Xiao Zifeng. "That is not what I meant. If not this, then what do you refer to?" Xiao Zifeng began to inquire, only to suddenly recall, his expression turning grave. "You truly wish to practice. Is that not obvious?" Xiao Zifeng pondered how best to articulate his thoughts. Old Li, with a hint of suspicion, replied, "You do not intend to have second thoughts, do you?" "Not at all. It is merely that this sword technique is exceedingly profound and enigmatic. I fear you may not grasp it. I have wielded the sword for over 70 years, mastering its exquisite techniques and unparalleled forms. Is there any swordplay in this world that I cannot comprehend?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zifeng's demeanor grew solemn as he articulated. "The essence of kneeling immortal resides primarily in the concept of enlightenment. It transcends mere swordplay, it embodies a principle of swordsmanship. A waterfall cascades downward. Much like an object thrown will eventually cease its motion. With the changing of seasons, it is an immutable law, one that dictates that whenever I draw my sword, my adversary shall inevitably kneel. Like the transition between spring and winter, it is unalterable and irreversible. All things in the world follow a cycle, governed by their own laws. And the sword is no exception. Countless times I have wielded my sword to deepen my understanding of this principle, transforming it into my own. This is the secret of kneeling immortal." After delivering his thoughts, Xiao Zifeng reflected for a moment, finding no further additions necessary, for his assertions were not entirely without merit. However, Old Li, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation, the laws of the sword, the principles of swordsmanship. Throughout his years of practice, he had never encountered such discourse. Sword practitioners immerse themselves in their craft, drawing inspiration from nature, the flora, the fauna, to glean higher techniques and more refined skills. Yet, no one had articulated the rules of the sword before. It dawned on him that the sword possesses its own laws. To integrate these rules into oneself, to wield them effectively, borrowing the forces of nature, harnessing the power of principles. In that moment, enlightenment struck Old Li. He had always sensed a deficiency in his swordsmanship following his initial defeat. Reflecting on that confrontation with the sword immortal of Qinshan, whose majestic techniques loomed like mountains, he had assumed it was merely a matter of might. Now he realized it was about harnessing the power of nature, the strength of rules, to comprehend the rules, to apply them, and to weave them into one's swordplay. This could forge a unique style of swordsmanship. Old Li's aura surged, his presence magnifying as a formidable energy erupted into the sky, stirring sand and stone, causing trees to sway. Xiao Zifeng instinctively stepped back, feeling an unexpected success in his persuasion. It appeared that the notion of a protagonist in a novel effortlessly inspiring enlightenment through mere words was indeed a tangible reality. He now comprehends why certain enigmatic masters delight in playing the riddle maker, weaving illusions with abandon. If one grasps the essence, they ascend, yet if one fails to understand, it signifies a lack of insight. The formidable presence of Old Li continues to rise, although its nature has shifted. It is no longer the overwhelming aura derived from sheer vitality, but rather an incisive sword intent. The Qinglin sword emerges from its sheath, accompanied by countless fluttering leaves, resembling a sinuous azure dragon encircling Old Li. In this moment, those dancing leaves transform into myriad sharp blades. It is as if Old Li, with a single stroke of his sword, commands the submission of 1,000 swords. No longer does he exude the aura of a lecherous old man. He embodies the essence of a keen blade. Zhou Sui Fan steps out of the courtyard, gazing into the distance at the exhilarating sword intent, familiar yet foreign. However, he knows its origin. He raises his tea in salute towards the horizon, a genuine joy gracing his lips. The ghostly swordsman, Li Mo Kuang, has returned, and in a more formidable guise. On a nearby green mountain, a figure clad in emerald robes sits serenely at the cliff's edge, a white-handled iron sword vibrating before him. He is the renowned Qingshan sword immortal, acknowledged as the mightiest swordsman of the great Zhou, once celebrated as the world's foremost sword sage. Though he no longer bears the title of the greatest, his strength remains formidable, for his blade has only tasted defeat once. Feeling this sword intent, he acknowledges it as a formidable adversary from the past. Now, however, the opponent has honed their skills. In their eyes, there is no urgency, only anticipation. Initially, he had presumed that after their last contest, the opponent would falter, yet he is surprised to find them reaching this level of mastery. He welcomes strong challengers, for it is through such encounters that he can further his own growth. Deep within the palace, the pale-faced old emperor cast a glance towards the source of this sword intent before closing his eyes once more. It is powerful, yet insufficient. Taoist sect. Mo Daily observes the distant sword intent, preparing to calculate the opportunity that Li Mo Kuang must have encountered to achieve such enlightenment. Just as he is about to commence his divination, a familiar sensation washes over him. This feeling recalls a warning from the heavens when he attempted to discern the identity of the sword god. He had thought that a single bolt of lightning could not end his life. Thus he recklessly proceeded with his calculations, resulting in a dire outcome. Should he dare to attempt another calculation? After all, the last time did not bring about his demise. Perhaps a second attempt would also spare him. Mo Daily hesitates. Akin to someone presented with a sheet of paper claiming to contain the answer, yet placed atop a rat trap, instilling a profound sense of doubt and conflict. As a practitioner of the arts, the inability to decipher certain matters is a source of great frustration, particularly for one of his caliber, who has devoted himself to reaching such heights solely for the ability to divine at will. After much contemplation, Mo Daily ultimately resolves to forego the attempt. After all, the disciples of the Tao sect are asleep, and a sudden thunderclap disturbing their slumber would be most inappropriate. It can be surmised that Li Mo Kuang's remarkable progress this time is likely attributed to the guidance of that sword deity. Since the conclusion has already been deduced, there is no need to calculate further. Indeed, having arrived at this understanding, calculations are rendered unnecessary. It is better to take a rest now. Above the Taoist sect, dark clouds suddenly gathered ominously. An elderly man, who had been calculating with his fingers, quietly withdrew his hands. How petty. If he chooses not to calculate, then so be it. Why the impatience with the heavenly way? Meanwhile, Xiao Zifeng gazed at the increasingly prominent anomaly and pondered the scene that would unfold upon his own eventual breakthrough. Old Li's advancement this time is nothing short of spectacular. A scene that defies even the most impressive special effects. The azure dragon descending, sword energy swirling. A sense of unparalleled dominance erupts, captivating the entire audience. Chapter 41. Just because I am the sword god at that moment. An exquisite sword emerged from the center of Old Li's brow. This blade was shrouded in darkness, as if tormented spirits were wailing, exuding an eerie aura. Xiao Zifeng gazed intently at this sword, murmuring, "This is Old Li's spiritual sword." It starkly contrasts his usual sword style. The shadowy blade seemed to revel in jubilance, echoing Old Li's breakthrough with its own delight. Its surface gleamed with a ghostly light, remarkably smooth, and it harmoniously complemented the Qinglin sword in an uncanny manner. The azure dragon encircled Old Li, while tendrils of dark energy coiled around it, rendering the majestic dragon even more mysterious and imposing. After all these years, Old Li had never felt as invigorated as he did today. Not only had he transcended his previous boundaries, but he had also attained a qualitative elevation, even brushing against the threshold of another realm. A formidable sword aura sliced through the air, leaving a profound mark upon a towering cliff. The ghost sword, Li Mo Kuang, had returned once more. Xiao Zifeng stood nearby, applauding. "Congratulations, Old Li." Yet, Old Li did not respond. Instead, he brandished his sword towards Xiao Zifeng. Startled, Xiao Zifeng instinctively recoiled. Old Li refrained from unleashing sword energy he had broken through, gaining clarity in his sword path and newfound insights. However, he still could not grasp Xiao Zifeng's peculiar sword techniques. Old Li, somewhat skeptical, challenged, "You used immortals kneel on me." Xiao Zifeng exclaimed, "That might not be appropriate." At that moment, Old Li, having just completed his breakthrough and feeling elated, insisted, "You come forth, no need for hesitation." Crash. Dust billowed as a pair of knees struck the ground with tremendous force. Without any chance for defense, the once-spirited Old Li found himself instantly humbled. Despite his mastery of sword path principles as a two-realm swordsman, he could not withstand the might of an eight-realm warrior. Surely, even if he had only just touched upon it, he should possess some resistance. "Are you deceiving me?" Xiao Zifeng, with righteous fervor, retorted, "If I were to deceive you, would I attain such progress? Would you feel so emboldened? If I had tricked you, what then do you call this genuine breakthrough? What of this fierce sword technique? He gestured toward the distant cliff. Look at that cliff. It is nearly cleaved in two. Do you still doubt me? None of this could be fabricated. The reason you cannot resist lies in the disparity in your comprehension of the sword path. Consider how long I have cultivated this understanding. My sword path lacks lethality. Thus its profound effect is understandable, for it is born of the exchange of lethal force. The sword path cannot be judged merely by the height of one's realm. It relies solely on innate talent and comprehension. Oldly stroked his chin, reflecting on the recent breakthrough he had experienced. Despite dedicating many years to the path of the sword, he had only recently begun to grasp its rules and principles. Xiao Zifeng, on the other hand, had commenced his sword training long ago, at a time when he could barely be considered a cultivator. It was during that period that he began to cultivate and understand the essence of the sword. Perhaps it was for this reason that his vital energy was so robust. Contemplating this, Oldly found it plausible. Suddenly, an intriguing thought struck him. What if he brought Xiao Zifeng along for his upcoming challenge? Would he kneel in submission? The idea became increasingly exhilarating, sprouting like weeds in Oldly's mind. He quickly shook off this sinful thought, yet it only grew more enticing. As a swordsman, a proud swordsman, he believed he should rise from where he fell, rather than resort to such despicable tactics. Soon after, the two returned to the Zhao manor. After dinner, Husi retreated to her room to cultivate and heal her injuries, leaving Xiao Zifeng and the others in the courtyard to converse. Zhao Xianluo toyed with the nameless wooden sword, ranked first among the world's famous swords. If people were to discover that this was indeed the #1 sword in the world, they would surely be astonished. Oldly's lips twitched slightly at the thought of the world's premier sword. Even now, he could not guarantee that he could claim such a title. The realization that this young man before him had obtained it felt surreal. Ignoring Zhao Xuanluo's teasing, Xiao Zifeng turned to Oldly and asked, "When do you plan to issue your challenge?" Ever since he learned about the origins of the Qinglin sword, he had been inquiring about the rumors surrounding the ghost sword in the martial world, deducing that Oldly had another motive for coming to the capital. Zhao Xianluo, upon hearing this, also became interested. Although the Qing Shan sword immortal had lost the title of the world's greatest swordsman, he remained the strongest in the Great Zhou. This made her worry for Oldly. In clashes between top swordsmen, the concept of holding back was non-existent. For them, the utmost respect was shown by exerting their full strength. This explained why, after Oldly's disappearance during that fateful battle, rumors of the ghost sword's demise spread throughout the martial world. Swordsmanship was no child's play. Oldly spoke calmly, "I am confident." Xiao Zifeng, resting his chin on his hand, analyzed, "You must have felt the same way when you challenged him back then, yet now there are whispers everywhere claiming you have perished." Oldly narrowed his eyes. "If you find life devoid of excitement, I can assist you. No need for such roundabout ways." Xiao Zifeng was undaunted, responding assertively. "You can pretend all you like in front of me, but tell me, am I not speaking the truth?" Oldly fell silent. After all, he truly lacked a definitive grasp of his opponent's strength. Although he had consulted Zhou Suifan, he only had a vague estimation. Yet, this remains a knot within his heart. Ever since that battle was lost, this calamity has been buried deep within him. Without further confrontation, he finds it perpetually difficult to let go. Although Xiao Zifeng is aware that Oldly can be quite frivolous at times, he also recognizes that this old man can be as stubborn as a mule. The light boat has traversed myriad mountains, and when I lower my head, I still find myself unchanged. I shall not offer further counsel. What comes next is for you to decide. How shall you proceed? The choice is yours. At worst, you may perish, and I shall seek vengeance for you in the future. Off to sleep now." Oldly chuckled and scolded. "With your talents, you dare to seek revenge for me?" Xiao Zifeng retorted, "It is precisely because I am the sword god. The sword god of the 8 realms? There is indeed a possibility of that." Zhao Xuanlu also took her leave, but not before loudly proclaiming, "Steward, prepare a fine coffin made of golden silk namu." She turned to glance at Oldly's approximate stature. It must be able to accommodate a 7-foot frame. Oldly could hardly contain his urge to curse. He mused that he was no better than Zhou Suifan. Zhou Suifan sneezed. "Who is speaking of me?" Chapter 42. The Green Mountain Sword Immortal seeks the sword deity in the Tao sect. Mo daily brewed an exquisite pot of fine tea, savoring its flavor. Before him, a figure clad in green knelt, the aroma of the tea wafting through the air, yet he remained unmoved. "I wish to know where I might find the sword deity." Since the emergence of the sword deity, the Green Mountain Sword Immortal had been in relentless pursuit of his whereabouts. "Why do you think I would know?" Mo daily replied, taking a delicate sip. The Green Mountain Sword Immortal raised an eyebrow, Among the practitioners of the world, the one before him was undoubtedly the most adept in divination, and perhaps the most curious as well. Should news of M.O. Daly's demise ever reach him, he would not be the slightest bit surprised. As a practitioner, such insatiable curiosity could indeed lead to an untimely end. The day the news of the sword deity spread, an immense thunderclap had resonated throughout the Tao sect. Since then, M.O. Daly had refrained from receiving visitors for over a month. It was clear to him what was amiss. However, given that he was in need of assistance, he felt compelled to phrase his words with subtlety. How many matters in this world can escape your notice? M.O. Daly mused, finding some comfort in the thought. Indeed, that is true. At last, the Green Mountain Sword Immortal produced a box, which he opened to reveal a black lotus flower within. Upon seeing this object, M.O. Daly's heart stirred. The Green Mountain Sword Immortal spoke slowly. The Forbidden Pond Black Lotus, a divine artifact from a sealed land, possesses the ability to obscure certain heavenly secrets and prolong life. I believe you will find it to your liking. M.O. Daly drew the box closer, grinning broadly. You flatter me. It is truly too generous. Is it merely for inquiring about a piece of information? Such an extravagant gift is quite unnecessary. The Green Mountain Sword Immortal remained silent. After carefully examining the contents of the box once more, M.O. Daly continued, if you seek the sword deity, it is quite simple. Seek Li Ma Kuang. He is certain to know, as they share a profound bond. Upon hearing this, the Green Mountain Sword Immortal slightly raised his brow. He had initially thought to confront the ghostly sword before seeking the sword deity for a battle. Never did he expect that they were acquainted. Armed with this knowledge, the Green Mountain Sword Immortal wasted no time and departed without hesitation. At the Jiao residence, Hui Xiai awoke to find an elderly man and a young boy practicing swordplay. There were no flying sands or swirling sword energies, just the simplicity of ordinary sword movements. Hui Xiai watched in fascination, and after a while, she questioned, Are you practicing swordsmanship? Zhao Xuanlu bit into a bun and replied on behalf of Xiao Zifeng. Indeed, they are training in swordplay. Hui Xiai clasped her hands together, exclaiming, The great way is profoundly simple, returning complexity to unity. At that moment, Old Li abruptly halted his sword practice, lifting his gaze towards the distance. A beam of pure white light surged from afar, entering the courtyard of the Zhao residence. The hidden guards, upon recognizing the approaching figure, ceased their movements. Against this individual, all their tactics and strategies would be rendered futile. The visitor was none other than the illustrious Green Mountain Sword Immortal. Xiao Zifeng merely glanced at him before resuming his sword practice. Regardless, wielding a sword allows one to listen to their words without interference. Old Li gazed at the other party, surprised. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. I thought I would have to seek you out. It seems you are equally eager. The Qingshan Sword Immortal strode directly before Old Li. Engaging in a duel with you is merely incidental. I wish to challenge the sword god. Would you kindly facilitate an introduction? Old Li experienced an indescribable sensation. He had scrutinized the newcomer for so long, diligently honing his skills and elevating his realm. Yet here they were, seeking information about the sword god. It was akin to investing considerable effort in wooing a lady, only for her to turn and inquire about a friend, even requesting that you deliver a love letter to that friend. Old Li felt somewhat akin to this situation. I shall provide you with an answer in 3 days. I need to consult his opinion. Very well. After uttering this, the Qingshan Sword Immortal soared into the sky. Old Li watched him depart, initially intending to grant him some dignity, but decided that if he chose to act in such a manner, he could not hold back. Zhao Xian fell silent nearby, particularly intrigued during their discussion of the sword god, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Xiao Zifeng. She was fully aware of the sword god's true identity. Xiao Zifeng appeared bewildered, wondering how others knew that Li Mo Kuang was acquainted with the sword god. Meanwhile, Old Li led Xiao Zifeng into an unoccupied chamber. Concurrently, a barrier of sword energy enveloped them, preventing eavesdroppers. Can he be made to kneel? Indeed. Nonsense. This concept is absolute. Even if a deity were to arrive, they must kneel. It is entirely unreasonable. Very well, it is settled. In 3 days, you shall engage him in combat. Xiao Zifeng hastily halted Old Li, who was becoming overly animated. Are you out of your mind? What happens after he kneels? If he becomes enraged and seeks to retaliate against me, how am I to fight him? Though he can unleash a barrage of sword strikes, the opponent is a sword immortal, swift as well. Should a blade of sword energy come my way, I would surely perish. I shall intervene, Old Li assured. Thumping his chest, Xiao Zifeng cast a scornful glance at him. Do you have complete confidence in your ability to stop him? Old Li hesitated. Truth be told, he could not guarantee success. After all, he had not discerned Qing Shan's sword immortal's full capabilities, having never engaged him in combat, thus lacking an accurate assessment. Based on his internal judgment, he replied, "I am at least 80% certain." Xiao Zifeng retorted, "What difference does 80% certainty make against a near-death experience? I refuse to partake. I have no interest in competing with others." Outside the room, it remained unclear what the two were discussing. Hui Xi found it perplexing. Why had elderly brought Xiao Zifeng into the chamber? Hadn't they been deliberating on the sword god? Hui Xi, with her doubts, voiced her thoughts to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xuanlu cast a discreet glance around, ensuring no one was in sight, before whispering to Husi, "Allow me to share a secret. Xiao Zifeng is the descendant of the sword god." Husi's eyes widened in astonishment. After leaving the village, he had heard various rumors circulating in the martial world, including tales of the sword god, who could compel 100,000 troops to kneel with nothing but a wooden sword. This legendary figure had forced an entire army to retreat, becoming a source of endless fascination and discussion among martial artists. Husi had often dreamed of witnessing the sword god's remarkable prowess. Little did he know that his close companion, with whom he had spent countless days, was actually a disciple of this revered master. It suddenly made sense why Xiao Zifeng's demeanor was so different from others when the sword god was mentioned. There was no air of admiration or longing, merely indifference, as if such a connection was commonplace. Observing the look of disbelief on Husi's face, Zhao Xuanlu realized that he had successfully captivated his friend's attention. Chapter 43. The arrival of the sword god 3 days later, atop an abandoned high mountain, a figure clad in azure garments stood gracefully, exuding an ethereal presence, as if existing in a realm apart. Before him stood an elderly man dressed in coarse cloth. "Has he agreed?" the old man inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. "The appointed time is at sunset today. Await him here." The Azure Mountain Sword Immortal, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, "Very well. I shall wait for him here." At this juncture, he added with a hint of regret, "However, following this battle, it may be a considerable time before we can engage in competition again." Despite his profound confidence in his own abilities, the Azure Mountain Sword Immortal recognized the formidable nature of his opponent, the sword god, capable of fending off an army of 100,000 with a single stroke. No matter how self-assured he was, he dared not claim he could return unscathed, for the outcome of their confrontation was shrouded in uncertainty. After all, the sword god had only made his presence known once, and since then, no tales of his exploits in the martial world had surfaced. He faced an entirely unknown adversary, with only the knowledge that this foe was exceptionally powerful. Even the Azure Mountain Sword Immortal could not assert he could repel an army of 100,000 with a single blade. The old man, known as Oldly, waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, as long as you are content to persuade that young man to agree to your duel. I even lent out the green scale sword and promised a plethora of medicinal herbs, items that constitute my cherished collection over the years. Yet it is all worthwhile. If you desire to save face while engaging in such reckless endeavors, do not blame me for the consequences." Simultaneously, within the Dao sect, an elderly figure employed a secret technique to eavesdrop on their conversation, for neither of the sword immortals had taken measures to conceal their words, leaving them open to scrutiny. Thus, within the imperial city, the impending duel between the Azure Mountain Sword Immortal and the sword god swiftly spread like wildfire. Every family of note and martial expert within the capital soon caught wind of the event. A throng of onlookers hastened to the scene, though they were clearly divided. Those of lesser prowess retreated to a more distant peak, while those with some degree of strength gathered at the foot of the mountain. Such a contest between masters was a rare spectacle, yet one's life is singular. Everyone was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Naturally, should any fool underestimate their own capabilities and meet their demise, they had no one to blame but themselves. Oldly, standing directly beside the Azure Mountain Sword Immortal, was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. When the time for battle arrived, he would assuredly position himself at a safe distance, preferably behind the sword god. After all, a single strike could compel an army of 100,000 to kneel, and should he stand behind the Azure Mountain Sword Immortal, he too might be caught in the crossfire, should the opponent's power go unchecked. With so many spectators, a semblance of dignity was essential. Even the old emperor, who had been bedridden for over a month, was carried to the scene. He knew well the top sword masters within the Great Zhou. Yet the sword god remained an enigma to him. Today, he intended to witness the full extent of the sword god's capabilities. Accompanying the old emperor were 7 princes, who also arrived at this momentous gathering. However, the second prince appeared to be somewhat distracted, quietly admiring a portrait of a certain individual in an inconspicuous corner. It was the likeness of the divine maiden. Over a month ago, the northern barbarians had seized several key cities in the northern frontier, and he had been commanded to lead troops to reclaim them. Unfortunately, the conflict was dire, and he managed to recover only a handful of cities. After a prolonged stalemate, he was summoned back by the emperor, who, in his advanced age, wished for his children to be by his side before departing this world. Faced with such a poignant reason, he found it hard to refuse. Yet, on his return journey, he encountered the statue of the divine maiden. Previously, he had dismissed the notion of love at first sight as mere flattery aimed at naive young maidens. However, upon gazing at the statue, he found himself utterly captivated. From that moment on, his study became adorned with images and sculptures of the divine maiden, and this longing became the most profound regret of his life. During the campaign against the northern barbarians, he had heard whispers of the divine maiden, but he had paid them little heed until he chanced upon her portrait. The more he learned about her, the more she became an epitome of perfection in his heart. To think that such a woman exists, endowed with celestial abilities and a profound sense of duty, who single-handedly saves the people of an entire province. Though he had never truly met her, he felt his heart had no room left for anyone else. The fact that he had never encountered the divine maiden became an everlasting regret within him. In light of her noble deeds, he felt a sense of inadequacy. He was a harbinger of death on the frontier, having taken countless lives. His hands stained with immeasurable blood. He deemed himself unworthy of such a pure being. He did not yearn for possession but merely desired to behold her in person. A wish that seemed more unattainable than ascending to the heavens. The divine maiden had ascended, transformed into countless golden rays, soaring into the celestial gates. Gazing at her portrait, he felt a deep envy for the people of Jianghu. As someone approached, he hastily concealed the portrait. "Second brother, what are you doing here? The sun is about to set, and soon the sword god will arrive. With your exceptional skills, you should stand closer to witness, otherwise, you will miss much. Remember, this is a duel between top masters. Observing their clash will greatly benefit your future cultivation." This was the seventh prince, Limingzhi, the youngest among the princes and the least competitive in the struggle for the throne. He shared a close bond with the second prince and bore no animosity towards his other brothers, reputed to be the most affable among them. "Seventh brother has arrived," Limingzhi replied with a smile. Together, the two brothers made their way to a cliff where the old emperor was seated upon his dragon carriage. Surrounded by a throng of people, eunuchs tended to the incense burners, while beautiful concubines offered fruits and pastries. The other princes were nearby, occasionally engaging their father in warm conversation to demonstrate their filial piety, hoping the aged emperor would remember them before his soul ascended to the heavens. Upon establishing his last will, one may inscribe their name. Observing the tardy second prince, certain princes could not help but engage in idle chatter. Though unspoken, it was evident that they believed the second prince exhibited a lack of concern for their ailing father. The second prince, however, paid them no mind. As the old emperor lightly remarked, "Let us watch the contest without excessive chatter." Though his voice was soft, each individual present hung on his every word, and even the faintest whisper commanded their full attention. Consequently, after his utterance, several princes fell silent. In contrast to his indifference towards the other princes, the old emperor rarely displayed a smile at the sight of the second prince. Was he inclined to remain with his father or to draw nearer for a better view? Were the other princes to choose, they would undoubtedly opt to stay by their father's side. Yet, after casting a glance at his brothers, the second prince thought, "I shall draw closer. Perhaps I may glean insights from the duel of a few eminent swordsmen of the great Zhou." The old emperor, pleased, remarked, "As expected of my son, ambitious indeed. Go forth, but take care to avoid harm." "Thank you for your concern, father. I shall be cautious," the second prince replied, bowing respectfully before leaping down the precipice, swiftly approaching the mountaintop. At this moment, the setting sun resembled a disk, its lower edge nearly touching the horizon, destined to vanish within half an hour. Suddenly, a chirp echoed from above the clouds, and the mythical vermilion bird materialized before the astonished crowd, who marveled at such exquisite craftsmanship. However, the majority of their gaze fixated upon the figure clad in black robes, adorned with peculiar black and white patterns, and the unassuming wooden sword upon his back. From the crowd, someone exclaimed, "The sword god has arrived." Chapter 44. An opportunity to strike. You have failed. Draped in a black cloak and adorned with an enigmatic mask, the sword god exuded an aura steeped in mystery. The palpable sense of oppression left many gasping for breath. Among the assembly were no shortage of formidable figures, those from the Taoist sect, the royal family, and the esteemed Qishan sword immortal, all poised for confrontation. Yet, none could discern the sword god's true realm, shrouded in enigma and chaos. They could only sense his overwhelming strength without articulating the specifics of his prowess. The old emperor narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of the profound threat before him. Humanity invariably harbors a reverence and trepidation for the unknown. Meanwhile, the elderly Li, who had long since retreated, observed the sword god's dramatic entrance and the indefinable aura of power and pressure that he emanated. He muttered quietly, "What a performance." This phrase had been imparted to him by Xiao Zifeng. Zhao Xianluo, who previously struggled to grasp how this individual could masquerade as a master, now comprehended fully. Had she not been forewarned, she would have found it impossible to associate this figure with Xiao Zifeng. Had she witnessed the sword goddess debut without prior knowledge, she might never have guessed it was Xiao Zifeng. Curiously, Husi inquired, "Why hasn't Xiao arrived?" Zhao Xianluo casually remarked. He felt that his master was bullying others unilaterally and found it unworthy of his attention. Husi expressed astonishment, exclaiming, "Ba." As a monk, he refrained from uttering profanities, instead relying on this phrase to convey his surprise. Was he not overly confident in his master? Husi himself would never dare exhibit such confidence. Whenever he heard of his master's impending confrontations, he would diligently recite the rebirth mantra, knowing it might prove useful. The Qishan sword immortal was increasingly impatient. This was the sword god, a true powerhouse. He could feel the intense pressure emanating from him, the essence of a strong and solitary figure. In his own days of invincibility, he had experienced such isolation. This was a genuine powerhouse, igniting a fervor within him. Just as he was about to speak, the sword god preempted him. Li Mo declared, "If you wish to challenge me, I shall grant you this encounter for the sake of friendship. However, whether it is worth my drawing my sword depends on your abilities. Here is your chance. Unleash your full strength in a single strike. If you can inflict even the slightest injury upon me, I shall officially engage you in combat. Remember, do not harbor any reservations. You have but one opportunity. Should you fail to even graze me, there will be no need for further contest." The sword god's proclamation resonated throughout the venue, eliciting gasps of astonishment. What audacity! What hubris! The crowd was still reeling from their astonishment when the sword god added, "I shall not evade your attack. I will meet it head-on." Such words echoed in the minds of all present. To boldly declare such intent in front of this multitude of renowned experts was nothing short of breathtaking. Even the old Li was taken aback. What was unfolding here? The first sword immortal of the great Zhou was not some insignificant foe. To utter such words was to invite scrutiny. One could only wonder what capacity he possessed to withstand such a challenge. To confront it head-on. Do you truly believe yourself invincible, merely a martial artist of the 8 realms? The title of sword god is nothing but inflated. How dare you utter such words? Do you possess the strength to claim that? Husi gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. He had heard similar sentiments within his sect, typically expressed by seasoned elders instructing novice disciples. Occasionally, those with exceptional talent might even defy the odds. Such declarations are reserved for those of formidable cultivation. Now, faced with a confrontation between 2 top-tier powerhouses, one dares to speak thus. What immense confidence in one's abilities must one possess? In contrast to Husi's surprise, Zhao Xuanlu was utterly astounded. What audacity! From where does he derive such confidence to speak in this manner? Knowing more about the sword god than others, her astonishment deepened. Beneath this faade of the sword god lies merely a martial artist of the 8 realms. Has he been provoked? What could he possibly be thinking? Hearing these words, the Qingshan sword immortal was equally taken aback. After traversing the martial world for over a century and encountering countless adversaries, never had any opponent dared to make such grandiose claims. This indeed broadened his horizons, igniting an inner fury. For this was an affront. The Qingshan sword immortal, known for his composure, spoke with a simmering anger. "You must think carefully. Are you certain you wish to withstand my sword without drawing yours?" The sword god replied in an exceptionally calm manner, "Draw your sword. I shall stand here and experience your swordsmanship." "Very well." The Qingshan sword immortal roared, filled with rage. Instead of using a matched sword, he summoned his spiritual sword directly from his chest. It was an exquisitely green blade, reminiscent of spring bamboo, smooth as jade. The sword aura that had previously scattered around him coalesced into this singular blade. There were no overwhelming phenomena, no trace of sword energy exposed. It was a true return to simplicity, the sword aura concentrated within the blade. Old Li, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim, "So you have reached this pinnacle." The caliber of this strike was exceedingly high, striking invisibly with all its might contained. Oldly felt that should he attempt to take this blow head-on, he would be less than 40% certain of survival, the certainty of enduring this strike and living to tell the tale. The sword was unleashed, its speed remarkable. Among those present, only a few caught a glimpse of a fleeting light. The rest saw nothing at all. The only discernible sight was the sword halting at the sword god's forehead. This strike did not even break the skin. The tip rested against his brow. Yet the sword god remained unharmed. Some spectators even assumed the Qing Shan's sword immortal had suddenly ceased. Only a select few skilled individuals understood that such a rapid strike could not be mitigated. Thus, it was clear that the sword god had genuinely defended against this move. The Qing Shan sword immortal stood in a daze, utterly unable to fathom that the sword strike, which had consumed his lifetime of learning and all his strength, had failed to inflict even the slightest injury. The calm voice of the sword god resonated, declaring, "You have been defeated." There were no extravagant swordplay, only a swift strike that was imperceptible to the eye. Yet, this extraordinarily fierce and lethal blow was effortlessly parried by the sword god. The spirit sword plummeted to the ground, accompanied by the collapse of the Qing Shan sword immortal's heart for cultivation. After uttering these words, the sword god ascended into the clouds aboard the wooden vermilion bird, vanishing without a trace. Observing the Qing Shan sword immortal's silence in the tacit acknowledgement of the martial arts masters present, the onlookers suddenly awakened to the reality: the Qing Shan sword immortal had been defeated. The mightiest sword immortal of the Great Zhou had been unable to breach even the sword god's defenses. This would undoubtedly become a matter of astonishment for the martial artists of the Great Zhou. No, it would shock martial practitioners across all nations. The name of the sword god was truly well-deserved. Those unaware of the truth were left in disbelief, while those who knew it now stood in utter bewilderment. Chapter 45. Maintain a positive attitude high above. At an altitude of several thousand meters, Xiao Zifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of aloofness as he remarked, "If you suddenly seek to engage me in battle, I might feel flustered. However, should you challenge me formally, it is you who will falter. In a posture of invincible defense beneath the setting sun, I may not be able to vanquish you. Yet you shall never breach my defenses." With that, Xiao Zifeng silently commended himself for his bravado while piloting the wooden vermilion bird towards the imperial capital. Meanwhile, those left behind were engulfed in a lingering shock. Oldly gazed at the despondent expression of the Green Mountain sword immortal, his brow furrowing deeply. It seemed he had inadvertently shattered the man's spirit. He had only intended to bring about a moment of embarrassment. Yet now it felt as though he had dismantled the very foundation of the other's resolve. What was he to do? He still had a duel to contend with. But given the current state of his opponent, how could one even think of fighting? The emotional turmoil inflicted was even more profound than what he had endured in his youth. After all, he had devoted over a century to mastering the sword, only to find himself incapable of breaching the opponent's defenses. Frankly, he was not even worthy of trimming nails. Having witnessed this spectacle, the old emperor, Li Jianwu, began to take his leave, his demeanor one of profound wariness as he glanced into the depths of those inscrutable eyes. In the entirety of the Great Zhou, only two individuals evoked a semblance of threat in him: Mo Daily from the Dao sect and the Green Mountain sword immortal. At present, the threat posed by the sword immortal eclipsed that of both combined. The sword techniques exhibited by the sword immortal were beyond reproach. Should they be unleashed unexpectedly upon him, they could very well spell his demise. To confront such an attack head-on without sustaining injury was an impossibility. This elusive sword immortal was a mystery. No one knew from whence he came or to where he would venture next. As the ruler of the Great Zhou, the emperor mobilized all available resources to ascertain the whereabouts of this formidable foe, yet he uncovered not a shred of information. Faced with such a powerful and enigmatic adversary, an unexpected sense of vulnerability washed over the emperor. It appeared that prompt action was warranted. Within the royal entourage, the fourth prince, having observed the match, felt an ominous foreboding. Would the Green Mountain sword immortal still engage in combat with Liu Moquan? Would the Zhao clan dare to provoke a conflict? It seemed he must take decisive action. Remaining passive could lead to irreparable consequences. The imperial capital could easily become a hotbed for rumors. For some matters require no evidence. Mere words suffice. Once reputation is tarnished, those with a sullied name find their explanations fall upon deaf ears. Amitba, what an extraordinary display of skill, remarked Husi, turning to Zhao. Would you not agree? Yet Zhao Xuanlu appeared oblivious to his words, still entranced by the astonishing spectacle before her. The sword techniques displayed were those she had imparted herself. Every aspect of his training had been meticulously guided by her. How could this be? After merely a month apart, he had truly transformed into a sword immortal? Was it possible that a celestial being had graced him, granting enlightenment in a mere 3 days? This sensation is truly unparalleled, akin to being a university student, only to have an unexpected newcomer emerge from a remote village, seeking your guidance in the realm of academia. Initially, his aptitude is dismal. Even mastering phonetics proves to be a Herculean task, necessitating the assistance of influential figures to secure his admission to elementary school. Yet, after merely a month, he has ascended to the status of an academician. Who can fathom such a phenomenon? The shock she experiences is no less profound than that of the esteemed Qingshan sword immortal. Hui Xi called out several times before Zhao Xuanlu responded. What is it? I have called your name repeatedly, yet you remained unresponsive, Hui Xi said patiently. I was taken aback and momentarily at a loss, Zhao Xuanlu admitted. Hui Xi concurred. Indeed, it is astonishing that the Qingshan sword immortal was so effortlessly defeated. This conclusion was entirely unexpected. We anticipated a fierce contest, yet it concluded in such a manner. Though both Zhao Xuanlu and Hui Xi were astonished by the same event, their points of astonishment diverged entirely. The Qingshan sword immortal, seemingly drained of vigor, recalled his spiritual sword and departed with the wind, embodying solitude and desolation in the twilight glow. Boldly approached Zhao Xuanlu and Hui Xi from behind, stating, "Let us depart." Zhao Xuanlu turned and inquired, "Will you not challenge the Qingshan sword immortal?" Boldly replied somewhat irritably. He left in a state of despair, like a stray dog. How could I possibly extend an invitation? That would be adding insult to injury. Hui Xi clasped her hands together, reminiscing about the immortal's demeanor as he departed, and could only utter, "Amit ba?" Zhao Xuanlu found herself at a loss for words. After all, if she were to reveal the truth to the Qingshan sword immortal, it might drive him to self-destruction. An individual already steeped in despondency would struggle to comprehend that the adversary before them was not the formidable sword god, but rather a mere ant among the martial artists of the 8 realms, one who, in the past, could have easily crushed an entire swarm with a mere finger. Outside of choosing to end his own life, he could not envision how he might face the future. After all, individuals with the fortitude of old Li are rather rare. One who can dismiss the act of kneeling as inconsequential is not common. Were it another with a more fragile disposition, it likely would have ended in tragedy. The trio returned to the Zhao estate. Xiao Zifeng lounged in a chair like a lord, surrounded by fresh pastries and fruits, exuding an air of leisure. Hui Xi, upon entering, eagerly recounted the day's events to him. Xiao Zifeng responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," in an exceedingly perfunctory manner. Hui Xi, though not angered, felt a slight melancholy seep into her tone. Upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, he was her master, and they likely shared a close bond, leading to such a casual demeanor. While Hui Xi grasped this, old Li and Zhao Xuanlu could not, particularly in light of Xiao Zifeng's relaxed attitude. The two of them, one on each side, hoisted his arms and ushered him into the room, leaving Hui Xi alone in the courtyard. At times, she felt as though she were an outsider. Hui Xi turned her gaze towards the pastries and fruits upon the table and soon began to indulge in them. After all, as a practitioner of Buddhism, she understood the importance of both acceptance and detachment. Certain thoughts are but fleeting, and clarity comes swiftly. It is only natural that individuals harbor secrets, and the 3 of them each possessed their own. Their reluctance to share with one another undoubtedly stemmed from their own considerations, yet a more optimistic perspective is preferable. These pastries are truly delightful, far surpassing those served at the temple, sweet yet not cloying. In the room, Old Li and Zhao Xian scrutinized Xiao Zifeng as if interrogating a suspect. In unison, they inquired, "Please explain what transpired." Chapter 46. The commencement of the War of Rumors. As Xiao Zifeng pondered how to articulate his thoughts, he suddenly realized he had almost let something slip. He promptly interrupted himself, endeavoring to reorganize his words. Zhao Xianluo and Old Li furrowed their brows, clearly unimpressed, as if they were being treated as fools, or that they had not comprehended his previous statements. The tale is rather lengthy. To recount it in detail would require delving back to that fateful snowy night when my father retrieved me. Old Li slammed his palm on the table, causing cracks to spider across its surface. You have one chance to rephrase that. Make it concise. There are limitations and consequences. It cannot be used indiscriminately, he declared, his tone rapid. The expressions of Old Li and Zhao Xiaoluo softened. This was more acceptable. Such a formidable maneuver could not be deployed daily. Acknowledging that it bears restrictions and cost rendered it far more reasonable. Old Li then advised, from now on, use it sparingly. in the world of martial arts. This will be your greatest trump card. With this ability at your disposal, you will navigate perilous situations with ease, but do not wield it lightly unless absolutely necessary. As for the origin of this power, neither Old Li nor Zhao Xiaoluo intended to press further. They were aware that Xiao Zifeng harbored many secrets, a general understanding sufficed. And there was no need to probe deeper. Xiao Zifeng was surprised to find he had successfully deceived them. There are limitations, yet no cost. Were he to claim there was no price to pay, they would likely dismiss him outright. The martial artist of the 8 realms could withstand the full force of a sword strike from a sword immortal without suffering harm. If he insisted there was no cost, they would never believe him. Thus, the matter was swiftly set aside. Meanwhile, in the streets and alleys of the imperial capital, rumors began to circulate regarding the scandalous affairs of the Zhao family. Whispers suggested that the reclusive young lady of the Zhao household was no longer chaste, having entertained a youthful male companion in her private quarters, and even developed an interest in monks. No one knew precisely when these rumors began, yet they were relished by the populace. According to some insiders, the Zhao family indeed had a monk, and a young boy had mysteriously infiltrated their residence. As far as the guards were concerned, the lad had not entered through the main gate, for they had never laid eyes upon him. With rumors compounded by purported insider revelations, the matter was soon considered substantiated. The gossip escalated rapidly, eventually reaching the ears of Prime Minister Zhao. The old steward, bowing respectfully, relayed the gathered intelligence to Prime Minister Zhao, including information regarding those treacherous individuals within the household. Let us make use of these traitors. Prime Minister Zhao Tian's gaze turned icy. It was evident that some were unable to restrain themselves any longer. Of course, this gossip also found its way to Xiao Zifeng and his companions. Very few knew of Xiao Zifeng's presence within the Zhao residence, aside from those who resided there. After all, outsiders had no inkling of his infiltration, except for one potential suspect, the 4th prince. Upon hearing these rumors, Xiao Zifeng gradually connected them to him. Since Zhao Xuanlu's return, there had been no gossip, yet shortly after his arrival, such rumors began to circulate. It is often said that rumors require a catalyst. However, if one is intent on fabricating tales, any aspect of daily life can serve as an opportunity. There's no need to wait for one's own arrival to incite such gossip. Thus, in contemplating this, he realized that the only individual in the imperial capital with whom he harbored animosity was the so-called 4th prince. He was likely the only one who could discern his presence within the Zhao residence and possess the means to place spies there. Having identified his target, Xiao Zifeng began to formulate his plan of retribution. Rumors, after all, can be spread by anyone, and what he disseminated might not even be entirely fictitious. He intended to play with the truth. After gleaning information about the prince's daily activities and residence from Zhao Xuanlu, he commenced his surveillance. Although the 4th prince was surrounded by numerous guards, Xiao Zifeng's skills rendered him undetectable. During his descent from the carriage, the 4th prince suddenly felt a prick on his arm, as if something had stung him. Yet, upon inspection, he found no wound, only a lingering sensation. Initially dismissing it as mere illusion, he returned to his residence. Meanwhile, Xiao Zifeng returned to the Zhao estate and enlisted Zhao Yingtian to spread rumors about the 4th prince. Mentioning the potential grievances he had with him, Zhao Yingtian acquiesced. At that moment, he had firmly identified his target, the 4th prince, who had also been the one to inform the northern barbarians. The Sanjian sect was hardly worth the 4th prince's investment, given its insignificant status. The only individuals connected to the court were local magistrates, lacking substantial political value. Thus, the 4th prince would not expend considerable effort or resources on such a trifling matter. His agreement to assist Xiao Zifeng in spreading rumors stemmed from a desire to observe the young man's capabilities. Although the rumors were absurd, claiming that the 4th prince, notorious for his dominance over men and women alike, had incurred divine wrath and was to bear a child, the very outlandishness of the tale could yield unexpected results. He believed that the 4th prince possessed sufficient depth to engage in this game. However, the cleansing of targets would not end with the 4th prince alone. At that moment, within the confines of his residence, the 4th prince found himself plagued by a loss of appetite and a sensation of nausea. Despite his status as a cultivator, though not exceptionally powerful, he should not easily succumb to illness. Thus, he summoned a doctor to examine him. The physician, upon taking his pulse, furrowed his brow in contemplation, his mind racing through all the medical knowledge he had acquired throughout his life. Upon entering, he had sensed something amiss with the 4th prince's countenance. Traditional medicine emphasizes observation, inquiry, and examination. He resolved to probe further. The physician cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, have you experienced any symptoms lately?" The fourth prince replied, "I have been feeling rather dizzy, lacking appetite, and occasionally plagued by nausea. Do you discern anything, doctor?" The physician, noticing the incredulous expression on the prince's face, began to doubt his own abilities. Had he missed crucial teachings due to a moment of drowsiness during his apprenticeship? Or had his master deliberately withheld certain knowledge? After all, the individual before him was a prince, and a misdiagnosis could lead to dire consequences. In a bid for prudence, the physician bowed and remarked, "My knowledge is limited, and I cannot ascertain the issue at this moment. It would be prudent for your highness to seek the counsel of a more esteemed healer." "Cannot determine the ailment?" the fourth prince questioned, furrowing his brow. Sensing the prince's displeasure, the physician quickly added, "I have heard of an elderly doctor in Chuan Street who specializes in perplexing ailments. Well-versed in medical texts and possessed of vast experience. He would surely alleviate your highness's concerns." The fourth prince waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, you may return for now." He then summoned his attendants to fetch the renowned physician from Chuan Street, capable of addressing intricate medical issues. Upon returning to his clinic, the doctor hastily began to consult medical texts. The staff and apprentices, puzzled by his swift return, queried, "Doctor, what has transpired? Did you not go to attend to the fourth prince? Why are you back so soon?" And immediately rifling through the medical books, one apprentice, under the guise of serving tea, sought to glean information, overhearing the master muttering to himself, "This cannot be. How could a man exhibit signs of pregnancy? Is it possible that the fourth prince is actually of the female gender?" The apprentice, startled by this revelation, lost his grip on the tea tray, causing a cup to shatter upon the ground. Chapter 47. Irreversible. Utterly irreversible. The physician turned his head, reprimanding his apprentice, careless and clumsy. "You cannot even serve a cup of tea properly. Place the items down and hurry along." The apprentice complied respectfully. A group of attendants and disciples awaited him. Stepping into their midst, the apprentice spoke in a hushed tone, "A significant matter has arisen, but you must not disclose it to anyone." "Rest assured, we shall not," chorused the group in unison. "The master has examined the fourth prince, and it appears he is with child. The fourth prince is, in truth, a princess." Upon hearing these words, the assembly erupted in fervent discussion. Then, it follows that the fourth prince is, in fact, a princess. What could be the reason for concealing such an identity? One individual ventured to voice this thought, but hesitated, sensing the taboo surrounding the topic. At that moment, someone identified a crucial question. Who is the father of the child? The mere mention of it stirred a tempest of speculation. This revelation was monumental. Yet, skepticism emerged among the crowd. Is this truly the case? One disciple, who had sought the truth, declared with conviction, "I heard the master himself say it." "If you doubt me, can you possibly doubt the master?" The others pondered this and nodded in agreement. "Remember, you must maintain utmost secrecy regarding this matter. It must not escape our lips. Fear not, the heavens know, the earth knows, you know, we know, and the master knows. No one else shall learn of it." With that, the group dispersed. One attendant returned home and confided in his wife and children, "Today, I learned of a momentous secret that you may find hard to believe." Meanwhile, within the confines of the fourth prince's residence, he regarded yet another physician, his brow furrowed. Lost in thought, bearing an expression of incredulity reminiscent of the previous doctor. What could be the matter? The physician pondered, uncertain of how to articulate his findings. The fourth prince slammed his hand upon the table and demanded, "Speak quickly, or I shall ensure you never utter another word in your lifetime." Startled, the physician trembled as he replied, "Your Highness, you are with child." The fourth prince. The unexpected revelation rendered the fourth prince momentarily speechless. Soon, however, his anger flared. "Are you jesting with me?" The physician, bowing his head, implored, "I would not dare, Your Highness. Consider your symptoms: nausea, lack of appetite. These are common early signs of pregnancy. If Your Highness remains unconvinced, we may summon other physicians for further diagnosis." The fourth prince ordered that this physician be restrained, then commanded the summoning of several others from the city. Each physician examined him in isolation, and without exception, under pressure, they confirmed the presence of joyful pulses. Upon hearing the last physician's verdict, the fourth prince sat in stunned silence, gazing incredulously at his own abdomen. How could this be? He was a man, and it was inconceivable that he could be pregnant. Moreover, he had never engaged in intimate relations with a man. How could this possibly happen? Could it be that a man could become pregnant through relations with wives or concubines? No, that was impossible. As a prince, it is absolutely inconceivable for me to be pregnant, especially at this moment. Regardless of the circumstances that led to this predicament, the child within me must not remain. I immediately instructed my attendants to prepare several doses of abortifacient. After consuming the exceedingly bitter concoction, I awaited its effects in vain. Aside from a fleeting urge to relieve myself, there was no response. I seized the physician and demanded, "Why has this medicine shown no effect?" The doctor, eyes wide with fear and tinged with bitterness, replied, "It is possible that this medication is designed for women, and thus may have little effect on men. Is there no other method to induce an abortion?" I pressed further. One could apply pressure to the abdomen. During pregnancy, the belly is particularly vulnerable, and a fall or a blow could indeed lead to miscarriage. This is guaranteed to be effective. Upon hearing this, I ordered my attendants to restrain the physician. Alone in my chamber, I gazed at my stomach, then at my fist, which resembled a sandbag. With fierce determination, I struck my abdomen relentlessly. 1 blow, 2 blows. After hundreds of strikes, I collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted and in excruciating pain, bloodied skin betraying my anguish. Gritting my teeth, I muttered, "This should have done the trick." A glint of malice flickered in my eyes. None of these physicians shall remain unpunished. Meanwhile, rumors of the fourth prince's pregnancy began circulating through the streets, corroborated by the accounts of a neighbor's cousin's niece, who had gleaned information from her husband's acquaintance at the clinic. With the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, the tale spread like wildfire. The public reveled in this scandal, far more sensational than the gossip surrounding the young ladies of the Zhao family keeping paramours in secret. In the court, however, Minister Li was imprisoned for a plethora of crimes, including corruption and collusion, ultimately succumbing to a sudden heart attack in his cell, unable to withstand the shock of his disgrace. Concurrently, the fourth prince, beset by illness, had been absent from court for several days, prompting many to connect the dots with the recent rumors circulating in the marketplace. As for Minister Zhao, he continued his daily duties, asserting that the allegations against Minister Li had nothing to do with him, as he had no involvement in the matter. It was the result of investigations conducted by the supervisory court. The incidental findings regarding the Zhao family were merely unfounded rumors, unworthy of credence. At this moment, the fourth prince lay in bed, his upper body devoid of clothing, gazing at his increasingly distended abdomen, which had replaced his former chiseled abs, clutching the bedding tightly. Tears welled in his eyes as he lamented, "I cannot rid myself of this." He was on the brink of despair, unable to eliminate this inexplicable child. In desperation, he even suspended himself, allowing his attendants to strike his belly with rods throughout the day. He resolved to inflict a deep cut upon his abdomen, yet to no avail. He was indeed pregnant, yet it felt as though there was no fetus within him at all. He even harbored suspicions that he had been cursed. With the practitioners he had nurtured, unable to uncover any traces of such malevolence. It felt akin to a haunting curse, tormenting him relentlessly. He now refrained from mingling with others, fearful that someone might discern the signs of his affliction. At the Zhao residence, Xiao Zifeng and his companions indulged in merriment. Pussy had spent a considerable time healing here, and his health had significantly improved, largely owing to the medical expertise of old Li and the abundant medicinal resources available at the Zhao estate. After resting for an extended period, he contemplated his departure, for he had lingered in that village for far too long. He had not visited Shangming Temple in ages, and he feared that if he delayed any further, his master might soon hold a funeral in his memory. Chapter 48. The Forbidden Land. At this moment, Old Li turned to Xiao Zifeng and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "I intend to wander the world, upholding justice." Xiao Zifeng scratched his head, admitting, "To be honest, I'm uncertain about where to go next. I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. The world is vast, and I wish to explore it." Seeing the aimlessness reflected in Xiao Zifeng's demeanor, Old Li pondered for a moment before naming a location. The Forbidden Land. If you find yourself with nothing to occupy your time, you might consider visiting such a place. It is said that deep within the Forbidden Land lies a secret to immortality. Astonished, Xiao Zifeng responded, "If it harbors the secret to eternal life, why hasn't the old emperor sought it out?" Old Li replied, "It is not so simple. The Forbidden Land is situated at the intersection of the Great Zhou, the Great Yuan, Tianqin, the Western Gu, and the Southern Ling. 5 nations converge, making it a sensitive location. Moreover, the area is exceptionally peculiar. No bird can fly there. Regardless of one's martial prowess, the use of lightness skills is rendered impossible should one attempt to take to the air. An overwhelming force will draw them back to the ground." He continued, "The depths of the Forbidden Land are surrounded by a dark azure pool, which no one can traverse. Anything that hovers above this pool is irresistibly pulled into its depths, consumed entirely. It is rumored that the secret to immortality is concealed within the heart of the Forbidden Land. Pondering this revelation, Xiao Zifeng stroked his chin. This place piques my interest. And the allure of immortality is a dream cherished by many. Hui Xi, standing nearby, gasped. Elderly certainly knows how to make a suggestion. But you conveniently omit the dangers of the journey there, do you? The path to the Forbidden Land traverses the mountain of corpses, which you seem to disregard entirely. The strange and malevolent beasts within the Forbidden Land are not mere guard dogs. Just as Hui Xi was about to voice her concerns, Zhao Xuanlu interjected. I have also heard of this place. It sounds quite intriguing. Shall we venture there together? Hui Xi's mouth fell agape. Is it truly wise to consider going to such a perilous location merely because it is intriguing? It could be fatal. Determined not to let the two men act foolishly, Hui Xi spoke up. This place is extremely dangerous. Xiao Zifeng must not act impulsively. Xiao Zifeng cast a skeptical glance at Old Li and pressed further. What dangers lie ahead? Hui Xi elaborated. To reach the Forbidden Land, one must first traverse the mountain of corpses. Centuries ago, this was a battlefield where nations clashed incessantly, leaving countless bodies abandoned there. The stench of decay lingers, resulting in numerous wandering corpses. It is said that a powerful entity known as the Drought Corpse resides within. These corpses, nourished by the miasma of the mountain, typically remain there, yet few outsiders dare to tread upon that ground. Only certain practitioners of corpse manipulation might be found lurking nearby, but it is fraught with peril. If they detect intruders, the corpses will swarm. Moreover, among these forms are iron corpses, copper corpses, and even gold corpses. Even the most skilled warriors from the three realms could fall victim if they are not vigilant. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zifeng's eyes lit up with joy, and he exclaimed, I can't believe such a wonderful place exists. Pussy felt that perhaps her explanation had not been sufficiently clear. She mentioned the presence of numerous walking corpses, the kind that devour humans, in great abundance. Xiao Zifeng nodded in response. The more walking corpses, the better the place. Pussy was taken aback. Zhao Xuanlu remained unfazed, having long been aware of Xiao Zifeng's peculiarities. Old Li, too, maintained his composure, suspecting that this young man possessed some unique trump card. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such enthusiasm upon hearing of the walking corpses. It was possible that he also had some means akin to those of a sorcerer. Meanwhile, rumors escalated, prompting the old emperor to dispatch imperial physicians to investigate the condition of the fourth prince. Some officials even expressed a desire to visit him. At this juncture, however, the fourth prince refused to see anyone, not even the physicians sent by his father, which inevitably led to speculation, especially as the rumors intensified. In the political arena, connections and hidden cards were commonplace. Many began to utilize their capabilities to gather information. The fourth prince was ruthless enough to eliminate those doctors. Yet, he could not be so merciless as to harm everyone in his household, for he still required their assistance. Some individuals, having placed spies over many years, found this to be the opportune moment to act. Consequently, certain news reached them. The fourth prince might truly be expecting a child. Zhao Qingxiang gazed at the information gathered by his intelligence network, sinking into deep contemplation. The fourth prince was indeed with child. He had suspected that this young man might possess some means, but he never anticipated such a tangible result. It truly did lead to pregnancy. At that moment, he found himself worrying about his beloved daughter, involuntarily envisioning her appearing before him, heavily pregnant. Startled, he shook his head in disbelief. He needed to devise a strategy to limit her interactions with this young man. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Zhou Suifan, the second sword immortal of the great Zhou. He shared a certain rapport with this immortal. During previous conversations, he had mentioned the idea of taking his daughter as a disciple, but at that time, she had secretly slipped away to wander the martial world. Sending his daughter to Zhou would ensure her training under a reliable master, providing her with security. Especially considering her temperament, the political realm was ill-suited for her. He was reluctant to see his daughter enter into a marriage alliance, for given her nature, such an arrangement would likely exacerbate tensions rather than alleviate them. If that were the case, it would be better to allow her to return to the martial world. Finding her a trustworthy mentor would be advantageous, whereas her relationship with Li Mo Kuang lacked the traditional dynamics of mentor and disciple, resembling more of a friendship. Even if his daughter were to encounter difficulties in the martial world, this connection would offer assistance without the need for the constraints of a formal apprenticeship. There exists a mysterious figure, whose strength and identity remain shrouded in ambiguity. As for the carpenter's identity that has been unearthed, he dismisses it entirely. It is quite commonplace for individuals in the martial world to adopt false personas. The immediate task at hand is to deal with the restless fourth prince, ensuring his swift removal from the equation. It appears the old emperor cannot endure for much longer. A new dawn is poised to break over the Great Zhou. At the estate of the fourth prince, the old emperor forcibly dispatched a group of individuals to clandestinely extract the fourth prince from his residence. Seated wearily upon the dragon throne, the old emperor observed as the fourth prince was brought forth, his slight bulge indicative of a burgeoning life within. The imperial physician whispered a few words into the emperor's ear, confirming the distressing news of the fourth prince's pregnancy. Witnessing his offspring in such a disheveled state, the old emperor could not suppress his disdain and fury. It was one thing to be unworthy, it was entirely another to have been reduced to such a pitiful condition. How could such a being possibly be his progeny? Chapter 49. The departure of the seventh prince. Upon sighting his father, the fourth prince hastily prostrated himself upon the ground. A tumult of emotions, shame, fear, and unease, swirled within his heart. From a young age, he had harbored a profound dread of his father, who loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. Undoubtedly, his current state was a source of disappointment to the emperor. Thus, he lay there trembling, too fearful to utter a word, uncertain of what to say, lest every syllable be a misstep. The old emperor gazed upon his son, a figure he deemed utterly inept, and felt a deep sense of disappointment. Yet, this realization alleviated some burden from his heart. He opened a concealed compartment, revealing a narrow passageway. "Rise and follow," he commanded. The aged emperor, who required assistance to move, now descended into the hidden corridor, with the fourth prince trailing behind him, filled with trepidation. As they ventured deeper into the passage, after traversing approximately 10 meters, they encountered a staircase leading downward. Gradually descending, they entered a vast subterranean chamber. The fourth prince was assailed by the acrid sense of herbs and blood, prompting him to speculate. Perhaps my father still cares for me. Although he admonishes me, he will still seek remedies on my behalf. Upon reaching the base of the stairs, they arrived in a spacious underground arena, dominated by a colossal alchemical furnace, its surface intricately adorned with the visage of a sinister dragon. As they descended, the emperor activated a mechanism on the wall, igniting azure flames beneath the furnace. This spectacle further validated the fourth prince's suspicions, allowing him to momentarily savor the warmth of familial affection. However, when he turned to behold his father, an unsettling calmness gripped him. The emperor's demeanor was strikingly devoid of paternal tenderness, and the absence of warmth in his gaze struck the fourth prince with fear. An inexplicable dread washed over him. He felt that accompanying his father here may have been a grievous error. The aged visage bore no semblance of a father's love, but rather an expression akin to that reserved for lifeless objects. Panic began to seize the fourth prince, prompting him to bow and retreat hastily. "Father, I believe that matters of pregnancy can be entrusted to the imperial physicians. There is no need to trouble you further. I shall take my leave." His words trailed off as he stepped back, only to find the old emperor had appeared behind him with imperceptible swiftness. A hand like an iron vice clasped upon his shoulder. A formidable aura of pressure emanated from the emperor, distinct from the majesty of sovereignty. It was the palpable force of a seasoned cultivator. In that moment, the fourth prince comprehended that the man he had always perceived as an ordinary figure possessed a terrifying power. He yearned to plead for mercy, yet found himself unable to voice a single word. The old emperor, his voice a low murmur from behind, intoned, "Are you not always eager to show filial piety? Today is the moment to lend your father a hand." The fourth prince, desperate to flee, found himself ensnared by that formidable grip, rendered powerless like a mere chick beneath the talons of a predator. The old emperor extended his hand, and the alchemical furnace was opened. The fourth prince was struck by his vital energy, causing his garments to shred. He was then unceremoniously cast into the furnace. A chilling scream echoed. Yet it was firmly contained underground, unable to escape even a whisper. The old emperor, indifferent to the cries of his own child, muttered to himself, "Were it not for your utter incompetence, which I can no longer tolerate, it should have been the seventh who entered the furnace today." Though the seventh prince was his youngest offspring and typically displayed a demeanor of non-contention, he possessed the keenest intellect among his 7 children. The old emperor even sensed that the seventh had likely become aware of something amiss. However, this was of little consequence, despite his deeper thoughts. The seventh prince's inherent weakness rendered him incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. After a long while, the old emperor emerged from his hidden alcove, 2 elixirs now in his grasp. Meanwhile, seated cross-legged in his residence, the seventh prince, Li Mingzhi, opened his eyes. His jet-black gaze was profoundly deep, devoid of the innocence and purity of daylight, reminiscent of a sage brimming with wisdom, casting a glance towards the palace. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. It was time to depart. On the following day, within the court, several officials suddenly submitted petitions for a number of princes to return to their respective fiefs, with the pointed spearhead aimed first at the seventh prince. In response to this proposal, supporters of the other princes began to rally, endorsing the notion of the seventh prince's return to his domain. As for subsequent petitions regarding which prince would depart next, that would be addressed in due course. The maneuvering space was vast, dependent solely on who possessed the requisite capability. The old emperor, observing his waning health, likely only had a few days remaining. At such a time, the expulsion of a rival was met with general approval. Although the seventh prince was perceived to have limited influence, he was, after the second prince, the old emperor's favorite. In his advancing age, should his mind falter, it was not inconceivable that he might consider bestowing the throne upon this younger prince before his demise. Yet the seventh prince, embodying a character of non-contention, accepted this turn of events with tranquility. Compared to his siblings, whose fervor for the throne was palpable, he regarded it with a more detached perspective. Observing this scene, the old emperor furrowed his brow, but soon recalled that the fief of the seventh prince was not particularly advantageous, being merely adequate, albeit with a hint of cleverness that likely would not pose significant trouble, should he dare to engage in any underhanded schemes. The old emperor was confident in his ability to crush him. With the unwavering support of numerous ministers and princes, he consented to the arrangement. Only the second prince felt a twinge of reluctance, not out of a desire for his younger brother to remain and contest the throne, but rather hoping the seventh prince might spend some time with their father, potentially earning greater rewards or securing a more favorable fief. Thus, on that very day, a decree was issued. The seventh prince promptly gathered his belongings, departing the imperial capital the following day. Along the journey, the second prince made a point to bid him farewell, expressing with a hint of regret, "Seventh brother, why do you acquiesce so readily? Please hold on a little longer. Perhaps father will grant you a more favorable fief." The seventh prince remained remarkably composed, responding, "For me, it matters not where I go. After all, I am a prince. Regardless of the location, my life cannot possibly decline. Moreover, my aspirations are modest. Idly drifting like clouds, composing poetry, and painting are sufficient for me." Observing his younger brother's equanimity, the second prince silently resolved, "Once I ascend to the throne, I shall ensure that my seventh brother receives a more prosperous fief, allowing him to live more comfortably." The second prince also brought farewell wine to bid the seventh prince adieu. As the seventh prince gazed into his cup, he silently offered his own farewell to his elder brother. There were things he dared not voice. He had previously made subtle hints, only to have father discern the underlying motives. Thus, he felt he could not afford to act further. As the seventh prince settled into the carriage, he leaned out to catch a glimpse of his elder brother, who remained in place to see him off, though only a silhouette was visible. The seventh prince whispered, "I am sorry, the only one I can save is myself." Meanwhile, on this very day, Husi departed the imperial capital for Shangming Temple, as Xiao Zifeng was heading to a forbidden area that did not align with his path. Chapter 50. Zhou Suifan seeks guidance from the immortal at the Zhao residence at the Zhao estate. Zhao Yingtian had just received alarming news. The fourth prince had gone missing. This revelation inevitably reminded him of the events that transpired in the court yesterday, where the seventh prince departed earlier today. The timing of the fourth prince's disappearance was particularly suspect. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding this news were shrouded in secrecy. The fourth prince's residence had consistently claimed that he was gravely ill and unavailable to visitors. It was worth noting that after they had sent the seventh prince away together, the fourth prince was next in line to be targeted. Yet now, he had vanished without a trace. Who could orchestrate such a silent disappearance of a prince? The other princes lacked the influence to achieve this. While the second prince might have some potential, it was unlikely he would be completely uninformed. If this were the work of an individual with extraordinary martial prowess, only 4 individuals in the imperial capital could possibly pull it off. Qinshan's sword immortal was the least likely candidate, ever since his duel with the sword god. He had secluded himself and was not inclined to meddle in such affairs. Mo Daly would not engage in such actions either. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, he rarely involved himself in the upheavals of dynasties, deeming it a matter of great karmic consequence. Zhou Suifan was also an improbable suspect. He had no vested interest or grievances with the fourth prince, nor was he privy to the disputes between his daughter and the prince. Thus he would not seek vengeance on his behalf. As for Li Makuang, Xiao Zifeng had not enlisted his aid, unless the fourth prince had acted with reckless abandon. It was unlikely he would intervene. After ruling out these possibilities, Zhao Tian could only conceive one potential explanation: the fourth prince was indeed expecting a child. This notion was further fueled by rampant rumors circulating through the streets. Ultimately, one cannot conceal the truth forever. The old emperor, in an effort to preserve the dignity of the royal family, might resort to drastic measures. The imperial authority was vast. If a prince were to be with child, it could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Contemplating this, Zhao Tian began to piece together fragments of the truth. The old emperor was not a benevolent ruler. He had numerous siblings, yet none had survived to the present day, and even their descendants had perished. Some had been slain during power struggles, while others met untimely ends in their fiefs. Each death appeared plausible, yet the sheer coincidence of their total extinction raised suspicions. Too many coincidences can transcend mere chance. It felt as though a tempest loomed on the horizon. Nevertheless, he decided to set these thoughts aside for now. As Zhou Suifan was scheduled to visit the estate today, it was time for his daughter to hasten her apprenticeship. That evening, Old Li and Xiao Zifeng observed as Zhao Xuanlu formally took her vows with her new master. With a sword immortal as her mentor, Zhao Xuanlu's path of cultivation promised to be far-reaching. She held no aversion towards Zhou Suifan, whose reputation was commendable, and he was not lacking in physical appeal. In Old Li's words, though his martial prowess may be somewhat lacking, his character was undoubtedly admirable. Moreover, the swordsmanship of the other party aligns quite well with Zhao Xuanlu's style. After paying their respects to their master, the four settled down for a casual conversation. Zhou Suifan observed Xiao Zifeng wielding Old Li's Qinglin sword and inquired with a smile, "Old Li, is this your disciple?" Old Li shook his head. "No. He is a disciple of the sword god." Old Li and Zhao Xinluo had long since synchronized their narratives. Upon hearing this, Zhou Suifan felt a surge of curiosity. The sword god, renowned for his formidable yet enigmatic prowess, was indeed a figure of interest. It was unexpected to encounter one of his disciples here. And judging by their rapport, it seemed they shared a good relationship with Old Li. Suddenly, Zhou Suifan recalled his previous inquiry to Old Li. If the other party was acquainted with the sword god's disciple, then it stood to reason that Old Li, having appeared in the imperial capital alongside the sword god, must also be familiar with him. Moreover, given Old Li's personality, would he not have sought to challenge such a powerful figure? Zhou Suifan's gaze toward Old Li turned somewhat skeptical. Sensing Zhou Suifan's scrutiny, Old Li's heart raced, realizing the precariousness of the situation, and hastily clarified, "At that time, my strength had yet to be restored, which is why I did not engage in a contest." Zhou Suifan's expression seemed to question, "Do you think I will believe that?" In truth, Old Li had indeed refrained from contesting with my master. At this juncture, Xiao Zifeng stepped in to mediate. Old Li was covering for him, and there was no need for him to complicate matters. Besides, his statement was not inaccurate. Old Li had merely sparred with Xiao Zifeng. Zhou Suifan then turned his attention to Xiao Zifeng, regarding him with a hint of confusion. "From my observations, it appears you are following the path of a martial artist." Xiao Zifeng sighed inwardly, bracing himself to embellish the truth. "My aptitude is lacking. I merely possess a robust vital energy, which is why I can only tread the path of a martial artist." Zhou Suifan had been scrutinizing Xiao Zifeng, noting that his vital energy was indeed considerable. However, as a swordsman, taking a martial artist as a disciple seemed an unusual choice. He wished to inquire further but hesitated, fearing it might be impolite. Xiao Zifeng, perceiving his unspoken thoughts, took the initiative to explain, "My master does not evaluate his disciples based on their cultivation talent, but rather on their comprehension of the sword path. In his eyes, the understanding of swordsmanship surpasses raw talent. Though one may lack innate abilities, they can compensate through diligent effort. However, a deficiency in sword comprehension is truly insurmountable. Furthermore, the sword techniques my master practices heavily rely on one's personal insight. Once understood, they can be mastered, allowing even those of humble origins to triumph over the formidable." Zhou Suifan, enlightened by this revelation, remarked, "I see. By the way, is the sword technique your master teaches known as immortals kneel?" "Indeed," Xiao Zifeng confirmed. Zhou Suifan felt a stirring of desire, for he had long wished to witness this technique. However, given the sword god's immense strength, he presumed he would never have the opportunity. Yet, considering this disciple, he mustered the courage to ask, "Might I have the privilege of witnessing it?" "I have long admired immortals kneel." Xiao Zifeng appeared somewhat hesitant as he replied, "That requires an opponent. I have come to experience your prowess, but rest assured, I shall temper my own capabilities to remain on the same level as you, Zhou Suifan suggested. Oldly, standing nearby, struggled to suppress the eager smile that threatened to break forth. Zhao Xuanlu glanced at her rather unassuming master, wondering if he truly believed that his superior cultivation would render him immune to the effects of this technique. She had never considered seeking guidance from Xiao Zifeng regarding this particular swordplay, as she already anticipated the outcome. After all, Oldly and an army of 100,000 had once knelt before her, rendering such an endeavor unnecessary. Observing the fervent expression on her master's face, she hesitated to dissuade him, merely offering a gentle reminder. Master, there is no need to suppress your cultivation. Your swordsmanship does not inflict harm, so it is quite unnecessary. Zhou Suifan, with utmost fairness, proclaimed, as a senior, how could one exploit their superior cultivation to intimidate a junior? Zhao Xuanlu's lips twitched slightly. Did he truly believe that his elevated status would enable him to impose upon him? Even the renowned sword immortal of Green Mountain had succumbed to his insecurities, after all. Chapter 51. The renowned sword immortal ranking. Zhao Xianluo wished to offer further counsel, but was promptly halted by Oldly. It is customary for elders to temper their prowess when engaging with juniors. Do not concern yourself any longer. This was his outward expression, yet he discreetly communicated through a whisper. Even if one suppresses their realm, at least there exists a stepping stone. What more could Zhao Xianluo say? One was insistent on the trial, while the other fanned the flames of enthusiasm. She could only acquiesce to their whims. Thus, in the courtyard, they took their positions, with Oldly and Zhao Xianluo wisely standing behind Xiao Zifeng. Zhou Suifan observed the duo's placement and remarked, Xianluo, be cautious and avoid my strikes later. As for Oldly, there is no need for such warnings, although he has yet to earn the title of Sword Immortal. His prowess is no less than my own. Advising him would be entirely superfluous. The contest commenced. Zhou Suifan crossed his arms, awaiting Xiao Zifeng's initial move. A mere 8 realms martial artist, even when suppressing his realm, posed little challenge for him. Today, he was eager to discern the essence of this immortal kneel. Xiao Zifeng drew forth a wooden sword. Zhou Suifan mused. He wields the same sword as his master. It appears to be an ordinary wooden toy, devoid of any distinguishing features or threat. Could this be some secret to executing the immortal nail? As he pondered, Oldly could no longer suppress the smile that crept upon his lips, his joy blossoming within. Zhao Xianluo watched intently, to be precise. She had yet to fully witness this sword technique. The last time she observed, Oldly had already knelt, missing the entirety of the performance. Zhou Suifan focused on Xiao Zifeng's swordplay, striving to uncover the mysteries embedded within. As the sword was swung, his crossed arms unfolded. Thud! Both knees met the ground. Hands clasped together. A seamless execution. All unfolded under Zhou Suifan's unwavering gaze. He was momentarily stunned, entirely devoid of the will to resist, and knelt. Yet, he did not remain in a daze for long. He elegantly rose to his feet, dusting off his knees. With one hand behind his back, he remarked, Your swordplay is commendable. Few in the same realm can rival you. Even were we to exist within the same confines, I would find it difficult to withstand your prowess. You are indeed a rare youthful prodigy. Given time, your achievements shall surely eclipse mine. At this juncture, Zhou Suifan shifted his tone. However, do not allow such accomplishments to lead to arrogance. The vastness of the martial world is filled with those who surpass your current realm. From what I observe of your strength, you should be capable of transcending realms in combat. I shall elevate my realm a notch to test the limits of your capabilities. Thus, you must remain vigilant. Upon finishing his words, Zhou Suifan no longer bore the nonchalance of before, adopting a serious stance. Then thud. Once again. Both knees knelt to the ground, hands clasped together, meeting the same fate without the slightest resistance. Zhou Suifan gracefully rose yet again. Indeed, it appears that in the lower realms, there is no one who can rival your prowess. I shall now elevate my strength to the 6th realm. For the disparity between the middle and lower realms is akin to a chasm. Even the most extraordinary talents find it challenging to transcend such a divide in their pursuit of higher realms. You must be cautious moving forward. Xiao Zifeng, somewhat uncertain, inquired. Shall we continue? Rest assured, despite the elevation in my realm, I will temper my strength to ensure your safety. Do not hesitate to demonstrate your abilities. This will greatly assist you in understanding your limits as you navigate the martial world, expressed Zhou Suifan, with the care of an elder toward a younger. Xiao Zifeng, resigned, replied, Very well, and once more brandished his sword. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Suifan had ascended to the 4th realm, yet he remained utterly defenseless, collapsing to his knees. Oldly, observing from behind, could barely contain his laughter, a smile permanently etched upon his face. Initially, he was the only one renowned in the martial world to kneel. Now, with the addition of another, his spirits lifted considerably, especially as the other knelt repeatedly. Zhao Lu, unable to bear the sight, covered her eyes with one hand, leaving only a small gap to witness the tragic scene. Xiao Zifeng sheathed his sword and, glancing at the still kneeling Zhou Suifan, cautiously asked, "Shall we proceed?" Zhou Suifan found himself in a state of confusion. This lad was merely at the 8th realm, yet a mere martial artist. Despite my elevation to the 4th realm, I failed to discern any hint of his strength. After numerous attempts, all I witnessed was a simple swing of the sword, leading to my own defeat. What kind of bizarre swordsmanship is this? How could an 8th realm martial artist wield such power? He then understood why Old Li and Zhao Lu stood behind Xiao Zifeng. As for attempting to elevate his realm further, he had no intention of doing so. He could claim ignorance in the earlier encounters. But to elevate himself to his original realm only to kneel again would be utterly humiliating. Although he had already lost considerable face, at least he could still salvage some dignity. If he could not perceive any hint of strength at the 4th realm, he could only imagine the outcome at higher levels. There was no need for further attempts. Zhou Suifan elegantly rose once more. The swordsmanship created by the sword god was indeed extraordinary. Even an 8th realm martial artist could exhibit such formidable prowess. It was truly admirable. It is a fortunate opportunity to witness such swordplay today. As the day wanes, shall we conclude our session here? Xiao Zifeng, seizing this opportunity, graciously acknowledged the sentiment, recognizing that it was unnecessary to further embarrass an elder who had knelt before him so many times. Indeed, I too find myself somewhat fatigued. The exertion of this swordsmanship demands considerable mental focus, particularly when demonstrated before an elder. It is quite taxing. Zhou Suifan replied courteously, "Not at all. I perceive in you an extraordinary demeanor and unparalleled talent. You are bound to reach the heights of the sword god. Having met today, shall we not share a couple of drinks?" Zhao Lu has recently come to the realization that while her master's swordsmanship may not be the finest, his audacity is undeniably unparalleled. Even Old Li cannot compare. In the past, when Old Li knelt, he isolated himself in a room for an entire day, refusing to emerge. Yet, Zhou Suifan has knelt countless times without so much as a blush, still insisting on toasting with others. Such audacity and composure are truly unmatched. It is no wonder that she once overheard Old Li lamenting that Zhou Suifan practices not only swordplay but also the art of perseverance. For survival in the martial world relies heavily on one's boldness. Among all the sword immortals, if one were to assess skill, Zhou Suifan would merely rank among the lowest. However, when it comes to audacity, no sword immortal could rival him. If there were a ranking of sword immortals based on boldness, he would undoubtedly claim the top position, leaving the second place far behind, as if cast into oblivion. Chapter 52. Usurpation within the Imperial Chamber. The second prince was unexpectedly summoned. Observing his father seated by the bedside, his hair as white as snow, yet his countenance radiant, the second prince could not help but feel a wave of sorrow. His father had previously appeared frail, and such vitality reminded him of the fleeting moments he had witnessed among soldiers at the borders, an ephemeral brilliant scene just before death. The late-night summons suggested that time was of the essence. The old emperor beckoned the second prince closer. Rising, he approached and beheld a small box from which the emperor produced a black pearl. "This is the final gift I leave for you," he said. "Consume it, and you shall transcend to the 3rd realm." With tears welling in his eyes, the second prince grasped his father's hand. Father, the old emperor, with his other hand, activated a hidden mechanism at the bedside, revealing a secret passage. "Enter and transcend. Within, you shall remain undetected by outsiders." The second prince nodded resolutely. Yes. Together, they ventured into the dark corridor. Upon a prayer mat, the second prince seated himself and swallowed the black pearl. Instantly, his vitality surged, propelling him toward the barrier of the 3rd realm. The endeavor was fraught with difficulty, yet he was determined not to disappoint his father's expectations. As the old emperor observed the second prince's arduous ascent, he noted the moment his son approached the threshold of the 3rd realm. Then, the emperor consumed another black pearl. The second prince, drenched in sweat, felt his powers surging uncontrollably, radiating outward. He had succeeded. He had broken through to the 3rd realm, an exhilarating sensation enveloping him, one of unparalleled supremacy. In the throes of this euphoria, he turned to share his triumph with his father, only to be met with an enormous fist that sent him crashing into the wall. As he attempted to rise in defiance, An aged hand seized his throat with unrelenting force, while the other struck his bones mercilessly. One hand shattered. He raised his remaining hand in resistance. Yet every collision resulted in further fractures. The stark contrast between his newfound prowess and the reality he faced left the second prince incredulous after all. He had just transcended to the third realm as a martial artist. In the realm of physical combatants, none could rival a martial artist's strength. No one would dare engage in close combat with such a warrior. At that moment, the second prince finally discerned the identity of his assailant, his frail father. Yet, at this instant, he resembled a vengeful deity, offering no time for the second prince to react. Suddenly, 5 black spikes materialized in the emperor's hand, pinning the second prince's limbs and torso. Rendered immobile, the second prince cried out in confusion, "Father, what are you doing?" The old emperor gazed at his son's exquisite form and replied, "For the sake of immortality." In disbelief, the second prince shouted, "But I am your own flesh and blood." The second prince could hardly fathom that his father, the emperor, would resort to murder in pursuit of immortality. The old emperor chuckled, saying, "My dear son, the very body standing before you is also my progeny. Strictly speaking, you might even refer to me as your grandfather." The second prince, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Unperturbed by the prince's bewilderment, the old emperor continued, "To facilitate your transcendence beyond the 3 realms, I exerted considerable effort. Initially, I devised formations in the fortified cities along the borders, anticipating that the prolonged warfare would yield ample blood souls. However, your valiant prowess thwarted the northern barbarians, leaving them with no opportunity to invade. Ultimately, I was compelled to seek alternative methods, unleashing a plague in Jianghu. Yet, to my astonishment, your 4th brother divulged your departure to the northern barbarians, and they surged forth. Numerous cities fell, providing a wealth of blood souls, enabling me to gather the materials necessary for your ascendance as a martial artist beyond the 3 realms. The emergence of that divine maiden to resolve the plague in Jianghu, in the grand scheme, was of little consequence to me. Otherwise, your body could have been even stronger. Upon hearing this, the second prince's eyes blazed crimson with fury. "You did this. Those were the subjects of the great Zhou." The old emperor retorted with malevolence, "When the sovereign commands, the subjects must yield. The entirety of great Zhou belongs to me. For the grand aspirations of eternity and my quest for longevity, sacrificing a few lives is an unparalleled honor." As the emperor uttered these words, he reached out and caressed the second prince's face, stating, "I share this with you merely to illuminate your demise. Do not blame your grandfather. Once I attain immortality and reach a higher realm, I shall guide our great Zhou towards an even more splendid path." As he spoke, a formation silently emerged upon the wall behind the second prince. 5 black spikes radiated a faint glow, and an unparalleled sensation of piercing agony surged through his mind, tearing his soul asunder. Simultaneously, a white silhouette manifested from the old emperor, penetrating the second prince's body. The prince writhed and contorted, his face a canvas of conflicting emotions: rage, struggle, resentment, triumph, and joy, each flickering across his features. Gradually, tranquility descended, and the second prince ceased his thrashing. The 5 black spikes fell away, and his shattered bones began to mend. Standing upright, he raised his head, embodying the youthful glory and valor of a general, yet imbued with an added ferocity and ruthlessness. Yet, occasionally, a flicker of struggle crossed his gaze. The second prince murmured, "This method of usurpation is fraught with too many drawbacks. It necessitates several descendants, one to refine elixirs as bait, another as the vessel for possession, while simultaneously subduing other blood relatives to suppress the original soul within the body. However, they will soon arrive at my doorstep. After all, the urgent summons to the palace tonight is no secret, and I am well aware of my children. They will undoubtedly be unable to contain themselves. Both the eldest and the 3rd prince have secretly conspired with the imperial guards within the military. The 5th and 6th princes have stealthily nurtured a number of assassins, all poised to act tonight. However, this poses no significant threat to him. Once his strength increases, he can incite a rebellion among the imperial guards within the palace and quell it single-handedly. As for the forces outside, he has successfully summoned a substantial army through his second prince, which is more than sufficient to handle the situation without causing any major upheaval." Observing his original form, the second prince did not squander it. Instead, he dragged this body to a nearby alchemical furnace. He cast the body into the furnace, and instead of refining it into elixirs, a crimson mist began to emanate from a specially designed exhaust vent. enveloping the second prince. This mist not only aids in further healing the injuries he recently sustained, but also elevates his cultivation. However, should his power remain too low, he would be unable to endure it. He must elevate his royal body's strength to the third realm before it can be utilized. Although he cannot instantly regain his former pinnacle, this current stage is adequate, as this body is still youthful, allowing ample time for cultivation. Chapter 53. The court coup on the streets of the imperial capital. Every household had their doors and windows tightly shut, yet countless figures moved stealthily through the shadows. The clinking of armor echoing in the night. In the Jianghu residence, the matriarch, Madame Su, and the second lady engaged in idle conversation in the courtyard. Their discussion was largely centered around the recent decree from Chancellor Zhao forbidding anyone in the household from venturing outside. The second lady, not of ordinary lineage herself, found her thoughts troubled, especially given the critical juncture of the imperial succession. Unable to shake her unease, she called upon Su, who had just settled into bed, to join her. Su, stifling a yawn, felt a sense of resignation. Although the second lady held the status of a concubine, she had never harbored ambitions for favor, and their relationship was, in fact, more amicable than that of the second lady with their lord. In his youth, to solidify his position in court, their lord had entered into a marriage alliance with a prominent family, bringing home a sister who proved to be quite amiable, providing companionship and entertainment in the confines of the grand estate, far preferable to the incessant duties that consumed their lord's days. With a furrowed brow, the second lady voiced her concerns. Do you think the lord's sudden decree to keep us indoors might indicate something ominous? Su, yawning again, nodded in agreement. The second lady's heart sank further with this affirmation. Their lord, a man of great power and influence, especially following the demise of Chancellor Li, held significant sway. What if they sought to storm the Jianghu residence? After all, such undertakings often require the backing of high-ranking officials. Could they not use us as leverage against our lord? With a sigh, Su responded, "You are losing sleep over this concern and have roused me without cause." What else could it be? This is a grave matter. In the rear courtyard, one could find the second sword immortal of the great Zhou and the ghostly sword master, Liu Quan. Why, after all, would their grandfather choose this very evening for Luo to take on an apprenticeship? It could be argued that the Jianghu residence was the safest place in the entire imperial capital at this moment. Moreover, nothing had yet been resolved. What purpose would it serve to come to the Jianghu residence? Their lord was a chancellor, overseeing civil affairs without command of military forces. What good would it do to seek him out now? Should he merely berate them with words? Rest easy and sleep. Having said this, Su prepared to return to her slumber, but the second lady grasped her hand. Since we cannot sleep anyway, let us venture to the kitchen for a bite to eat. Su turned, her eyes widening in disbelief. You cannot sleep, yet I am weary. The second lady then adopted a woeful expression, exuding charm that evoked sympathy. Su, feeling somewhat exasperated, considered it rather childish for a woman of over 30 to resort to such tactics, believing she would be swayed. In the kitchen, the two ladies busied themselves selecting ingredients. Meanwhile, on another side, Zhou Suifan and Xiao Zifeng were enjoying a spirited conversation over drinks. As their discussion drifted to the topic of swordsmanship, Zhou remarked, "Friend Xiao, your sword technique is both unpredictable and enigmatic. In my years traversing the martial world, I have never encountered such a formidable style. Might you share with me some of the subtleties therein?" "Of course. I do not seek the core principles of your technique, merely some insights from the periphery. The primary intention is to broaden one's horizons regarding the intricacies of your swordsmanship. During the recent contest, there were aspects that I found somewhat perplexing. Might you, my young friend, illuminate my uncertainties?" Old Li has already discerned the truth. Yet he feigns comprehension, clearly oblivious to the nuances at play. Had he genuinely grasped any significant insights, he would undoubtedly be boasting about it now, seeking to salvage his prior reputation. Furthermore, the matters he fails to comprehend, Zhou Rufan seems to grasp, albeit Xiao Zifeng had elaborated so thoroughly that his breakthrough was superficial. He has yet to appreciate the profound subtleties of the immortal Esbao. This clearly indicates that the sword technique demands an exceptionally high level of comprehension of the sword path. It would be miraculous if Zhou Rufan were to understand it. Subsequently, Xiao Zifeng recounted to Zhou Rufan the grandiose claims he had made to Old Li. Zhou Rufan, in turn, expressed his admiration for the intricate rules of swordsmanship. However, both Xiao Zifeng and Old Li keenly observed him, only to be disheartened by the absence of any signs of transformation or enlightenment within him. Xiao Zifeng mused, indeed, how could such deceptive notions possess universality? Old Li reflected, This fellow is lost. Having been exposed to such exquisite concepts, he exhibits no understanding whatsoever, merely lamenting in vain. Does he not realize the monumental opportunity he has squandered? In the palace courtyard, half of the imperial guards donned black armor, their left arms bound in white cloth. The other half, clad in contrasting attire, bore blue cloth on their right arms. Their positions were unequivocal, each faction aligning themselves, yet simultaneously converging towards the emperor's chambers. A confrontation at this juncture was implausible, as the gravest threat lingered within. Outside the royal quarters, an eunuch gently rapped on the door. "Your Majesty, it is rather late. Shall we partake in a meal?" Silence ensued from within. The two princes leading the guards exchanged glances. With a swift gesture, the guards breached windows and doors. Flooding into the royal chamber, they discovered an individual standing at the center. Unfazed by the encircling guards, the figure addressed the two approaching princes. "Elder brother. Third brother has brought so many to safeguard our father." The first and third princes regarded the second prince warily. He was a formidable warrior, and they needed to exercise caution to avoid being ensnared. However, the current demeanor of the second prince felt rather peculiar, as if he bore an aura reminiscent of their father's authority. The first prince spoke first. "Where is father?" The second prince replied, "Father has departed and has entrusted the throne to me." At this, he produced a decree from his bosom. The third prince retorted, "You lie. If father has left, then where is his body? Furthermore, the imperial seal and decree are present. How can we ascertain if they were authored by you or the emperor? It is quite possible that you have harmed him and concealed his body." The second prince's lips curled into a smile, akin to an adult amusing a child. "Some words hold weight only when spoken by the powerful. Your utterances bear no significance." The first prince took a slight step back, positioning himself behind the imperial guards, and declared, "I acknowledge my second brother's formidable strength, yet with so many imperial guards present, even a war of attrition would lead to your demise. The imperial guards, heed the command." The third prince simultaneously issued the order, "Form up." Both the first and third princes retreated in unison, while the imperial guards amassed in formidable ranks. Observing the surging tide of imperial guards, the second prince's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a simple, decisive punch, he obliterated the guards before him, leaving a gruesome path of carnage. In this relatively confined space, the imperial guard struggled to form a powerful large-scale formation, resorting instead to smaller formations. The first and third princes recognized this limitation and promptly summoned the imperial guards to venture outside, aiming to capture the second prince in one fell swoop. Chapter 54. The End of the Palace Coup. I know how to arrange a funeral. The second prince shook his hand lightly, chuckling as he stepped outside alongside the imperial guards. He patiently awaited their arrangement of the grand formation. At this moment, the first prince and the third prince appeared as devoted brothers, flawlessly assembling their military array. Observing the thousands of imperial guards united in formation, the second prince considered it effortlessly breakable, for he had imparted this very formation himself. He was acutely aware of its vulnerabilities. Approaching the formation, he unleashed a powerful punch, causing the grand array to disintegrate with a single strike. In an instant, he arrived beside the first and third princes. The two princes were at a loss, unable to comprehend how a martial artist from the periphery could possess such strength. After all, these were the imperial guards, the mightiest army of the great show, without exception. Each imperial guard was meticulously selected from a young age, nurtured by the royal family, and trained in their cultivation methods. Most of these guards were practitioners who had entered the realm, and to ensure their combat effectiveness, they not only engaged in regular drills but were also taken to the battlefield for tempering. Thus, every soldier among them was a battle-hardened veteran, having endured the trials of blood and fire. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could easily handle 10 adversaries, if not 5. The military formation they had established was not merely a simple aggregation, it exhibited geometric exponential growth. Yet, now they found themselves utterly outmatched. How could this not leave them astonished? At that moment, the first prince seemed to have a revelation and tightened his grip on his blade. He swung it at the second prince, only to have it pinched between two of the second prince's fingers. The first prince bellowed in rage, "I am the rightful leader. Why does father always favor you? He even bestows you with treasures that enhance your power. I am the legitimate firstborn, the one destined to inherit the throne." After his furious outcry, he launched a punch at the second prince, yet the second prince effortlessly seized his fist. With a powerful grip, he shattered all the bones in the first prince's fingers, simultaneously fracturing the blade. The second prince then struck the first prince's chest with a palm, sending him crashing to the ground like a heap of mud. That blow shattered numerous bones below his neck, leaving him without the ability to resist. Meanwhile, the third prince, sensing the dire situation, began to flee. He desperately urged the surrounding imperial guards to hold the line. However, in the blink of an eye, the second prince appeared before the third prince. Terrified, the third prince knelt before the second prince, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Second brother, we are brothers. You cannot kill me. Think of father. He surely wouldn't want your hands stained with the blood of kin. Please forgive me this once. I assure you, I will wholeheartedly support you as emperor. Spare me this time, and I shall never harbor any treachery. From this day forth, when you speak of heading east, I shall not venture west. When you speak of proceeding west, I shall resolutely refrain from moving north. I implore you, grant me this one reprieve." The second prince extended his hand, gently caressing the head of the third prince, evoking a sense of paternal affection akin to that of their father. In soft, soothing tones, the second prince murmured, "I too wish to release you, dear brother, yet I have certain matters to attend to. Might you be willing to alleviate my burdens?" The third prince fervently bowed his head, exclaiming, "I am willing. I am willing." A dangerous glint flickered in the second prince's eyes, and with a swift motion, he rendered the third prince unconscious upon the ground. Meanwhile, the other two princes, accompanied by a legion of assassins and traitorous soldiers, commenced their operation. Their initial target was the vast army commanded by the second prince, equipped with copious amounts of oil and narcotics, as their accomplices ushered them into the military camp. The soldiers, who should have been in deep slumber, sprang into action, encircling them. In that moment, realization dawned upon them. They had met their defeat. The following morning, an official arrived at the Zhao residence bearing a royal edict, instructing Chancellor Zhao to don his finest attire in order to pay homage to the newly ascended emperor and to discuss arrangements for the late emperor's funeral, as well as the handling of the treacherous brothers. Zhao Tian was taken aback by the swiftness of the second prince, who had resolved all matters without requiring his assistance. Initially, Zhao had perceived the second prince as merely adept in military affairs, lacking in the political intrigues of court. He had not anticipated such a miscalculation on his part. As the officials gathered in the court, Chancellor Zhao and his colleagues knelt in reverence. The second prince, or rather the new emperor, declared, "Rise, my loyal ministers." When Chancellor Zhao lifted his gaze to meet the new emperor's eyes, he was momentarily startled, then composed himself, lowering his head to maintain a facade of calm. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Tian was unequivocally certain the individual seated upon the throne was not the second prince. At the Zhao residence, the inebriated fourth prince finally roused from slumber. Xiao Zifeng prepared to embark on his new journey, observing the old swordsman, Li, practicing his swordplay. Curious, Xiao Zifeng inquired, "Old Li, what are your plans moving forward?" Li sheathed his sword, pondering for a moment before responding, "I intend to visit the Great Qin." At that moment, Zhou Shui Fan, not yet having stepped outside, shouted, "You old fool, have you lost your senses? Surely, you do not intend to challenge her?" Xiao Zifeng was taken aback, questioning whom Old Li meant to challenge. 10 years ago, in the inaugural battle of the Sword Immortal, she defeated the Qing Shan Sword Immortal, the renowned female swordsman, Duanmu Miaoyan. She is now universally acknowledged as the foremost Sword Immortal. Xiao Zifeng gazed incredulously at Old Li. "Are you out of your mind? You seek to confront the strongest?" Old Li gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "My life has been a relentless quest for the pinnacle of swordsmanship, to engage with the mightiest. Confronting the Qing Shan Sword Immortal is an impossibility for me. Therefore, I must challenge the highest echelons." At that moment, Zhou Shui Fan, standing nearby, remarked with a hint of malice, "Oh, so formidable. Why not challenge the Sword God then? If you triumph over him, the title of Sword God would rightfully belong to you, a name far more resounding than that of the world's foremost Sword Immortal. Moreover, Duanmu Miaoyun may not necessarily prevail against the Sword God. Besides, you are acquainted with him. Perhaps he has yet to depart from the imperial capital. And there is still time for a challenge." Old Li's expression darkened. What reward could there possibly be in challenging the Sword God, who was right beside him? All it would lead to was his own humiliation. Old Li could only utter, "You don't understand." "Do I not understand? I may not grasp that. But I certainly know how to conduct a funeral and the accompanying mourning rites. Would you like me to arrange that for you? If so, I can contact someone right now," Zhou Shui Fan retorted without hesitation. Chapter 55, preparing to leave the imperial city at this moment, Xiao Zifeng remarked softly from the side. "So the world's foremost swordsman resides in the Great Qin. My master has yet to visit Qin. Old Li gritted his teeth, issuing a blatant threat. Every swordsman, without exception, yearns to measure their prowess against the sword deity. Even the likes of Zhou Sui Fan, who is rather cowardly, has harbored such thoughts, not to mention the other swordsmen. If they hear of a challenge to the sword deity, it is unlikely they would engage. Most would likely retreat, conserving their strength and honing their skills to their peak, preparing for a showdown with the sword deity. Even those aware of their inevitable defeat would find joy in the endeavor. One must understand that compared to the sword immortals, there exists but one sword deity. Noticing old Li's seething expression, Xiao Zifeng approached and patted him on the shoulder. He'd advise and live long. If you wish to challenge the masters, I shall not obstruct you, but must you start by challenging the strongest? Progress gradually, beginning with the weakest. Very well. Old Li ultimately acquiesced. He had no choice. If he did not concede, the top-ranked swordsman would likely retreat into seclusion. Then turning to Zhou Sui Fan, Old Li declared, "Let us go outside and spar." Upon hearing this, Zhou Sui Fan's anger ignited. "What do you mean? You intend to challenge me as the weakest first, do you?" "No. You are simply the closest to me," Old Li countered, though his eyes conveyed that Zhou Sui Fan was indeed the weakest. Zhou Sui Fan's expression twisted in indignation. "Are you targeting me? Come, let us spar outside." Xiao Zifeng and Zhao Xianluo followed suit, eager to witness the spectacle. As the two stood atop a high mountain, Zhou Sui Fan communicated telepathically, "Do not strike my face. My disciple is watching." Old Li smiled knowingly. "I shall ensure it." Zhou Sui Fan drew his sword, unadorned, without guard, the hilt and blade forming a seamless union. A ghostly sword manifested at the center of Old Li's brow, its blade shrouded in darkness. The two clasped their swords, and Zhou Sui Fan was the first to swing, unleashing a blade of energy that lacked thunderous might, manifesting as an imperceptible fine line. Along this delicate path, fallen leaves were bisected, appearing as if they had mastered the art of duplication, splitting into two. The sides severed by the sword's energy revealed intricate patterns on the leaf's surface. Old Li sidestepped, evading the sword energy that sliced through the boulders and trees behind him. He surged forward, and their blades clashed, sending tremors that caused the rocks and trees behind Old Li to silently topple, their surfaces neatly severed by the earlier sword energy. The two ascended into the air, their energies colliding, sending dust and debris flying, trees soaring through the air. Xiao Zifeng watched below as if witnessing a grand cinematic spectacle. This was the true clash of masters. Unlike him, who had to resort to pretense when facing a master, for a genuine contest of his own cultivated strength would render him defenseless against a single strike from his opponent. Zhao Xiaoluo observed Xiao Zifeng, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. "You have faced masters before, and you have won against them all." As Zhao Xuanlu pondered, she suddenly confronted a rather sorrowful truth. Among the four of them, she appeared to be the weakest. Even Husi, who had departed not long ago, outshone her. Although Xiao Zifeng had only recently embarked on his journey of cultivation, he was already capable of rendering a sword immortal despondent. At her age, Zhao Xuanlu had achieved the status of a swordsman in the Seven Realms, a testament to her exceptional talent. Yet, in the presence of those with extraordinary capabilities, the disparities became painfully evident. Meanwhile, the two combatants above grew increasingly ferocious, with Zhou Sui Fan beginning to falter. The two spectators below fixated intently on the unfolding scene. Despite Zhou Sui Fan being at a disadvantage, he was, after all, a sword immortal who undoubtedly possessed hidden strengths. In the end, their eyes grew weary from watching Zhou Sui Fan's complete defeat. Xiao Zifeng, Zhao Xuanlu. Though the battle was impressive, it lacked any twists or turns. It resembled a mere account penned by a storyteller, devoid of originality, filled only with florid language and lacking any surprise. Their anticipation turned to disillusionment. There was no miraculous comeback, nor was there a semblance of balance. After Zhou Sui Fan landed rather awkwardly, he clasped his hands before Old Li and said, "Congratulations, you are now a sword immortal." Old Li also found the situation rather uninspiring, feeling that the title of sword immortal had lost its allure. At that moment, a gossipy old man announced the battle's outcome to the outside world. Another sword immortal had emerged in the Great Zhou. Upon returning, Zhao Xuanlu inquired of Old Li, "Is my master's spiritual sword particularly special?" For most swordsmen, the majority of their prowess is vested in the spiritual sword they nurture. Typically, during combat, a swordsman would deploy their spiritual sword, signifying a full display of their strength. Throughout the entire skirmish, Zhou Sui Fan had shown no inclination to utilize his spiritual sword, which was the reason Zhao Xuanlu had always anticipated a twist. Noting her realization, Old Li chose not to be forthright, instead feigning mystery, and replied, "You should ask your master about that yourself." Meanwhile, the seventh prince was lodging at an inn. In the middle of the night, he arose to visit the restroom. After the seventh prince exited, another figure stealthily entered the lavatory, meticulously searching the premises. Inside, the usual foulness persisted. It was not until the early hours of the following day that the seventh prince and his entourage resumed their journey back to their fief. Once they departed, the tranquil depths of the latrine began to churn as a figure, encrusted in filth, emerged from the muck. The stench was overwhelming, rendering the individual almost unnoticeable. Seizing the opportunity while unnoticed, he cleansed every trace of himself in the grime that clung to his body. Once the dirt was wiped from his face, the visage of the seventh prince emerged. He donned the garments and human skin mask he had prepared in advance, transforming his appearance before setting forth towards the mountain of corpses. Dao Moli had once foretold of a death calamity destined for him. Yet the mountain of corpses harbored a glimmer of hope. Aware of the perils that lay ahead, he understood that surviving a 9-in-1 hazardous situation was preferable to a guaranteed demise. Zhao Tian attended the morning court, feeling an unmistakable ambition emanating from the new emperor. The current situation is likely to become tumultuous. At this moment, Zhao Xuanlu sought out Zhao Tian. "Father, I wish to accompany my master on a journey of cultivation for a while." "Very well, go ahead." In the political epicenter of the imperial capital, it is evident that his daughter cannot thrive. Moreover, the days ahead may not be so tranquil. Thus, accompanying her master for cultivation would be beneficial. Zhao Xuanlu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her father's swift acquiescence. Observing her dazed expression, Zhao Yingtian continued, "When you depart, do not forget to take some funds. Refrain from returning to the life of an assassin. After all, your master is a great sword immortal, and you must be mindful of your own identity as well as your master's reputation." Meanwhile, Old Li, after a confrontation with Zhou Sui Fan, prepared to seek his next target. Xiao Zifeng's next destination is the Mountain of Corpses and the Forbidden Lands, and he may venture to other countries thereafter. Chapter 56. The Mountain of Corpses. Separation. A multitude of individuals hovered near the Mountain of Corpses, all of whom were practitioners of the dark arts. To outsiders, this place was a harbinger of doom, yet for these practitioners, it was an invaluable treasure trove, particularly for those specializing in the manipulation of corpses. The reanimated bodies here had already taken form, allowing them to bypass the tedious process of transforming ordinary corpses into the undead. Furthermore, these revenants were exceptionally fierce, and with minimal refinement that could be harnessed for personal use or even enhanced further. These individuals belonged to a sect within the demonic cult known as the Blood Corpse sect. For this particular endeavor, the sect had gathered its elite forces, including the sect leader, numerous elders, and a cadre of distinguished disciples. Their objective was to capture a silver corpse. The hierarchy of the undead was delineated into 4 categories: iron corpse, copper corpse, silver corpse, and gold corpse, ranked from weakest to strongest. A typical revenant, categorized as a 9-realm corpse, did not fall into these 4 classifications. The iron corpse spanned the realms of 8 to 7, the copper corpse from 6 to 5. The silver corpse was at the 4 realm, and the gold corpse resided in the 3 realm. The blood corpse sect had invested considerable resources into this operation. Capturing a silver corpse would elevate them to a premier status within the demonic cult, granting them access to greater resources. However, the risks were substantial. Their sect leader was only at the 5-realm level of cultivation. The leader's audacity to partake in this venture was closely tied to the influence of a recent enigmatic elder who had joined them. The disciples of the Blood Corpse sect set up camp, though their demeanor appeared unsettlingly normal. One disciple grasped the hand of a figure resembling a withered branch, eyes brimming with affection. Despite the hand's desiccated appearance, the face of its owner bore a striking resemblance to that of a living person, while the rest of the body resembled a mere skeleton. Other disciples were seen embracing 2 skulls, having long engaged with corpses and practicing rather sinister techniques. Even a normal individual would begin to exhibit aberrant behavior in such an environment over time. Yet, these practitioners were among the more stable. In a secluded grove, the sect leader conversed with the newly arrived elder, who possessed a towering and grotesque physique, yet bore the head of a young girl. A ring of scars encircled the neck, creating a disconcerting dissonance between the body and the head, akin to a twisted amalgamation. Had Xiao Zifeng been present, he would have recognized this head as belonging to the vengeful spirit that had escaped from Qinghe village. The leader of the Blood Corpse sect harbored some concerns regarding their plan. "Can we truly rely on the Blood River?" he inquired. The Blood River was the name the spirit had chosen for herself, having long forgotten her original name. With only a lingering memory of her hatred for the villagers of Jianghu, the Blood River responded, with my blood essence merging with your corpse-controlling techniques. Combined with the formidable array formed by your disciples and elders, we have at least a 70% chance of success, albeit with the potential for casualties. Moreover, we have ventured this far. We must resolutely commit to our purpose without hesitation. Otherwise, how can we hope to achieve greatness? These words assuaged the concerns of the sect leader, who understood that to advance the entire sect further, risks must be taken. Moreover, a 70% assurance is not negligible. After imparting his instructions, the sect leader departed. However, a glimmer of disdain flickered in the eyes of Shueta as the sect leader turned to leave. A fierce intensity flashed in his gaze. Both were acutely aware that they were merely using one another. The silver corpse could be captured, yet only one could wield control over it. This would inevitably lead to contention. Nevertheless, prior to this, they needed to maintain an appearance of collaboration. After a fierce battle, she was gravely injured. Ultimately, even after fleeing, she bartered her remaining consciousness with a tiger in the mountains. Subsequently, she risked returning to Jianghu village, convinced that those individuals could not remain there indefinitely. The hatred within her could never be extinguished. Upon her return to the village, she was met with a scene that brought her great satisfaction. Of the villagers, only a scant few survived. Most had succumbed to severe injuries or succumbed to infections, while others perished in violent disputes over scarce food. The few remaining were in a wretched state, neither human nor ghost, their hopes extinguished, leaving only a primal desire to survive. Indeed, the boy who had inflicted such wounds upon her was no soft-hearted being. In contrast to her direct killings of the villagers, his actions bore a cruelty far beyond her own. Upon her return, she collected the corpses of the villagers, and the few who remained alive were tortured to death. Embodying the principle of a drop of kindness repaid with a fountain, a drop of enmity must also be avenged with a fountain. Those who still lived were gradually consumed. Right before their eyes, she carved their flesh and transformed it into delectable dishes, tormenting them to death. She felt particularly fortunate that the blood pool of Jianghu village had not been destroyed. Eliminating these villagers brought her a newfound clarity. Hatred can blind a person, leading to irrationality. Once her vengeance was expressed, the shadows covering her eyes were lifted, leaving her more rational or perhaps more astute. Coupled with the blood and flesh of the villagers and the aid of the blood pool, her strength was significantly restored. After completing these tasks, she departed from Jianghu village and, along her journey, fortuitously encountered a grave. Within lay a corpse, that of a martial artist from the Five Realms, and it was remarkably fresh. It could be said that the heavens do not entirely forsake humanity. She refined this body, reassembling it into her current form. This enabled her to regain her strength within the Five Realms in such a short time. Now, having arrived at this mountain of corpses, her purpose was to advance further. If a silver corpse fell into her hands, it could significantly aid her in breaking through to the Four Realms. This was also the objective of her collaboration with the Blood Corpse sect. After all, she was not without preparation, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose. The silver corpse was practically within her grasp. Zhou Suifan was to accompany Zhao Xian to a place known as Wanjian Valley for cultivation. Old Li was destined for another country to challenge the Sword Immortal, while Xiao Zifeng was on his way to the Corpse Mountain. Their paths diverged, and thus, the moment of parting began outside the imperial capital. Old Li handed a medicinal vial to Xiao Zifeng, stating, "I have refined all the herbs you requested into pills. In the future, during your cultivation, you need not undergo the entire process. Simply soak in a bath. Just consume one pill, and its potency will gradually dissipate within you, healing the injuries inflicted during your practice." As these were concocted from rare herbs, one pill is equivalent to a month's worth of recovery. Zhou Suifan, overhearing this, was astonished. What agreement has this fellow made? How could he be so generous? It was not merely the significance of the medicine that caught his attention. He also noted that Old Li seemed disinclined to reclaim the azure-scaled sword Xiao Zifeng bore. In response to Zhou Suifan's bewilderment, Old Li feigned ignorance, while Xiao Zifeng remained taciturn. This was a unique transaction between the two, not meant for the ears of outsiders. Chapter 57, Capturing the Silver Corpse. At this moment, Zhou Suifan felt a profound sense of alienation. Yet, he found himself powerless against these two individuals, one he could not defeat, and the other was beyond his reach. "Xianluo, we must depart," he declared, resigned to lead his disciple away. Zhao Xianluo hesitated, suggesting, "Master, please proceed a little ahead. There are matters we need to discuss." Zhou Suifan gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, reflecting on the four companions and realizing his own redundancy. As he distanced himself, his intention to eavesdrop was abruptly thwarted by Old Li, who severed the connection with a wave of his sword energy. Zhao Xiaoluo inquired, Xiao Zifeng, how do you plan to handle the bounty placed on you by the Jingyi Alliance? I have faith in your abilities, but you cannot allow those pursuing you to hinder your progress indefinitely. Perhaps we should publicize your status as the Sword Goddess disciple? If the Jingyi Alliance hears this, they may well rescind the bounty. Old Li shook his head. This would merely alleviate a minor inconvenience. Should this information attract attention? It would not be from the lowly figures you imagine, but rather it could invite much greater troubles. The name of the sword god reigns supreme in the martial world. Who would not wish to witness it firsthand? There are those with ulterior motives who might covet such a reputation. If this title circulates, the individuals seeking Xiao Zifeng would likely be sword immortals, or, at the very least, formidable experts from the third or fourth realms. Despite Xiao Zifeng's numerous talents, he could easily stumble in such precarious circumstances. Then, Old Li produced a small box containing 4 human skin masks. You may use these for now. I will handle matters with the Jingyi Alliance. Asserting that you are my disciple, they will respect this association. Compared to the title of the sword god, having a sword immortal as your background will provide both deterrence and safeguard against excessive scrutiny. Xiao Zifeng felt uncertain. Old Li had a penchant for high-stakes endeavors. Who knew what enemies he might have stirred in the past? Moreover, he was now tasked with challenging various sword immortals. Are you certain that using your name will ensure my safety? I fear that a multitude of adversaries may emerge to trouble me, especially while I seek to confront these sword immortals. Old Li replied nonchalantly, no worries. Those who bore grudges against me in my youth have long since perished. None remain to this day. Engaging in duels with sword immortals is merely a contest of swordsmanship. Feuds rarely arise from such encounters. Even if one wishes to reclaim their honor, they would seek me out, not you, for they still desire to save face. What more could be said? Old Li truly exuded an aura of authority. Xiao Zifeng initially intended to enhance his strength before presenting a small shock to the Jingyi Alliance. However, it now seemed wiser to follow Old Li's plan. After finalizing their arrangements, the three parted ways. Old Li ascended into the air, soaring away, while Zhou Suifan and Zhao Xianluo departed on horseback. Xiao Zifeng was left to proceed on foot, as he had never had the opportunity to learn to ride in either of his lifetimes. As for the wooden vermilion bird, it cannot be released in this location. Although it is outside the imperial capital, there remains a possibility of being observed. Thus, one must venture further into seclusion before it can be set free. The notion of the corpse mountain brings a sense of delight. Once this operation is completed, perhaps a suitable location for a breakthrough can be found, potentially allowing an ascension to a higher realm. It is even conceivable that one might transcend the first realm. Despite Old Li and his companions never having mentioned any realms beyond it, Xiao Zifeng speculates that there must indeed be higher realms, as he believes the first realm should not represent the ultimate limit of cultivation. All things are in a constant state of evolution, and cultivation is no exception. While others perceive the first realm as a possible ceiling, it is plausible that some individuals are limited to that level, while the majority may never reach such heights. The disciples of the Blood Corpse sect have commenced their activities at the Corpse Mountain. However, they find it peculiar that, typically, numerous walking corpses roam the perimeter. Yet this time, they discover a scarcity of them. Upon the command of their leader, they press on with determination. After considerable effort, they finally encounter a silver corpse. Having ventured deeply into the site, they cannot initiate a capture operation directly at the Corpse Mountain. Several agile elders exchange silent nods, prompting the others to gradually withdraw. Once the majority have retreated, the operation begins, as a square box is opened to reveal a round meatball, pulsating with veins and flesh, glistening in a sanguine hue. The silver corpse, upon catching a whiff of the delectable aroma, is irresistibly drawn to it. An elder presents the meatball before the silver corpse, which lunges towards him. Without hesitation, the elder takes flight, and just as the creature is about to catch up, he throws the meatball aside and evades. The silver corpse, undeterred by the elder's rolling form, races towards the meatball. In this relay, the elders manage to lead the silver corpse to the outskirts of the Corpse Mountain. However, when one elder attempts to toss the meatball again, the silver corpse leaps forward, tackling him to the ground. The others, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly engage in a futile attempt to prevent the elder's impending demise. Seeing the danger, the leader and Blood River act promptly. The silver corpse, resembling a ravenous specter that has not fed in 3 centuries, voraciously devours the meatball, its mouth stained with blood. The meatball emits the sharp cries of an infant, accompanied by a surge of crimson gas that escapes from it. This blood-red vapor infiltrates the silver corpse through its nostrils and mouth, gradually transforming its once white pupils into a deep crimson hue. The leader conjures several winged blood worms, crimson in hue, with circular mouths atop their heads, which then descend upon the ravenous silver corpse. The bloodworms pierce the silver corpse's skin and burrow within. At this moment, the silver corpse realizes something is amiss and struggles with all its might. The disciples, poised at a distance, along with the remaining elders, hasten to assemble, initiating the formation on the spot. The radiant array materialized in midair, empowering the skeletons and zombies they bore, rendering them even more formidable. They launched a fearless assault against the silver corpse. The silver corpse, rigid in its resistance, grappled for control of its own body with the blood river and the sect leader. A heart-wrenching cry emanated from the silver corpse, its piercing wail inducing discomfort in some, manifesting as dizziness and tinnitus. At that moment, the sect leader bellowed a warning. They had yet to fully extricate themselves from the confines of the corpse mountain. The commotion caused by the silver corpse would undoubtedly attract other zombies, plunging them into a dire predicament. A swift resolution was imperative. Increase the speed of the formation, the sect leader commanded. The members of the formation spat blood, which did not fall to the ground, but rather soared towards the array that was being constructed. Chapter 58. Dinner is served. Shui lifted her head, gazing at the formation above, retreating a few steps, precisely, neither more nor less, so as to stand just outside the array. At the same time, under her deliberate guidance, the silver corpse was drawing closer to the gate of the blood corpse sect. Aki, when we reach the corpse mountain, I will engage the iron corpse. You should keep your distance to avoid injury, said a girl, reminiscent of a sprite, as she circled around a boy. She was barefoot, her delicate feet resembling ivory, and her slender calves gleamed like the finest Hittian jade, evoking a desire to caress them. Yet, beneath those jade-like limbs, the flora lay withered. Aki remained silent, merely responding with a hum. He now went by Aki, hoping to find a glimmer of hope at the corpse mountain. Along the way, he had encountered this girl, a practitioner of sorcery, possessing a unique constitution known as the mixed yuan poison body. Her surface harbored deadly toxins, and any who dared touch her would succumb to poison within mere breaths, dissolving into a pool of blood. Moreover, this toxin was notoriously difficult to counteract, if not entirely incurable. The mixed yuan poison body was an innate toxic constitution, further exacerbated by extensive exposure to various poisons throughout her life. To counteract this poison, one would need to neutralize the innate toxins and meticulously identify and remedy all the poisons she had ingested. A task that would require an inconceivable amount of time, yet one had only 10 breaths. Thus, in many respects, this poison was indeed insurmountable. His decision to accompany such a perilous girl stemmed from her extraordinary constitution and their shared destination, the corpse mountain. Additionally, he had gleaned some information about her lineage from you during their travels, although she had been evasive about the matter. There was a possibility that she might be his only chance at survival. However, the girl appeared quite innocent when she claimed to be an ordinary person. She seemed to genuinely believe it. How could an ordinary person venture to the corpse mountain? Of course, it was also plausible that she was lying. If she were indeed deceitful and he could not discern her true nature, then he would simply have to accept that reality. The girl exhibited a childlike curiosity towards many things. Upon encountering an unfamiliar flower, she would scrutinize it for an extended period, at times chasing after small insects. Presently, she was pursuing a butterfly adorned with unique patterns, her excitement palpable. Her name was Xiaolingmu. After a prolonged chase, she finally caught the butterfly. But as soon as it touched her hand, it disintegrated. Disappointment flickered across her face. Meanwhile, a black-clad youth, donning a bamboo hat and carrying a sword scabbard, crouched on the ground, observing the withered flora. A reckless smile graced his lips, for where the vegetation had perished, a great malevolent corpse must surely lie. Rising to his feet, he beheld the towering corpse mountain in the distance, his eyes gleaming with fervor, as if gazing upon a mountain of gold. As Aki and Xiaoling arrived near the mountain of corpses, they halted in their tracks, for advancing further would lead them into the periphery of the ominous hill. A careless misstep could easily disturb the undead lurking within. You wait here. I'll go take a look, Xiaoling instructed her companion. Aki casually replied, be careful. Xiaoling cherished those words as a treasure gem, nodding earnestly in agreement. I will. Aki watched her venture into the darkness, then gazed upward at the mountain of corpses, the source of his slim hope. Yet, What precisely this hope entailed remained an enigma he alone had to unravel. Ultimately, he faced a grim reality. He would either perish here or meet his end at the hands of his father. The substitute he had employed would likely be discovered soon enough. At times, it felt as though fate was playing a cruel jest on him. As a prince, he indulged in a life of luxury, yet merely surviving had become his greatest aspiration. Truly, the heavens seemed to revel in toying with him. Not long after, Xiaoling returned, stamping her feet in agitation. Hesitant to grasp him, she hurriedly exclaimed, "A horde of undead is charging toward us. Can't you handle a few zombies?" Aki inquired, puzzled. Xiaoling's abilities should have made it a trivial task. One of them is particularly fierce and silver. Before she could finish, Aki bolted forward, turning to shout, "What are you waiting for? Run!" In an instant, he dashed away, prompting Xiaoling to follow suit. Oblivious to how her supposedly ordinary friend could sprint with such speed. As Aki fled, he grappled with confusion, questioning the presence of a silver corpse in the outskirts. Upon hearing Xiaoling mention the silver creature, he instantly understood its nature. He had never doubted her honesty. In the days they had known each other, her sincerity was evident. Additionally, he sensed imminent danger. As they ran, a figure approached, a man cloaked in black and wearing a conical hat. As Aki passed by him, he shouted, "There's a silver corpse behind us. Hurry." To his surprise, the man neither turned nor fled but stood motionless. A horde of undead began to materialize, and witnessing this, the black-clad youth smirked, raising his left hand with an air of disdain, extending his index finger. In a tone imbued with an inexplicable authority, he declared, "Come forth, Tao Tai." Aki and Xiaoling, initially perplexed, now gaped in astonishment as the youth's finger transformed into a monstrous maw, devouring the entire throng of corpses. In an instant, it reverted to its original form, leaving no trace of the undead, as if they had never existed. The spectacle left the two standing in stunned silence. Just then, the ground beneath them began to tremble ominously. A voice, mingling that of a girl and an elderly man, emerged. "It is you. It is indeed your essence." Haraha. Though unseen, the sound alone conjured images of each other's radiant smiles. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Zifeng felt a fleeting sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, a colossal entity crashed before him, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the haze gradually dissipated, a monstrous figure, possessing 6 legs and 6 arms, distinctly materialized. Observing this grotesque form, Xiao Zifeng felt a stirring of appetite in his left index finger. Yet, out of respect for the departed, he inquired politely, "Who are you?" Chapter 59. A great calamity. The other party appeared to have heard something utterly unbelievable, trembling violently. Then, a visage of a young girl materialized quietly upon their chest. Upon closer inspection of this face, can you truly claim not to recognize it? Xiao Zifeng fixated on the countenance, and after a moment of contemplation, enlightenment dawned upon him. "Ah, you are that female specter." Upon realizing that Xiao Zifeng finally recalled her, the ghost began to wail frantically. "The grudge of that sword strike is etched deeply in my memory. Through numerous extraordinary encounters, I have amassed formidable power. Even if you were to kneel and lick my toes, I would not spare you." With the ghost's overwhelming aura, she believed herself capable of instilling fear in Xiao Zifeng. Yet, observing her expression, he seemed strangely compassionate, sighing with a hint of gratitude. There was no trace of fear or anxiety, as if her currently formidable strength was but an ephemeral illusion in his eyes, utterly insignificant. This ignited a seething fury within the specter. "What is that look in your eyes? Do you scorn me?" she exclaimed. "Today, I shall make you taste the price of arrogance." A colossal hand swung forth. Suddenly, an enormous, gaping maw appeared before her, pitch black and seemingly endless. In that instant, myriad images flashed through the ghost's mind. Her mother tucking her in, singing lullabies to lull her to sleep. Her father returning home with sweet osmanthus cakes. The cakes were delectable and fragrant. Then came the harrowing memories of the villagers who had wronged her, the appearance of the monk, and the return to her village where she exacted vengeance upon the remaining inhabitants. Furthermore, there was the recent incident where she betrayed the entire Blood Corpse sect, consuming its leader and the Silver Corpse. Finally, the moment of joy upon encountering Xiao Zifeng flashed before her eyes. All these memories surged through her in the blink of an eye, marking the curtain call of her life. Xiao Zifeng blew gently upon the finger raised before him. Xiaoling Mu stood behind him, utterly stunned. In contrast, Aki saw a glimmer of hope. Turning around, Xiao Zifeng introduced himself slowly. "I am Li Xiaohui, the 365th generation beast sealing master of Li family village." "Ah, Aki." Xiling Mu, she chimed in, circling around Xiao Zifeng. You are incredible. Your finger transformed into such a colossal monster. As she spoke, she gestured animatedly. Li Xiaohui humbly replied, that is merely the prowess of the ancient beast Tao Tai. I myself am not particularly remarkable. At that moment, Aki approached, repeating, ancient beast Tao Tai. However, he did not hasten to inquire further, but posed another question. Brotherly, are you intending to venture towards the Corpse Mountain? Li Xiaohui nodded, stating, indeed, I plan to acquire even greater power here before proceeding to the Forbidden Land. Aki, filled with enthusiasm, proposed, we too are headed to the Corpse Mountain. Shall we journey together? After a moment's reflection, Li Xiaohui agreed. After obtaining the consent of the other party, Aki was filled with elation. Possessing formidable strength and an enigmatic origin, he was associated with the ancient and fearsome beast known as Tao Tai. Such an extraordinary individual might just be capable of extricating him from his dire predicament. Although this character had been a fountain of deceit from the very beginning, it did not deter him from giving it a try. After all, the corpse-laden mountains were fraught with peril. He had not even ventured into the outer region before encountering a silver corpse. Who could say what horrors awaited him deeper within? Thus, the three of them set off together. However, as they walked, Li Xiaohui's attention was drawn to the ground beneath them. The one called Little Suzuki consistently maintained a deliberate distance from them. Every flower, grass, and tree that she stepped upon withered, reminding him of the desiccated flora he had observed on his way here. This led him to speculate that the girl might have a rather severe case of foot odor. After pondering for a moment, Li Xiaohui dismissed the thought, for he was on the cusp of his ascension and ready to commence his hunting endeavor. Yet, after wandering the outskirts for a considerable time, not a single walking corpse was to be seen. Thus, they gradually delved deeper. In this valley of corpses, an eerie silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and Little Suzuki's incessant chatter. No other noises could be heard. Xiao Zifeng found himself lost in contemplation. He had seen a throng of corpses without even stepping into the periphery, yet now, having entered, there was naught but emptiness. Meanwhile, deep within a cavern 1,000 meters underground, all the entrances were obstructed by a multitude of stones. A group of walking corpses trembled within for their leader. The drought demon, along with several golden corpses, sat quaking in fear. The golden corpses murmured among themselves, expressing gratitude that their leader had instructed them to hide. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. The threat of a great malevolence loomed. Earlier, the drought demon had begun ushering all the walking corpses into the cavern for safety. Initially, the golden corpses had not comprehended the necessity. It was only when the great malevolence approached the corpse-laden mountain that they sensed an impending doom, an unassailable threat. They had never imagined that, as walking corpses, they too could have a natural enemy. To them, there existed only those they could overpower and those they could not. The concept of a natural enemy had never crossed their minds. Since these golden corpses were formed through natural cultivation and were not subject to external control, they possessed their own intelligence and a heightened sensitivity to danger. Although the silver corpses had also awakened a degree of awareness, it was severely limited, akin to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. The rest were left with merely the instincts of wild beasts. Now, trembling in fear, the presence of that entity instilled in them an overwhelming sense of dread. It felt akin to a person hiding beneath their bed while a ghost prowled around outside, incessantly calling out their name. The drought demon cautiously sensed the outside world. Under normal circumstances, she would not dare to take such risks. But she seemed to detect a familiar aura. As she probed further into this recognizable essence, she immediately stood up and prepared to venture outside. Observing this, several golden corpses clung tightly to her waist and legs. Boss, what are you doing? Indeed, there is a great danger outside, the kind that devours the living. It is perilous. The drought demon, tugging at his leg, exclaimed excitedly, I can sense it. Her aura is near. She has come to find me, and I must go out to seek her. The golden corpses, upon hearing this, were filled with both astonishment and joy. They were astonished by the formidable threat above, yet elated that their leader had finally awaited this moment for so long. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that this great danger was right above them, making it impossible for their leader to venture forth. At that moment, one of the golden corpses, with a slender waist and alluring figure, resolutely declared, Boss, allow me to go in your stead. It is far too perilous to venture out recklessly. With me scouting the way, you will have a greater chance of safety. The drought demon gazed at this golden corpse and replied, Xiaochun, you too would meet your demise if you were to go out impulsively. My strength surpasses yours, and I may yet have a chance to escape. Xiaochun lifted her head and looked at the drought demon. I have learned a bit of the human art of seduction. Though the danger above is great, he still possesses a human form. Perhaps it will prove effective. Furthermore, among the golden corpses, I am the swiftest. Even if my strategy fails, I might manage to drag a few of the living dead along with me and thus escape. Chapter 60. The Legend of Li Family Village. The Mountain of Corpses, which would normally instill a sense of dread, at this moment resembled a desolate wasteland, allowing the three individuals to traverse freely. Li Xiaohui searched diligently, climbing to the treetops, rummaging through the underbrush, and even lifting large stones, yet he found naught. There was not a single trace of the undead, not even a hair. Li Xiaohui was perplexed. Where had all his experience gone? Had it all been relocated? Aki shared in the confusion, observing Li Xiaohui as he continued to search. He suspected he might grasp part of the reason. Xiaolingmu, upon arriving at this place, seemed as comfortable as if she had returned home, glancing left and right. As dusk approached, the trio discovered a cave on the mountain. Upon entering the cave with their torches lit, they were momentarily blinded by a dazzling array of treasures. Gold and silver trinkets were carelessly strewn about, and atop a massive stone pedestal lay an enormous white tiger skin. Li Xiaohui instinctively grabbed a handful of jewels. Had they stumbled upon a bandit's lair? Such wealth? Aki regarded the treasures with indifference. After all, he had seen much before and thus felt little astonishment. Xiaolingmu, however, was captivated by the glimmering objects, unable to tear her gaze away, clutching a red gemstone with fascination. After briefly holding some jewels, Li Xiaohui returned them to their place and approached the stone pedestal. He settled down, finding comfort upon the tiger's skin. In his previous life, such luxuries had been beyond his reach, where he had endured the harshness of life without such comforts. In this society, such concerns were non-existent. The authorities showed little regard for the protection of such creatures. And should one be slain, they might even offer a bounty. Aki, observing the tiger's skin, recalled that he once possessed a similar one in his room. It was that of an ordinary adult tiger, already considerable in size. Yet, compared to this one, it paled in comparison. For this tiger must have been extraordinarily large in life. After a while, Li Xiaohui reclined comfortably on the stone pedestal, which was spacious enough to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. At that moment, Aki suggested they leave hastily. Li Xiaohui, puzzled, inquired, "Leave? Why?" Xiaolingmu also turned her attention to Aki. He explained, "Only one being possesses the wisdom and authority to construct such a place on this mountain of corpses, the dry corpse. The fact that all these treasures remain untouched indicates that their owner has only recently departed and could return at any moment, so we must act quickly." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaohui lay back down. Aki, noticing his behavior, pressed further, "Surely you do not believe you can confront the dry corpse?" Li Xiaohui raised his left index finger and replied, "I cannot, but it can. The ultimate nemesis of all undead, the Tao Tai. What exactly gives you such confidence in this Tao Tai?" Li Xiaohui began to narrate. Tao Tai, one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts, devours countless living beings and possesses a nature of extreme brutality and insatiable appetite. It once consumed nearly half of the world's creatures, prompting the most formidable beings of the human race to unite and seal it away. However, most of these powerful beings perished after the sealing, leaving only one, a man bearing the surname Li, who passed down his bloodline and established Li village, guarding the seal through generations. Although Tao Tai was confined, preventing it from consuming living beings, it still found delight in devouring the walking dead, as it thrived on them, being the natural nemesis of all undead creatures. Aki felt a flaw in the tale and raised a question. Why was such a perilous beast sealed within a human? Li Xiaohui feigned sorrow as he replied, "Initially, the beast was sealed beneath Li village, not within a human. However, 5 years ago, it attached its consciousness to a young boy, attempting to manipulate him to unravel the seal. When the villagers discovered this, they realized that the seal had already been largely undone. In desperation, they reversed the formation, concentrating Tao Ye's seal upon the boy, turning him into the very vessel of the seal. The cost was heavy. Only one person from the village, which had guarded the seal for generations, survived. Xiaoling's hand trembled, causing the ruby to slip from her grasp. With the village's sole survivor now possessing Tao Tai within him, did this not imply? She gazed at the boy reclining on the stone pedestal, covering her mouth in anguish, striving to suppress her sounds. It dawned on her that this boy was as unfortunate as she was. Aki pressed on. "What then is your purpose in coming to the Corpse Mountain? Intending to venture to the place of confinement? My seal is not eternal," Li Xiaohui declared. "I must enhance my strength and seek a way to permanently seal Tao Tai in the place of confinement." I do not wish for Taodai to wreak havoc upon the world after my demise. As he uttered these words, there was no pretense, only raw emotion. The burden he bore, the silent guardianship of the world, and the haunting memories of the lost souls from his village resonated deeply within him. He had often envisioned himself as a hero, standing against the world, shouldering the hopes of the departed, trudging forward under the weight of responsibility. Having immersed himself in this narrative countless times, he slowly recounted the tale, almost believing it himself. Aki listened, sensing a mix of truth and deception, while Xiaoling's eyes brimmed with tears. You must have endured so much over the years, she murmured. In my dictionary, there has never been a word for hardship. Only promises exist, Li Xiaohui asserted with conviction. As the story concluded, it drew the trio closer together, or so Li Xiaohui and Xiaoling felt. Yet Aki remained skeptical, sensing something amiss, not with the story itself, but with the storyteller. Under Li Xiaohui's captivating narration, doubts lingered. Aki also relinquished his thoughts of departure. The trio gathered around a fire, basking in its warmth. Li Xiaohui glanced at Xiaoling Yu's delicate feet and inquired, "Would you care to wash your feet? It seems your foot odor is quite pronounced, even the flowers have withered." Upon hearing this, Aki felt as though his mind had withered too. Initially, he had observed Li Xiaohui's intense gaze upon Xiaoling Yu's feet and assumed there were ulterior motives. However, to hear such a comment about foot odor was bewildering. Who could possess foot odor so potent as to wither flora? Xiaoling Yu was equally taken aback by the unexpected remark, as no one had ever attributed such toxicity to her feet. Chapter 61. I am poisonous. I do not believe. Upon regaining her composure, Xiaoling quickly began to explain. This is not athlete's foot. It is poison, and it pervades my entire body. Li Xiaohui, with an expression of skepticism, replied, "Oh, I do not believe you." She then extended her finger and poked Xiaoling's arm. Xiaoling jumped up like a startled cat. "Why did you touch me? Touching me could be lethal. Do you not understand?" Aki was equally startled by Li Xiaohui's audacity. Although he had been accompanying Xiaoling, he had maintained a prudent distance. This fool had the audacity to make physical contact, naively believing that this individual could alter her fate, only to act so recklessly. Meanwhile, Li Xiaohui was blissfully unaware of the peril. "It does not seem that serious to me," she remarked. Xiaoling, her voice tinged with distress, said, "Your hand has turned black. You are on the verge of death." Li Xiaohui glanced at her hand, which had indeed turned black from where she had touched Xiaoling, and the discoloration was spreading rapidly, soon engulfing her entire arm. At that moment, Aki was already selecting a suitable burial site within the cave. Although she would ultimately dissolve into a puddle of blood, at least a grave marker could be arranged. Li Xiaohui remained unfazed. On the contrary, she exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, a black hand, how cool." The darkness had spread to her arm and was beginning to infect half of her body. "How long can someone afflicted by your poison survive?" Li Xiaohui continued to inquire nonchalantly. 10 breaths. Xiaoling replied. "Oh, only 10. What?" Li Xiaohui realized that in the time they had been speaking, several breaths had already passed. Aki interjected, 6 or 7 breaths have already elapsed. If you have any last words, you should speak them quickly." Li Xiaohui promptly opened her gourd and poured out a small, foul-smelling black pill, which she hastily consumed. Muffled, she said, "Last words? It's just a little poison. It cannot possibly kill me." Aki remained silent, considering this her last proclamation, which he would remember for the epitaph. He had no faith that her expired pungent antidote could neutralize the primordial poison. Even a deity would shake their head at such toxicity. He thought to select a few pieces of gold and silver jewelry to be buried alongside her, treating it as a form of companionship in death, thereby granting her a semblance of dignity in her demise. Initially, he had believed she might offer him hope, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. After finishing his selection for her burial site, he turned to find Li Xiaohui sitting there unscathed, not transformed into a puddle of blood. According to his estimation, nearly 10 breaths had passed. How was she still alive? Moreover, the toxins in her arm had vanished, and the ominous black hue had completely disappeared, returning to its natural color. Aki, filled with curiosity, examined her closely and realized that her poison had indeed been neutralized. "How did you manage to dispel it?" He could not help but ask. "Our family's heirloom 9 transformations revitalizing pill can counteract all poisons in the world," she replied. Aki narrowed his eyes. If such a potent elixir truly existed, it must be exceedingly rare. It was inconceivable that one would squander it on mere experimentation. It is highly probable that he resolved the poison through his own abilities. Following this line of reasoning, it becomes evident that this individual possesses considerable strength. far surpassing the mere claims of relying solely on the Tao within him for his might. Should his narrative hold any truth, it is unlikely that the Tao would choose an ordinary person as its vessel. In a village characterized by such seals, the guardianship of those seals would undoubtedly be stringent. Any breach would indicate that he held a position of great influence within the village or was greatly esteemed by its inhabitants. Beyond the possibility of inheriting a prestigious lineage from his ancestors, it may also be that his exceptional talent garnered the respect of the villagers. In this regard, he places greater emphasis on the latter. Even an emperor would not casually select a dullard as a successor. Only a prince of remarkable capability is entrusted with matters of governance, especially in a village burdened with such responsibilities. The mere legacy of his forebears would not suffice to grant a youth such significant authority over the seals. It is likely that his innate gifts or other qualities convinced them of his capability and worthiness. After all, if he lacked such abilities, the villagers would hardly be willing to sacrifice their lives by sealing a fearsome beast within him, entrusting him with the quest for a resolution. Xiao Lingmu's eyes shimmered with tears as she suppressed her emotions, astonished that someone had touched her without perishing. "You are truly remarkable. You are the first person to touch me and live." Li Jiahui, brimming with pride yet feigning modesty, responded, "Oh, it's nothing. Who am I? The 365th generation beast seal master of Li family village. What poison could possibly harm me?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingmu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Qi, however, felt somewhat overwhelmed. This person was enigmatic and powerful, yet relished in theatrics. The words spoken were a tangled blend of truth and deception, leaving one perplexed. At that moment, Xiao Lingmu inquired, "With your prowess, could you perhaps rid me of the poison within me?" Li Jiaowei was taken aback. This was not merely poisoning. It was a case of inherent toxicity. Who could say if the poison might be intrinsically linked to her very life? Should she remove the poison, her existence could be imperiled. Li Jiaowei found herself in a quandary. Observing the troubled expression on her face, Xiao Lingmu's hopeful demeanor began to wane. If it cannot be resolved, then so be it. Perhaps when my abilities are stronger in the future, I might be able to fully contain the poison. Li Jiaowei, taken by Xiao Lingmu's endearing expression, could not resist ruffling her hair. "It doesn't feel as good as Ali's," she mused internally. Xiao Lingmu's earlier despondency bore a resemblance to Qi then picked up a stick and nudged Li Jiaowei's hand away, admonishing, "Do not be so familiar with a young lady. It is impolite." Li Jiaowei retracted her now darkened hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "She was simply too adorable. I couldn't help myself." "It's quite all right," Xiao Lingmu reassured, feeling no discomfort, but rather a sense of joy. For this was the only person who had ever made physical contact with her and lived to tell the tale. She found it quite beneficial instead. Aki gently opened Li Xiaohui's hand, not because he harbored any peculiar feelings for little Suzuki, but rather because the way he ruffled her hair revealed an expression akin to that of a doting father gazing upon his daughter. Wasn't this rather inappropriate? Taking advantage of the young lady? Li Xiaohui appeared youthful, likely not too old, yet he was playing the role of a father figure by affectionately tousling her hair. At that moment, Li Xiaohui opened the gourd once more, pouring out a small, pungent pill and promptly placing it in his mouth. In just a span of 10 breaths. It was prudent to consume it early. After all, if he mismanaged the timing later, it could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 62. The three with hidden motives. At this moment, Li Xiaohui suddenly felt a surge of excitement. A glimmer of hope ignited within her. Experience points were on their way. A woman's scream for help echoed at the most opportune time. Aki, upon hearing this cry, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. In a desolate expanse with no village within 50 miles, where could a woman possibly be calling for aid? There was undoubtedly some deceit at play. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingmu, upon hearing the plea, exclaimed, "Someone is in distress. We should investigate." Xiao Lingmu, your experience in the martial world is still too limited. In such a desolate wilderness, how could there possibly be an ordinary woman crying for help? Aki cautioned. Xiao Lingmu hesitated, uncertain of what to do. At that moment, Li Xiaohui stepped forward. Aki assumed she would also offer a warning. "Let us go and take a look. Better to be safe than sorry. If our momentary lack of vigilance allows an innocent soul to perish from hunger, cold, or be devoured by wild wolves in this forsaken land, I shall live with guilt and unease for the rest of my days." Li Xiaohui, illuminated by the firelight, radiated a saintly glow. Aki silently scoffed. Unable to restrain himself, where was this kindness when you were devouring the walking corpses during the day? As the two prepared to venture out, Aki resolved to follow them. After all, who could say whether this was not a ploy to lure them away? leaving him alone to face the peril. With torches in hand, they followed the source of the sound, only to behold a woman clad in a thin garment, pursued by a horde of ordinary corpses. The wind generated by her frantic flight accentuated her most graceful curves. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Zifeng thrust his torch into the ground, executed a somersault, and landed between the woman and the encroaching corpses. With a bold flourish, he raised his left index finger. "I shall be the end of you all." The finger transformed into a gargantuan mouth-like monster that swiftly engulfed all the corpses in a single gulp. Devoid of any chewing, as if those wretched beings were merely a morsel lodged between teeth. The woman, catching a glimpse of this spectacle from the corner of her eye, was filled with astonishment. The three approached her gradually. The man behind was terrifying, while another woman, reeking of poison, posed a danger. She could not risk approaching him for fear of contamination, nor could she seize her directly given the proximity. Frantically, she searched for an opportunity and set her sights on the other man, somewhat handsome yet rather aloof. She pretended to stumble and fall against him. Aki observed the advancing woman, hands clasped behind his back, and executed a graceful sidestep to evade her. Despite her formidable strength, she could only follow the momentum and fall, accompanied by a melodramatic cry, "Oh dear, I've hurt myself." She hoped the indifferent man would come to her aid. To her surprise, Aki retreated behind Li Xiaohui and Xiao Lingmu, and it was they who expressed concern for her well-being. "Are you all right?" they both asked, their gazes filled with genuine compassion and empathy. The gaze of another person conveyed both longing and joy, causing her heart to tremble. Xiao Lingmu was well aware that she could not freely approach others, so she halted at a certain distance. However, Li Xiaohui harbored no such reservations and smoothly knelt before the woman, expressing genuine concern. "What's wrong? Are you injured? Would you like me to apply some medicine?" The woman, upon seeing Li Xiaohui, was more terrified than if she had encountered a ghost. She pushed herself away from the ground, desperately trying to distance herself from Li Xiaohui. Unfazed, Li Xiaohui sincerely invited her. "In this desolate wilderness, it is unsafe for a delicate woman like you. Why not accompany us back to our cave? We have a fire going, and you can warm yourself." Aki furrowed his brow, based on his observations during the day. Li Xiaohui did not appear to be a lecherous individual. Why then did he now seem as if he had not seen a woman in 800 years? His eagerness was bewildering, as if he had lost all sense. Could such a woman be taken back without caution? Did he not fear that she might rise in the middle of the night and consume them? After all, this was a mountain of corpses. Aki approached, pulling Li Xiaohui aside to speak. "In this wilderness, she is not a respectable woman. Are you certain you want to bring her back to the cave?" Li Xiaohui raised an eyebrow at Aki and retorted, "Who would bring a respectable woman back to a cave? What I want is precisely the opposite." Accompanied by a cheeky expression, Aki found himself momentarily speechless. Li Xiaohui then turned back, smiling at the woman. "Do not be afraid. We are good people and will not harm you. Please do not sit on the cold ground. Let me help you up." The woman quickly stood up on her own, insisting, "No, I can get up by myself." At this moment, Xiao Lingmu cheerfully interjected, "Then let us return together." Aki was momentarily baffled by Li Xiaohui's intentions. After all, he did not seem naïve like Xiao Lingmu. On the contrary, he was far more astute and seasoned, capable of discerning the underlying issues. This suggested that he was intentionally orchestrating the situation or had confidence in handling this enigmatic woman. The four of them then began their trek toward the cave, with one person filled with joy while the other three harbored ulterior motives. As Aki walked, he felt an unsettling sense that this mysterious woman was drawn to him, frequently inching closer, occasionally sliding her collar down to reveal her fragrant shoulder or teasingly adjusting her attire. Such behavior irked him, as numerous women had previously employed various tactics against him, leaving him utterly fatigued. Meanwhile, the woman silently lamented her predicament. Xiao Lingmu and Li Xiaohui were positioned closely, and having witnessed Li Xiaohui's terrifying capabilities, she dared not make any sudden moves. After all, having been a walking corpse for so many years, particularly after becoming a golden corpse, she had only ever pursued others, never experiencing the fear of being preyed upon. Now, she finally understood why she trembled upon sensing this individual. He intended to devour the walking dead, specifically, to consume them en masse. What she found particularly abhorrent was the insidious nature of this individual, who had disguised his true prowess to appear as merely an 8-realm martial artist. Yet, he exuded an overwhelming vitality, far surpassing his apparent strength. A being of feeble power but abundant life force could easily ensnare ordinary walking corpses. Once ensnared, they would inevitably become prey, terrifying, truly terrifying. She had hoped to exploit the man beside her as a means of breakthrough, only to discover that he exhibited not the slightest interest in her stunning beauty. Despite her overtures, he seemed disinclined to even cast a glance her way. Could it be that he possessed some rare quality, as some had spoken of, akin to a dragon's blessing? Li Xiaohui contemplated within herself, recognizing that there were reasons for not devouring this woman. After all, having encountered so many walking corpses, finding one endowed with intelligence and the ability to converse might provide a means of locating others. This was akin to casting a long line to catch a great fish. In such a vast sea of corpses, it was improbable that all would simply relocate at will. Some must surely be hidden away. Chapter 63. Unmasking the performance. Upon returning to the cave, the woman was seated at the innermost part. Li Xiaohui positioned herself beside the woman, while Xiaoling sat directly opposite her. Aki chose a spot near the cave entrance, even kindling a fire for himself. The woman, resembling a quivering quail, sat motionless, trembling in fear. "Where is your home? Do you have any relatives? We can escort you back," Li Xiaohui inquired gently, her expression warm and kind. She genuinely wished to meet the woman's family. Yet, the woman felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of that smile. Swallowing hard, the terror she felt rendered her portrayal of a frail survivor utterly convincing. "My family was slain by bandits. I have no home now," she replied, her voice thick with sorrow, evoking pity. At that moment, Aki casually asked, "Oh, how did you end up in this place of corpses?" "I was kidnapped by a group of bandits who intended to sell me. While passing through here, they stopped to rest at the foot of the mountain. And suddenly we were ambushed. I managed to escape, but those monsters chased after me. I'm so frightened." Aki regarded her with a cold indifference. Those men were bandits. Not fools. Their aim was profit, not self-destruction. Whether it be human trafficking or the illicit trade of arms and salt, they would not choose this path. As the woman heard his words, a flicker of malice briefly crossed her eyes. At this moment, Li Xiaohui interjected with a sense of fairness, "Aki, how can you say that? She has spun a tale now. She has shared this tragic story, and it must be deeply distressing for her, her family slaughtered, her life narrowly saved from bandits. What a horrific fate. How can you doubt her?" Aki's lips twitched. He knew she was fabricating her story. Yet he was intent on playing along. What exactly did he intend to achieve? The woman felt a sudden jolt in her heart as Li Xiaohui's words revealed too much. Sensing the shift in the conversation, she realized her precarious situation. After confronting Aki, Li Xiaohui turned her attention back to the woman. "I haven't yet asked for your name." "I am Yang Bilian," the woman replied timidly. Li Xiaohui looked at her once more and reiterated, "So, where are your family members?" "I already told you. My family has," as she attempted to respond. She glanced up and met Li Xiaohui's gaze. Though her face bore a smile, there was no kindness reflected in her eyes. At that moment, the woman understood. She had undoubtedly been discovered. Aki, absorbing the intensity of the exchange, inched closer to the cave's edge, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. The woman, choosing not to feign innocence any longer, steeled herself despite her inner fear. "You've already figured it out." Li Xiaohui revealed an expression of absolute control and slowly spoke. "I discovered your presence perhaps even before you could have imagined, even prior to your cries for help. You are both an observer and a participant in this charade. Congratulations. You are correct. However, there is no reward. What if you divulge the whereabouts of the other corpses? Perhaps I might consider sparing you." Xiaoling felt utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend their conversation. Aki beckoned her over, signaling for her to join him. Given the mysterious discourse between the two, she deemed it wise to stay closer to Aki. After all, their words were shrouded in secrecy. Yang Bilian, noticing Xialing's intention to depart, felt a pang of anxiety and couldn't help but glance back a couple more times. All of this transpired under the watchful gaze of Li Xiaohui. "If I am not mistaken, your abrupt appearance is tied to Xialing, is it not?" No wonder he remarked that the individual before him was overly theatrical, riddled with flaws. Who among those present did not perceive the discrepancies? In Li Xiaohui's speculation, Xialing possessed a unique constitution that, according to certain legends, tends to attract supernatural entities. The audacious arrival of this individual was likely due to that very reason, perhaps believing that consuming Xialing would bestow upon him significant power. How could Yang Bilian possibly concede to such an assertion? No. Xialing approached Aki, her brow furrowed with confusion. What is going on with them? Why do they speak so mysteriously? Aki pondered for a moment before elucidating in simple terms. The older sister we rescued is actually a villain in disguise, harboring ulterior motives regarding you. Really? Is that true? Xialing asked incredulously. Aki met her gaze and replied, Have I ever deceived you? Internally, he added, except for my name. After all, he had not shared the details of his origins with Xiaolingyu, only mentioning his objectives. Xiaolingyu shook her head. During their time together, Aki had treated her with utmost kindness, always allowing her to eat first and patiently answering her questions. She had faith in Aki. Yet, the revelation cast a shadow over her demeanor, causing her to lower her head. If those individuals were indeed pursuing her, it would mean parting ways with Aki and Li Xiaohui. Observing Xiaolingyu's downcast expression, Aki mistakenly assumed she was disheartened by the notion of her kindness being exploited. No, Li Xiaohui echoed, unable to suppress a laugh. Since the moment you encountered us, your gaze has predominantly lingered on Xiaolingyu, and yet here you are, performing for me. My patience is limited. I shall grant you 5 seconds to speak. Should you choose silence, then your fate is sealed. 5. 4. At this moment, Aki had retreated completely outside the cave, beckoning Xiaolingyu to join him. Once they begin to fight, we will make our escape. Aki spoke gravely to Xiaoling, stating that the only beings capable of inhabiting this mountain of corpses were the walking dead. Among these reanimated corpses, those endowed with the ability to converse and possessing such intelligence must be exceedingly rare, likely a golden corpse, even if they were not walking dead. Any individual daring to traverse the mountain of corpses, aside from their unique circumstances, would typically require the prowess of a master from the upper 3 realms. Thus, assessments of that woman's strength must be made with an inclination towards the higher echelons of power. Li Xiaohui, with a sword case slung across his back, had yet to unsheath either of the 2 swords he carried. This indicated that he had not yet revealed his true capabilities in confronting the silver corpse, suggesting that his strength also warranted consideration at the level of the upper 3 realms. At this moment, Yang Billion felt an overwhelming anxiety. She was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the man before her. If a confrontation were to ensue, her chances of victory were virtually non-existent. She had to devise a means of escape, recalling that there was a concealed exit within the cave. Li Xiaohui, sensing the intent of the individual before him to flee, reached for the sword on his back. Just as the countdown reached its conclusion, he unsheathed his sword with decisive swiftness. Chapter 64. The enigmatic interrogation. At the very moment Yang Billion unsheathed her sword, she frantically fled towards a concealed passage, shattering a colossal boulder with a single punch as she reached its side. Thud! Under an inexplicable and bizarre force, she found herself kneeling. At that instant, a massive tongue lashed out from behind, licking her savagely. The gaping maw, dripping with saliva, yearned to devour her, yet was restrained by Li Xiaohui. Despite its insatiable appetite, it refrained from consuming her. Outside the cave, Aki, who had just begun to sprint, witnessed this astonishing scene and halted in sheer disbelief, exclaiming, "A celestial swordsman kneels." This sword technique had only been employed by one individual thus far, the sword deity. Cloaked in mystery and always masked, his true visage remained unknown. He wielded a wooden sword, as did Li Xiaohui in this moment, making the revelation painfully evident. Once, Aki had sought the sword deity in vain. He had never anticipated such an encounter. Yet, fortune had not entirely abandoned him. Meanwhile, Xiaoling, having dashed several meters ahead, suddenly realized she was alone. Turning back, she found Aki frozen in place. She had followed him when he started running, but now wondered why he had inexplicably halted. At this juncture, Yang Billion dared not make a move. Even as her mobility was restored, she understood that any motion would seal her fate, for that monstrous maw loomed perilously close behind her. She could scarcely fathom that her adversary possessed such a formidable technique, nor could she comprehend the existence of such an extraordinary swordplay. The realm of Shirshan was rather isolated, and news of the sword deity had not reached them. Thus, they were blissfully unaware of the existence of such a formidable swordsmanship. A voice, reminiscent of hell itself, echoed behind her. Turning around, Yang Billion knelt, pivoting on her right knee while using her left to gain leverage, completing a half-turn to face Li Xiaohui. Her gaze flickered toward the ominous gaping mouth, which was directly connected to Li Xiaohui's left index finger. Li Xiaohui sheathed his wooden sword, grateful for his timely intervention. Otherwise, that creature might have escaped. This entity moved with a swiftness akin to the golden corpse he had encountered previously, making it difficult to discern how it had reached the boulder and shattered it so swiftly. It was clear that in the future, he must seek opportunities for advancement. Those of higher realms possessed astonishing speed. He had nearly allowed this being to flee. At that moment, Xiaoling dashed back to Aki's side. "Didn't we say we would run when a fight broke out? Why are we not fleeing?" Aki remained entranced by the spectacle. Xiaoling called out to him twice before he snapped back to reality. "What's wrong?" she inquired, concern etched on her face. "I called you earlier." "But you didn't respond." Aki shook his head. "It's nothing. Is there an issue? Weren't you just saying we should run? Why have we stopped?" "They've finished fighting, so there's no need to run," Aki explained. Xiaoling peered into the cave. Her curiosity piqued. The woman they rescued now kneels before Li Xiaohui. Aki begins to return to the cave, followed closely by Xiaoling. Li Xiaohui, looking down from her elevated position, still wears that radiant, sunny smile. "Oh, my friend, might you enlighten me about your family? As a delicate woman venturing into the world, it is perilous to associate with strangers. It would be best to escort you home." Yang Bilian is acutely aware of the dangers of mingling with strangers, yet the unfortunate reality is that these strangers refuse to let her leave. "I have no idea how many years I have been dead. Where would I have family?" Yang Bilian retorts bluntly, resigned to her fate, feeling she has nothing left to lose. "Oh, it appears I have made a slight misstep in my wording. Allow me to rephrase and inquire once more. Where have your companions, with whom you frolicked upon this mountain, disappeared to?" Yang Bilian closes her eyes defiantly, asserting, "You may kill or mutilate me as you wish, but I will never betray my brothers." Li Xiaohui shrugs, "Since you insist, I shall be compelled to employ some rather unconventional methods." She then turns to Aki and Xiaoling, instructing, "You two remain outside the cave for a while. Do not peek." Aki, without question, readily agrees, waving for Xiaoling to exit with him. They position themselves beside the cave, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding within. Xiaoling obediently gazes at the stars, counting them one by one. Once the others have exited, Li Xiaohui adopts a menacing tone, "Yang Bilian. There is an old saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I hope you will not fail to appreciate this. Do not compel me to resort to unfriendly measures." Realizing she is cornered, Yang Bilian boldly responds, "You may kill or torture me as you wish. But if I so much as blink, I shall no longer bear the surname Yang. Ah, you possess spirit. I respect that. I hope you will maintain such fortitude." Li Xiaohui declares, as a needle materializes in her right hand. Yang Bilian dismisses the needle with contempt, thinking it trivial, a mere pinprick that poses no threat. However, after the needle pierces her, she feels nothing and scoffs. Is that all? Yet, as her words resonate, she realizes something amiss. Her voice has taken on a coarse timbre. Gazing down, she notices the excess weight upon her chest has vanished. Ripping open her collar to inspect further, she finds nothing remaining. A sense of foreboding washes over her as she reaches down, discovering something new. Trembling, she raises a finger to point at Li Xiaohui, demanding, "What have you done to me?" "Nothing much," Li Xiaohui replies. "I have merely granted you something you have never possessed while alleviating a bit of your burden. No need to thank me. It is simply my duty. If you insist on expressing gratitude, simply calling me a good person will suffice." An unparalleled torrent of invective erupted from Yang Bilian, entirely devoid of repetition. Li Xiaohui remained unmoved. On the contrary, another needle appeared in her hand as she spoke slowly. "Have you ever experienced the sensation of childbirth? Have you felt the agony of a man giving birth?" Upon hearing these words, Yang Bilian clutched her collar in terror, instinctively recoiling. "What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. Help. No." Aki, upon hearing the extraordinary commotion from within the cave, led the naive Suzuki further away from the cavern. He had not anticipated that the sword god would have such peculiar tastes. It is understandable that the strong possess their own unique quirks. Chapter 65, The Endurance of Humiliation After the Needle Pierced. Yang Bilian resolutely clenched her teeth, revealing nothing. Li Jiaowei, or rather, Xiao Zifeng, was not taken aback by this. They hoped that a month later, she would still maintain such fortitude. Previously, there were inquiries about Xiao Zifeng's whereabouts. Hence I will continue to refer to him in the third person to avoid confusion. Xiao Zifeng then summoned the two individuals outside the cave. Aki was astonished that the sword god had summoned them back so swiftly. It seemed rather too soon. He had just suggested they move further away, and before he knew it, they were called back. He recalled that cultivation was supposed to enhance endurance in such matters. Why was it ineffective here? Was there some hidden ailment? Upon returning, he discovered that the woman had vanished, replaced by a man strikingly similar to her. Aki's mind raced, suddenly grasping why he had sensed a dissimilarity in the voice earlier. Initially, he had thought it was merely the result of overwhelming fear causing a break in sound, but it turned out that the gender had shifted. Yet, he dared not inquire about the transformation. Upon entering, he respectfully inquired, "Senior, have you finished?" Xiao Zifeng, taken aback by the title senior, took a moment to comprehend. Once he realized Aki was addressing him, he looked at him quizzically. "You call me senior? I am not much older than you," Aki tentatively suggested. "Then may I call you sword god?" Seeing Aki's demeanor, Xiao Zifeng presented the carefully crafted narrative he had prepared. "I believe you may have misunderstood something. I am not he. Although I have practiced the swordsmanship he created, he is the true prodigy, having surpassed all in the realm of swordplay. Should I fail to find a means to completely seal the beast within me, I shall seek his aid. Throughout history, he is the only one who has single-handedly slain a ferocious beast." As Xiao Zifeng casually uttered these words, feigning indifference, the credibility of his statement significantly increased. He sensed that Aki was skeptical of his earlier words, prompting him to refine his performance further. At this revelation, Aki's mind exploded with clarity. The 365th generation beast sealer of Li family village. Not merely a sealer of the Tao Dai. This implied that beyond Li family village, other sealers existed. The sword god was one of them. This realization aligned perfectly. There had been no legends of the sword god in the martial world. Yet, where had he perfected such unparalleled swordsmanship? It was clear that mere isolation could not yield such prowess. Thus, it became apparent that the sword god's adversary was not a mere human, but rather a ferocious beast. After articulating these thoughts, Xiao Zifeng chose to remain silent, leaving Aki to ponder the implications, and then shifted the conversation to other matters. "I will remain in the Corpse Mountain for a month. If any of you have other matters to attend to, you may depart." At this moment, Aki paused his brainstorming and remarked, "I have no pressing engagements, so I can stay for a month as well. Leaving is not an option. It will never be possible in this lifetime. Wherever Li Jiaowei goes, he will follow." Meanwhile, Xiaoling timidly interjected, "I fear I cannot stay that long. I must leave tomorrow." Aki inquired, "Aren't you in search of an iron corpse? Perhaps lingering here might yield further opportunities for your quest. If you leave now, where will you find it?" Xiaoling, somewhat slow-witted, fibbed, "I no longer need it. It's of little consequence if I can't find it. I have other matters to attend to." The three present could easily discern her deceit. Aki pressed further. "What matters?" His expression was stern and earnest. Xiaoling faltered, struggling to concoct a response. She lacked the finesse of some individuals who could lie with an unwavering countenance, as if their words were gospel. At this juncture, Xiao Zifeng chimed in, "It seems you have not yet determined your purpose. Thus, you should remain with us. Your naivety in the ways of the world makes you vulnerable to deception. You cannot leave. Should you do so, those wandering corpses will surely focus their attention upon you, and you may find yourself in peril. Staying with us could lead to capturing significant opportunities." Aki also hesitated to allow Xiaoling to venture alone into the world, recognizing her unsuitability for such a journey. Keeping her close would ensure her safety. Yang Billion shared this sentiment, unwilling to let her depart. If they left the Corpse Mountain now, how would they find anyone in the future? The great malevolence currently lingered there, and others were too fearful to emerge. They would be unable to pursue if the need arose. Strangely, despite their differing motives and thoughts, the three were united in their desire for Xiaoling to remain. Suddenly, Xiao Zifeng had an epiphany and drew a wooden sword, lightly tapping Yang Billion. He then disregarded him entirely. After all, the only means he had to torment this fellow were limited. Other methods might fail to breach the defenses of the Golden Corpse and could diminish his own stature. Moreover, he needed to leave a living witness. Should he kill him, a wealth of experience would be lost. Such a prospect was hardly advantageous. As for the tap, he allowed Yang Billion to ponder its significance. Yang Billion, noticing Xiao Zifeng abandon him, attempted to slip away unnoticed by the trio. However, he recalled the sword's brief contact with him. A sudden realization struck him. Had the opponent left some trace upon him? If he fled now to join others, he would likely be tracked, endangering everyone. This was clearly a deliberate ploy. Moreover, the second injection mentioned by the opponent could induce pregnancy, yet he felt no discernible change. Nonetheless, he did not suspect the other was lying. After all, the first injection had indeed altered his very nature. If he wishes to revert to his former self, he must rely on the other party, though he harbors little hope for such a transformation. As for fleeing, the other party's audacity to act in such a manner indicates their absolute confidence, rendering his escape futile. Under these circumstances, remaining is the optimal choice. He can covertly relay the intelligence he gathers. This would enable his leader and the others to prepare adequately. Even if he were to perish, he would strive to provide them with maximum value. Given his current predicament, it seems more prudent to endure humiliation and bear the burden for the sake of his leader. In this moment, Yang Billion felt a profound elevation of his spirit, realizing he bore an immensely significant mission upon his shoulders. Meanwhile, a group of individuals, led by a cunning rat, pursued the withered flora. Chapter 66. One must seek their own sustenance. A gathering of individuals arrived at the foot of the corpse mountain. The elder at the forefront gazed upon this land of the living dead, deeply troubled. The young girl had unexpectedly ventured into this perilous place. The group set up camp, planning to dispatch disciples for reconnaissance at dawn. It was now the dead of night, and even in the outer regions, they dared not send anyone forth recklessly. The following morning, Xiao Zifeng commenced another day of sword practice. Early in the day, Aki had ventured out to hunt, somehow capturing a rabbit. He busied himself preparing breakfast, while Xianghu could only watch from the sidelines, unable to assist. Even a simple task like gathering firewood was fraught with danger, as the wood was toxic and would produce poisonous smoke if burned. Young Billion, feeling helpless, could only embrace himself, for he dared not run, especially in his current state. As the three began their breakfast, their utensils were quite makeshift, having salvaged a few golden bowls and pairs of ivory chopsticks from a pile of treasures. Xianghu glanced at young Billion, who was watching them eat. "Are you not going to share any with him?" she inquired. Xiao Zifeng responded casually, "He cannot consume such food. It would upset his stomach. We shall eat, and that is sufficient." Young Billion remained silent. What could he say in the face of their superiority? Although Aki was devouring the rabbit, his mind was occupied with thoughts of how to manage their provisions for the coming month. His cultivation was decent, and he could endure a month without food, but Xianghu's abilities were not as robust, and she could not sustain such a prolonged fast. As for Li Xiaohui, he was completely outside Aki's considerations. Someone of such formidable strength could likely withstand a month without sustenance with minimal repercussions. Despite recognizing Li Xiaohui's mastery of the 8 realms martial arts, who would believe him? He himself concealed his cultivation when venturing outside. Though the corpse mountain offered a few animals, they were scarce and certainly insufficient to last a month. Would he have to descend the mountain to procure supplies? The problem was that there was no one within a 50-mile radius, and leaving would mean abandoning the protection of the formidable figures above, which felt perilous. He wished desperately for someone to bring provisions. Meanwhile, at the makeshift camp at the mountain's base, a group of individuals prepared to embark on a cautious exploration. Some had released insects to fly above and survey the surroundings. After a day of searching, they uncovered a startling revelation. There were no walking corpses in the outer periphery of the corpse mountain. Among them, the elder clad in gray, who held a position of authority, issued a command. "Tomorrow, we shall delve deeper into the heart of the corpse mountain." Although they could track based on the poisonous rats, this was still corpse mountain. Thus, they initiated a thorough search, ensuring safety before daring to pursue further. The absence of walking corpses in the outer regions warranted a deeper investigation. In the cavern, during the day, Xiao Zifeng had felled several trees and returned to his carpentry skills, crafting several beds. He wielded the ancient Qinglin sword of Old Li to cut down trees. This sword perplexed Aki even further. How did it come to be in Li Xiaohui's possession? What connection did he share with Li Mo Kuang? After years of seclusion from the martial world, what deeds had Li Mo Kuang undertaken? Moreover, could their shared surname of Li suggest a deeper bond? As more revelations unfolded, confusion multiplied. With each question, speculation intensified, leaving Aki momentarily dazed. The link between Li Mo Kuang and the sword god was a secret known to very few, even among the elderly Taoists. This was, after all, a matter concerning the sword god himself, a conclusion he had arrived at through careful conjecture, making him hesitant to disclose it. He was wary of declaring absolute certainty about his deductions and aware of the profound implications tied to the sword god. Sharing this knowledge with a select few seemed manageable, but broadcasting it widely could attract considerable trouble. At that moment, young Billion huddled in a corner of the cave. Their captors had executed their task efficiently, constructing 3 beds, yet had shown no intention of preparing one for her, a blatant act of cruelty. Just then, Xiao Zifeng approached, striking her head with a stick. "Go gather some firewood. Stop idling about here. You can't just eat without working, can you?" Young Billion lifted her head. "Have you fed me? Do the undead require nourishment? Besides, can't one work on an empty stomach? Hurry up and fetch some firewood, or I'll make soup out of you." With a pout, young Billion set out to collect wood. During her search, she left behind traces. She dared not return directly, fearing that Xiao Zifeng might spring from the shadows and ensnare everyone. The fact that he hadn't killed her yet suggested he was contemplating something. Little did she know that such a formidable being as herself, a golden corpse, would fall to such a wretched state. Meanwhile, Xiaoling gazed at her small bed with joy. Yet a tinge of sorrow lingered in her heart. They treated her so kindly, she couldn't bear to be a burden to them. Xiao Zifeng nudged Aki with his elbow. Your companion seems a bit down. Won't you console her? Aki retorted, what companion? She merely travels alongside me by chance. Xiao Zifeng wore a teasing grin. You served yourself rabbit meat with a trembling hand, only managing 3 pieces, yet when it came to Xiaoling, you ladled an entire spoonful, leaving a little mound on her bowl. The disparity is quite absurd. Aki was oblivious to Xiao Zifeng's thoughts, considering that for him, tasting food was merely an exercise in flavor. Thus, he had offered only a few morsels for the sake of sampling. Aki dismissed Xiao Zifeng's expression with disdain, standing firm in his integrity, unperturbed by others' opinions. It was soon time to kindle the fire and prepare the meal. After cooking, Xiao Zifeng stared thoughtfully at the few pieces of chicken in his bowl, feeling reluctant to snatch food from the girl. In Aki's bowl, the meat was scant, hardly sufficient for himself, rendering any act of snatching unnecessary. Under such circumstances, witnessing Xiaoling Mu relish his meal brought a sense of joy, as Aki even transferred a piece of meat from his own bowl to Xiaoling Mu's. Unable to restrain himself, Xiao Zifeng remarked, isn't the food you brought back rather insufficient? Upon hearing Xiao Zifeng's inquiry, Aki turned to Xiaoling Mu and asked, will you be able to fill your stomach? With his mouth full of food, Xiaoling Mu nodded in affirmation. Aki then addressed Xiao Zifeng's concern, stating, it is just enough, not lacking at all. To this, Xiao Zifeng sighed, on a silent night. Even the moon appears to wear an air of melancholy. He resolved to venture out in search of sustenance the following day, for relying on this lad before him would surely lead to his own demise from hunger. Chapter 67. Everyone was preparing to launch an attack at night. While all were fast asleep, Xiaoling Mu stealthily slipped out of the cave. She cast one last glance at the flickering firelight reflecting within the cavern. Thank you. I have enjoyed these days immensely, but I can no longer stay. These words served as her farewell to the group. As she turned to leave, 2 figures abruptly appeared before her. A ghost. Xiao Zifeng and Aki shook their heads in unison. With such intelligence, she thought she could slip away unnoticed, which was rather underestimating their capabilities. Xiao Zifeng crouched down to meet her gaze, observing the now recovered Xiaoling Mu. Can you explain why you have been so intent on leaving? From what we just overheard, you seem to have been getting along well with us. Is someone pursuing you? Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Xiaoling Mu reluctantly divulged her story. Since her earliest memories, she had been imprisoned by a certain sect. They possessed unique methods to counteract the poison within her. Raised in isolation, she was fed various toxic substances. One fateful day, she witnessed a group of individuals clad in white attacking the sect. Seizing the chaos, she escaped. For just days prior, she had overheard that the sect's leader intended to kill her, claiming it was necessary to master a certain poisonous technique for further advancement. Her arrival at the Corpse Mountain was also in search of a bodyguard. After listening to Xiaoling Mu recount her plight, Xiao Zifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given such circumstances, your escape may be futile. It is only a matter of time before you are captured. Even if you wish to keep us uninvolved, you are already entangled. Moreover, how formidable is this sect leader? What makes you believe they pose a threat to us? Please elaborate on their strength. I am not entirely sure, but they are powerful. She replied. Aki, hearing this, could not help but chuckle inwardly. The most troublesome aspect regarding Xiaoling Mu was the poison within her. The adversary had means to guard against it, and even those of the same level could have ways to subdue her. After all, in his view, those individuals likely hadn't taught her much about utilizing poison. As for the claim of their strength, he remained skeptical. Killing her to practice poison techniques and enhance one's cultivation was an utterly foolish approach. Such a naive girl could have been nurtured as a trusted confidant or subordinate, taught how to wield poison techniques. With her unique constitution, she would undoubtedly flourish. If all else failed, one could find ways to graft her poisonous body onto oneself. Although it wouldn't reach the original toxicity, it would be more advantageous than killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Furthermore, this method wasn't merely a one-time use. With the right grafting techniques, it could last at least 5 times or more. In addition to this, there were numerous other methods that far surpassed the adversary's approach. Thus, he concluded that the opponent's strength was likely overestimated and not a cause for concern. Xiao Zifeng pondered the level of strength the opponent might possess, but after some reflection, he deemed it inconsequential. If it came to that, he could always rely on the golden corpse. With that thought, he prepared a hidden needle to strike. At this moment, Aki stepped forward to offer comfort, stating, "Do not fear. You have witnessed the prowess of Senior Li, and they will not stir up much turbulence." Meanwhile, in the cave, Yang Bilian's eyes glinted with malice upon overhearing their conversation. The leader had awaited for so many years, and now, in the company of a great calamity. They had arrived at the Corpse Mountain. It was due to this group that if not for their confinement of Xiaoling, she might have reached Corpse Mountain long ago. With this great calamity's arrival, he need not have risked venturing out and could have safely weathered this crisis alongside the leader and the others, thus sparing himself the torment of transformation into a man. His belly might even bear an uncertain child. Therefore, the root cause of all this suffering lay with that group. Such resentment churned within Yang Bilian's heart. When disaster strikes, one cannot hold the calamity itself accountable but must instead blame those who can be blamed. This is precisely the mindset that Yang Bilian harbored at present. On the following day, the group commenced a more thorough search of Corpse Mountain. As they delved deeper, they found no signs of the undead, leading to speculation that the corpses might have departed. Consequently, they expanded their search area. Eventually, a disciple stumbled upon a cave that bore traces of human habitation and cautiously began to investigate. He discovered 4 individuals, a commoner cooking over a fire, a disheveled beggar languidly soaking up the sun, a youth bearing a sword sheath, presumably a practitioner, and their target, Xiaoling. However, he refrained from acting impulsively. One among the 4 could very well be a practitioner, a foe he could not confront alone, so he hastened to report to the sect leader. At that moment, aside from Xiaoling, the other 3 individuals had detected the disciple's spying. Yet, they remained poised, clearly recognizing him as a scout, waiting for him to bring others before they struck. The disciple joyfully rushed back to report, kneeling before the sect leader. He relayed that he had discovered Xiaoling's whereabouts, alongside 3 men, one of whom was likely a practitioner of modest skill, with the others being a beggar and a commoner of little consequence. Upon hearing this, the sect leader exclaimed, "Excellent! You have performed admirably. You shall be richly rewarded upon your return." He summoned all disciples to accompany him in a siege, declaring that this time they must not allow her to escape. Thus, a throng followed the venerable sect leader toward the cave. Meanwhile, Aki was preparing a meal. While Xiao Zifeng had returned with a chicken, foraging for some leaves and an assortment of unknown herbs, some of which he could scarcely name. Yet he recalled that these herbs were edible and could enhance the flavor of the dish, having seen his father gather them before. Confident in his ability to avoid any missteps, he proceeded to prepare the chicken, stuffing it with the fragrant herbs, coating its skin with juices, wrapping it in large leaves, and encasing it in mud, thereby crafting a dish known as beggar's chicken. At this moment, Aki inquired, "Is my cooking unpalatable, seniorly?" Observing Xiao Zifeng preparing a meal, Aki assumed that his culinary skills were deemed lacking in flavor, prompting him to attempt cooking himself. Little did he realize that despite Xiao Zifeng's elevated stature, he still retained a passion for food. Xiao Zifeng, opting for silence, merely nodded casually. Seeing the nod, Aki felt compelled to enhance his culinary abilities. Meanwhile, Xiaoling, perplexed by the situation, interjected, "I believe Aki's dishes are quite delicious." Xiao Zifeng forced a smile and replied, "If you find it tasty, then do indulge further." Aki, noticing the somewhat strained smile on Xiao Zifeng's face, began to wonder if he had misinterpreted something or inadvertently offended him. The thoughts of a master are indeed elusive and difficult to fathom. Chapter 68. Thankfully, the kneeling was swift. A multitude encircled the entrance of the cave. Xiao Zifeng and his companions remained utterly unperturbed. Xiao Zifeng continued to tenderly strike the earthen mound for the beggar's chicken, careful not to exert too much force lest he inadvertently break through and soil the chicken with dirt. Gradually, he peeled away the soil and uncovered the leaves, allowing the aromatic scent of the spiced meat to waft into the air. Xiao Lingmu, initially filled with trepidation at their encirclement, found herself enticed by the fragrance. Xiao Zifeng gestured for the standing Xiao Lingmu to take a seat, signaling that it was time for a meal. At this moment, Aki surveyed the assailants, discerning that the most formidable among them was an elderly man, a mere 5 realms strong and visibly injured. He was the sort that Aki could easily dispatch. Thus, he fully devoted himself to preparing the meal, knowing that there were 2 individuals of superior strength present, rendering his intervention unnecessary. The sect leader observed the scene, noting that apart from Xiao Lingmu's evident fear, the others regarded him with disdain, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Despite one person resembling a beggar and another a mere cook, there was a young man clad in black who appeared to be a practitioner of some skill. Nevertheless, the sect leader sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. He had already exuded the aura befitting a 5-realm expert. Typically, lesser practitioners would be intimidated by such presence, yet the opposition seemed anything but ordinary. After all, some powerful individuals possessed peculiarities, such as a lack of concern for hygiene, leaving him uncertain. Just as he was about to engage in a courteous dialogue to probe their intentions, one of his disciples suddenly shouted, "Brothers, charge forth. Let us reclaim Shaolingmu and assist our esteemed leader in achieving mastery." The sect leader was momentarily taken aback, pondering which foolish elder had nurtured such a naive disciple. The adversary was evidently formidable, yet his most prized disciple had dashed to the forefront. At that moment, the beggar, basking in the sun, chose to act. With a single punch, he struck the leading disciple on the head, causing it to burst like a watermelon, brains and blood scattering in all directions. The other disciples, along with a few oblivious elders, rushed forward, intent on avenging their fallen comrade. The sect leader, possessing a keen sense of the larger picture and foresight, finally realized that their opponent was no ordinary foe. As the battle unfolded, the earlier despondency and void were swept away, and the overwhelming aura and pressure emanating from the beggar made the sect leader comprehend the truth. They were facing a golden corpse. With each strike, the beggar's movements eluded even his keen perception. In this dire moment, the sagacious sect leader made a decisive choice. With a resounding thud, he knelt upon the ground, his forehead touching the earth, and proclaimed loudly, "Predecessor, I acknowledge my inability to govern my disciples, and I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. Today, I bow to you as a gesture of my earnest contrition." This was the only method that surged through his mind at lightning speed, a means to ensure his survival. It was evident that fleeing would be futile. As a practitioner of the 5 realms, he could not outrun a golden corpse, even with a broken leg. The creature could still pursue him. At that moment, Yang Bilian had just arrived before the sect leader, utterly bewildered by such earnestness displayed in a bow. The sect leader, aware of her presence, continued, "Indeed, 1 bow is insufficient. I shall perform 2 more." Bang, bang. Each bow was executed with utmost sincerity, leaving an indentation in the ground, causing blood to trickle from the forehead of the onlooker. Meanwhile, Xiao Zifeng, gnawing on a chicken leg, could not help but exclaim, "What a talent!" The Qi, too, began to reconsider his views on the sect leader. Though his experience was limited, his ability to gauge the situation was exemplary. In that moment, a few remaining disciples vociferously shouted, "Sect leader, must it come to this?" Just then, one disciple, still possessing a semblance of reason, struck down the shouting disciple, and, imitating the leader, promptly knelt down. The strongest in the sect was the sect leader. If he knelt, what valor could be mustered? It was akin to courting death, thought disciple Xiao Lu in silence. The few remaining individuals, following suit, knelt down with utmost sincerity. "Do not act hastily. Return," Xiao Zifeng spoke. Yang Bilian, however, looked upon such individuals with disdain. Bah! Lacking any backbone, she scoffed before departing. Xiao Zifeng approached the sect leader, lifting his gaze. The sect leader's aged visage broke into a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. "Greetings, esteemed senior." Upon witnessing this demeanor, Xiao Zifeng chuckled. "You have surrendered rather swiftly, and we have yet to engage in combat." The sect leader, with a fawning expression, replied, "There is an old adage, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Why engage in battle when one knows the outcome? Initially, I merely wished to converse with you, without any intention of combat. It was my disciple who acted impulsively, causing offense to you, for which I sincerely apologize." He bowed once more. While kneeling and bowing was indeed humiliating, the essence of existence lay in survival. Only by living could one hope for redemption and reclaim lost dignity. In the eyes of sect leader Wang Taizhan, everything in the world could yield to the imperative of survival. As long as one lived, hope and opportunity persisted. "What is your name?" Xiao Zifeng inquired. "I am Wang Taizhan," he replied. Hearing the senior's inquiry, Wang Taizhan understood that he was not yet destined for death. "You exhibit far more understanding than that little golden corpse," remarked Xiao Zifeng, giving a thumbs up toward Yang Bilian, who was basking in the sun once more. Wang Taizhan dared not acknowledge such a statement, instead offering a sheepish smile. "Not at all. I am but a worthless individual, unworthy of comparison. I am merely lacking in strength and courage." Xiao Zifeng could express such sentiments, yet Wang Taizhan dared not continue along that line of thought. After all, that gentleman could easily strike him down with a mere swipe. As Xiao Zifeng uttered those 3 words, Wang Taizhan immediately interjected, "From this day forth, this esteemed individual shall be regarded as my great-grandmother. Henceforth, whenever we encounter her, we shall take a detour. Should we be unable to do so, we will honor her in reverence. Whoever dares to harbor ill intentions towards her, I shall confront them with unwavering resolve." Xiao Zifeng then turned to Xilingmu and declared, "The matter is resolved. He subsequently poured several small pills from a gourd and placed them before Wang Taizan. Wang Taizan cradled the pills in his hands without hesitation, swallowed one, and distributed the remainder to everyone, ensuring they all ingested them. Observing this, Xiao Zifeng nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his left index finger, he disposed of the corpses on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Wang Taizan felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, grateful for his prompt kneeling. Chapter 69. The captives hold a brief meeting. Those who had consumed the elixir began to line up in orderly rows. Wang Taizan stood at the forefront, while Xiao Lu occupied the last position, with the others arranged in between. Xiao Zifeng, with a chicken leg clasped between his teeth, was observed by Xiaolingmu, who gazed longingly at the beggar's chicken. After Xiao Zifeng had torn off a leg, the tender flesh was clearly visible. Noticing her covetous expression, he allowed her only a single leg. Xiaolingmu nodded frantically in agreement. Aki, witnessing Xiaolingmu's eagerness to seize the meat, intervened, assisting her in tearing the chicken leg and placing it into a bowl for her to eat with chopsticks. If she had touched the beggar's chicken, it would have been rendered inedible. Xiao Zifeng turned to Wang Taizan and inquired, "Do you know what I just had you consume?" The group uniformly shook their heads. "What you just ingested is the 9-turn annihilation pill. I trust you have begun to notice its effects." Wang Taizan nodded vigorously. The elixir was indeed extraordinary. After consumption, he felt no awareness of its toxicity spreading within him, as it was cleverly concealed. Although the initial taste was quite foul, even he, a Gu master of the 5 realms, could not detect its poisonous essence. As for the others, they had not discerned anything amiss, but upon seeing the sect leader nod, they followed suit. "Of course, you may conduct your own experiments, but you must bear the consequences yourself." The group shook their heads in unison, exclaiming, "We dare not. We dare not." Aki, listening with some confusion, pondered why the gourd contained the 9-turn revitalization pill yet was now referred to as the 9-turn annihilation pill. He speculated that this so-called antidote might have been concocted from poison itself. Thus, it could neutralize toxins, yet for those unpoisoned, it would act as a toxic substance. Alternatively, it might simply be poison. With the previous antidote relying solely on his own abilities for resolution. Having finished his meal, Xiao Zifeng tossed the bones into the fire, tore off a chicken wing, and asked, "What is the name of your sect?" Wang Taizan respectfully replied, "The blood poison sect." Xiao Zifeng then stated, "Excellent. I entrust you with a task. For the time being, you shall be responsible for our sustenance and well-being here on the mountain of corpses. In simpler terms, you will assist in cooking. Is that too burdensome?" Wang Taizan bowed courteously, replying, "Not at all. It is no burden whatsoever. It is our honor to cook for you, esteemed senior." Now, Xiao Zifeng's every request would be met with compliance, even if it entailed him asking them to wash and join him in his chambers at night. They would acquiesce. Their value lay in fulfilling his needs, and through that value, their survival was assured. In the days that followed, Xiao Zifeng and his companions enjoyed the comforts of being catered to. Initially, Xiaolingmu felt somewhat out of place, but as Aki embraced their service with such ease, her discomfort gradually faded away. As time progressed, the members of the blood poison sect began to notice peculiarities, such as the increasingly swollen belly of the golden corpse, which could not be attributed to weight gain, as it did not consume their culinary offerings. The more one observes, the more it resembles the signs of pregnancy. Recently, Xiao Lu has managed to cultivate a rapport with Xiao Suzuki, gleaning some intriguing information. A group of individuals, during a brief respite, formed a circle to exchange the intelligence they had gathered. After all, when interacting with such a senior figure, it is imperative to deeply comprehend their preferences and background. One cannot remain oblivious to the nature of their own esteemed companions. Xiao Lu was the first to disclose what he had learned, that Golden Corpse had been captured by that senior, who had employed certain methods to keep it under control. Wang Taizan remarked, "I had already discerned that." "What else?" Xiao Lu continued, "Furthermore, her abdomen is swelling, seemingly as a form of punishment inflicted by that senior. It appears she was previously interrogated regarding several matters, yet she remained silent. Most crucially, it is worth noting that this golden corpse was a female prior to enduring this punishment." The entire assembly fell into stunned silence. What kind of sorcery is this? They could easily comprehend the notion of transforming a man into a more effeminate form, as it merely requires a single incision. However, augmenting a woman in such a manner? What dark arts are at play? As practitioners of a demonic sect, they couldn't help but feel that this senior surpassed them in malevolence. Wang Taizan pressed further. "And what is the background of this senior?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Xiao Lu lowered his voice and replied, "According to Xiao Suzuki, This senior is apparently the 365th generation beast sealing master from Li Village. The other day, he summoned that monstrous entity, which is the fearsome beast Tao Tai sealed within him. At this moment, a disciple questioned, "What is the origin of Tao Tai?" Xiaolu pondered for a moment before responding. It is said to be an unparalleled beast that has existed since antiquity, having slaughtered countless individuals, ultimately sealed by a coalition of formidable human beings. The remaining disciples gasped in astonishment, marveling at the enormity of the revelation. Concurrently, they began to resent a certain individual who had once shouted, "Brothers, let us charge together." If not for the swift submission of the sect leader, it was likely they would have perished, or worse. That senior might have devoured them while they were still warm. Observing the shock etched on their faces, Xiaolu dropped another bombshell. According to Xiao Suzuki, the sword god is also a sealing master. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped once more. What staggering news was this? Since the sword god's emergence, no one had known his origins. To suddenly acquire such knowledge was astonishing. Wang Taizhan, unable to believe it, inquired, "Is this information credible?" Xiao Suzuki claimed it was directly stated by that senior, and I find it improbable that he would fabricate such a tale, especially considering he possesses the ability to subdue golden corpses. It seems unnecessary for him to lie. Moreover, as you all know, Xiao Suzuki's character makes him unlikely to deceive. Wang Taizhan realized they might have secured the favor of a golden ally. One must understand who the sword god is. He is the most formidable sword immortal of the Great Zhou, a being whose might could not be breached even by the full force of the Aoyama sword immortal. In the eyes of this being, the Aoyama sword immortal was not even worthy of drawing a sword. In the hearts of the assembly, the sword god stands unrivaled on the path of cultivation, overshadowing all other sword immortals. It is remarkable that he shares such a common identity with an individual of considerable prowess, whose strength, status, and background are evidently formidable. Although they currently find themselves as captives of one another, as long as they serve diligently, they will undoubtedly fare better than if they were to lead themselves. Even a mere trifle that slips through the fingers of such a powerful being could sustain them for a lifetime. Henceforth, he must recalibrate his perspective. The title of the blood poison sect's leader is but a relic of the past. His unwavering loyalty will now be devoted to following his esteemed senior. Very well. Let us disperse, but remember this crucial point. One must serve with utmost sincerity and never provoke the senior's displeasure. Wang Taizhan consistently emphasizes this requirement after every brief meeting, fearing that some oblivious individual might inadvertently offend the senior, leading them to suspect disloyalty and subsequently devour them all. Such a fate would be tragic indeed. Chapter 70. The delivery begins in a cave 1,000 meters deep. The drought demon gazed at the painstaking message conveyed by Xiaochun. Young Billion is her true name, while Xiaochun is an alias within the organization. The formidable threat posed by the malevolent force could only be countered with cunning. Direct confrontation was not an option. The sinister swordsmanship could bring one to their knees in an instant. With cruel methods, some dark sorcery had transformed me into a man, and subsequently, another form of malevolent magic had perhaps rendered me pregnant. Should I send another to probe the situation, it is imperative that they do not engage directly, for I have been marked by this evil entity and cannot return without jeopardizing us all. I must endure humiliation and burdens at his side, gathering intelligence for the leader. If I were to perish, simply gather some of my past belongings to construct a tomb for me. This great evil would not leave even a fragment of my body should I fall prey to it. She is well and unharmed. Yet the weight of this revelation burdened the drought demon's heart. This was not merely a great evil, it was an embodiment of malevolence. To transform a corpse into a male and induce pregnancy. Such acts transcend the realm of humanity, and even the most base creatures would not dare attempt such horrors. This was indeed a manifestation of unholy wickedness. At that moment, the other golden corpses inquired, "Leader, how is Xiaochun faring?" "She is alive, and for the time being, there is no immediate threat to her life," the drought demon replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Hearing this news, the group felt a sense of relief. Survival was a blessing. Yet, despite her continued existence, the circumstances were dire. She had been transformed into a man and was pregnant. The drought demon added, "The situation is far from favorable." For a moment, the others were taken aback, uncertain if they had misheard. The petite woman, Xiaodong, exclaimed, "Leader, this cannot be right." The slender man, Xiaoqiu, interjected, "Transformed into a male and pregnant." The towering figure of Xiaoxia, imposing and robust, voiced his disbelief. "Can we even conceive?" It was no wonder Xiaoxia questioned this. The corpses were merely remnants of those who had once lived, devoid of vitality, incapable of nurturing life. The notion of pregnancy had never crossed their minds. The drought demon cast another glance at the message. This was the intelligence Xiaochun had transmitted. If Xiaochun had not erred, then it must indeed be true. Xiaoqiu, biting his fingernails, lamented, "Terrifying, it is truly terrifying." At this moment, Xiao Xiao proposed, "Should I go and rescue Xiaochun?" The drought demon shook her head. "The enemy has employed certain methods upon Xiaochun. Your attempt to rescue her would expose us all. If she were to lead them to us, it would spell doom." Silence enveloped the cave for an extended period. Finally, the drought demon sighed. "If all else fails, I shall intervene. Even a rabbit can escape the talons of an eagle. I refuse to believe that I cannot." Meanwhile, outside, Xiao Zifeng gazed at the moon overhead, calculating the time, murmuring, "The moment is nearly upon us." Young Billion now bore a pronounced belly, resembling a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. At this juncture, Wang Taizhan and his companions were certain that this golden corpse was indeed with child. Xiao Zifeng once again stood before Young Billion. "Are you certain you will not answer the question I posed earlier?" Young Billion remained resolutely defiant, responding, "You seek to extract any information regarding my superior from me." Xiao Zifeng shook his head and began to enlighten the onlookers with a piece of knowledge. "Did you know that if we were to categorize pain, akin to a hierarchical system of cultivation, it ranges from 1 to 12? With 1 being the least and 12 the most severe? A pain level of 1 equates to the sting of a mosquito, while the utmost pain, a level 12, mirrors the agony experienced by a woman during childbirth, a torment that most find excruciatingly unbearable, particularly as it may endure for an entire day and night." Aki glanced at the heavily pregnant Young Billion, and he understood why Li Xiaohui had chosen to discuss this matter. At that moment, Young Billion was struck by an intense, piercing pain and agony he had never before felt or comprehended. He had never imagined that such suffering existed in the world. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his lips. Wang Taizhan and the others swallowed hard, realizing the terrifying cost of their ignorance. The chilling cries of Young Billion instilled fear within them, prompting some to contemplate retreating from the cave. Yet, their overwhelming curiosity compelled them to stay, as they were fascinated by how a man could endure the act of childbirth. Xiao Zifeng observed Young Billion rolling on the ground in torment and pressed him again. "Are you truly unwilling to speak?" Young Billion gritted his teeth and declared, "Even if it kills me, I shall not divulge a word." Xiao Zifeng nodded in admiration. "You are impressive, demonstrating great fortitude." He then exited the cave, with Wang Taizhan and the others hastily following. Xiao Zifeng casually remarked, "You need not accompany me. Proceed with your own affairs." The group promptly agreed and dispersed, fully aware of the formidable prowess they had just witnessed and too intimidated to voice dissent or offer suggestions. The thought of facing a similar fate as Young Billion was enough to keep them silent. Xiao Zifeng's purpose for emerging was to await someone, for after today, he would depart. With Young Billion's anguish cries echoing in the air, it was clear that his imminent departure would also mean taking Xiaoling with him. Thus, today represented the adversary's final opportunity. Should they fail to secure Xiaoling, they would lose a valuable subordinate. In the days prior, he had scoured the mountains in search of clues, yet found naught. The entity known as the left-handed finger that feasts on corpses only reacted to remains within a certain radius. He had not tested the limits of this distance, but presumed it was not extensive, otherwise he would not still be without leads. Aki had also emerged with Xiaoling and sensed that Xiao Zifeng was indeed waiting for someone. The golden corpse likely did not warrant such heightened attention. Thus, it could only be the drought demon that held significance, as he recalled the earlier declaration that his purpose for coming here was to acquire greater power. If he could easily subdue the golden corpse, then it must be the strength of the drought demon that he sought. According to his conjecture, the voracious beast, apart from devouring the undead, must serve additional purposes. Otherwise, there would be no necessity for it to consume the corpses of its victims after each kill. It is highly probable that these bodies may enhance its power through such means. He possessed a certain skill in assessing bone age. Unlike some ancient entities who maintain a youthful facade, Li Jiaohui was genuinely a youth. A boy endowed with such strength could only have acquired it through some external source. Thus, it is most likely that the voracious beast is the key to this phenomenon. This line of reasoning may also elucidate why the undead choose to conceal themselves. Even the drought demon has seemingly vanished, likely in an effort to evade him. If this speculation holds, the purpose of the adversary's presence here is most likely to devour the drought demon in pursuit of greater power. Chapter 71. The emergence of the drought demon. A night had passed, and none among them had found respite in slumber. One reason was the incessant cries of Young Billion, who was in the throes of childbirth, disturbing their rest. The other was an unshakable sense of impending calamity, a fear that should they succumb to sleep, they might never awaken again. Fortunately, the gathered individuals were all practitioners of the mystical arts, and a sleepless night bore little consequence for them. Wang Taizan and his companions busied themselves gathering firewood. They prepared freshly caught wild chickens, plucking their feathers and eviscerating them. The birds were placed over a roaring fire, where the remaining fine feathers were singed away. In total, 4 mountain chickens were procured. One was cleaned and cut into pieces for a nourishing stew. Another was skewered with wooden sticks, brushed with sauce, and roasted over an open flame. A third was stuffed with foraged herbs, coated in sauce, wrapped in lotus leaves, and transformed into a beggar's chicken. The final one was boiled in hot water before being stir-fried. At this juncture, Xiaolu began kneading dough. Mindful of their long journey ahead, and they had brought ample provisions. Additionally, the loss of many brothers and sisters from their sect had resulted in a surplus of rations. Meanwhile, several disciples set up iron plates, preparing to cook pancakes. During this time, one disciple glanced at Xiao Zifeng, who stood upon a stone, and quietly inquired, "Brother Xiao Lu, that elder has been standing on that stone all night." Xiao Lu cast a glance and advised, "Speak less, work more, and observe keenly. Should you sense the elder is preparing for a confrontation, retreat swiftly." Last night, Xiao Lu had been fraught with anxiety. Torn between the fear of a confrontation near the cave and the dread of straying too far and falling prey to unforeseen dangers, Xiao Zifeng's demeanor did not suggest meditation. Rather, it resembled one poised for battle, a realization he and the sect leader had reached the previous night. He then informed the others, and while everyone else remained awake, one individual was an exception. Xiao Lingmu was blissfully asleep, undisturbed even by Yang Billian's loud cries. Once the meal was prepared, Xiao Lu hesitated, contemplating whether to serve it to the elder. Although the elder had dined at each meal prior, it seemed crucial to discern if he would partake in food during such a pivotal moment. While Xiao Lu remained indecisive, Xiao Lingmu had already approached beneath the stone, inquiring, "Li Gu, would you care for a meal?" Upon witnessing the prospect of food, Xiao Zifeng promptly descended from his perch, abandoning his vigil. Xiao Lu, ever vigilant, swiftly brought the dishes to the table. Xiao Lingmu, along with Aki and Li Zhaohui, dined together, while the others refrained from intruding. Feeling they had yet to earn their place in that circle, the members of their sect formed a separate circle to share their meal. They had keenly observed that the elder had a fondness for exquisite cuisine, prompting them to hone their culinary skills over the past month. After all, it was likely that such an esteemed elder had long since mastered the art of fasting, and if he chose to indulge in meals, it was probably for the sheer pleasure of culinary delights. Meanwhile, several disciples engaged in discussion, pondering the nature of the individual for whom the elder awaited. Indeed, Senior Li, like the sword god, serves as a seal master, and it is likely that their strengths are not vastly different. What manner of adversary could possibly warrant such patience from a senior? Wang Taizan cleared his throat twice. Ahem. Can you not recall? It is said that atop this mountain of corpses, there exists a drought demon. Hiss. The others gasped in unison. Xiaolu remarked, "Isn't that merely a legend?" Wang Taizan feigned an air of profound mystery and responded, "At times, legends are not entirely without merit. In the tales, when the drought demon emerges, all life perishes. Its true visage has never been witnessed. Yet, last night, while the golden corpse in the cave was in the throes of labor, it proclaimed it would never betray its master. Who, pray tell, could command a golden corpse to willingly refer to them as its master?" At this juncture, Xiaolu inquired, "Master, if Senior Li truly engages in combat with that drought demon here, how shall we escape? Such a confrontation among top-tier powers is surely beyond our capacity to observe." Wang Tieshan's gaze shifted towards Aki. Xiaolu followed his line of sight and noticed Aki casting a sidelong glance at them before resuming his meal. At that moment, a disciple also took note of the master's gaze and, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter? Is he not just an ordinary person?" Upon hearing this, Wang Taizan couldn't help but chuckle. An ordinary person? Can an ordinary individual walk alongside such a senior? An ordinary person would feel discomfort in the presence of cultivators like us, yet he remains so composed and nonchalant. Would an ordinary person dare to tread upon this mountain of corpses? Understand this. In the martial world, one must not only gauge the cultivation strength but also one's discernment. Allow me to impart another lesson. Any seemingly unscathed ordinary person encountered in perilous places like the mountain of corpses should not be regarded as merely ordinary. For an ordinary person to venture into such treacherous locales and survive for long is nigh impossible. Furthermore, when encountering elders, children, nuns, or Taoists in remote wilderness, One must exercise caution, particularly when their realms are indiscernible, and they appear as nothing more than common folk. One must be exceedingly wary. Xiaolu took these lessons to heart, diligently analyzing and learning them word by word. In the martial world, such knowledge is vital for survival, even in this predicament. Akin to being a captive, he has managed to endure, all thanks to the master's sagacious experience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao Zifeng felt a sense of despair. Just when he thought the drought demon would not appear, his left index finger stirred. Against the fading sunlight, a woman emerged from the forest. Xiao Zifeng could not help but marvel at her impeccable timing. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this scene, everyone instinctively stepped back to clear the area. Aki, accompanied by Xiao Lingmu, hastened away. Wang Taizan followed closely behind. Notably, as some disciples observed Aki's remarkable speed, they were further impressed by the master's wisdom. Indeed, he was no ordinary person. Xiao Zifeng smiled and said, "You have finally arrived." The drought demon lifted her head, the last remnants of sunlight illuminating her snow-white visage, accentuated by the solitary blood droplet upon her forehead. She was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, unparalleled in her allure. Yet, for Xiao Zifeng, this beauty stirred no ancient waves within him. He had gazed upon this transcendent beauty for over a month, still entranced by her ability to overshadow all others. No woman in this world could ever astonish Xiao Zifeng with mere beauty alone. After all, no beauty could surpass the elegance of his delicate orchid fingers. Having lingered here for a month, was it not in anticipation of my arrival? At this moment, Xiao Zifeng, with great affection, remarked, "You are mistaken. I await not only you, but all who dwell amidst this mountain of corpses. Alas, after such a prolonged wait, only you have graced my presence." The drought demon, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, replied, "Though I am aware that I may not prevail, I am still curious to discern the extent of your strength that allows you to be my nemesis." Chapter 72. The Duality of Existence. As the words fell, the drought demon struck with astonishing swiftness, appearing behind Xiao Zifeng in an instant. Its razor-sharp claws slashed through the air, unleashing a terrifying gale that wrought unparalleled destruction, leaving 4 massive claw marks upon the ground. The colossal boulder beneath Xiao Zifeng was cleaved in two by the force of the onslaught. Yet, Xiao Zifeng regarded this with disdain. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have drawn his sword the moment another spoke. But it was dusk. In the twilight, "I am invincible, not even the gods could prevail." The drought demon, incredulous, found that its full force strike had failed to inflict any harm. It immediately retreated, creating distance. A vast skeletal silhouette loomed behind the demon, as if a divine manifestation bridging heaven and earth. The enormous bony appendage struck downwards, standing atop the rubble. Xiao Zifeng faced this assault with calm composure, showing no inclination to evade. The horrifying blow landed, carving a colossal imprint in the earth. Standing at the center of the imprint, Xiao Zifeng coughed a few times, casually brushing away the dust before him. Remarkably, he remained unscathed. At that moment, the violent shockwave from their clash sent several individuals flying. They tumbled down a grassy slope. Aki, the fastest, regained his balance and continued to run, producing a vine from seemingly nowhere, which he deftly threw to ensnare Xilingmu, stabilizing her form. Wang Taizan followed closely, anchoring himself with one hand to control his rolling body, then striking the ground to propel himself forward while lifting 2 tumbling disciples to steady them and continue the pursuit of others in need of assistance. As he ran, he muttered continuously, "This is perilous. It's utterly terrifying." Xiao Zifeng, however, refrained from making a move just yet. He decided to let the opponent play their hand for a few moments longer. After waiting a month, today was the day he would showcase his prowess. Suddenly, a massive shadowy serpent charged towards him, emerging from the forest and carving a straight path through the underbrush. Xiao Zifeng merely waved his hand dismissively. Was this all the might the drought demon possessed while reigning over the mountain of corpses? The drought demon, having dominated this realm for years, had never encountered such insolence. Without hesitation, it gathered its strength for a punch, an unembellished physical attack, yet far more potent than the prior arcane strikes. The blow aimed directly at Xiao Zifeng's face, but to no avail. Frustrated, she transformed her fist into an open palm, slapping downward, yet again. Her attack was thwarted by an invisible barrier between them that nullified her every effort. "Oh, I had thought the drought demon possessed great strength. Is this truly all?" Such words stung more than a slap from a formidable foe. With fists that rained down like a tempest, the drought demon unleashed a frenzied assault upon Xiao Zifeng. Yet, with an air of serene indifference, Xiao Zifeng deemed it the right moment to draw his sword and counter. The once fiercely attacking drought demon suddenly collapsed to the ground. Its left index finger transformed into a large mouth, consuming the demon in its final moments, just as Xiao Zifeng believed the ordeal had concluded. He sensed a surge of energy returning to him. In alarm, he exclaimed, "This is bad," and swiftly sprinted towards the direction where Aki and the others had departed. Meanwhile, beneath a pile of rubble, young Billion, buried by the recent shockwave, erupted into laughter. Although the pain of her pregnancy persisted, she realized Xiao Zifeng had been outmaneuvered. "The boss still has a way," she chuckled. After Xiao Zifeng's departure, a pair of slender arms emerged from the ground, embracing young Billion and dragging her into the depths below. At the same time, a few individuals who had just reached a relatively safe area sat down, catching their breath. Aki suddenly stood up, gazing intently in one direction, filled with vigilance. Wang Taizhan, noticing Aki's reaction, quickly followed his gaze. A familiar figure appeared silently, the drought demon. Everyone soon recognized her. One disciple could not help but exclaim, "A diversion." Shalu tapped the other's head, saying, "Get your bearings. This is merely luring the snake from its hole. It's not their place to claim the tiger on this mountain." Wang Taizhan was perplexed by the demon's appearance and her intentions towards them. Did she plan to capture them and use them to threaten that esteemed elder? If so, their lives would be forfeit, as they held no value as a threat to such a figure. The drought demon paid no heed to them, instead walking directly towards Xiaolingmu. With an exceptionally gentle demeanor, she said, "You have finally arrived." Xiaolingmu regarded the beautiful elder sister, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. At that moment, Aki chose not to intervene. Attempting to stop the drought demon would only result in another corpse without effect. Moreover, it seemed the demon intended no harm towards Xiaolingmu. Xiaolingmu inquired, "Do you know me?" "Indeed, I have known you for a long time," the drought demon replied softly. Upon hearing this, Wang Taizhan felt a sense of impending doom. Xiaolu cautiously distanced himself from Wang Taizhan, reasoning that the plot to seize the primordial poison body was not his doing, and thus it was none of his concern. He positioned himself closer to Aki, hoping to secure his support when the time came for reckoning. Observing Xiaoyu's actions, the other disciples began to mimic him, moving away and gathering around Aki, leaving Wang Taizhan standing there awkwardly. Wang Taizhan, sensing that a formidable adversary was approaching, the drought demon grasped Xiaolingmu's hand. Xiaolingmu attempted to pull away, fearing that her poison might harm the demon. The drought demon softly reassured her, "It's all right. This poison will not harm me. From now on, I shall never part from you again." Then, the drought demon abruptly seized Xiaolingmu, enveloping her in a tender embrace. A brilliant golden light erupted from the two of them, dazzling the onlookers and rendering them momentarily blind. As the radiant glow dissipated, only Xiaolingmu remained in the arena. At that moment, Xiao Zifeng arrived. Yet he detected no trace of the drought demon. His left index finger sensed no hint of nourishment. The gathered crowd remained unharmed, but Xiaolingmu appeared subtly transformed. She gazed around in confusion, struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Yet, she sensed an unfamiliar strength within herself, as if she had gained control over the toxins that once plagued her. Chapter 73. Xiao Zifeng sighed, while Wang Taizhan and the others experienced fluctuating emotions. The group sought refuge in a cave once more. Xiao Zifeng fixated his gaze on Xiaolingmu. After consuming the drought demon, the energy he received was less than that of a mere silver corpse. In that moment, he realized he had been deceived, causing him to stomp his feet in frustration. Even more infuriating was the fact that the opponent had fused with Xiaolingmu, rendering his index finger completely unresponsive. This signified that they had transcended the realm of the walking dead. He had never anticipated that this individual possessed such capabilities, including the ability to create a doppelganger. He had never heard of such a thing before. Indeed, one should never underestimate those from the martial world. Xiao Zifeng began to inquire of Xiaolingmu, asking if she felt anything, for instance, the sensation of expelling certain substances from her body. Upon hearing this, Xiaolingmu, with a naive expression, asked, "Are you referring to defecation?" Xiao Zifeng promptly denied, "Not that, but rather other things." Xiaolingmu pondered for a moment and then queried, "Urination?" Xiao Zifeng looked up towards the heavens. At that moment, Aki could also surmise the depths of Xiao Zifeng's discontent. The drought demon was a formidable walking corpse. Had Xiao Zifeng consumed it, the enhancement to his combat prowess would have been unimaginable. Now that it was all in vain, his mood was understandably grim. Xiao Zifeng pressed further, "Can you communicate with her?" Xiaolingmu replied, "I will give it a try." She then closed her eyes. After a brief interval, she reopened them. And with that, a profound transformation enveloped her aura. It was the presence of a powerful being, exuding an air of indifference towards myriad matters. However, upon meeting Xiao Zifeng's gaze, her demeanor softened considerably. Utilizing her spirit doppelganger technique, she could channel all her inherent power through this projection, albeit with limitations. The strength remained unchanged, yet she could allocate it as she wished. To restrain the opponent, she initially concentrated all her power into the doppelganger, allowing it to unleash a full-force strike. Yet, to her astonishment, that strike inflicted no damage whatsoever on the adversary. This filled her with disbelief. Even a rabbit could inflict some harm on an eagle, yet her utmost effort failed to even graze the opponent, as if they existed in entirely different realms. Observing the shift in her aura, Xiao Zifeng recognized the emergence of the drought demon, and his expression grew grave. "Why have you entered Xiaoling Mu's body? Do you seek to covet her primal poison body?" The drought demon replied, "That is not the primal poison body, it is the body of calamity. Moreover, we are a dual existence. Strictly speaking, what is hers is mine, and what is mine is hers. There is no need for such distinctions." Xiao Zifeng furrowed his brow. "So you intend to consume Xiaoling Mu to restore yourself completely?" The drought demon retorted, "Consume? Why would I wish to devour my sister? She is my soul kin. We are two halves of a single entity, sharing one body, and have traversed countless years in this manner. Were it not for that cataclysmic event that forced our separation, I would not find myself in such a predicament." Xiao Zifeng obscured the upper half of his face with his hand, feeling a sense of impending doom as the worst-case scenario unfolded. If this individual bore ill intentions, he could have employed other means to extract information. Yet this person was a relative of Xiaoling Mu. How could he proceed? At that moment, Aki interjected, inquiring as to why Xiaoling Mu appeared in such a manner. Logically, one would not expect a drought demon, who had existed for countless ages, to remain so innocent and unblemished even after their separation. The drought demon regarded Aki, instantly discerning his disguise behind a human skin mask, much like that formidable foe, who also chose not to reveal their true visage. However, based on her sister's memories, this individual had treated her with kindness, thus her tone remained relatively gentle. During that catastrophic event, her sister had bravely shielded me, enduring the calamity that caused our souls to scatter. Although a portion of our essence had coalesced, some fragments remained lost, resulting in her current state. As the conversation reached this juncture, Wang Taizhan and the others, who had been standing silently in the background, began to kneel quietly. The drought demon could still manifest after merging, and it seemed that, given the current circumstances, Elderly had no intention of taking the life of his opponent. It was now a matter of their display of attitude. Meanwhile, each individual frantically recalled whether they had ever mocked, teased, or bullied Xiaoling Mu. Xiaolu pondered briefly. During his time within the sect, his interactions with Xiaoling Mu had been minimal, and any encounters had been brief and harmless. He believed he had committed no grievous error and should escape unscathed. As for the other disciples, some wore grim expressions, while others appeared to have exhaled a breath of relief. Only Wang Taizhan felt a profound sense of regret upon first encountering this young girl. He had meticulously investigated her background for the past decade. After confirming there were no issues, he had entertained dubious thoughts. Little did he anticipate that such significant consequences awaited him. These formidable figures were astute, and with his limited perspective as a mere Five Realms Gu master, he could never have envisioned such connections existing in this world. Xiao Zifeng let out a resigned sigh. What do you plan to do next? Leave Xiaoling Mu amidst a mountain of corpses? No, her destination will be entirely at her discretion. If she seeks to reclaim her soul, she must venture forth on her own accord, as there exists a subtle connection among the scattered fragments of her essence. Aki felt a sense of stability wash over him. Even if his father discovered his disappearance and dispatched individuals to hunt him down, he believed he would remain relatively safe. Xiao Zifeng then cast an exasperated glance at Wang Taizhan and the others, who were still kneeling. What are you all doing here? Why not prepare dinner? Upon hearing this, the group felt a tremendous weight lift from their shoulders and quickly rose to prepare the evening meal. Just then, a clear, melodious female voice interjected, "Wait a moment." Wang Taizhan and the others froze, cold sweat cascading down their brows like a waterfall. "I want to eat beggar's chicken." As Xiaoling Mu heard that dinner was to be prepared, she regained control of her body and selected a dish. The hearts of Wang Taizhan and his companions surged like a roller coaster. Upon hearing the words "I want to eat," they initially feared that they might be the ones to be consumed. Wang Taizhan and the others quickly responded, "All right, we will take care of it immediately," and then dashed away like the wind. At that moment, Xiao Zifeng, with a hint of subtlety, inquired, "I am genuinely curious. Where have you all been hiding during this time? I could not locate you at all." The innocent gaze of Xiaolingmo, who had just expressed a desire for beggar's chicken, transformed into a sharp glare. She remained silent, merely fixing her gaze upon Xiao Zifeng. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Zifeng awkwardly rubbed his nose. Ah, has my secret been revealed? Chapter 74. A hearty meal. At this moment, the drought demon slowly opened her mouth and declared, "You may dispose of all mindless corpses beneath the golden corpse." Xiao Zifeng was taken aback. Are they not your kin? You would betray them so easily? The drought demon retorted, would you consider a group of monkeys as your kin? In that instant, Xiao Zifeng comprehended her perspective. In the eyes of the drought demon, intelligent corpses and mindless ones were entirely distinct entities, particularly those beneath the golden corpse. She held the mindless, manipulated golden corpses in contempt. The reason she had hidden these creatures was to prevent the augmentation of a formidable foe's power. Otherwise, she would not have bothered. The drought demon's decision was not made lightly. She was unwilling to gamble. Although Xiao Zifeng currently bore no ill intentions toward Xiaoling, what would happen in the future? As a practitioner, elevating one's own strength was paramount. Faced with such temptation, she could not guarantee that Xiao Zifeng would not turn against Xiaoling later, especially given that he had come to the corpse mountain with nothing to show for it. Rather than risk that, it would be wiser to make a deal. Moreover, those ordinary corpses held little significance for her. She would casually eliminate a few when feeling out of sorts. The drought demon then stated, however, I have conditions. You must lift the curse placed upon Xiaochun and ensure that they are not harmed. Xiao Zifeng inquired, who is Xiaochun? Yang Bilian, she replied. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zifeng responded, I can agree to your first request, but for the second, I have an additional condition. As long as they do not infringe upon my bottom line, I shall spare them. The drought demon's expression turned conflicted as she asked, what exactly is your bottom line? Xiao Zifeng chuckled and replied, I am human. What do you think my bottom line could be? Nodding, the drought demon acquiesced, very well. Thus, a transaction was established. Both parties swore an oath of cultivation, a process Xiao Zifeng did not fully understand, taught to him by the drought demon. According to her, once the oath was sworn and their contract validated, should either party breach the agreement, they would face divine retribution, suffering in cultivation, weakening of their foundations, and a decline in talent. After hearing of these punishments, Xiao Zifeng merely scoffed. With his innate abilities, he could hardly fathom how the heavens might punish him. For the drought demon, aside from her own interests, only a few golden corpses mattered. After all, during her long existence, it had been these few creatures that kept her company after her sister's departure. Failing to satiate this formidable foe before her would inevitably lead to future troubles, as they lacked her acute sense of danger. With the myriad of methods at his disposal, he was a constant threat. As he lingered, she felt powerless, knowing they would eventually suffer consequences. That evening, Yang Bilian reappeared. However, this time she had reverted to her female form, and the child had yet to be born. After all, the pregnancy needle was only effective on males. As she had not yet endured until the birth of the needle, the effect of the pregnancy needle naturally dissipated. However, Yang Bilian merely believed that the other party had reached an agreement with the elder brother and had thus lifted the malevolent enchantment upon her. Xiao Qiu had already divulged the elder brother's entire plan to her. Next, she was to lead the other party to the cave where they had previously sought refuge, while the others remained behind, waiting. Upon discovering a concealed cavern, they descended further into its depths. Xiao Zifeng observed numerous stalactites along the way. As they continued downward, the temperature dropped significantly. Entering a vast subterranean chamber, he beheld a throng of zombies densely packed within. Xiao Zifeng felt saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, the other individuals who had originally taken refuge here, including Xiao Qiu, had long since slipped away. Despite the agreement reached, they feared that this creature might indulge excessively and consume them as well. As for Yang Bilian, although the malevolent enchantment upon her had been lifted, a sinister mark remained, allowing someone to track her. Thus, she had no need to conceal herself and was ready to lead the way. Xiao Zifeng extended his left index finger, summoning an enormous maw that nearly filled half the cave. It then snapped shut, filling the remaining space. In an instant, the horde of zombies that had once packed the cave was reduced by more than half. Only a few remained, hiding in various nooks and crannies. And upon sensing the attack, they charged forward fearlessly. Xiao Zifeng welcomed their approach, swiftly dispatching these lesser foes. The vitality within him surged continuously. Although it lacked the quality of a golden corpse, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Xiao Zifeng felt his life force reaching gargantuan proportions. Yang Bilian observed all of this. Noting the rapid conversion rate, She was aware of alternative methods to siphon vitality, but none were as swift as this. Even when draining others' life force, whether through formations or secret arts, there was always a refinement process involved. Previously, she had not grasped this sensation due to the limited amount absorbed. But witnessing the current rapid consumption of vitality was nothing short of miraculous. Once the process was complete, Xiao Zifeng stretched luxuriously, reveling in the experience. Hearing this, Yang Billion instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling a surge of anxiety. Would he truly not go back on his word? Xiao Zifeng noticed her subtle movements and abruptly turned, letting out a shout. Ah! Yang Billion was startled and fled in a panic. It was only after she had exited the cave that she realized he had been toying with her. Angered, she contemplated retaliating but ultimately opted to soothe herself, choosing not to be upset. At this moment, Xiao Zifeng calmly exited the cave. In the imperial study, Li Mingzhan, now an emperor, gazed at the urgent reports presented by his subordinates and could not help but exclaim, "Ah, my 7th brother, if it weren't for this method of possession, I would certainly pass the throne to you." The confidential report reveals that the 7th prince, on his journey back to his fief, sought out a substitute. Simultaneously, he ventured alone towards the mountain of corpses. In light of the numerous surveillance measures in place, his ability to execute such a cunning switch and his audacity to risk a journey to the mountain of corpses, hoping to elude pursuers by utilizing the undead therein, demonstrates both valor and cunning. However, he remains ensnared within the grasp of his adversary. Li Mingzhan approached the map, gazing intently at the uniquely marked locations of the Great Zhou territory. Among these, the Mountain of Corpses was highlighted, and he tapped his finger on this spot several times. Muttering to himself, he questioned, how can there exist a place in Great Zhou that is not under the Emperor's jurisdiction? With a determined thrust of his finger, he punctured the representation of the Mountain of Corpses. Chapter 75. Determining future plans. Upon Xiao Zifeng's return, he discovered that everyone was awaiting him for dinner. "Why do you wait for me? You should eat first," he remarked. Wang Taizhan and the others expressed their reluctance, stating it was a matter of respect for the strong. Aki, lacking much appetite, felt no urgency to eat. Xiaoling, noticing that everyone was waiting, felt embarrassed to begin. Thus, they found themselves in a situation where all were waiting solely for him. During the meal, Xiao Zifeng spoke. "There is nothing significant for me to reminisce about in this place. I intend to leave soon. Where do you plan to go?" Aki pondered for a moment before responding. "I have no particular destination in mind, so I shall accompany you." Xiaoling, her cheeks puffed like a frog, mumbled, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." At that moment, Wang Taizhan declared his loyalty, saying, "I vow to follow you to the death, senior." Upon hearing such fervent declarations of loyalty, Xiao Zifeng inquired, "Do you even know where I intend to go?" "You simply wish to follow me." Wang Taizhan clenched his right fist against his chest, affirming, "Whether it be up a mountain of blades or into a sea of flames, we shall follow you without hesitation. I am heading to the Forbidden Land, a perilous place. Should you be unwilling to accompany me, I can release you." Xiao Zifeng interrupted before Wang Taizhan could finish his proclamation. The mention of the Forbidden Land made Wang Taizhan gulp nervously. Known as the resting place for countless martial artists, it was rumored to conceal secrets of immortality. Numerous emperors from various nations had dispatched many to uncover its mysteries, yet they returned with heavy losses and found nothing pertaining to eternal life. Nonetheless, it was said to harbor mysterious elixirs that could prolong life. The tales of longevity stemmed from these accounts. The region was fraught with danger, teeming with bizarre and malevolent beasts, and it was said that the trees there were carnivorous. A peculiar force rendered any lightness of foot useless, and the path to the Forbidden Land was littered with treacherous swamps. Thus, following the senior would likely result in a near-fatal venture. Yet, Wang Taizhan was unwilling to forego such an opportunity. Through his observations over the past few days, it became evident that though this senior was enigmatic, he possessed a fundamentally good nature. Wang Taizhan had gleaned enough about the senior's purpose for coming to the Corpse Mountain. It was to enhance his own strength. Additionally, from eavesdropping on previous conversations, he learned that the Drought Spirit had merged with Xiaoling. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist of such caliber would have deemed it prudent to eliminate Xiaoling and absorb the Drought Spirit. However, this senior refrained from such actions, indicating that he would not harm someone he recognized and bore no grudge against. This admirable quality surpassed that of many in the martial world, where brothers might slaughter each other over a single martial technique, and sworn allies could betray one another for a mere herb that aids in cultivation. Once, he was a dashing young man, full of beautiful expectations, who devoted himself to a prestigious sect. While most are aware of the existence of the martial world, few would willingly embrace the embrace of a demon cult. The demon sect is akin to a rat in the street, universally reviled, embodying all manner of wickedness. Yet, in this world, choices are scarce, and ultimately, he was compelled to turn to the demon sect, founding the blood poison sect. Though he held a position of considerable influence among the common folk, in truth, he lived in a state of frustration and hardship. He could choose to endure, to remain uninvolved, but the disciples and elders within the sect had suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a handful of members. Even if he returned, it would merely be to lead a mundane existence. However, if he continued to follow this elder, despite the inherent dangers, it undoubtedly presented a tremendous opportunity. In life, it is essential to seek benefits while avoiding harm. He had evaded danger for so many years, and this time, he aimed to pursue advantage, although it was perilous. Seizing this chance could unveil vistas he had never before encountered. Wang Taizan's weary eyes ignited with extraordinary fervor. "I am willing to follow the elder," he declared, emphasizing that this decision was solely his own. Xiao Lu noticed the change in the sect leader's wording, although he did not know what the Forbidden Land entailed. Its ability to evoke such hesitation and contemplation in the leader indicated it was no less formidable than a mountain of corpses, perhaps even more perilous. If the leader departed, the blood poison sect would be utterly extinguished. What significance would his exit hold? With the sect in ruins, could they really hope to restore its former glory? It was absurd to think that their small number could reclaim the territory, which would surely be devoured by other demon sects, leaving their future bleak. In life, those in high positions must learn to delegate power if they lack capability, while those in lower positions should learn to follow the right individuals. When he chose a sect, he selected the blood poison sect, which had afforded a poor boy the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation. Why not continue to follow this path? Thus, Xiaolu promptly echoed, "I too wish to follow the elder." As for the others, though they were unaware of the nature of the Forbidden Land, they understood one principle: to stick with the sect leader. They may not comprehend, but the leader did. They too expressed their willingness to follow. Upon observing their agreement, Xiao Zifeng chose not to elaborate further, returning the decision to them. The path was theirs to choose. At this moment, he resolved to reveal certain matters to them. "In truth, I did not administer any poison to you." Wang Taizan found this statement both surprising and reasonable. After all, the absence of any punitive effect from administering poison was indeed illogical. The others, however, harbored no grievances and were instead relieved. It was a comfort to know they had not been poisoned. Then, Xiao Zifeng addressed young Billion, who was lost in contemplation beside him, saying, "What you guessed is the same." Startled, young Billion suddenly rose to her feet, her fists clenched tightly. She fixed an intense gaze on Xiao Zifeng, who met her stare unflinchingly. After a moment of reflection, Yang Billion turned and made her way into the forest, where trees began to topple in her wake. Eventually, she returned, burdened with a considerable amount of firewood. "The wood seems insufficient. I shall fetch more," she declared. Wang Taizan and the others understood the unspoken truth behind her actions, yet none dared to expose it. They were wary of crossing Xiao Zifeng, as well as of confronting her. Thus, it was best to feign ignorance of the situation. Chapter 76, An ambush unfolds, then it is decided. "We shall descend the mountain tomorrow morning," declared Xiao Zifeng. Turning to Yang Billion, he added, "Should you choose to accompany us, remember to remain discreet and avoid revealing your identity as a golden corpse to the outside world." Yang Billion, somewhat rebellious, contemplated disregarding his advice. At that moment, the Hanhua regained control of her body and interjected, "Listen to him. A golden corpse from the three realms draws far too much attention. It is prudent to remain concealed to avoid unnecessary troubles." Moreover, as they had only begun to integrate, Xiaoling Mu's spirit was fragmented. He needed to prevent her spirit from converging with his and required time to make the necessary adjustments within himself, rendering him unable to assist Xiaoling Mu for a while. Hence, someone outside must ensure her protection. Xiao Zifeng harbored some reservations, which is why he required Yang Billion's company. On the following day, Wang Taizan and the others loaded themselves with a substantial amount of gold, silver, and precious jewels, as well as a cooking pot, for they knew that, following such seasoned mentors, their combat prowess was limited. Thus, they must maximize their utility. Their contribution would be to prepare meals, making it essential to bring along cooking supplies. They also carried ivory chopsticks and golden bowls for their elders. Naturally, they had concealed the valuables beneath cloth. The group appeared quite modest, save for Xiaoling Mu, who adorned herself with an array of jewelry for both Hanhua, and she took delight in such embellishments. The others felt no concern, after all. If anyone were foolish enough to covet such meager wealth and act against her, it would indeed be akin to a long-lived being seeking to end their own life. As the group descended the mountain and entered a canyon, suddenly, boulders tumbled from above, obstructing their path. More stones fell from behind, sealing their retreat. Simultaneously, a formation rose beneath their feet. At that moment, 5 figures clad in black appeared, their movements effeminate. One among them, speaking in an unusually high-pitched voice, addressed, "Your Highness the 7th Prince, have you had your fill of fun? It is time to return with your humble servant." Wang Taizan and the others exchanged glances, casting their eyes toward Xiao Zifeng and Aki, never suspecting these to be members of their own sect. Given the nature of their sect and their mutual understanding, it was inconceivable that such a noble figure as a prince would be found among them. It was like discovering a glowing, fragrant pearl amidst excrement. If anyone were to conceal their identity, they could not remain hidden within their sect. After a fleeting glance at Xiao Zifeng, they shifted their attention to Aki. Considering Xiao Zifeng's formidable abilities, he should not be wandering about as a prince, but rather seated upon the dragon throne as emperor. Given his strength, one would question why he would not incite rebellion. Aki, recognizing the circumstances, ceased his disguise, tearing away the human mask to reveal his striking visage. Upon seeing his true form, Xiao Lingmu felt inexplicably entranced. At that moment, a disciple murmured, "I never imagined there existed a countenance in this world that could rival my own." The crowd cast a disdainful glance at him. Wang Taizan mused inwardly that he possessed a fraction of the strength he had in his youth. Xiao Lu contemplated that had he been a few years younger, he would have been the most handsome young man in the vicinity. Xiao Zifeng scoffed internally, thinking that if he were to remove his mask, he could outshine them all. At that moment, the men present surprisingly shared a common sentiment, each believing their appearance rivaled that of the 7th Prince. "Xiao Gonggong, you are quite advanced in years. Must you trouble yourself to traverse mountains and waters to seek me?" Xiao Zifeng thought to himself, exasperated that this aging eunuch shared his surname. Xiao Gonggong, with a graceful flick of his fingers, smiled and replied, "Not at all, as long as His Highness is safe. This old servant is willing to endure any hardship." At this juncture, Li Mingzhi boldly declared, "Xiao Gonggong, what if I choose not to return?" Xiao Gonggong chuckled, "Your Highness, do not jest. It is best for you to return with us and not associate with these dubious martial artists. They may lead you astray." Xiao Zifeng and Yang Bilian exchanged glances, both aware that the group could hardly retort. Their sect, known for its dubious reputation, was often subjected to far worse slanders from the righteous clans. Xiao Gonggong spoke without fear of offending, having observed the situation for some time. As they were all masters of the 4 realms, they dared not venture carelessly into the Corpse Mountain, for the 7th Prince was indeed astute. Should they fall prey to a cunning scheme, they might find themselves pitted against the golden corpses residing there, risking their lives in the process. Thus, they remained at the periphery of the Corpse Mountain, hesitant to act hastily despite the absence of visible threats. Xiao Gonggong had previously suffered considerable losses in this perilous locale, leaving him with lingering apprehensions. It was unlikely that the 7th Prince would linger long in such a treacherous environment. Among their group, there were no formidable foes, as the strongest warriors from the Great Zhou had not recently graced the Corpse Mountain, making unexpected encounters unlikely. Therefore, waiting patiently at a distance was their safest course of action. Each of them was a formidable master of the 4 realms, united in their strength, capable of confronting adversaries from the 3 realms. Unless a golden corpse from the mountains joined the fray, the individuals before them were certainly doomed this time. However, it was improbable that the golden corpses would act in concert with them. While he acknowledged the 7th Prince's capabilities, he did not believe they were so formidable as to enable him to survive within the Corpse Mountain for an extended period. At that moment, the 7th Prince, Li Mingzhi, offered a cordial reminder, "Xiao Gonggong, when venturing outside, one must tread carefully." Xiao Gonggong pointed at Wang Taizan, chuckling, "The strongest among you is this fellow, and your majesty. Yet, you find yourselves ensnared by our formation. Your Highness cannot possibly believe you still have a chance to escape?" Wang Taizan realized that his own strength placed him at the forefront of the group. Wang Taizan felt a deep sense of reflection, aside from being slightly stronger than his disciples, who among those present could possibly rival him. Xiao Lingmu still harbored a drought demon within, capable of effortlessly crushing him. What merit or capability did he possess to be deemed the strongest among such an illustrious assembly? While grappling with these thoughts, he silently mourned for the esteemed Xiao Gonggong. Individuals of such formidable background and strength often carried an air of arrogance. Yet, it was understandable, as they were indeed backed by the imperial family, possessing ample intelligence. However, he never anticipated the presence of someone like the senior Li, who remained enigmatic. Nor did he know the extraordinary tales that unfolded amidst the mountains of corpses. Young Bilian, weary of the pompous airs of this eunuch, decided to take decisive action. Caught off guard, Xiao Gonggong instinctively reacted just as danger loomed, preventing the attack from landing in a fatal manner. By a hair's breadth, he managed to preserve his life. At that moment, the others also realized that there truly existed a golden corpse within their ranks. Xiao Gonggong was utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Chapter 77, A Small Experiment. The five ghosts curse upon witnessing the elder Xiao being sent flying. The remaining individuals immediately joined forces to retaliate. Yang Bilian regarded them with disdain. After all, they were merely 5 insignificant cultivators from the 4 realms. However, to her surprise, as they engaged in combat, she discovered that these 5 possessed some capabilities. United as one, bolstered by their formation, they were able to contend with her to a certain degree. Yet, the 5 were under immense pressure, although they could momentarily hold their ground against a master of the 3 realms. It was only a matter of time before they succumbed to defeat. Their gaze shifted towards Xiao Zifeng and his companions behind Young Bilian. The attire of the blood-poison sect members made them appear akin to servants, and capturing these 3 could potentially serve as leverage. Seizing the opportunity, one of them launched a surprise attack. Young Bilian, noting the audacity of this individual, chose not to intervene. The attacker first targeted Li Mingzhi, who deftly evaded the assault with agile footwork. Although he could not match the assailant in direct combat, he was adept at evasion, having honed his lightness skills to a commendable level. When the assailant realized his initial attempt had failed, he swiftly shifted focus to the more vulnerable Xiaolingyu. Despite Xiao Zifeng's formidable prowess as an 8 realms martial artist, his aura seemed abnormal, making it precarious to capture him. Thus, the assailant opted for a seemingly more straightforward target. Just as he prepared to seize Xiaolingyu, an enormous skeletal hand emerged, grasping him with an iron grip and lifting him effortlessly. This skeletal hand belonged to the very target he sought to capture. The unfamiliar little girl, who had previously appeared meek and pitiful, now exhibited an unsettling indifference, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. With a mere gentle grip, the assailant felt his insides being crushed, resulting in a violent expulsion of blood. The other 4 were equally shaken, for the sudden surge of power from the little girl surpassed even that of the golden corpse. Xiao Gonggong, consumed by a mix of shock and fury, bellowed at Li Mingzhi. What kind of opportunity did you encounter in the mountain of corpses to have such a formidable ally by your side? Li Mingzhi produced a folding fan from seemingly nowhere, opened it, and with an air of nonchalance, replied, "It is merely a stroke of luck to have her accompany me." At that moment, he felt emboldened. Not even his father, the emperor, could intimidate him. Just as the drought demon prepared to crush this bothersome fly, Xiao Zifeng suddenly intervened, commanding, "Spare his life." Although the drought demon was perplexed by Xiao Zifeng's intentions, out of respect for a powerful being, it released the small fly. However, as it did so, it lightly struck him, embedding him into the ground to prevent any further antics. The fly had merely requested to be spared. A state of half-life would suffice. Meanwhile, with one less ally, the formation of the 5 fell apart, and they were easily dispatched by Young Bilian. Xiao Zifeng approached the nearly defeated eunuch in front of everyone and produced a needle. Upon encountering the needle, Young Bilian instinctively recoiled a step, as a torrent of painful memories surged forth in her mind. What transformations might the Yin Yang needle invoke upon a eunuch? In that moment, Xiao Zifeng resembled the notorious Rome Mama, abruptly seizing the nearly lifeless eunuch and plunging the needle with unwavering resolve. He observed the ensuing metamorphosis. Indeed, the eunuch began to transition into a woman, though one might describe her as somewhat rugged. Where once she had possessed the delicate, effeminate qualities of a eunuch, she now radiated a formidable masculinity. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Taizan and his companions could not help but retreat a step. After all, having merely heard tales was one thing, but witnessing such a sight firsthand unveiled its true horror. Only Xiao Lu's eyes gleamed with a spark of intrigue. Upon witnessing this transformation, Xiao Zifeng realized that his understanding of the Yin Yang needle was perhaps still incomplete, though he harbored a desire to explore certain aspects further. He felt that doing so in the glaring presence of others might cast him in an unseemly light. He beckoned to Young Bilian, signaling her to approach. In an effort to project friendliness, he believed his smile was quite amiable. Yet, upon seeing that smile, Young Bilian was reminded of the events of that fateful night, when a similar smile had graced his face. Despite his invitation, she could not help but retreat, ultimately darting into the thicket, exclaiming that she would scout ahead. As she vanished from sight, Xiao Zifeng turned his attention to Wang Taizan and his group, who collectively stepped back, leaving only Xiao Lu standing his ground. Xiao Zifeng pointed at Xiao Lu, asserting, "You, come here." The latter hesitated, feigning reluctance, yet a flicker of eagerness danced in his eyes. Eventually, he approached Xiao Zifeng. "Help me ascertain if there are any tangible changes." "Who should I touch?" Xiao Lu inquired. Xiao Zifeng, perplexed by the question, thought to himself, "How could this clever lad utter such a query? Is there a need for you to confirm my changes through touch? Can I not assess myself?" Setting aside his inner musings, he dragged the transformed eunuch before Xiao Lu, instructing, "Touch her, and discern whether she differs from an ordinary woman." After a brief exploration, Xiao Lu concluded there is no distinction. However, a hint of disappointment flickered in his gaze. Xiao Zifeng stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "So, it is thus." The description of the yin-yang needle's power, the needle's recipient experiences a reversal of gender, suggested that although the subject's gender had altered, certain aspects had seemingly transformed as well. The biological traits of femininity had dissipated, replaced by a more rugged essence. It appeared that the concept of yin and yang warranted further exploration. He had previously regarded it merely as a means of gender transformation, yet it now seemed to encompass much more. After concluding his experiment, Xiao Zifeng dispatched the eunuch, preparing to consume the remnants of these eunuch corpses. Suddenly, a dark light emanated from each of the 5 eunuchs, casting a shadow upon his chest. Xiao Zifeng tore open his garment, revealing his sculpted pectorals, and at the very center of his chest, an emblem emerged, an insignia encircled by 5 skulls. "What is this? I have slain them, yet I am branded with a tattoo." Li Mingzhi elucidated. "This emblem is known as the 5 Ghosts' Curse, an exceedingly profound and malevolent hex. The souls of the 5 deceased transform into vengeful spirits, ensnaring the cursed individual in nightly terrors, draining their vitality, and bestowing upon them misfortune. Typically, those afflicted find themselves betrayed by friends and family, their spirits shattered, ultimately leading to their demise from exhaustion. The sole method to dispel such a curse is to accumulate a vast amount of merit to nullify it. However, this particular curse was cast by 5 formidable beings from the 4 realms, necessitating an immense reservoir of merit. Xiao Zifeng discerned that this fellow likely had no better solution. So he turned to the Huanbai and inquired, "Do you possess any superior means?" Huanbai shook his head and replied, "Curses of this nature are ineffective against me. Thus I have no methods to assist others in dispelling them." At this juncture, Huanbai recalled something and added, "I did not anticipate your formidable prowess would be insufficient to withstand such a curse." Xiao Zifeng shrugged and remarked, "My strength derives from the Taotai within me. Without it, I am merely an ordinary warrior of the 8 realms." Huanbai chuckled. "The ability to alter one's form is also a gift from the Taotai." Xiao Zifeng. Chapter 78, Journey to Shaming Temple. The Hehuan sect participates in the sect elections. As for the others, they nodded in agreement, understanding the implications. They were aware of Xiao Zifeng's role as a beast sealing master, yet the question lingered. If one were merely a novice, how could such a formidable beast be sealed within one's body? The mightier the Taotai, the more it reflected the prowess of the beast sealing master. Xiao Zifeng felt that this topic could not be pursued further and turned to Li Mingzhi, inquiring, "How does one accumulate merit?" Li Mingzhi replied, "First, one must cultivate the methods of merit accumulation as taught by the Taoist or Buddhist traditions. Then, by performing good deeds and earning faith, one can gather merit. Alternatively, engaging in deeds recognized by heaven as significant merit can also lead to considerable accumulation. However, each step is fraught with difficulty. The good deeds must be genuine and not contrived or intentionally designed. Moreover, the recipient of such deeds must possess genuine faith in you, which must arise spontaneously. Human hearts are unpredictable, and instances of ingratitude abound, making this a challenging endeavor. Furthermore, to undertake deeds acknowledged by heaven is exceedingly arduous, as such acts often involve averting monumental disasters, an almost insurmountable task for an individual. Thus, even within Buddhism and Taoism, few practitioners pursue the path of merit accumulation. Upon hearing that a method was necessary, Xiao Zifeng glanced at the others, all of whom shook their heads in helplessness. Wang Taizan and his companions, belonging as they did to the demonic sect, were unlikely to possess such knowledge. The Hanjia even less so. As for Aki, though he was a prince, it was questionable what a prince would want with such practices. to be excessively benevolent, and when the public's faith could be perceived as ambition for the throne, likely leading to exile or worse at the emperor's behest. However, he did have an acquaintance. Wasn't Hussey a monk? According to him, his temple had considerable standing. It was likely they possessed such methods. Borrowing a text for practice shouldn't pose a challenge. After all, this troublesome entity was draining his vital essence. Although he currently had an abundance, he would need to rely on it for future breakthroughs, all thanks to the goodwill of others. Such resources must not be squandered. Thus, with time pressing, he declared, "You all stay here for a while. I will make a trip to Shangming Temple to borrow a method for practice." "I go, senior." "Are you well acquainted with Shangming Temple?" Wang Taizhan exclaimed, his surprise palpable. Shangming Temple was the most formidable Buddhist establishment within the Great Zhou. Presided over by a master of the upper three realms, a rare existence capable of contending with the Jingyi alliance in the court of justice. In the martial world of the Great Zhou, three major powers stood firm: the Dao sect, the Jingyi alliance, and Shangming Temple. The Jingyi alliance was a coalition of various righteous sects, with a leader also said to be a master of the upper three realms. The sects deemed malevolent by the Jingyi alliance are collectively referred to as the demon cult. They cannot rival the three major powers. Despite being labeled as a cult, there exists no individual among them capable of unifying their factions. Renowned masters are reluctant to lower their status for such unity. Moreover, formidable talents may still emerge from such sects. There have been instances where leaders of certain factions within the demon cult aspired to ascend to the upper three realms, only to meet with sudden demise. Consequently, these sects are systematically eradicated by the prestigious orthodox sects under a facade of justifiable rhetoric. Thus, an unspoken rule has emerged within the demon cult: unless an extraordinary talent materializes, they should refrain from attempting to breach the upper three realms. As even the most perilous endeavors prove futile, the four realms constitute their utmost limit. Initially, Wang Taizhan felt a tinge of surprise, but he soon reconciled himself to the situation. After all, this elder was remarkably powerful, though he often maintained a low profile. It was certain that anyone acquainted with him must be an exceptional figure. The others shared no dissent and decided to remain at the site of the corpses. Acting alone would invariably yield swifter results, and given their collective resolve to venture into the forbidden grounds, the absence of a confident leader rendered their endeavor somewhat trivial. Xiao Zifeng began to traverse at an astonishing speed, and upon rounding a mountain and confirming they were undetected, he transformed into a wooden vermilion bird and soared ahead. Certain matters should not overlap excessively. If they did, they would no longer perceive the sword god as merely having a simple connection to him, for it would be too conspicuous. Zhao Dali, the leader of the Hehuan sect, set forth early with a dozen disciples, including the newly joined Taidan and Eru, as well as Wang Fugue and other original disciples, to participate in the sect election organized by the Jingyi alliance. Surprisingly, Eru and Taidan encountered an elderly doctor they had previously met in Jibiqing on their journey. Upon learning that the doctor was headed to the same destination, they eagerly invited him to accompany them. After all, encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land is indeed a stroke of fortune. Moreover, having someone to look after the elderly man on the road felt safer. Zhao Dali did not object. Rather, he felt pleased. Initially concerned about Taidan and Eru's cultivation due to their age, he was astonished that they had successfully entered the 9 realms in less than half a year. Their dedication to their training was commendable. Yet it brought him a sense of regret that, at their age, they had achieved such progress in a short span. Had they begun their cultivation earlier, their potential would have been extraordinary. Their inclination towards benevolence further endeared them to him. Eru and Tiedan's relentless pursuit of cultivation stemmed from their past experiences in the lower echelons, where they recognized the rarity of such opportunities and cherished them deeply. Although the Hehuan sect might appear unreliable, it genuinely imparts substantial teachings. Moreover, the senior disciples exhibit a remarkable humility, readily answering any inquiries and providing exceptional care. However, during mealtimes, they tend to be somewhat less courteous. In general, they maintain a friendly demeanor. As for the disciples who were initially misled into joining, although they may have felt a sense of indignation at first, after spending some time in this environment, they find themselves increasingly reluctant to leave. The genuine teachings of profound skills, coupled with a remarkably harmonious atmosphere within the sect, ensures that no one is looked down upon for their inferior talents or humble origins. All are treated with absolute equality. Observing such a sect with such a nurturing ambience, the elderly physician no longer feels the need to hasten his journey and willingly chooses to accompany them. Chapter 79. Old Li's pretentious display in the face-slapping encounter. The headquarters of the Jingyi Alliance is a city known as Justice City. Within this city, the majority are martial artists. Zhao Dali, the leader of the Hehuan sect, stands at the entrance, registering his sect's name on a notice. At the city gate, there are others like him lined up to register, while some ride majestic steeds, boldly striding into the city without delay. Delay, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why can they enter directly? Why must we wait in line?" At this moment, Eru, having honed a physique through nearly half a year of training, explained to his senior brother, "There are large and small sects. Prominent ones may enter freely, while lesser-known sects, like ours, must register." Scratching his head in a Navi manner, Delay replied, "In that case, I must strive to improve my skills, so that when I return here, I can ride in without needing to register." Eru, observing his honest and simple-minded senior, merely smiled in response, choosing not to comment further. The path to becoming a renowned sect is fraught with challenges. "Could you repeat your sect's name?" The disciple in charge of registration exclaimed in disbelief. "Hehuan sect." Zhao Dali reiterated the name. The registering disciple, perhaps confused by the phonetics, sought clarification. "Which Hehuan?" "Indeed, the Hehuan you inferred," Zhao Dali confirmed. The disciple appeared somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Old Li, who had been quietly observing, paused momentarily in his habit of tugging at his beard. He had not inquired about their sect's name while traveling with them, nor had they voluntarily disclosed it. Hearing this name now left him incredulous. At this juncture, Tai Dan, standing nearby, provided clarity. "We were not always known by this name. It was changed with the assistance of Feng Ge." Upon hearing this, Old Li felt a sense of normalcy return. Naturally, who in their right mind would choose such a name? It turns out it was Xie Zifeng's suggestion. The registering disciple further queried Zhao Dali about the sect's former name and, upon confirmation, proceeded with the registration. At that moment, another disciple arrived to escort them into the city and arrange accommodations. This disciple was none other than Li, who had previously notified them about participating in the sect's grand election. Upon seeing this group of muscular men, Li's disdain was unmistakable. Although they had encountered many small sects along the way, this particular one left the most profound impression on him for two reasons. First, their rather unseemly sect name. Second, their shabby signboard. Eru, being somewhat astute in social niceties, jingled the few coins in his pocket, contemplating that once they reached their lodgings, he might discreetly offer a bit of silver to Li upon his departure. After all, it is prudent to cultivate connections when venturing out, especially since he could not rely solely on his senior brother to notice such matters. It would be inappropriate for the sect leader to involve himself in such trivialities. Li led them to their accommodations, a humble earthen cottage that seemed utterly out of place amidst the city's bustling grandeur. Finding such a residence in this city indeed speaks to one's capabilities. After a moment's contemplation, Eru retrieved a bit more from his pocket and handed the money over. "Esteemed young hero, might you assist us in securing a larger abode? After all, with over 10 of us, this place seems rather cramped," he implored. Upon seeing the money, Li's previously sullen expression shifted slightly. However, even after accepting the funds, a look of disdain lingered in his eyes as he remarked with a hint of mockery, "Small sects must reside in such modest quarters. To have any lodging is already a blessing. And you dare to think this paltry sum could tarnish my noble character? You are not worthy." As he spoke, Li tucked the coins into his pocket. Wang Fugue and his companions clenched their fists tightly, yearning to strike this insufferable individual. Iron Egg, standing beside them, restrained Wang Fugue's fist with a shake of his head. Observing the group's suppressed fury, Li sneered, "A bunch of cowards." With that, he turned to leave, only to be confronted by Old Li, who had appeared behind him. "Young friend, a guest is here. Such words may be deemed impolite," he cautioned. Li remained dismissive. "What? Are you challenging me, old man? Here is your chance." He raised his index finger, pointing at his own face. At that moment, Era grew increasingly anxious, wishing to intervene. After all, Old Li was an ordinary man, oblivious to the ways of the martial world. If Li's temper flared, he would surely be incapable of striking a practitioner and might even find himself in mortal peril. A single individual could effortlessly level 2 edifices. Dust and debris swirling around, Old Li retracted his hand and, with a brusque tone, declared, "You think you've earned my respect? Who do you think you are?" In his life, only 2 individuals had successfully outperformed him. One was Xiao Zifeng, and the other, the legendary sword immortal of Qin Shan. Era was left astounded, his mouth agape. Realizing that Xiao Zifeng was remarkable, yet there existed a renowned sword deity, He hadn't anticipated Old Li's formidable nature. It was evident that this city concealed many talents. When chaos erupted, a cadre of patrolling disciples swiftly surrounded Old Li and his companions. Unfazed, Old Li unleashed the overwhelming aura of the two realms' sword immortal, causing a palpable commotion. From within an opulent residence, a radiant figure ascended skyward, arriving with astonishing speed. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in satin, the esteemed leader of the Jianghu alliance, Chang Fengtian. Just as Eru and Iron Egg were engulfed in panic. Contemplating their next move, Chang Fengtian spoke. It is the ghost sword immortal who graces us. My apologies for the lack of proper reception. At this proclamation, the members of the He sect stared in astonishment at Old Li before shifting their gaze to Iron Egg and Eru. The newly joined disciples thought to themselves, our senior brother has formidable connections. Meanwhile, Zhao Dali, Wang Fugue, and the other senior brothers alongside the sect leader pondered, our disciple possesses a profound background. Eru and Iron Egg were left utterly astounded. In their pursuit of cultivation, they have begun to hear whispers of the legends surrounding the martial world, particularly the recent events that transpired in the imperial capital. The clash between the sword immortal of the Green Mountains and the sword deity has captivated many, followed closely by the monumental battle between Shou Sui Fan and Li Mokwang, which firmly established the reputation of the ghost sword immortal. However, they have only heard tales of these sword immortals and have yet to behold their true forms, lacking even their portraits. The Great Zhou has remarkably emerged as the only nation among the 9 that boasts 3 sword immortals, a testament to the flourishing path of swordsmanship. Now, it seems that my fellow townsman has ascended to the heights of sword immortality. The two of them felt inspired to pen a narrative upon their return. Old Li, with his characteristic sarcasm, remarked, who am I to deserve such honor? A person like me is only fit to dwell in a thatched cottage. A coward. A softy. How could I dare trouble the leader of the Jianghu alliance to come and welcome me? In response to this sardonic banter, Chang Fengtian remained unperturbed, merely offering a smile as he replied, the disciples of the alliance are still naive. Allow me to handle this, and I shall see to it properly. Subsequently, a disciple was dispatched to escort the oblivious Li away. Witnessing this scene, El Shirshing shook his head and remarked, Junior brother, I have told you countless times. Yet how is it that you fail to remember? Chapter 80, Old Li, the sword god discussing Buddhist philosophy with a master? Old Li waved his hand dismissively. I am here to convey one essential truth. Xiao Zifeng is my disciple. Chang Tianfeng, taken aback, inquired, what does this imply? The Jianghu alliance has issued a warrant for him. With that, Old Li fell silent. Chang Tianfeng understood, as did the others. A disciple of the sword immortal could never be associated with the demonic sect. Their grievances with the Sanjian sect could only be deemed as conflicts of the Jianghu. Concurrently, this also served as a favor from Chang Tianfeng to Old Li. At that moment, Eru and Taiden contemplated other matters. They had previously witnessed Xiao Zifeng wielding a sword technique capable of bringing adversaries to their knees while at the Sanjian sect. At the time, they paid little heed, having no understanding of martial arts, merely assuming it was a gesture to receive a sword. However, upon hearing of the sword god's exploits later, they began to consider a possibility. Xiao Zifeng might indeed be the sword god's heir. Now that Old Li had proclaimed Xiao Zifeng as his disciple, what did that signify? Old Li was in Jianghu City. When they departed, he had not yet left. Moreover, reflecting upon the impending military pressure, such a formidable sword immortal could hardly remain inactive. With this line of thought, they unraveled the truth. At this juncture, Chang Tianfeng extended an invitation to Old Li. Why not stay for a while? Old Li declined, stating, no need. I have other matters to attend to. He then addressed Eru and Taiden, saying, should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to invoke my name. Eru and Taiden nodded fervently. Old Li offered his support to these two, having observed their commendable conduct throughout their journey. Additionally, during their time in Jianghu City, their deeds reflected loyalty and integrity without excess. Furthermore, Xiao Zifeng was inclined to assist them. Having uttered these words, Old Li took his leave, and the gazes of others towards Eru and Taiden shifted appreciably. Immediately, arrangements were made for the Hahuan sect and others to receive the most luxurious accommodations. With a special audience granted by the alliance leader, many were drawn to the Hahuan sect, eager to curry favor. When had Zhao Dali, the old sect master, encountered such a spectacle? He had only witnessed such scenes in other sections. Yet, he understood that the attention was not directed at him, but rather at his two disciples, who had become his fortunate stars. As night descended, Eru and Tai Dan, initially assigned separate rooms, found themselves sharing the same chamber. The events of the day had profoundly impacted them, necessitating a discussion. The title of Sword Immortal was not to be taken lightly. They could not allow Old Li to be dragged into disrepute. At that moment, Tai Dan remarked, "Brother Hu, if Old Li is the sword god, why conceal it? Isn't the title of sword god more illustrious than that of Sword Immortal?" Eru placed a finger to his lips. "Some words should not be spoken carelessly. Beware. For there may be years behind the wall. This matter belongs to those of great stature, and their actions undoubtedly carry significance that we ought not to probe indiscriminately. If they are willing to assist us, we should express our gratitude and refrain from speaking out of turn, lest we bring them trouble. Do you understand?" Tai Dan nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, outside their chamber, an unnoticed shadow quietly departed. Chong Feng Tian held two lists in his hands, detailing the major forces of the Great Zhou and their top experts. On one list, the sword god was ranked first, while on the other, he was placed last. On the latter list, Chang Feng Tian struck through the name of Li Imo Kuang, writing it behind the sword god, followed by a question mark. At Shangming Temple, a youth clad in black wandered through the temple, admiring the colossal Buddha statue. Xiao Zifeng pondered, "It is said that in Sunzhou, a grand sculpture has been erected for the goddess, which I have yet to see. I wonder how it compares to this Buddha statue before me." An elderly monk, dressed simply and leisurely sweeping the ground, observed Xiao Zifeng lost in thought before the immense statue. Sensing a profound affinity with this visitor, he approached, uttering a Zen saying, and then inquired, "Benefactor, do you feel any insights upon seeing this statue?" Taking a moment to observe the monk, who appeared humble, patched, and aged, Xiao Zifeng surmised he must be a sage ready to engage in profound discourse. He replied, "I am contemplating a dilemma I once encountered, to save the right or to save the many." The elderly monk, intrigued, asked, "What does to save the right or to save the many mean?" Xiao Zifeng explained patiently, "Imagine two paths between mountains, one is safe, the other perilous, clearly marked as such. 6 children are present. One obedient child chooses the safe path, while 5 disobedient ones opt for the dangerous one. Suddenly, a boulder rolls down the perilous path, and I have the chance to alter its course, but can only redirect it to the other path. At this moment, what should I do?" The old monk, upon hearing this conundrum, fell into deep contemplation, eventually murmuring, "I become a butcher, creating sins to save the many." Xiao Zifeng shook his head at this response. "I once entertained such thoughts. But then I pondered a further dilemma. If the child who chose the safe path were I, would I willingly sacrifice myself? Who am I to determine another's fate? I am but a passerby. The danger was destined from the outset, and the boulder's fall is also fate. According to Buddhist teachings, cause and effect from past lives manifest in this life. These are their choices and the fruits of their actions. Why should I impose the consequences of their misdeeds upon a good child? To save the many at the expense of the few does not constitute great virtue. Saving the few is but a minor kindness." The old monk, upon hearing these words, seemed to enter a state of profound enlightenment, only to subsequently display a somewhat deranged expression. Xiao Zifeng, observing his demeanor, wondered if his discourse had led the man to a state of madness. "Xiao Benefactor, is that you? What are you doing here?" At that moment, a middle-aged monk appeared. It was Husi. Xiao Zifeng replied, "I am engaging in a discussion on Buddhist doctrine with this esteemed master." Husi gazed at the elder monk mentioned by Xiao Zifeng and whispered in his ear, "This venerable man, due to his unstable mind and lack of care, has been assigned by the abbot to sweep the temple, providing him with a place to reside. What insights on Buddhist teachings do you expect to glean from him?" Xiao Zifeng. Chapter 81. The golden body of virtue. Hui Ci observed the unstable demeanor of the sweeping monk and inquired, "What did you say to him? He seems to be in a precarious state once more." Xiao Zifeng could only respond vaguely. "We discussed a few Buddhist principles. Is there any way you can help stabilize him?" Hui Ci shook her head in resignation. "His condition is quite severe. Only my master can bring him back to equilibrium." At that moment, an elderly monk clad in orange robes appeared behind the sweeping monk, extending a hand to rest gently upon his head. The sweeping monk's previously frenzied expression transformed into tranquility. Regaining his composure, he turned around and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master." Hui Ci then called out, "Master." Xiao Zifeng joined in, clasping his hands in reverence, "Master." The sweeping monk acknowledged them briefly before returning to his tasks with the brew. Xiao Zifeng watched the retreating figure of the sweeping monk, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Meanwhile, the abbot turned to Xiao Zifeng and introduced himself. "I am named Yuan Tong." Xiao Zifeng, almost instinctively, asked, Is the master swift? Yuan Tong smiled serenely at the inquiry. My lightness of foot is rather commendable. He continued, if there is anything to discuss, let us converse indoors. Xiao Zifeng followed Master Yuan Tong into the room. At that moment, the previously calm, sweeping monk suddenly lifted his head, his eyes as dark as ink. A jovial, portly monk approached him, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Abbot, your concealment is quite profound, yet I have still uncovered you. In the guest room, Xiao Zifeng briefly stated his purpose. Master Yuan Tong nodded, shortly. I shall have Hui Ci escort you to the scripture pavilion. Xiao Zifeng was taken aback, not expecting such ease in this matter. Isn't the transmission of such techniques generally prohibited? This method, while not central to Shangming Temple's core teachings, revolves around the accumulation of virtue. If you aspire to be a good person, why should I impede you? Moreover, you have saved Hui Ci's life. It is only just that I assist you. Master Yuan Tong replied with great composure. I merely hope you will commit to practicing this technique diligently. Xiao Zifeng responded confidently, I will. At that moment, Hui Ci, puzzled, asked, why do you wish to practice this technique? Accumulating merit sounds impressive and grand, yet compared to other methods, it is exceedingly arduous. In this world, doing good deeds and accumulating virtue is no simple task. Take for instance my previous efforts, despite dedicating years to rescue a group of villagers. The outcome was rife with complaints. Though I have come to terms with this, it illustrates how challenging the path of virtue is. I truly cannot fathom why you would choose to pursue such a difficult practice. Xiao Zifeng then loosened his collar, revealing a mark in the center of his chest. I am cursed and must cultivate the method of virtue to dispel it. Yuan Tong scrutinized the mark intently, his brow furrowing deeply. This predicament arises from the combined efforts of 5 practitioners from the 4 realms, rendering it quite formidable. Hui Ci gazed anxiously at her master, inquiring, Master, is there truly nothing we can do? Yuan Tong shook his head. For any curse cast by a single practitioner from the 4 realms, I could attempt to intervene. However, this curse, originating from 5 such practitioners, exceeds the meager merit I have amassed. The curse wrought by 5 practitioners is not merely a simple aggregation, it grows exponentially. In Yuan Tong's heart, he had silently condemned Xiao Zifeng to death. Such a curse is beyond even divine salvation. Given Xiao Zifeng's youth, how much merit could he possibly accumulate since birth? How many would genuinely believe in him? Yuan Tong placed a reassuring hand on Hui Ci's shoulder, suggesting, perhaps you should revisit the rebirth incantation. Hui Ci, however, shook her head resolutely, stating, I have faith that Xiao Benefactor has divine protection. Yuan Tong's expression grew complex at her words. While he wrestled with formidable challenges, she remained steadfastly reciting the rebirth incantation, insisting on a belief in divine favor for one seemingly without hope. At that moment, Xiao Zifeng interjected with a smile. I too believe that I am under divine protection, that my fate is not yet sealed. Yuan Tong sighed in resignation and permitted Hui Ci to escort Xiao Zifeng to the sutra repository. After their departure, Yuan Tong whispered a silent apology to Xiao Zifeng. In truth, had he dared to utilize his accumulated merit, he might have had a 30% chance of success. But the merit was a delicate resource, and he must also contain certain turbulent emotions within himself. Utilizing even a fraction could lead to instability. After careful consideration, they refrained from disclosing these thoughts, instead offering a vague response. In his view, Xiao Zifeng, relying solely on his own cultivation of merit, had less than a 10% chance of survival. Upon reaching the sutra repository, Hui Ci addressed a monk within, Brother Hui Neng. I have come at Master S' behest to retrieve a scripture for this benefactor. Brother Hui Neng looked up and recognized her as a direct disciple of the abbot. Assuring her, this should pose no problem. What scripture do you seek? The scripture of the golden body of merit, she replied. Brother Hui Neng was taken aback. There were no more than 5 individuals in the entire temple practicing this scripture, and only the abbot seemed to have achieved any success with it. Could there have been a misunderstanding? Was it not a body-refining scripture like the indestructible golden body? Hui Ci shook her head, affirming, there is no misunderstanding. It is indeed this scripture. Upon receiving such a definitive answer, Brother Hui Neng regarded Xiao Zifeng with newfound respect, regardless of whether he could master it. The sincerity of his intent was commendable. Brother Hui Neng ascended to a higher level of the repository and retrieved the scripture from a small compartment. You may practice this scripture in the training room adjacent to the sutra repository, he instructed. After a moment's thought, he added words of encouragement. Do not be overly anxious in the beginning. Mastering this scripture requires time and perseverance. Initially, you may not observe significant results, But even a glimmer of golden light signifies a remarkable achievement. Xiao Zifeng accepted the martial arts manual with gratitude, expressing his thanks. Guided by Husi, he entered a training room. Settling into a cross-legged position, he began to peruse the teachings, contemplate the image of faith, cultivate benevolence and virtue, respond to the sensations of heaven and earth, and become enveloped in golden light. Remain steadfast and unwavering, guarding the heart until the end. Outside the room, one disciple remarked, "When your friend emerges from the training chamber, do offer him some comfort. We wouldn't want him to succumb to despair." Senior brother Huaining had advised Husi to prepare in advance, for the practice of this technique was fraught with challenges, particularly for individuals from the mundane world. Husi, however, remained silent, harboring unwavering faith in Xiao Zifeng. To date, he had never witnessed Xiao Zifeng falter in the face of adversity. The fact that he had confidently sought out this place to pursue such a demanding practice surely held significant meaning. Chapter 82. The radiant dawn of Jianghu. Within the hallowed halls of Shangming Temple, Xiao Zifeng sat cross-legged, his hands resting upon his knees. In the recesses of his mind, he envisioned the divine goddess. She was he, and he was she. As the night deepened in Jianghu, the fragrant wood town, the headquarters of the Jianghu sect, stood transformed. Unlike its former disarray, the sect now thrived in harmony, revered by all as a sacred sanctuary. The elderly, children, and the disabled residing here were free from the burdens of life, for the Jianghu sect would provide for them. Those audacious enough to commit transgressions in the sanctum would be swiftly apprehended by the sect's two guardians, Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu, who had cast aside their former names in favor of these bestowed titles, a gift from the goddess herself. Every household honored the goddess with reverence. Husutsai arrived at the temple, which had been expansively renovated. The main hall was vast and resplendent. And as he gazed upon the jade figure crafted in the goddess's likeness, a sigh of melancholy escaped his lips, his eyes brimming with despondency. Once, he had harbored hopes that the statue might exhibit some sign of life or transformation, yet time had rendered it a mere lifeless effigy. His last flicker of hope had been extinguished. Often, while managing the affairs of the Jianghu sect, he found himself marveling at the brilliance of the systems the goddess had established. If she were still present, he mused, his burdens would surely be lighter. At that moment, a small head peeked out from behind the statue. Upon seeing the child, Husutsai's face broke into an uncharacteristic smile. "Grandpa Hu," called out Alu, her eyes wide with wonder as she clutched a feather duster. "I'm cleaning the goddess's statue." Husutsai had taken Alu as his apprentice, imparting to her the ways of cultivation. As the future holy maiden of the Jianghu sect, he could not be her constant guardian. Thus it was imperative she acquire some skills for her own protection. "Staying up late is detrimental to your health. You should retire to bed early," he advised gently. Alu nodded obediently, casting one last wistful glance at the statue. As Husutsai led Alu out of the main hall and closed the door behind them, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly unfolded. A brilliant shaft of golden light surged skyward. Alu noticed her grandfather's hand trembling as he grasped hers. At that moment, she too became aware of the miraculous occurrence in the hall. Husutsai, in disbelief, turned to behold the ascending golden radiance, precisely the sign he had fervently yearned for over the past months. Yet, this celestial event was not confined to the Jianghu sect's temple alone. Every household statue of the goddess emitted a faint golden glow and ascended into the heavens. In the very place where the goddess was believed to ascend, a colossal statue also erupted in a magnificent column of gold. The people of Jianghu were stirred from their slumber, rising to investigate, gazing at their own sacred idols, now aglow. Countless individuals interpreted this spectacle as a manifestation of the goddess's divine presence, bowing and kneeling in reverence. In the home of Governor Hido of Jianghu, there exists a portrait of the divine maiden, radiating golden light that ascends toward the heavens. A sincere smile graces Hido's face, a man who has traversed the corridors of power for decades, now finding himself a true believer in the divine. Jianghu mirrors the celestial Milky Way, enveloped in resplendent golden glow. This marks yet another miraculous occurrence since the divine maiden's ascension, a phenomenon birthed by her very presence. The worship and devotion of the people have elevated the faith in the divine maiden to unprecedented heights, further amplifying the golden radiance. Within the confines of Shangming Temple, in the quarters of the abbot, the golden statue of merit embodied within him is inexplicably waning, as compassion and malevolence intertwine upon his visage. Outside, a sweeping monk stands by the door. Moments ago, a corpulent monk appeared, accompanied by the sweeping monk. The hefty figure transformed into a shadowy silhouette, penetrating the abbot's being. The abbot had anticipated such a day would come, yet he was taken aback by its swiftness. Good and evil, two wills, are in a fierce struggle. The sweeping monk serves as the fulcrum of their balance, embodying the abbot's chaotic will. The corpulent monk represents evil, while he embodies goodness. The notion of saving the few at the expense of the many is flawed. Your convictions are misguided. Your so-called virtue is naught but hypocrisy. Master Yuantong remained silent, exerting every effort to suppress the turmoil within. The practice of Buddhism emphasizes clarity of mind, free from malevolent thoughts. Yet, how can one exist devoid of such thoughts? The more one suppresses them, the more formidable they become. Thus, he sought to segregate the malevolent thoughts and contain them, detaching the chaotic persona that binds the two. Concurrently, he endeavored to cultivate merit, hoping to eradicate the malevolence entirely. Yet, thus far, his merits have not reached that pinnacle. Now, malevolent thoughts have infiltrated his chaotic persona, rejoining it and tainting his heart of Buddha, attempting to drag him into the abyss of suffering. He never anticipated that the words of his friend Hussy would deliver such a profound shock to his chaotic persona. Even after his attempts at solace, it destabilized rapidly, allowing malevolence to resurface. Gazing at his palm, Yuantong murmured to himself, "If I do not enter hell, who shall?" Just as he prepared to strike his forehead with his palm, the once darkened Shangming temple was illuminated as if it were day. Everyone was engulfed by the overwhelming golden light, including Yuantong. The malevolent thoughts that had seemed so assured moments ago evaporated in an instant, without even a chance to scream. Meanwhile, within the Sutra Pavilion, Hui Neng and Hui Ci, who had been observing the meditation room, found themselves rolling on the ground, covering their eyes and exclaiming, "Ah, my eyes, ah, my eyes." The disciples, previously asleep, awoke to the brilliance, exclaiming, "What a bright day! It's blinding. How could it be so bright when I just laid down?" The residents at the foot of Shangming Temple gazed at the temple, resembling a colossal light bulb. With one villager pondering, do those bald heads reflect the moonlight so brightly? At this moment, Xiao Zifeng felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, enveloped by kindness, basking in warmth. A shimmering apparition of a goddess gradually took form behind him. Ultimately, she fully materialized, almost corporeal in presence, with the only flaw being her indistinct visage, blurred and elusive. Meanwhile, the residents at the foot of the mountain gazed upon Shangming Temple, where the brilliant radiance had transformed into an ethereal goddess. Which bodhisattva could this be? It is unknown. Such a sight had not been witnessed before. Could it be that the bodhisattva has manifested? Perhaps. Soon, some villagers began to kneel in reverence. It is a rare occurrence for a celestial being to reveal themselves. One must promptly seek their blessings. Hussy and Huaining supported each other as they rose. Although the outside world remained unclear to them, Huaining could not suppress his curiosity. Was that dazzling light a manifestation of merit? At this moment, Hussy, lacking his previous confidence, found it difficult to respond, contemplating the enormity of such merit. "I do not know," he replied. Chapter 83. A sword kneels for half a nation. The manifestation of the goddess did not conclude simply. Rather, it intensified. In the city of Jubiai, a sword light soared into the heavens, illuminating the entire city. If the goddess had rescued a province, then the sword god had salvaged a nation from the ravages of war. The reclusive Qingshan sword immortal sensed an enigmatic sword intent that compelled him to venture forth and behold the line of golden light in the north. Feeling the direction of the sword intent, he realized it was the birthplace of the sword god. This was the merit of the sword path. The previously clouded state of his mind suddenly experienced a flicker of enlightenment. One must break before one can stand anew. He then returned to his seclusion, determined that the next time, he would surely summon the sword goddess blade. Shui Fan also felt the stirring within him, as the spiritual sword deep in his heart thundered with an immense heartbeat, resounding like a pile driver. Zhao Xianluo listened to this colossal, surging sound and couldn't help but glance at her master. Yet Shui Fan remarked, "Do not look at me. Gaze northward and see if you can discern anything." Concerned, Zhao Xianluo replied, "You want to perish, will you? I've only recently become your disciple. If you were to die now, others would say I am a harbinger of misfortune." Shui Fan reassured her, "I will not. It is merely a feeling of the heart." Zhao Xiaoluo pondered thoughtfully. So this is what a feeling of the heart truly means. Shui Fan suddenly felt an urge to cast his disciple aside. Old Li was enveloped in contemplation as he sensed the incomprehensible sword intent, muttering to himself, "Hiss, this direction and this commotion. Could that lad be the cause?" The more he thought about it, the more plausible it became. Although the boy was a martial artist, his comprehension of the sword path was unparalleled. If this fellow had experienced some sudden enlightenment, it could indeed create such a tumult. Moreover, it was not solely sword intent, but also the merit of the sword path. With this thought, Old Lee felt a pang of anxiety. This boy was nearing 16. What had he been doing at that age? It seemed he was still contemplating how to gain fame, while now the boy was beginning to conceal his talents. In the imperial palace, Li Mingzhan also felt the overwhelming merit of the sword path. And he couldn't help but feel a deep apprehension. Who exactly is the sword god to provoke such a significant phenomenon? At Shangming Temple, the golden light surged once more. Though brilliantly radiant, the monks within the temple seemed blind, groping their way forward. Yet Master Yuantong felt an extraordinary sense of refreshment. The experience of basking in such merit was truly beyond description. He did not forget to instruct the monks of the temple to partake in this tremendous opportunity. Conveying to all, everyone, sit cross-legged at once and attune yourselves. This is an unparalleled chance not to be squandered. For those who practice the merit of cultivation, this immense influx of merit offered them an extraordinary understanding and insight, greatly benefiting their personal cultivation. The originally flawed state of their minds was cleansed by the vast merit, becoming increasingly luminous and approaching perfection. This has been his relentless pursuit over the years. In this life, one is neither a deity nor a sage. Regardless of the depth of one's practice or the extent of one's understanding of various Buddhist teachings, achieving a state of pure clarity and unblemished thought remains an arduous challenge. Such flaws are inherent to our existence and are nearly irreparable. Now, with malevolent thoughts dissipating and a sense of completeness blossoming within, he perceives that one foot has already ventured into the next realm. Above the temple, in the hands of a resplendent golden goddess, a magnificent golden sword materializes, even more vivid and substantial than the goddess herself. As the goddess brandishes the sword with graceful movements, she suddenly thrusts it forward. The emperor, who had previously resided in the palace, now kneels in prayer, hands clasped together, overwhelmed by the sword deity's formidable presence. Veins bulge on his forehead. Reflecting the profound humiliation he feels, he has always been one to command kneeling, never to kneel himself. The sword deity marks the first, but undoubtedly will be the last. One day, he vows to trample his adversary beneath his feet. Mo Daily, caught in a dilemma of whether to also bow, finds himself kneeling with hands joined in prayer. I haven't even accounted for it yet. How petty of me, he muses, believing it to be the sword deity preparing to impose judgment upon him. The Qing Shan sword immortal, poised to delve into focused cultivation, finds his seated position transformed into kneeling. His emotions are ineffable. He had anticipated the sword deity's strike. But not in this manner. Old Lee, with hands clasped, feels an eerily familiar sensation reminiscent of 6 months prior. He states emphatically, it is indeed that young man. The abrupt contact of his knees with the ground catches him off guard. Zhou Sui Fan, feeling exhausted, realizes that after kneeling before his apprentice's sword, he must now kneel a second time before the master's blade. Such distance could not shield him from the sword deity's might. Indeed, it is impressive. Zhao Xuanlu, on the other hand, is left in tears of frustration, having avoided a duel with Xiao Zifeng to escape kneeling, only to find herself ensnared now. As Zhou Suifan observes his disciple kneeling beside him, a flicker of solace warms his heart. This singular strike yields profound repercussions, wherever the sword is directed. In the realm of Dezhou, all must bow. Some, caught mid-squat, find themselves kneeling abruptly, causing the ground to crack beneath them, plunging their knees into unsavory depths. Even those slumbering in their beds leap up to kneel. The monks within the temple also bow in submission. Weren't they seated cross-legged? How did they come to kneel? Perhaps this moment of destiny deemed their seated posture insufficiently sincere, compelling them to kneel instead. Some monks, almost instinctively, prostrate themselves in fervent supplication, believing such gestures to enhance their understanding. The only fortunate souls might be the villagers at the foot of the mountain and the majority of the populace across Yuanzhou, for they had already knelt upon witnessing the strange phenomena. Meanwhile, Xiao Zifeng remains oblivious to the events unfolding outside, feeling himself enveloped in a mysterious state of enlightenment. Upon realizing he has suddenly knelt, Pussy is momentarily taken aback, yet soon finds peace and acceptance. It seems that Master Xiao not only has amassed a considerable amount of merit, but has also made significant strides in his swordsmanship. Hui Neng, however, is completely perplexed. What is happening? Wasn't I seated in meditation, absorbing the merits? Why am I now kneeling? At this moment, he resembles a blind man, utterly unaware of the events unfolding outside. Yet, he is acutely aware of the changes in his own movements. His auditory and olfactory senses are heightened to their utmost capacity. Despite these profound alterations within his body, he perceives nothing, which fills him with a sense of unease. Simultaneously, a flash of insight strikes him. This sword technique, he has heard of it before. The immortals kneel. The sword deity has arrived at Shangming Temple. Chapter 84. Deception, continued deception at this moment. Huining pondered the reason behind the sword god's visit to Shangming Temple. There seemed to be no rationale for his presence. Yet the words of the abbot and the blinding golden light hinted at something deeper. All of this stemmed from the individual practicing the meritorious golden body in the training room. Unable to contain his curiosity, Huining turned to his junior disciple and inquired, "Hussy, what is the true nature of your friend?" Hussy replied, "I cannot divulge that information. If you have questions, you may ask him directly, should he be willing to share." After a considerable time, Xiao Zifeng opened his eyes and gazed upon the immense meritorious golden body towering behind him. Its full form was obscured, with its colossal figure extending beyond the confines of the training room into the outside world. As Xiao Zifeng gathered his energy, the grand golden body gradually diminished and merged into his being. The meritorious golden sword, too, fused with his wooden sword. From that moment on, the wooden sword resonated with his will, able to reside outside his body or within it. Xiao Zifeng regarded the wooden sword floating before him. Previously anxious about damaging it while traversing the martial world, now it had transformed into a formidable weapon, alleviating those concerns. Yet he contemplated, does this mean I am now a swordsman, with a spirit sword that integrates with my very essence? He dismissed the thought, placing the wooden sword back into its sheath. Glancing at his chest, he noted that the cursed mark had vanished. With joy, Xiao Zifeng exited the training room. Outside, Master Yuantong, along with Hussy and Huining, awaited him. Master Yuantong, with a serene smile, remarked, "Xiao benefactor, you have reaped significant rewards this time." Xiao Zifeng humbly responded, "It was merely luck." Master Yuantong continued, "I did not anticipate such a connection between you and the sword god." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zifeng turned to Hussy, who shook his head, indicating he had not revealed anything. Master Yuantong then clarified, "Hussy has said nothing. It is merely that your sword caused the celestial being to kneel, leading many in the temple and the villagers at the foot of the mountain to do the same." Xiao Zifeng was perplexed. "I wielded the sword." Hussy nodded, affirming, "It was your meritorious golden body that struck." Xiao Zifeng fell silent for a moment before deciding to continue weaving his tale, lest his disguise be uncovered. "Master Yuantong, may we have a word in private?" Master Yuantong nodded, and they retreated to a tranquil courtyard. He addressed Huining, "You may leave now." Hussy, being well acquainted with Xiao Zifeng, might be willing to let him in on certain matters. However, Xiao Zifeng interjected, "No, let him stay. I believe Master Huining must also harbor many questions." Taking a sip of tea, Xiao Zifeng began to narrate. "Indeed, the sword god has a profound connection to me, for he is my master. I trust you all are curious as to why. Despite his formidable prowess, accounts of the sword god are scarce in the martial world. Why is it that my cultivation of the meritorious golden body yields such an abundance of merit? It is because our lineage seldom mingles in the world. We engage in battles with a primordial evil hidden from the eyes of others. This malevolent force is an ancient beast." Upon hearing this, Master Yuantong was struck with a touch of bewilderment, while Huining and Hussy's curiosity was piqued. Xiao Zifeng continued to weave his tale. In ancient times, when all creatures thrived, humanity had yet to dominate this land. The land was ravaged by fierce beasts, and the human race could only survive in the crevices. Yet, humanity is a resilient race. In the face of adversity, we dare to overcome, and against the ferocious beasts, we dare to fight. Through the relentless efforts of countless ancestors, we sealed many of these beasts, providing a safe haven for the human race to thrive and multiply. However, this was merely a temporary respite. Seals are ultimately just that, seals. And there will come a day when they will be broken, necessitating vigilant guardianship across generations. My master, the sword god, is one such guardian, a seal master of the ancient beasts. As time passed, the world gradually forgot about us. At this moment, Huining expressed his indignation. Why should such heroic figures be forgotten? Xiao Zifeng chuckled, explaining, "Some of this forgetfulness is deliberate. Certain ancient beasts draw strength from humanity's fear to challenge the seals. In this way, they too contribute to the protection of this world." Master Yuantong clasped his hands together, saying, "Ba, a figure like the sword god is indeed a true Buddha walking in this world." Xiao Zifeng continued, "It is not only my master, There exist other seal masters of ancient beasts in this world. My own achievement of the golden body of merit, which gathers immense virtue, is also a result of the blessings of my ancestors. Master Yuantong nodded slightly, acknowledging that if predecessors had performed great deeds, their merits would indeed benefit future generations. It was only natural for Xiao Zifeng to accumulate such vast virtue, though he felt it was still insufficient, considering it was for the salvation of the entire human race. Huaining and Husi were equally contemplative, recognizing the greatness and extraordinary nature of one who, devoid of desire for fame and fortune, selflessly saves all living beings. At this moment, Xiao Zifeng merely sipped his tea, thinking to himself that he had successfully captivated them. He then added, Master Yuantong, I hope you will help me conceal certain matters. Walking the world under these identities is not particularly safe for me. Master Yuantong agreed. This time, I shall inform others that I have made a breakthrough in my cultivation. Pussy interjected, Master, a monk should not speak falsehoods. Master Yuantong, with hands clasped, replied, I have not lied. My cultivation has indeed progressed. As for how the outside world perceives it, that is of no concern to me. Just as you have never disclosed the identity of Xiao Shizhu, it cannot be said that you have lied. Pussy, with hands together, responded, I shall adhere to your teachings. Master Yuantong exhibited an expression of one who is eager to learn. Huaining then recalled something and kindly reminded. The golden body of merit that Xiao Shizhu manifested takes the form of a woman. The revered golden body of merit manifests according to the visionary perceptions of the beholder. The abbot of Shangming Temple envisioned a woman, and the ensuing reputation is likely. At this moment, Husi mimicked, saying, Isn't that a female bodhisattva? A common woman could not possess such a golden form or such merit. Thus, it must be a bodhisattva. Huaining gazed somewhat blankly at his junior disciple, impressed by his swift learning. No wonder the master holds such affection for you. At this juncture, Yuantong also remarked, Let us depict the faceless bodhisattva and hang it in the main hall for worship, and in due course, we shall perfect the golden body. The faceless bodhisattva referred to by Master Yuantong is indeed the divine golden form of Xiao Zifeng. Both Husi and Huaining grasped this notion. Yet they were astonished at how generous the master was, knowing well that such a relic should not be displayed carelessly. Xiao Zifeng began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Surely, the master would not go so far. Master Yuantong continued, This breakthrough by you, benefactor, has cleansed the hearts of our disciples, presenting us with a significant opportunity. Moreover, had it not been for you, I fear the divine and the Buddha would have struggled to offer salvation. This is a cause, as well as a grace, and it must be reciprocated. Should you require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to seek me. I will undoubtedly lend my utmost support. Chapter 85, Preparing for a Breakthrough at this moment. Pussy seemed to have uncovered certain blind spots and inquired, Why does your merit golden body, albeit somewhat indistinct in features, appear so familiar? As if I have encountered it somewhere before? Xiao Zifeng, upon hearing this remark, responded with a calm smile, If you ponder carefully, you might arrive at a conclusion. This statement also served as a reminder to Yuantong and Huaining. Yuantong, who had not considered this angle earlier, tentatively asked, Is it the divine maiden of the 9 heavens and the Milky Way? Xiao Zifeng nodded in affirmation. A collective gasp ensued, raising the ambient temperature. Huaining inquired, Is she also a seal master of fierce beasts? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zifeng replied, in a manner of speaking, Her circumstances are rather intricate and pertain to certain secrets that cannot be disclosed lightly. Yuantong nodded in understanding. It was indeed reasonable for such a mysterious and formidable group to withhold information. Possessing secrets was entirely normal. Furthermore, they had already amassed sufficient knowledge. At this juncture, Yuantong pondered certain gaps and remarked, Regarding the matter of kneeling immortals, it may require your assistance to communicate with the sword god, to avert any suspicions. I will announce that I have attained some insights and have a relationship with the sword god. Xiao Zifeng's connection with the sword god implied an indirect association, and he swiftly grasped the implication, responding, I will do so. Huaining suddenly felt as though his master had orchestrated a grand scheme. It should be noted that even the Qing Mountain Sword Immortal lacked the ability to compel the sword god to draw his sword. The fact that his master had attained insights while stirring such significant commotion with the sword god spoke volumes. After feeling sufficiently enlightened, Yuantong stated, If that is the case, there are no issues. We shall take our leave for now. Xiao Zifeng, please rest early. Xiao Zifeng replied, Understood. On the following day, Shangming Temple disseminated rumors that stirred considerable upheaval within the martial world. Word has it that Master Yuan Tong and the sword god clashed. Who emerged victorious? It was not disclosed. Likely, he lost. To maintain face, the outcome was not announced. This is impressive. The Qing Mountain Sword Immortal engaged the sword god without even drawing his sword. It seems Master Yuan Tong's prowess has surpassed that of the Qing Mountain Sword Immortal. Rumor has it that following this battle, Master Yuan Tong gained further enlightenment and ascended to new heights. The ambiguous statements from Shangming Temple ignited a flurry of speculation and gossip throughout the martial community. At that moment, Xiao Zifeng was observing two monks practicing. Generally, he would not find much interest in ordinary training. However, these two monks were engaged in a rather unorthodox practice of kicking each other in the groin. Such a brutal training method was unprecedented in his experience. At this juncture, Pussy located Xiao Zifeng, noticing him watching the two disciples. Are you particularly intrigued by their martial arts practice, Xiao Zifeng? Xiao Zifeng nodded. Pussy elaborated. They are preparing to hone their skills in the indestructible Vajra divine skill, conditioning their bodies to eliminate any weaknesses. Xiao Zifeng could not help but inquire. Will this practice cause harm? Hui Xi replied, not at all. We have specialized methods of training, complemented by medicinal baths, so it is unlikely to cause any damage. Even if one were to suffer an injury, as our esteemed ancestor said regarding this technique, we are all monks. It is of no consequence, for that skill is ultimately unnecessary. If one were to falter, it is merely a way to alleviate one's burdens. Xiao Zifeng gave a thumbs up, impressed by such resolute wisdom. Hui Xi continued. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Xiao Zifeng waved his hand dismissively. No, this kind of martial art does not suit me. At that moment, Hui Xi produced a tome, the Diamond Sword Finger. This is a continuation of the diamond finger technique I previously taught you. I mentioned before that the diamond finger bears a resemblance to swordplay in certain aspects, which is why we have the subsequent technique, the diamond sword finger. After explaining, Hui Xi demonstrated the technique. His right hand formed a sword gesture, which transformed into a luminous blade half a meter long, with a few casual flourishes. The display was nothing short of spectacular. Xiao Zifeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hui Xi added, this technique allows for both ranged and close combat. Without hesitation, Xiao Zifeng tucked the manual into his robe. Noticing his acceptance, Hui Xi inquired, when do you plan to depart? Xiao Zifeng responded, today, as I have companions who will accompany me to the Forbidden Land. Hui Xi paused momentarily, then retrieved a scripture from his own garments. Xiao Zifeng, curious, received it and observed the cover inscribed with the three prominent characters Rebirth Mantra. He looked up at Hui Xi, puzzled. Hui Xi elucidated. You may recite this for them when the time comes. Your status is extraordinary, and your abilities are numerous. You should be safe. However, those accompanying you may not be as fortunate. Xiao Zifeng returned the scripture, stating, there is no need. My companions are quite capable. There are experts among them from the three realms who will not require it. Hui Xi refrained from taking back the scripture, instead advising, you should keep it. In your travels, it may prove useful one day. There is no harm in acquiring more knowledge. Xiao Zifeng, with a hint of melancholy, remarked. Could you teach me something unrelated to this rebirth mantra? Hui Xi countered, is there anything you do not know? Xiao Zifeng, a master of the sword god's techniques and a skilled warrior, also possessed ancestral knowledge of antidotes. Given his impressive background, including the backing of the sword god and the sealing beast, Hui Xi found it difficult to conceive what else he could impart. Momentarily lost in thought, Xiao Zifeng reflected on his mastery of flamboyant swordplay. Aside from the formidable challenges he had faced, he realized he needed to find time to achieve a breakthrough. Suddenly recalling this necessity, he turned to Hui Xi and declared, I have changed my mind. I will not leave today. Hui Xi responded, very well. You can stay at our temple for a few days. However, we do not have meat here. Xiao Zifeng clarified, no. It's just that I realize I need to break through. My strength in the 8 realms feels somewhat insufficient. I must strive to enhance my abilities. Hui Xi inquired with great concern, would you like assistance in preparing the medicinal herbs? Xiao Zifeng waved his hand dismissively and replied, that won't be necessary. I have everything I need right here. All I require is a secluded spot to facilitate my breakthrough. Ultimately, Master Yuan Tong graciously offered his own cultivation cave for Xiao Zifeng's advancement. The expansive grounds of Shangming Temple encompassed an entire mountain at the rear, designated as a sanctuary for the monks to engage in solitary cultivation, an ideal location for breakthroughs. Xiao Zifeng sat cross-legged within the cave, which was remarkably clean, fresh, and serene, imbued with an atmosphere that fostered tranquility through the gentle waft of incense. He counted the elixirs in his hand. Oldly had once mentioned that a single pill could replace a month of his cultivation. Now, as he sought to harness the power of the herbs and his vital energy for his breakthrough, he intended to first attempt ascending to the sixth realm. This would effectively equate to his simultaneous advancement through 2 realms, given his current accumulation of vital energy. A higher breakthrough to the upper 3 realms was not out of the question. However, concerned that such a rapid ascent might yield adverse consequences, he resolved to proceed with caution, taking measured steps towards his goal. Chapter 86. A single pill consumed. Breaking through 4 realms with a deep breath, he began his breakthrough. Channeling the power of his vitality, Master Yuantong and his companions stood vigil outside the cave, guarding Zifeng. Weaning, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Master, why do you also assist in safeguarding him? Isn't this a bit excessive? It's merely a breakthrough from the 8 realms." Master Yuantong shook his head. "Your understanding is too simplistic. Soon, you shall comprehend my intentions." Weaning pondered, wondering how much more absurd it could become. Shortly thereafter, an aura of the 7 realms emanated from within the cave. "Amazing. Has he completed the breakthrough so swiftly?" Huineng exclaimed. Yet, Master Yuantong cautioned, "Patience. Let us wait a moment longer." Both Huining and Huixi grew restless. Consecutive breakthroughs could destabilize one's foundation. With a knowing smile, Master Yuantong remarked, "Zifeng is extraordinary. He has his reasons for this approach." As the aura of the 7 realms surged to a critical point, it broke through to the 6 realms, followed by a prolonged stillness. Huineng could not contain his astonishment. "Zifeng is remarkable. He has achieved 2 realms in one go." Huixi nodded in agreement. But Master Yuantong sensed the complexity of the situation. Zifeng's foundation was profoundly robust, an unparalleled sight in his lifetime, indicating that there was more to this than met the eye. Inside the cave, Zifeng reveled in his breakthrough to the 6 realms, feeling the smooth flow of his inner energy, indicating no adverse effects. He then poured out a handful of pills, continuing to circulate his energy, pushing further. After a considerable wait outside, Huixi exclaimed, "Why hasn't he emerged yet?" With palpable anxiety, while Huining stammered, "And Master, he has begun again." Master Yuantong wore an expression of knowing anticipation. This time, the duration was longer, and soon the aura of the 5 realms began to manifest. "Now we're at the same level," Huixi remarked. Huining, in utter disbelief, found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, the 2 brothers exchanged glances. Huining finally suggested, "Surely he must stop now?" His tone was laden with uncertainty. Zifeng was indeed remarkable, yet by all reason, he should have halted by now. But Zifeng defied all logic. Indeed, after breaking into the 5 realms, the aura surged once more. Huining stood utterly dumbfounded. Once he considered himself quite talented, yet now he felt he was witnessing true genius, an extraordinary phenomenon. Huixi, however, silently acknowledged, "I have been surpassed." After this fleeting thought, he felt no further discontent. There were many in the world whose realms surpassed his own, so what was one more like Zifeng? Master Yuantong estimated inwardly that Zifeng's vitality had already reached a level comparable to the upper 3 realms. At this moment, Huineng, still in a daze, asked Huixi, "How old is Zifeng?" Huixi replied, "I am almost 16. Huineng was struck as if by lightning. "Almost 16. Is this even human? Is this the pace at which a person can achieve breakthroughs?" At his own age, he had only just begun to consolidate and transcend the 8 realms. It was around the age of 16 that he truly commenced his ascension to the 8 realms. Observing his disciple's apparent discouragement, Yuantong comforted him, saying, "One should not dwell on comparisons. Much of the unhappiness and troubles in this world stem from such comparisons. Release the mindset of comparison, focus on your own endeavors, and follow your own path, and only then will you see the blossoms of spring and the rise of the morning sun." Huixi, with a soul-searching inquiry, asked, "Master, what then is the purpose of your martial comparisons with others?" Yuantong replied, "It is for the exchange of cultivation, to mutually enhance one another, to learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, ensuring our journey in cultivation extends further. Each individual is distinct. We can learn from one another, but we must avoid the pitfalls of comparison. Otherwise, feelings of jealousy and resentment will arise, and once selfish, malicious thoughts take root. They are as difficult to eradicate as wild grass in spring." Yuantong imparted his wisdom earnestly, although Huining did not fully comprehend. He still joined his hands in reverence, saying, "I shall heed your teachings, Master." Yuantong understood that his disciple might not grasp the entirety of the lesson. Yet he believed that the essence had been conveyed. In time, certain experiences would lead to understanding. This encapsulates the significance of Buddhist teachings and education. Conversely, Hui Xi possessed the remarkable ability to both grasp and relinquish. Much like his previous journey through the martial world, after listening to Hui Xi's entire account, he took time to observe his disciple's state of mind. That incident taught him much, yet its impact on his own mental state was minimal, which brought him great comfort and assurance. At that moment, the atmosphere within the cave was gradually intensifying, and Xiao Zifeng was drenched in sweat. With renewed vigor, he successfully broke through once more, ascending to a higher realm. The achievement of reaching the 4 realms would be nothing short of astonishing in the outside world. Even the most boastful among men would hesitate to proclaim such audacity, breaking through 4 realms in a single day. Upon witnessing Xiao Zifeng's breakthrough to the 4 realms, Huining noted that his aura still seemed to ascend. This led him to contemplate a possibility. Could it be that the other was? Yet, before he could dwell on this thought, the aura plateaued after reaching a certain height. After a brief interval, Xiao Zifeng emerged from the cave, slightly fatigued yet exuding an air of vitality. His aura was flawless and radiated dominance. Master Yuan Tong promptly approached to offer his congratulations, saying, "Congratulations, Xiao Zifeng, on breaking through 4 realms." Xiao Zifeng clasped his fists in return, replying, "Mutual congratulations." Hui Xi and Huineng also rushed to extend their felicitations. Yuan Tong, with a striking observation, remarked, "I perceive that Xiao Zifeng could have continued his momentum to break through to the 3 realms. Why did he halt?" Xiao Zifeng responded, "I sensed something lacking, so I refrained from hastily pushing for a breakthrough. After all, breaking through to the 3 realms can be achieved at any time. Rushing is unwise." Huining, at that moment, felt the urge to draw circles on the ground. Having lingered in the 4 realms for so long without touching the threshold of the 3 realms, he was astonished that the other could break through at will. Why does the world exhibit such a profound affection for humanity? Master Yuan Tong remarked, "It seems that I have grasped a fragment of understanding, perhaps. Benefactor Xiao could engage in a philosophical discourse with me, and together we might bridge that elusive moment of enlightenment." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zifeng readily agreed. Subsequently, Master Yuan Tong expounded for an entire hour, while Xiao Zifeng succumbed to slumber for the better part of that time. Though he did not comprehend the discourse, he enjoyed a deep and restful sleep. Chapter 87. The Great Zhou prepares for war against the northern barbarians in the marshy capital, within the imperial court. Zhao Tian maintained an air of nonchalance towards the newly ascended second prince, now emperor. Some individuals, oblivious to the underlying shifts in power, sought to exploit the new emperor's ascension for personal gain, hoping to enhance their influence within the court. However, their greed led to their downfall, resulting in detentions for various corruption offenses, and some faced the dire consequence of extermination of their entire lineage. In the aftermath, the court experienced a significant calm, while the new emperor swiftly consolidated his authority. Following the arrangements for the late emperor's funeral, he turned his focus towards military affairs, initiating a massive conscription, increasing military pay, augmenting taxes, and stockpiling provisions. It felt as though a momentous announcement from the emperor was imminent. Indeed, with a commanding shout from the head eunuch, the Emperor Li Mingzhan, clad in his dragon robe, ascended to the throne. After the customary kneeling and bowing, before any formal petitions could be made, the eunuch beside the emperor began to proclaim the imperial edict. As the Great Zhou welcomed the new era, the northern barbarians, with their formidable forces, invaded the realm, slaughtering the populace. Such treachery against the state could not go unpunished. Thus, the emperor declared his intent to personally lead an army of 500,000 in the summer to reclaim lost territories and confront the northern barbarians. As the proclamation reverberated through the court, discussions began to swirl. The military officials expressed their elation, while the civil ministers bore furrowed brows. They looked towards Zhao Tian, hoping he would counsel the emperor. They supported the idea of reclaiming their homeland, yet they feared the emperor's ambitions extended beyond mere reclamation. Such a campaign would undoubtedly elevate the status of the military officials in the court, and given the emperor's long-standing ties to the military, their positions might soon be jeopardized. At this moment, a leading civil minister stepped forward. Observing this, many others began to mentally draft their arguments, contemplating the necessity of reclaiming the homeland while discouraging any thoughts of aggression against the northern barbarians. Numerous arguments circulated, including the notion that the emperor should not personally lead the campaign. Zhao Tian stood and declared, such a grave injustice must not go unavenged. We shall do our utmost to assist your majesty in achieving this great endeavor. The civil ministers were momentarily taken aback by his words. While they desired to engage in verbal sparring, their leader seemed to capitulate prematurely. With the civil faction's leader setting the precedent, the military officials rallied in strong support. This monumental decision unfolded with minimal resistance and proceeded smoothly. Following the court session, the ministers from the 6 departments approached Zhao Tian for counsel. He spoke in a measured tone. The emperor comes from a martial background, having taken more lives than we have encountered. Power and life are choices one must make. You may choose your path. With that, he departed, aware that some matters were best left unsaid. The transformation of the second prince had been perceived merely as a transition from prince to emperor. Yet, without wisdom, the court was poised to undergo yet another profound upheaval. At the foot of the corpse mountain, Wang Taizhan and his companions were engaged in their daily meal preparations when suddenly, a dark object plummeted from the sky, crashing violently to the ground. As the dust settled, the scene unfolded. Xiao Zifeng knelt on one knee, propping himself up with one hand. His head bowed as he appeared before the gathered crowd. Like a heroic savior, he gradually stood, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Xiaolu interjected. But there is no wind. Wang Taizhan playfully tapped the back of his head. Then, with a booming voice, he proclaimed, "Seniorly, you possess a celestial demeanor, akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, exuding an extraordinary presence that commands our reverence." Here, 2,000 words of exquisite descriptions are omitted. Xiaolu and the others, comprehending their master's intent, joined in the flattery. Xiao Zifeng, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "It's merely a small path, nothing ostentatious." Wang Taizhan countered, "One cannot remain low-key when your aura is so grand. It is truly awe-inspiring and captivating." Xiaolu added, "Senior's mastery is unparalleled, making you appear remarkably different, enigmatic yet wondrous, radiating an extraordinary charisma." Aki observed this spectacle with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, how can one be low-key when you can't even suppress your excitement? Yang Bilian rolled her eyes in exasperation. Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "So handsome." After basking in their adoration, Xiao Zifeng shifted to serious matters, saying, "Everyone, please prepare briefly. We shall soon embark towards the Forbidden Land." Swish sound effect for transition. The group arrived at a marshland thick with toxic fumes. Xiaolu, having procured a piece of driftwood from who knows where, hurled it with great force. As the wood struck the marsh, it splashed mud and was immediately shattered by several gaping jaws. Xiao Zifeng mused, "There are crocodiles as well." Just then, a stone before them erupted. This so-called stone revealed itself to be the armored hide of a crocodile. A colossal mouth lunged towards the group. Young Bilian caught the crocodile's jaw with both hands and, with a sudden exertion of strength, cleaved the beast, which spanned over 10 meters, in two. Blood splattered, and organs scattered. Once Xiaolu and the others regained their senses, they rushed upon the crocodile's carcass, eager to dissect it. A creature of such size must possess exquisite flesh, surely a great source of nourishment. The esteemed seniors had no need for it. They would claim it for themselves. Xiao Zifeng inquired of Yang Bilian, "Do you know how vast this marshland is?" Yang Bilian replied with confusion, "Why would you assume I would know?" Xiao Zifeng responded, "Isn't this place right next to your mountain of corpses? Haven't you explored it?" Yang Bilian retorted, "With such a massive mountain of corpses, how could I possibly explore it? Am I to venture outside for a stroll?" Xiao Zifeng felt a tinge of annoyance. While he could effortlessly traverse the swamp using his ability to float an inch above the ground, the multitude of crocodiles posed a significant nuisance. The issue of toxic fumes could be resolved, but he could not take the male servants who catered to his needs along with him. A solution was needed. At that moment, Aki stepped forward and said, "I have heard that there is a dry path leading through this marshland on the way to the Forbidden Land." At that moment, the drought demon briefly regained control of its body and instructed, "Xiaochun, go ahead and scout the path to see if you can find that dry route." Then, turning to Xiaolu and the others, it added, "Leave the crocodile legs for roasting. They must be spicy." The drought demon had no particular craving for food, but these days, it had been tempted by Xiling Yu's culinary skills. Moreover, although Wang Taizhan and his companions were not particularly formidable, they possessed a keen sense of timing and were exceptional cooks. It would indeed be a pity not to take advantage of their skills. Wang Tieshan's group immediately complied with the drought demon's command, hastily severing the crocodile's front legs for preparation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zifeng felt a pang of desire. In his previous life, killing a wild creature would have taken a minimum of 2 years. Chapter 88, The Enchantress of the Serpent in the Stillness of the Night. Little Six ventured forth with 2 disciples to gather firewood and forage for fresh mushrooms to concoct a savory soup. They collected an array of mushrooms, crimson, violet, and blush, favoring the more vibrant hues, for they believed that the more vivid the fungi, the more potent its allure. These adept foragers were well-versed in handling toxic varieties, confident in their ability to neutralize the venom. Should they encounter insurmountable toxicity, they had the esteemed elder to rely upon, transforming these perilous delicacies into exquisite culinary treasures. As one disciple busied himself with the harvest, an alluring young woman unexpectedly emerged from the thicket nearby, her fragrant shoulders tantalizingly exposed despite the foliage that obscured much of her form. Her voice, sweet as honey, reached out to them. "Oh, dear brother, I am bathing nearby and have lost my garments. Could you kindly lend me a couple of pieces?" With a playful bite of her lower lip and a beguiling gaze, she added, "If you assist me, I would be willing to grant you any favor you desire." Caught off guard by the enchanting scene, the disciple felt an unbidden surge of desire. Little Six, sensing the commotion, approached with curiosity, only to be struck by the maiden's captivating beauty. In a moment of clarity, he slapped himself sharply across the face, discarded his burden, and fled in alarm. In his haste, he also struck the other disciple, who, jolted awake, turned to see Little Six retreating and resolved to rouse his bewitched companion. Alas, from the earth emerged a serpent's maw, swallowing the entranced disciple whole. The other disciple, upon witnessing the colossal serpent, found escape futile, meeting the same grim fate in an instant. Little Six, in a frantic cry, pleaded, "Help! Ancestors, save us!" The serpent, swift and menacing, closed in on him, its jaws mere feet away. Just then, a green longsword descended from the heavens, impaling the serpent's head. A figure landed gracefully, pressing down upon the sword's hilt, forcing the thrashing serpent back to the ground. Xiao Zifeng drew a wooden sword from his back, a glimmer of golden light slicing through the air as he severed the serpent's head from its body. Panting heavily, Little Six was soon joined by Wang Taizhan and the remaining disciples. Upon witnessing the grim aftermath, the reality of their fallen comrade struck them, and memories of the past replayed in their minds. The elder's stature was imposing, yet the path he tread may not be one they could endure. The remaining disciples began to waver in resolve. Xiao Zifeng, perceiving their trepidation, offered them an opportunity. "If you wish to leave, now is the time." At dinner, the remaining disciples solemnly bid farewell to a few of their number. Wang Taizhan refrained from intervening. After all, the decision to follow this elder had been their own. Little Six pondered his circumstances, while others merely followed suit, mimicking his thoughts. In light of the current circumstances, it is entirely reasonable to choose not to remain any longer. Thus, only the sect leader, Wang Taizhan, and Xiao Liushi decided to stay, while the others dispersed. At this juncture, Yang Bilian returned after scouting and discovered a dry route, which would allow them to prepare for departure the following morning. Xiao Zifeng turned to the remaining Wang Taizhan and Xiao Liushi and inquired, "Are you both certain you wish to continue following?" Wang Taizhan sipped his hot soup and replied, "This is a decision I have deliberated upon deeply and shall not alter lightly. What in this world is devoid of risk? Cultivation, too, involves seeking alliances and finding support. To share in joys and hardships is one thing. To solely cling to the strong is another. Such fortunate circumstances are rare. Risks exist, yes, but they are not insurmountable. I learned of this incident from Xiao Liushi. I have already conveyed the necessary precautions, and it is perplexing that we did not remain vigilant from the onset. Those like us are not destined for longevity in this path." Xiao Liushi added, "I possess little talent for cultivation and am unlikely to achieve great success in the future. Although my initial experiences with my predecessor were less than ideal, it is a privilege to have journeyed this far alongside him. Should I depart now? My life would likely remain unfulfilled. I yearn to witness the grandeur of the martial world and to explore the forbidden lands that evoke both fear and fascination among all practitioners. It would be a life not lived in vain." In the sect, the most formidable individual I encountered was the sect leader. Engaging with such a predecessor, even in ordinary conversation, was a luxury I seldom experienced. If all goes as planned, this may be the most formidable person I ever encounter in my lifetime. Although our tasks may resemble servitude, Elderly acknowledges our contributions with gratitude. Following such a person wholeheartedly, I do not feel devoid of gains. The tales of the drought demon, the golden corpse, and even the prince once felt so distant to me. Observing the two, Xiao Zifeng ceased his inquiries. During their meal, Xiao Zifeng initiated casual conversation. Xiao Liushi and Wang Taizhan were also within the circle, and as they chatted, they began to gossip about Aki. Xiao Zifeng posed the first question, by the way, I had yet to inquire, doesn't it seem that the current emperor of Dezhou is that second prince? Is he pursuing you out of fear of losing the throne? He gestured with his hand across his neck to imply something sinister, while the others leaned in with curiosity, eager for the royal intrigue, which was far more thrilling than mere village gossip. Only young Billion seemed disinterested, while Xialing Mu and the others were captivated. Young Billion even scoffed. Boring. Aki countered, no, I have never shown any interest in the throne. If he truly is my second brother, he would not be hunting me down. At this revelation, the group's interest peaked. What did it mean that he still referred to him as his second brother? There lay a significant secret within. As the audience awaited in eager anticipation, Aki began to recount his tale slowly. From previous events, I trust you are aware that I am Li Mingzhi, the seventh prince of the Great Zhou. This narrative, however, must be traced back to my father, the emperor. From a young age, I sensed something amiss with him. Through countless inquiries and investigations, I discovered that my father might not be my true progenitor. Young Billion, initially disinterested, discreetly shifted her position, feigning indifference while keenly listening. For in my interactions with the emperor, his gaze towards me bore no semblance of a father's affection for his child. It resembled more the predatory stare of a beast upon its prey. From that moment, I realized that my father harbored secrets. In my extensive probing, I found that the untimely deaths of my uncles were inextricably linked to him. I once endeavored to locate the remains of several uncles. Some were missing, while others were mere fabrications. Subsequently, I chanced upon whispers of a sinister sorcery, a perverse method of attaining immortality, albeit at the harrowing cost of seizing the bodies of one's own blood relatives. Damn it! Little Six could not help but exclaim in frustration. Chapter 89. Conversations by Night. The peculiar in Xiao Lu's furious reprimands did not interrupt Li Mingzhi's exposition. Through various clues, I formed a rough conjecture. Thus, I departed the imperial capital prior to the coup, and as I anticipated, all of my royal brothers perished, save for my second brother. At this moment, Wang Taizhan remarked, I see your strength is formidable. Did you not contemplate uniting with your brethren to resist? Though your father holds a prestigious position, I have heard his health is failing. Li Mingzhi offered a bitter smile, replying, you too have heard whispers. To be candid, if we were to assess pure strength, I believe even the renowned Qingshan sword immortal may not surpass my father. Xiao Lu could not help but murmur, the emperor is that powerful. Li Mingzhi cautioned, do not underestimate the imperial lineage. The cultivation resources at our disposal may exceed your imagination. With such a foundation, coupled with admirable talent, nurturing a master is, in fact, not a daunting task. At this juncture, Xiao Zifeng interjected, such confidential information, and you divulge it so readily? He anticipated a degree of reticence from Li Mingzhi, only to be met with unreserved candor. Li Mingzhi responded nonchalantly, continuing to conceal the truth serves little purpose now. You are already aware of my identity. Moreover, if I refrain from speaking, who knows when these revelations might accompany me to the grave. At this moment, Xialing Mu chimed in, do not fear, brother Aki. I shall protect you. Suddenly, her tone grew cold. With me around, no one can harm you. She then cast a glance at Xiao Zifeng. He was the exception. Huanba did not wish to involve herself in such matters. However, for the sake of her sister, she could offer a modicum of protection to this individual. If he were truly to come seeking trouble, she would relish the opportunity to test the emperor's might. After concluding her thoughts, Huanba withdrew. Xialing Mu regained control of the conversation. Aki continued, although I have reveled in years of luxury, I have perpetually been imprisoned, never experiencing true security, always fearing that one day I might meet an untimely end. Xialing Mu, reflecting on his words, remarked, much like me, confined by them. Initially, I believed they had good intentions, only to discover. Wang Taizhan raised his bowl high, obscuring his face. Xiao Lu mimicked him. Xiao Zifeng addressed the two. What were your initial thoughts? Meanwhile, the previously withdrawn Huanba exhibited signs of rejoining the conversation. Xiao Lu hastily declared, I have no thoughts on the matter. He had been but a minor figure in the sect, and such matters were far beyond his purview. Wang Taizhan explained, in truth, I did not harbor those intentions initially. It was only when I encountered Xiaoling Mu that villagers sought our assistance. At that time, she was lost, merely scavenging for food, a danger to ordinary folk. When I finally found her, she was still impaled with forks. Although my subsequent actions were questionable, I am grateful I appeared then, otherwise, those villagers might have risked their lives to eliminate her. It is only my cultivation that has not progressed, leading to such thoughts. Furthermore, prior to this, I endeavored to seek out her family, meticulously tracing her whereabouts from the past decade. At this juncture, Wang Taizhan expressed a sense of helplessness. Although the blood poison sect is categorized as a demonic faction, it is worth noting that they have only harmed innocents this once, and it has yet to manifest fully. And yet, this singular incident has drawn the ire of formidable figures. What a predicament this is. Xiaolingmu now merely voiced a small grievance. It is undeniable that after all these years of being cared for by the sect, she harbors some affection for it. The dry corpse had attempted to eliminate them on numerous occasions, all of which were thwarted by Xiaolingmu. As the conversation reached this point, the group felt there was little more to discuss, hastily finishing their dinner before retiring for the night. The following dawn, Yang Bilian led the way, guiding the others along the arid path she had discovered. Although this route led directly to the marshes, it was fraught with toxic miasma. Initially, they utilized their vital energy to shield against the noxious fumes. However, as they delved deeper, Wang Taizhan discerned that the poison was more insidious than anticipated, gradually infiltrating their vital energies. He promptly informed the group of this alarming development. Xiaolingmu remained unfazed, considering poison merely a supplement for him. Suddenly, a shimmering blue ripple, akin to water, emanated from Aki, expelling the green toxins from his body. He nodded towards Wang Taizhan, indicating that the issue was resolved. Wang Taizhan felt no need to check on Xiao Zifeng, as all those around him had succumbed to the poison. It was unlikely this esteemed gentleman would meet the same fate. At that moment, Xiao Zifeng was indeed affected by the toxic vapors, yet he remained unperturbed. As long as it did not kill him instantly, he could easily dispel it. Just as he contemplated this, a flash of golden light surged within him, and the poison dissipated. It dawned on him that the meritorious golden body contained notes indicating it could provide a certain degree of detoxification. To his surprise, the poison was indeed encompassed within that effect. Wang Taizhan, realizing his warnings were somewhat redundant, gradually began to circulate his techniques, attempting to absorb the toxic vapors. At this moment, Xiao Lu's complexion turned a shade of green as he declared, "I have an issue." Xiao Zifeng tossed 2 black capsules to Xiao Lu, advising him to consume one if he felt overwhelmed, and to request another if it proved ineffective. Without hesitation, Xiao Lu swallowed one, and in an instant, he felt invigorated, the pallor on his face vanishing without a trace. Wang Taizhan then cautioned, "Do not waste it. Try to convert a portion of these toxins for your own benefit." Heeding this advice, Xiao Lu immediately began to channel his energy. And so, the group continued their journey, traversing through the toxic mist. To their astonishment, an eerie structure emerged from the haze. As they approached, they realized this inn was unlike typical buildings constructed from earth and wood. It was fortified with an abundance of metal sheeting. Sharp spikes adorned its exterior, some fashioned from blades and weapons, while others were made from the teeth of unknown beasts. At the pinnacle of the guest house rests the skull of an unknown creature, enormous in size. Surrounding this edifice are signs emblazoned with the imposing words Toxic Swamp Inn. Xiao Zifeng mused, "In this world, do merchants truly dare to risk it all for profit? They have even established an inn in this desolate location." Intrigued, Xiao Zifeng suggested, "Shall we rest here for the night?" Under ordinary circumstances, Wang Taizhan and his companions from Aki would have vehemently declined. However, the peculiar nature of their current expedition, where even the most perilous of places would be deemed acceptable for a night's stay, altered the dynamic. Moreover, it was proposed by the strongest member of their group, leaving no room for dissent. After circling the establishment, Xiao Zifeng finally discovered an entrance that resembled a grand door. He approached and rapped upon it, producing a resonant and weighty sound. Chapter 90. Distinctive culinary delights. Upon knocking on the door, there was a momentary silence. Then, from the second floor, a bamboo tube extended outward. Xiao Zifeng examined this peculiar bamboo tube, which resembled an unconventional diving mask. After scrutinizing it for a moment, as if confirming something, the heavy door swung open, and a gust of wind rushed in, momentarily dispersing the toxic fumes surrounding them. Without hesitation, Xiao Zifeng and his companions stepped inside. Upon entering, they discovered the inn to be rather desolate. At the counter, an elderly woman was engaged in bookkeeping, while a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall ape clad in burlap, served dishes. There were only 2 patrons present, a middle-aged man and a small girl who appeared to be no taller than 1.40 m. They sat at separate tables, seemingly unrelated to one another. The arrival of Xiao Zifeng's group drew the attention of these 2 guests, but they merely glanced over before returning their focus to their meals. Little Six and Wang Taizhan heightened their vigilance upon observing the scene. At that moment, the ape, having delivered food to the little girl, approached the group. "Are you here for detoxification, dining, or lodging?" it inquired. Xiao Zifeng replied, "Lodging." The ape continued, For lodging, it is 1 pound of gold per person per night. No silver notes accepted. If you lack gold, you may substitute with other treasures, such as divine weapons, rare artifacts, or even secretive information. Little Lingmu was taken aback by the talking ape. Meanwhile, Little Six and Wang Taizan meticulously observed every detail within the inn. Xiao Zifeng inquired, such an exorbitant price. Can it be negotiated? The ape, with great kindness, responded, this is a small business. We do not extend credit. Little Six could not help but retort. This is swifter than robbery. Wang Taizan glanced at Little Six and asked, what do you think it is doing right now? Xiao Zifeng gestured for Little Six to come forward. From his bundle, Little Six produced an item, a large pearl radiating a spectrum of colors, which he had extracted from the lair of a drought demon. Holding the magnificent pearl, Xiao Zifeng asked, is this sufficient? The ape accepted the pearl, displaying a human-like smile. Indeed, esteemed guests, how many rooms shall you require? Xiao Zifeng turned to his companions. How do you plan to arrange your lodgings? I will not share a room with anyone. Upon hearing this, Wang Taizan, Little Six, and Aki displayed expressions of disappointment. Yang Billion then declared, I will share a room with the leader. Aki exchanged glances with the others, and they ultimately decided to share 1 room among the 3 of them. Xiao Zifeng then addressed the ape, we shall take 3 rooms. As they passed the counter, he handed the pearl to the elderly woman overseeing it. She cheerfully accepted the colorful gem. Xiao Zifeng entered his room, which was quite simple, containing only a bed and a table. He lay on the bed to test its comfort and found it satisfactory. Meanwhile, upon entering her room, little Lingmu immediately sprawled on the bed. Relishing the comfort after enduring the elements for so long, Aki and her companions commenced a thorough examination of their room. The room was devoid of windows, meticulously sealed, presumably to prevent toxic gases from infiltrating. Perhaps considering the presence of 3 individuals, the ape man had specifically chosen a spacious bedroom for them. The trio cautiously explored the walls, ensuring there were no hidden mechanisms. The furnishings within the room were rather austere, with the sole illumination provided by a lamp filled with oil on the table, casting a dim light. After securely closing the door, Xiaolu produced a luminous pearl from his pocket, enhancing the room's brightness. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed at the door. Xiaolu, when is dinner? Came the voice of Xiao Lingmo. At that moment, Xiao Zifeng also emerged from his chamber. Concerned for their safety, Xiao Lu approached the ape man. May we use your kitchen? The ape man shook his head. The kitchen is off limits. Guests are not permitted. If you wish to eat, you may order from here. Xiao Lu glanced at the menu, where prices were listed in gold. The exorbitant cost suggested a dubious establishment, and one could hardly risk consuming the food without caution. However, Xiao Zifeng held no such reservations. He casually remarked, bring us some signature dishes. Having recently plundered the lair of a drought demon, he was not short on funds and felt free to indulge. As for concerns about poisoning, he believed that any enhancements to flavor posed no threat to him. Moreover, he was keen to sample the culinary specialties of this establishment. Xiao Lu and the others remained silent, simply awaiting their orders while seated at the table. Yet, after a brief interval, Xiao Zifeng regretted his earlier words, for the dishes that arrived were exceedingly peculiar. On one elongated platter lay a collection of snake heads, arranged meticulously, their jaws agape to reveal venomous fangs. The vivid coloration of the snake heads and their sharp teeth eloquently conveyed their toxicity, while a horrifyingly bright red sauce drizzled over them heightened the grotesque presentation. Another dish featured a worm the size of a human forearm, bisected to reveal a writhing mass of maggots within. Upon the arrival of these dishes, Xiao Zifeng promptly interjected, please, no more of your signature dishes. Bring me the menu. I will order something more conventional. The ape man complied, retrieving the menu. Xiao Zifeng scanned the offerings, noting that while there were dozens of items listed, very few appeared normal. Centipedes frolicking with toads, snakeheads gazing skyward, large worms enveloping smaller ones. Consequently, amidst this array of bizarre options, he selected a few that seemed somewhat more palatable. As for the 2 already served dishes, Xiao Zifeng was about to request the ape man to remove them when Xiao Lingmu swiftly seized a maggot with her chopsticks and consumed it. This tastes delightful. It's quite delicious, she exclaimed. Xiao Zifeng was taken aback. Aki, hearing her words, also picked up his chopsticks and sampled one. The flavor was indeed pleasant. For Aki, who could readily navigate through filth, such delicacies posed no challenge. Yang Billion also picked up a maggot and tasted it, then nodded in approval. Xiao Lu, eyeing the plate of snake heads, felt a surge of curiosity, yet hesitated to indulge in such peculiar offerings within this bizarre establishment. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Zifeng remarked. Am I the only normal one in this group? The others silently mused. You are the most abnormal among us. Observing Xiao Lu's inclination towards the snakeheads, Xiao Zifeng encouraged him, saying, Go ahead, indulge yourself. If you get poisoned, I shall assist you in remedying it. He too was eager to witness Xiao Lu's reaction after consuming the snakehead. There are moments when one, faced with something unpalatable, finds an inexplicable desire to see how another would respond to it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu seized a snakehead and took a decisive bite. To his astonishment, it burst with juice. Xiao Zifeng felt a pang of despair. How could this group's culinary choices be so bizarre? After savoring the delicacy, Xiao Lu commented, The preparation of these snakeheads is quite remarkable, with a delightful sweet and sour flavor. It seems they have been steamed at high temperatures, and the venom from the snake's head has been retained, enhancing its taste. Generally, snake venom does not induce poisoning if ingested, provided there are no oral ulcers or damaged esophageal membranes. As long as the venom does not come into direct contact with the bloodstream, one remains unharmed. However, in the presence of such conditions, poisoning may occur. Thus, it is advised to refrain from such dangerous experiments. Chapter 91. The customer in room 3 consumes the customer in room 1 at this moment. The amiable old woman at the counter interjected with a smile, Young friend, you possess a discerning palate, your assessment is quite astute, and you exhibit a commendable spirit of adventure. Many who visit my inn often order dishes only to leave them untouched, which is a grave waste. Rarely do I encounter guests like you who truly appreciate culinary delights. Allow me to have a Jean prepare my signature dish for you to savor as a token of my generosity. Little Six politely replied, Thank you, dear lady. Inwardly, Xiao Zifeng scoffed, With such an appearance, this is the choice a rational individual ought to make. Upon hearing Little Six's remark, Xiao Lingmu also began to sample the snakehead dish. Soon, the entire table was savoring the delectable offerings with great care. Observing the group relishing their meal, Xiao Zifeng found himself engulfed in doubt. Could this dish truly be so delightful? The sight of the two plates, one repulsive, the other grotesque, was hardly appetizing. Yet his companions devoured them with gusto. Ultimately, after much hesitation, Xiao Zifeng could no longer suppress his curiosity and took a bite. Then he exclaimed, Little Two, bring me 2 more plates of these dishes, and also serve me the peculiar yet delicious specialties of your establishment. I shall forego my previous orders. Upon hearing this, a Jean appeared to receive validation, responding joyfully, Of course. The group then indulged in a plethora of eccentric dishes with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the other 2 patrons occasionally stepped out of their room, and upon witnessing this scene, both furrowed their brows deeply. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, No wonder they dare to gather in such a place. They are not ordinary individuals. To consume such revolting fare with such relish speaks volumes about their character. I only hope their intentions differ from my own. The young girl, observing intently, focused her gaze on Xiao Lingmu and Xiao Zifeng. Xiao Lingmu, being relatively weaker and of simple mind, contrasted with the other, who, despite his youth and considerable prowess, exhibited the lowest vigilance among the group, appearing somewhat arrogant due to his strength. Among them was also a master of the 3 realms, yet they all seemed to follow this young man, likely a prodigious talent from a notable family, out for experience. Xiao Zifeng and Xiao Lingmu were fast asleep in their respective rooms. The trio of Achi took turns resting, with one asleep while the other 2 kept watch. Outside the inn, various creatures stealthily approached. Some, upon sighting the establishment, circumvented it, deterred by the decorative white bones that seemed to warn others of the dangers within. Yet, there were those irresistibly drawn by the blood and flesh emanating from inside, oblivious to the peril, inching closer with intentions to assault the inn. A towering figure stood atop the skeletal remains at the inn. With a sudden leap, a colossal wolf was cleaved in 2. The scent of blood and flesh aroused the primal instincts of other beasts, which began to charge forth in succession. Yet, against this formidable figure, their hardened hides and thick fur offered no resistance, as they were effortlessly severed by the blade in his hand. In a brief span, the ground was strewn with carcasses. After dissecting the bodies for the desired ingredients, the remaining torsos were discarded into the marsh. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu and the others had long since been roused by the commotion, attentively listening to the events outside. Only when the tumult subsided did they feel a semblance of relief. At this moment, Aki remained blissfully asleep, nestled next to the securely resting Xiao Zifeng. Although Xiao Zifeng had heard some noise outside, upon confirming that someone was handling the situation, he returned to his slumber. In the dead of night, Xiaoling woke to use the restroom, and upon her return, She spotted the little girl she had seen earlier sitting in the corridor. Xiaoling asked, "Little one, can't you sleep? Why are you sitting here?" The girl extended her hand, seemingly inviting Xiaoling to help her up, without a hint of caution. Xiaoling took the girl's hand. "Shall I escort you back?" The girl nodded, and in her innocent naivety, Xiaoling remained oblivious to the terror of encountering such a child in the eerie atmosphere. As they walked down the hallway, Xiaoling suddenly noticed the surroundings shifting. They were enveloped by a crimson haze. The girl lifted her head, revealing a sinister smile. "I once doubted your guise, but now it seems you are truly weak. You must be that boy's canary. You affluent children, really." Just as she spoke, the girl faltered, upon grasping Xiaoling's hand. She realized her opponent possessed the strength of the eighth realm. In an instant, she felt as if she were clutching an unfathomable ocean. Struggling against the overwhelming presence of the woman beside her, the girl attempted to escape, sensing the terror emanating from her. However, how could she possibly break free from such a force? The woman, known as Hanjia, lightly placed her palm upon the girl's forehead, with just a gentle touch. The girl's entire form slumped, as though she were a mere doll in Hanjia's grasp. Gazing down at the lifeless body, Hanjia remarked slowly, "This corpse should please him. Let us deliver it while it's still warm." Hanjia approached Xiao Zifeng's door and gently pushed it open, placing the corpse delicately upon his desk before departing. Moments later, the limp form of the little girl abruptly sat up, gasping for air. Fortunately, she had a trick up her sleeve. Otherwise, she would have truly perished. Yet, she was taken aback by the sheer abnormality of that being, who even refused to spare a lifeless body. However, this truly is a worthless being, utterly lost in slumber. At that moment, a male voice resonated. "Is that so?" The little girl abruptly awoke, yearning to flee. Yet, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, struck by a silver needle, transforming into a statue, motionless in her place. At this juncture, the index finger of the left hand finally stirred, consuming the girl kneeling on the floor. The finger bore no desire, merely aware that the girl was feigning death. If it could deceive the drought spirit, it could certainly outwit him as well. A gentle voice belonging to a certain elderly woman floated through the inn. "The guest in room 3 has devoured the guest in room 1. What a predicament we find ourselves in." Chapter 92. Exchange of messages. Upon hearing the gentle words, Xiao Zifeng stepped out of the room, only to find that others remained still, prompting no further thoughts. He descended the stairs to find the old woman seated by the counter, a small jug of wine and a plate of fried insects beside her. Approaching her, Xiao Zifeng remarked, "Old woman, your statement seems rather misplaced. This fellow has caused us trouble, and I am to remain silent?" The old woman set down her chopsticks and, with a sigh, replied, "What I mean is that the guest still owes me a day's rent. He was supposed to pay tomorrow morning, but alas, he is no more. In this modest business of mine, if guests do not pay, how are we, the orphan and the widow, to survive?" At this point, the old woman even seemed to choke back tears, as if to convey the hardships of her elderly existence. Xiao Zifeng, however, found her words laden with contradictions. "An orphan and a widow? That hulking brute is your son. And who is his father? A modest business? Do you charge in gold or by weight? The rent for a single person here could sustain an ordinary individual for a lifetime." While his mind brimmed with retorts, he refrained from voicing them directly and instead countered, "So you expect me to compensate you?" With a hint of regret, the old woman replied, "Compensate for what? You haven't even shattered a cup. And I am not a rogue innkeeper. I cannot seize money from my guests." In that moment, Xiao Zifeng comprehended the old woman's duplicitous intent. She undoubtedly anticipated trouble that night, waiting for the guests to clash. The defeated would perish, while the victors, having destroyed her belongings, would certainly owe her compensation. Although her intentions were somewhat nefarious, she maintained a semblance of reason. If nothing was broken, compensation was unwarranted. Xiao Zifeng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, replying, "You are indeed a discerning individual, old woman." The old woman, observing the current situation, suggested, "Given the circumstances, my young friend, you likely find sleep elusive. Why not share a couple of drinks with this old woman?" As Xiao Zifeng reached for a cup, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. "Old woman, you won't charge me, will you?" The old woman paused in pouring the wine, realizing she had been discovered. Nevertheless, she smiled and said, "No charge." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zifeng picked up the cup, only to notice it was only half full. Well then, I suppose one should not be overly greedy for complimentary offerings. After taking a sip of the wine, the old woman inquired, "Young brother, what brings so many of you to the Forbidden Land? Are you in search of treasure or herbs?" Xiao Zifeng replied, "A leisurely outing." The old woman raised an eyebrow, having come all this way. You still do not wish to speak the truth with me? Do you think others would believe such a statement? With utmost sincerity, Xiao Zifeng responded. I genuinely seek to enjoy a pleasant excursion. My friends have spoken of this place being filled with rare treasures and peculiar creatures, making it an ideal spot for a day out. Though rumors of immortality lingered, his motives were chiefly to explore the wonders of such an extraordinary locale. The elderly woman pursed her lips and remarked, Just listen to how you speak. Your tone is so convincing. Although I do not receive many guests here. Those who come are either seeking treasures or vengeance, or perhaps someone is on a quest to find their kin, returning with an urn. I have never heard of anyone coming here for a leisurely outing. Zai Zifeng chose not to argue further. Having already stated that whether she believed him or not was her own concern, he then inquired, Grandma, what made you decide to establish an inn in this location? The old woman replied, This place is filled with wealthy fools who are quite generous with their money. Zai Zifeng, with a complex expression, responded, Is it appropriate to say such things in front of a guest like me? Why would it be inappropriate? I cannot speak ill of others behind their backs. That would be immoral, she retorted. Zai Zifeng, feeling disinclined to continue the conversation, recognized that this elderly woman harbored no ill intentions towards him. Just as he was about to rise and leave, she unexpectedly called out to him again. Young man, I possess a piece of clandestine information related to a forbidden area. Are you interested in purchasing it? Intrigued, Zai Zifeng sat back down. What information do you have, and how do you intend to sell it? The old woman revealed a merchant's grin. The transaction here is quite straightforward. You can trade a treasure or similar information, however. It requires 2 pieces of information to exchange for one. Moreover, the individuals involved in the information must possess a status, identity, or strength that is at least of a higher realm, at least 2 realms above. This information I have can be considered a significant opportunity, and very few know of it. Zai Zifeng smiled confidently and casually mentioned 2 names, Sword God, Divine Maiden. Is this information sufficient? Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's murky eyes brightened slightly. The 2 most renowned figures in the Great Zhou, both shrouded in mystery. Speculation suggests that both possess at least 1 realm of strength, and the Sword God may even have surpassed that level. Yet, these extraordinarily powerful individuals remain deeply concealed. Information about them would undoubtedly drive many into a frenzy. As a cunning merchant, the old woman could not reveal her keen interest. It is indeed sufficient, but can you guarantee the authenticity of this information? Zai Zifeng confidently thumped his chest and assured her, Absolutely. Zai Zifeng then scrutinized her with a skeptical gaze. Can you assure the authenticity of your information? The old woman grinned widely. Surely you do not believe that mine solely relies on the meager income from lodging and dining, do you? Selling information is where the real profit lies. It may not always be worth its weight, but it is certainly genuine. Shall you speak first, or shall I? Zai Zifeng asked. The woman replied, You may share a piece of information first, and I shall verify its authenticity. Zai Zifeng enunciated each word slowly. The Divine Maiden is not dead. Upon hearing this, the old woman's pupils involuntarily dilated. She murmured to herself, No wonder there has been such a commotion in Jianghu, Great Zhou. This is undoubtedly not a mere fabrication by Husi. This piece of information, if revealed in the Great Zhou, would likely provoke deep apprehension in the old emperor. Noticing that the old woman was pondering and had not responded immediately, Zai Zifeng took a sip of his half-filled cup of wine. After a brief moment of digesting the news, the old woman began to narrate her tale. The former national master of the Southern Spirit Kingdom, a practitioner of unparalleled skill, had left behind a legacy in the Forbidden Land, along with secrets he had uncovered during his explorations there. Upon hearing this revelation, Xiao Zifeng replied, I sense that your lengthy discourse pales in comparison to my 4 succinct words. What good does it do to know about a legacy without a means to seek it? He is also aware of the secrets of immortality hidden within the Forbidden Land. The old woman responded, Patience, my dear, I have yet to conclude. In the near future, the tide of the shadowy azure pool will recede, revealing his legacy at that time. However, the window for this revelation is limited to merely 3 hours. Chapter 93. Departing from the toxic swamp to the Black Forest. The old woman paused at this point. Xiao Zifeng pressed on. What happened next? The old woman took a sip of her wine and replied, I have already divulged to you what lies ahead, the approximate time of its emergence, and the duration of its presence. Is that not sufficient? Child, you are more avaricious than I. Were I privy to further details, such as the precise location of the inheritance, I would keep it to myself and seek it out alone. Furthermore, You have yet to share any news regarding the sword god. Xiao Zifeng feigned an air of mystery and declared, the sword god bears an identity as the beast-sealing master. The old woman looked bewildered at this revelation. What is a beast-sealing master? Could you elaborate? Xiao Zifeng shook his head. It is not a singular entity, but rather a collective, a group of individuals deserving of universal reverence, a cadre of great yet enigmatic beings. Their secrets surpass even that of an inheritance belonging to a practitioner of the first realm. Upon hearing this, the old woman immediately expressed skepticism. How could that be? Throughout history, only 3 individuals have transcended the first realm. Xiao Zifeng mused inwardly. I knew the first realm was not the pinnacle. With a crooked smile, he remarked, you were just beginning to grasp the myriad mysteries of this world, the countless secrets unbeknownst to you. Does the might of the sword god align with that of a practitioner of the first realm? Given your knowledge, I trust you harbor your own doubts. The old woman fell silent. Indeed, she had always questioned the sword god's prowess. That level of strength did not seem characteristic of a master of the first realm. After finishing his drink, Xiao Zifeng showed no signs of lingering. Turning his back and descending the stairs as he spoke, you should be grateful you have not encountered this title before. Should the day arrive when you hear it from another source, perhaps even praised, that will be the moment for sorrow. For it will herald a calamity sweeping across this realm. The old woman observed Xiao Zifeng's retreating figure, contemplating his words. Simultaneously, her mind recalled fragments of information related to the beasts. A particular piece of news flickered in her thoughts. She turned her head sharply, gazing into a direction where there stood a formidable wall, yet her eyes seemed to penetrate through it. Looking far beyond, there lay the Forbidden Land, a place shrouded in legends of immortality, alongside another tale known only to a select few. The Forbidden Land is a hell that suppresses malevolent forces. Meanwhile, Xiao Zifeng was absorbed in thoughts of the little girl he had just encountered. How to articulate it? In terms of reaction speed. She appeared to belong to the fourth realm, yet her audacity to provoke the drought demon suggested a mastery of the first realm. However, the energy feedback was reminiscent of the third realm. After much contemplation, he surmised that she had been severely weakened by the drought demon. Otherwise, her abilities would not have manifested in such a manner. The following day, the old woman prepared breakfast for Xiao Zifeng and his companions. Breakfast was a unique affair, featuring gory animal hearts and bizarre, indescribable insects. Beneath such an abstract culinary presentation, the flavors were remarkably exquisite. After some individuals had partaken of the meal, the old woman did not demand payment from them, which took Xiao Lu by surprise. The old woman addressed Xiao Zifeng, stating that it was a reward for the secret message he had conveyed the previous night, one that surpassed ordinary information. Thus, this breakfast was considered a complimentary offering. However, the expressions of Xiao Lu and the others were somewhat complex. The mention of last night and reward conjured vivid, unsettling images in their minds, particularly for Xiao Lu, Wang Taizan, and Yang Bilian. Xiao Zifeng observed their inexplicable demeanor and sensed that their thoughts had veered into inappropriate territory, quite absurdly so. As for the other middle-aged man, he had departed long before they awoke, and no one paid attention to the figure resembling a little girl. On their journey, although Xiao Lu and Wang Taizan were curious about the events of the previous night, they restrained their inquiries, recognizing that matters concerning the formidable were not meant for casual questioning. However, Yang Bilian was different. She boldly approached Xiao Zifeng and inquired, "So, you have that particular taste?" At this moment, Xiao Zifeng, possessing the prowess of the four realms, drew his sword with astonishing speed, forcing Yang Bilian to kneel. In a swift sequence, he administered a transformation and a pregnancy, completing a familiar routine. Yang Bilian fell silent. Xiao Lu and Wang Taizan maintained their forward gaze, unmoved, their thoughts dissipating into nothingness. Out of sight, out of mind, they understood this principle well, though Yang Bilian did not. The drought demon, witnessing this scene, refrained from comment. Occasionally, Xiao Chun could be a bit reckless, akin to a child who, after 3 days without discipline, would turn the house upside down. A lesson in suffering would serve him well, lest he ultimately bring about his own destruction. Transformed once more, Yang Bilian was now in a foul mood, and thus, the ferocious beasts they encountered along the way met with misfortune. Any creature daring to cross their path was swiftly dispatched with a single punch. Even crocodiles lounging far from the shore faced dire consequences, as she would kick them to their demise. It could be said that their journey was marked by unparalleled brutality, as they vanquished all who stood in their way. As they continued, the weight of their footsteps grew increasingly burdensome, indicating their proximity to the forbidden zone. Through the noxious fog, they could faintly discern a forest of black trees, each growing in bizarre and crooked shapes. At last, they had traversed the toxic marshes. Upon arriving at this dark woodland, they discovered a path had already been carved through the trees, likely by the middle-aged man who had left the inn. Observing the black branches, Xiaolu drew his knife and struck at one, only to find that he could not sever it, despite not exerting his full strength. It was perplexing, for he was a cultivator, his strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person. One could only imagine that even a commoner wielding a knife against him would risk having their blade shattered. Yet, the branch bore no mark of his blow. Gazing upon the scattered remnants of severed branches, the middle-aged man walking ahead is undoubtedly a master. Xiao Zifeng casually picked up a dry twig, testing its strength. It was quite impressive, lightweight yet remarkably sturdy. Should it be employed in the forging of divine weapons, it would serve as an excellent material. At this moment, Aki took the opportunity to enlighten. This is black steel wood, exceptionally hard. For the crafting of divine weaponry, it is best to select the heartwood of ancient trees, aged over 100 years, as it is most suitable. Such treasures are indeed rare in the outside world and command a high price. Chapter 94. The Monster with Roots. Xiao Zifeng gazed at the tree, feeling a sense of regret. The system did not provide any storage space. Otherwise, he would have surely collected some. Aki displayed little interest in the object, or perhaps in wealth itself, as such items were, in his perspective, easily attainable. Yang Bilian was even less intrigued. For them, the most formidable weapon was their own prowess. Wang Taizhan merely regarded it as valuable, yet it held little utility for him. Considering he was merely an aficionado of poison, the toxic mists within the swamp seemed far more alluring than this object. Xiao Lu, on the other hand, expressed a modicum of interest, but with an excess of items already in his possession, acquiring this treasure seemed impractical, as it would require substantial space, inevitably leading to the sacrifice of other possessions. Thus, the group did not linger and continued along the path forged by predecessors. After they departed, the severed branches on the ground sprouted roots and began to grow wildly, swiftly obstructing the entrance. The newly emerged branches were exceedingly sharp. As they walked, Aki abruptly halted, prompting Yang Bilian and Xiao Zifeng to sense something amiss. Aki spoke up. "We are lost." Xiao Zifeng surveyed the surrounding trees, all identical, and the freshly overturned soil beneath the roots. He had assumed that following the path taken by others would lead them correctly, yet he had not anticipated that the forest would alter its route. A maze of trees. Glancing upwards, he noted the thick, overcast sky, making it difficult to discern direction. Drawing the Qinglin sword, he struck at a tree. As a formidable warrior of the four realms, coupled with the divine weapon, even the tough black steel tree could hardly withstand his might. As he examined the tree's cross-section, Xiao Zifeng fell into contemplation. Indeed, in such peculiar locales, the trees appeared abnormal, lacking growth rings, as dark as ink, obscuring any visibility. "Do not worry, seniors. I possess a compass," Xiao Lu declared loudly, retrieving the device from his pack. However, upon producing it, he was taken aback, his expression revealing a mix of emotions. Xiao Zifeng glanced at the compass in Xiao Lu's hand, noting that the needle spun erratically as if possessed. In an effort to gauge their surroundings, he picked up a branch and plunged it into the ground. Despite the gloomy weather, faint shadows were still discernible. Xiao Zifeng suddenly had a realization. Although it was overcast, shadows were not entirely absent. Aki then pointed in a direction. The task of forging a path fell naturally to Yang Bilian. After all, several novices could not be expected to clear the way. They lacked the requisite strength, nor could they impose upon their leader to do so. As for Xiao Zifeng, he would be compelled to undertake the task. Yet, before proceeding, Aki suggested, "Let us observe first." Xiao Zifeng, puzzled, inquired why. Aki gestured towards the black steel tree, saying, "I wish to see how this thing is transformed." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zifeng nodded. He too wished to witness the spectacle. The group waited patiently, and to their astonishment, the fallen trees began to re-establish their roots. A branch that had been thrust into the ground quickly flourished into a tree that resembled the towering giants surrounding it. Observing this remarkable growth, Xiao Zifeng mused internally. How splendid it would be to utilize this tree for windbreak and sand control. Little Six suggested, with just one branch capable of infinite regeneration. Those who take a branch from here to sell will undoubtedly reap immense profits. Aki shook his head, countering, "Do not be overly optimistic. I suspect this phenomenon only occurs here. Once taken outside, it will lose its efficacy." Little Six, skeptical, inquired, "How can you be so sure?" Aki retorted, "I possess a bundle of them in my home. It is evident." Little Six conceded, "I spoke thoughtlessly." At that moment, he realized the folly of questioning a prince. recognizing the vast disparity in their knowledge. It was clear they could not linger in the forest. They needed to act swiftly. Young Billion unleashed a powerful punch, shattering a large expanse of black steel trees. Just as the group prepared to follow her lead, a black root suddenly erupted from the ground, launching itself toward them. Young Billion swiftly severed the root with a swift strike, but the threat was far from over, as more roots began to emerge from the earth. A disembodied voice echoed. "Do not obstruct our path." Xiao Zifeng pondered, who was obstructing whom? A monstrous creature, towering over 50 meters, burst forth from the ground. At that moment, the drought demon revealed itself, controlling the body of Xiao Ling to retreat. Aki pulled Little Six back, while Wang Taizhan clumsily rolled away. Xiao Zifeng sprinted backward with great urgency. Yang Billion delivered a fierce punch to the newly emerged beast, stunning it momentarily. The grotesque creature, adorned with roots on its back, bore a sharply pointed head and claws reminiscent of a pangolin. Just as Xiao Zifeng and the drought demon prepared to engage, a voice rang out, "You vile beast. Dare you harm others here? Witness my power today." Several massive black steel trees were hurled toward the creature, embedding themselves firmly in its flesh. The creature bore additional wounds, likely inflicted by the very individual who had just spoken. This person charged forward, effortlessly breaking through all the trees that stood in his path. To their astonishment, it was the middle-aged man they had encountered at the inn. He swiftly approached the creature, which, upon seeing him, recoiled in terror and attempted to flee once more. The middle-aged man seized the creature by its tail, executing a powerful throw that sent the beast sprawling. However, due to the peculiar and formidable gravitational pull of this forbidden land, the creature soared into the air, only to be violently yanked back down, faster than before. The impact caused a tremendous tremor, with numerous black steel trees impaling the creature's body. The man transformed his palms into lethal blades, plunging them directly into the creature's flesh. With a deft motion, he tore horizontally along the wound, rending the monster's body apart. The creature writhed in agony, its pain manifesting in violent thrashes, as the roots sprouting from its back lunged towards the middle-aged man. Yet, before him arose an inexplicable golden barrier, deflecting all assaults with ease, radiating a brilliant golden light. The man summoned every ounce of strength to create a massive gash. Without hesitation, he plunged into the wound, embarking on an unknown endeavor within the creature's interior. Meanwhile, the monster continued to convulse and roar, its roots flailing wildly in a pitiful display, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. "Die. All of you perish." In response, Young Billion, whose mood had soured, faced the onslaught of the flying roots and systematically severed each one by one. It seemed as though the creature's life was drawing to a close, preparing for a final, desperate counterattack. Chapter 95, Departure from the Black. Which Xiao Zifeng gazed at the absurd scene before him, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The monstrous creature lay lifeless, and from within its carcass emerged a man, drenched in blood and smeared with a noxious yellow-green filth. The stench was unbearable, and it was unclear where he had just been. Clutched in his hand was a luminous green orb. The man looked at the group, a foolish grin on his face, and clasped his fists in greeting. "My friends, I apologize for startling you. I have dealt with this creature. There is no need for thanks. I shall take my leave now." As he turned to depart, Young Billion materialized behind him. At that moment, Xiao Zifeng stepped forward and remarked, "Brother, we are all adventurers in the martial world. Your performance here seems rather inappropriate." Among the middle-aged adventurers, aside from the simple-minded hussy, the others were unlikely to act so nobly. Even the more honorable heroes would typically observe for a while before deciding whether to intervene, for in these times, one must consider the consequences of doing good. Such hasty actions were uncommon. This creature clearly appeared to have been driven away by the man. Was it a threat to them? No, the creature's primary instinct was to flee. They were unfamiliar with this peculiar forest, but the man seemed knowledgeable, so it was wise to detain him for inquiries. The man, noticing the group's intent in the obstruction posed by Young Billion, felt a jolt of surprise and tightened his grip on the orb. These individuals evidently shared a similar objective. He clasped his fists again and said, "Brother, I killed the swallowing vine beast, and I also discovered the wood spirit pill. It is rather inappropriate for you to obstruct my path." Though his words were courteous, an underlying tension permeated the air, and the atmosphere grew palpably hostile. Xiao Zifeng was perplexed. "Why would I wish to take your belongings? My primary intention in stopping you was merely to inquire about directions and your current activities." Upon hearing this, the man remained vigilant. "What directions? Where do you wish to go? To the Dark Azure Pool? To the deeper confines of the Forbidden Land?" The man's laughter erupted involuntarily. Brother, are you jesting? Who would venture deeper into the forbidden land via this route? Please don't tell me you are unaware of this. Xiao Zifeng simply shook his head. The gaze of the others turned towards him, and he merely shrugged. He had not conducted extensive research on this location. The man, astonished by their ignorance, exclaimed, You truly do not know? Xiao Zifeng replied, No, we do not. The man found it hard to discern whether this was a ruse or genuine ignorance. Had they come to such a perilous place without thorough investigation? Even if they were unaware, the inn where they had stayed surely sold information. After contemplating, the man spoke candidly. There are two paths before you. The first path leads you away from here, around this forest, towards the deeper regions of the Forbidden Land. The second path requires you to proceed northeast for 10 miles, then continue east for approximately 30 miles. The first path is longer, while the second is shorter. The choice is yours. At that moment, Aki inquired, Could we not simply head east directly? Upon hearing this, the man confirmed that this group truly did not know the way. If you were to proceed eastward from this very spot, you would traverse the territory of the voracious vine beasts, creatures of formidable strength that dwell in packs. Among them, this particular beast, despite being of the pinnacle of the four realms, is not considered particularly strong. Legends speak of some possessing the might of an entire realm. I only dared to strike when it was isolated, yet even then, I was nearly overwhelmed. Their collective nature is exceedingly powerful. When one is attacked, many rush to its aid. Xiao Zifeng, suddenly enlightened, expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. He and his companions began to follow the direction indicated by the man. However, after only a few steps, Xiao Zifeng halted. The man, filled with vigilance, wondered if the other party could no longer contain themselves and was about to attack. Xiao Zifeng turned to him and inquired, Do you still want the corpse of this monster? Could you possibly give it to me? Consider it yours. You are truly kind, the man replied. Xiao Zifeng beamed a pure and radiant smile, and then, with a flick of his left index finger, transformed it into a gaping maw, devouring the immense creature in a single bite. This stark contrast left the man in profound shock. Who could comprehend the bewildering sight of a young man offering a sincere and dazzling smile, only for his finger to morph into a fearsome monstrosity, voraciously consuming another beast's remains? After completing this bizarre act, Xiao Zifeng took his leave, offering a final word of thanks. Once the man was certain they had truly departed, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. What an extraordinary combination this was. The disparity of strength among them was evident. Realizing that it was unwise to linger, he hastily departed, in guiding Xiao Zifeng and his companions. The man had overlooked a crucial detail. His act of slaying the voracious vine beast had stirred the entire pack into a frenzy. At that moment, the vine beasts were scouring the area, far from their usual gathering places. Meanwhile, beside a dim emerald pond, two figures stood, a remarkably robust young woman and a frail young man. The young man addressed the sturdy girl, Yuebai, Our master has high hopes for us. We must find the ashes and legacy of our revered teacher and bring him home. Therefore, we must act with caution. Do you understand? Yubai replied in a gruff voice. Understood, Yue. Their conversation presented a peculiar juxtaposition, as the brawny figure bore the face of an adorable girl, while the delicate form possessed the features of a young man. Suddenly, the sounds of a skirmish reached their ears. They exchanged a glance and hurried to investigate. To their astonishment, the commotion originated from the black steel forest. Before long, two colossal beasts burst through a thicket of obstructing black steel trees, clearing a path. A group emerged from within the forest, and Yuebai and Yue cautiously observed the newcomers. Yue, astounded, realized that her abilities could not easily pierce the veil of strength surrounding these individuals. A young man burdened with a pot, an elderly man, a woman, and a disheveled man, along with two youthful individuals, totaling 6 people. The two young individuals possess a cultivation level of the 4th realm, while the elderly man's cultivation only reaches the 5th realm. The disheveled man, however, is not human. He is a golden corpse. The woman appears to possess feeble strength, yet exudes an unfathomable aura, emanating an inexplicable sense of concealed oppression. The elderly man's power has diminished to a frightening extent, and astonishingly, the young man with the pod is merely at the lower 3rd realm, seemingly at the brink of the 8th realm, and only recently having achieved this breakthrough. How could this be possible? This is a forbidden land. How could such weak individuals have ventured here? Those who dare to come here are rare at the 4th realm, while those at the upper 3rd realm are commonplace. This can only indicate that this individual harbors profound secrets, a master adept at concealing his true cultivation. At this moment, Xiaolu, sprawled on the ground and panting like a dog, remains oblivious to the fact that he is regarded as a hidden master of cultivation. He currently feels that his life has been worth living. The thrill within the forest has been exhilarating, as a horde of monsters relentlessly pursued them. Each one fiercer than him, capable of easily ending his life with a mere flick. Yet, he has somehow emerged alive to this place. He feels as though he is the protagonist of a grand tale. Chapter 96. The versatile Xiao Zifeng now found himself in a frenzy of sarcasm, exclaiming, "That fellow has led us astray. Retracing his path is fraught with monsters." Upon hearing this, Han Ba and Yang Bilian turned their gazes towards him. They felt that this individual, who merely coasted through their journey utilizing the cultivation of the four realms, had left them as the sole forces on the front lines. It was only when monsters drew too close that he would assist with his peculiar needle, after which he would revert to his leisurely demeanor, feigning exhaustion. Faced with the intense scrutiny of the two, Xiao Zifeng nonchalantly diverted his gaze. What could he do? If he had reached a level where he could intercept blades with bare hands at LV3, he could dispatch those creatures in an instant. However, the reality was that he had yet to attain such proficiency, and against these monsters, he found himself devoid of further abilities. Though he possessed a particularly formidable move, he was reluctant to employ it due to its significant cost. Utilizing it would be too great a loss. Wang Tai's Han, too, felt exhilarated. He had faced pursuers before, yet never had he been hunted by so many creatures stronger than himself and still emerged unscathed. He felt compelled to declare, "This life has indeed been worthwhile." Xiao Zifeng, adhering to his principle of frugality, brazenly consumed the corpses of the two monsters. It was only then that he noticed two individuals observing them. How to describe these two? One possessed the face of a young girl yet bore the stature of a robust man, while the other appeared as a delicate young gentleman. Yu, witnessing this scene, realized she may have underestimated these two young cultivators of the four realms. Reflecting on their six-member team that dared to traverse the Black Steel Forest, it was inconceivable that they harbored any weaklings. Therefore, each member of this team must be a formidable force. In this light, the old man's purported mastery of the five realms seemed questionable. It was evident they had been performing for the onlookers, and the act was exceedingly convincing. With the elderly and the youthful duo portraying themselves as breathless and barely escaping the clutches of peril, this group of six was not to be trifled with. Yu communicated telepathically with Yu Bai. Exercise caution around these six. They are no ordinary individuals. The one at the 5 realms and the one at the 8 realms are concealing their true prowess. As for the one whose fingers have morphed into a monster, their origins are unclear. On the surface, their cultivation appears to be at the 4 realms, but one must not be deceived. That disheveled man is a golden corpse of the 3 realms, and under the influence of that woman, she might be the puppeteer of this golden corpse. Likely a formidable Gu master. As for the other at the 4 realms, they seem unremarkable. It is precisely such individuals who warrant the most caution. For the seemingly mundane may prove to be the most perilous. Thus, we must refrain from rash actions and observe their next moves. Yu Bai replied, "I understand." Xiao Zifeng scrutinized the two, uncertain of their intentions, and resolved to wait and see. The others also took note of the two as they continued to fixate on one another. Thus, the scene unfolded with 8 pairs of eyes locked in mutual scrutiny. 5 minutes elapsed. Feeling that this mutual staring contest was rather foolish, Xiao Zifeng decided to break the stalemate. "Xiaolu, kindle a fire and prepare a meal." Upon hearing these words, Xiaolu immediately began to dig a pit and set up a pot, collecting a good amount of firewood. They were outside the dark steel woods, surrounded by ordinary trees. Noticing that the other party intended to cook without engaging in conversation, they withdrew. Yu and her companion chose to depart as well. Xiao Zifeng turned to the drought spirit and inquired, "Can you discern the realms of those 2 individuals?" The drought spirit cast him an exasperated glance, but replied, "One is at the 2nd realm, the other at the 3rd. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zifeng began to ponder, counting on his fingers. After some contemplation, he sensed something amiss. Why were there so many practitioners of the 3rd realm in this area? Such experts ought to be quite rare. He recalled that Husi was also a 3rd realm sorcerer, ranking among the top 10 cultivators of the Great Zhou. Now, it felt as though the 3rd realm masters were somewhat ubiquitous. Aki offered an explanation. "Perhaps the esteemed senior has overlooked this fact. We are in a convergence point of 5 nations, where experts from all 5 realms can gather. This place is fraught with peril yet brimming with opportunities. Generally, the weak do not venture here. Had it not been for the fortunate chance to accompany you, esteemed senior, I might not have made it this far." Thus, it was not surprising to encounter so many 3rd realm practitioners in this vicinity. Aki had more to convey. He sensed that the senior had disregarded certain realities. While Third Realm masters were indeed rare, this was only on the surface, particularly within the circles of mid to low-tier cultivators. There were countless hidden Third Realm practitioners, like Senior Lee, whose existence remained unknown. Such elusive experts often possessed extraordinary combat prowess, exemplified by the recently emerged sword deity, as well as the senior before him and his own father. Reflecting on Aki's words, Xiao Zifeng acknowledged the validity of his observations. The drought spirit and the golden corpse were not counted among humans, and thus would not appear on the rankings. The old woman likely possessed formidable strength. Yet in a place like this, few would consider her for the list. Old Li, presumed dead by many, would not make it onto the rankings, and whether he had re-entered them remained uncertain. The old emperor was a cunning figure. No one knew his true strength, and thus he too would not be listed. When tallying these considerations, he realized that among the experts he had encountered, only a maximum of 4.5 could be recorded among the top 10 practitioners of the Great Zhou. This included Old Li, who had once battled Zhou Sui Fan, as well as Zhou Sui Fan himself, the Qing Shan Sword Immortal, and Master Yuan Tong. Standing by the dark and deep azure pond, with the night sky clear of clouds, the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the water's surface, revealing its unfathomable depths. Over the years, no one had managed to cross it. Gazing at the island encircled by water, Xiao Zifeng decided to wait through the night to observe for any tides. Having come this far, he sought to uncover a piece of information, testing its authenticity. After all, waiting a night bore no loss. A legacy left by a first-realm sorcerer should contain numerous treasures, and surely he could find 1 or 2 items of use. Moreover, fortune-telling seemed rather intriguing. He had not previously inquired whether martial artists could learn such a skill. Now armed with a sword and honing his swordsmanship, he possesses the ability to store his wooden sword within his body, akin to a spiritual blade. With the title of sword god bestowed upon him, one might roundly conclude that he has achieved the status of a swordsman. The poison master excels in both the art of poisoning and detoxification. He is capable of dispelling toxins and can command young billion, thereby qualifying as a poison master himself. Should he procure an oracle to divine fate, he might also be regarded as a practitioner of the arcane arts. As Xiao Zifeng gazed upon the shimmering surface of the lake, he could not help but exclaim, "I am truly an unparalleled genius." No, a polymath. Xiao Lu observed Xiao Zifeng's solitary pride before the glimmering, shadowy azure pool and inquired, "Senior, what are you doing?" Chi remarked, "He is likely preparing to step across it." "I heard you mention that no one has ever crossed this pool," Xiao Lu reflected, "and I have never heard of anyone devouring the mountain of corpses." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Lu added, "That is indeed a valid point." Chapter 97. Crossing the dark azure pool after a night passed, nothing transpired. Xiao Zifeng felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed luck was not on his side, as he had not encountered the retreating tide. At that moment, the drought demon approached him, gazing at the distant island, contemplating when to make the cross.